Chapter 1. Just added a day to my lifespan? Only 3 hours of life left? Surely, this cannot be serious? Gazing at his attribute panel, Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Originally, traversing into another world was a fantastical experience, and acquiring an evolution system was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, to be left with merely 3 hours of life, was that truly a jest? The countdown, glowing ominously red on the attribute panel, pierced through Zhang Yang's heart like a dagger. This panel belonged to the universal evolution system. Zhang Yang was the host. Though his name boasted of flamboyance, his current appearance was rather unremarkable, as he had transformed into an ant. Host, Zhang Yang. Species, worker, ant common beast. Strength, 0. Constitution, 0. Agility, 0. Mental power, 1. Talent, Herculean strength, beginner level. Storage space, empty 32 slots. Evolution value, 0. Lifespan, 2 hours 58 minutes. Note, poor little ant, you are about to perish. Ding, newbie alert. Congratulations, host, on activating the universal evolution system. This system aims to assist you in evolving into the ultimate being, surpassing even divine beasts. You are destined to become an existence that treads upon gods and demons alike. Please strive to survive in this realm of divine beasts and magical creatures. Treading upon gods and demons? How audacious! Do they not even bother to draft a script before boasting? How could this diminutive ant possibly achieve such grandeur? What is this talk of common beasts and divine beasts? Surely, there are not also ferocious beasts and monstrous creatures? Yet, such distinctions mattered little. What truly weighed on Zhang Yang was the mere 3 hours of life remaining. How could he possibly reconcile with that? He felt a profound sorrow after finally catching the wave of transmigration. He had become an ant, and the system he received was nothing more than a pompous braggart. But even amidst the bluster, what did it mean to grant him a mere 3 hours of life? Was he being trifled with? System, come forth. What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. Zhang Yang remained stationary among the ranks of worker ants, his heart raging with a desperate hope for an explanation. Ding! Task triggered. First kill. Task requirement: eliminate any living creature. Task reward: unknown. A task was triggered? Will you not provide a newbie gift pack? How am I to accomplish this task with nothing but my bare hands? Zhang Yang believed his request to be quite reasonable. However, the system remained resolutely silent. Well, perhaps Zhang Yang had overestimated himself. He was, after all, the weakest of worker ants, the kind that toils tirelessly. He possessed no hands. Yet, despite the absence of hands, he still had a talent so exalted that not every ant could claim it, could they? Talent: Herculean strength, beginner level. Though it was merely a beginner talent, capable of doubling his strength, it was Zhang Yang's only trump card. To slay, but whom shall I target? Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings. There were plenty of ants, all of the same black worker ant variety as himself. Should he turn against them? Well, in truth, Zhang Yang had little choice. He could only act against his kin. Who placed you nearest to me? My apologies, dear brother. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the worker ant closest to him, silently expressing his regret. Then he set his 6 tiny legs in motion, charging towards the unfortunate fellow, swiftly climbing onto its back. The unfortunate worker ant was utterly perplexed. It could not fathom why this fellow ant had suddenly climbed upon it. Yet, once atop the back of the unfortunate ant, Zhang Yang found himself in a predicament. He had ascended, but how was he to execute the kill? That was the question. Should he use his antennae or his not-so-sharp forelegs? It was merely 2 ants stacked atop one another. Had it been a man and a woman, the woman beneath would likely have already begun to scorn. This little brother, given the opportunity, is proving quite useless. Shall I use my mouth? Zhang Yang felt a twinge of bitterness. Though transformed into an ant, he retained human thought. Truly biting down felt somewhat revolting, did it not? For the sake of the task, I shall endure the disgust. Perhaps a reward of extended life awaits. Right? Zhang Yang steeled his resolve and moved his mouth. Ignoring his own revulsion, Zhang Yang bit down on the unfortunate ant's head. One must admit, as Zhang Yang's sole means of attack, His mandibles were surprisingly sharp. The unfortunate ant, however, bore no defenses. Zhang Yang's bite pierced through its exoskeleton, causing a considerable pain. This incited further displeasure from the unfortunate ant. What was the meaning of this? Had he wronged Zhang Yang in any way? Why the sudden assault? The unfortunate ant began to resist, attempting to shake Zhang Yang off its back. In its mind, there was no intention to attack Zhang Yang. Ants, being creatures of little intellect, did not consider retaliatory actions unless commanded by the queen. Yet even if the queen had ordered it, the unfortunate ant would have been unable to bite Zhang Yang off its back. Goodness, you possess quite a bit of strength. Could it be that you, too, possess Herculean strength? The unfortunate ant's struggles nearly dislodged Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his balance. His 6 legs clung tightly to the unfortunate ant's body without external interference. The unfortunate ant would not be able to cast him aside. My mouth is a tad too small. After several earnest bites, Zhang Yang inwardly lamented. He had done his utmost to bite down, but still failed to penetrate the unfortunate ant's head. Instead, he inadvertently severed one of its antennae. This caused the unfortunate ant to lose its balance, dragging Zhang Yang along as it began to thrash about within the anthill. Fortunately, this awkward situation did not last long. The unfortunate ant was soon resigned to its fate. After more than a minute of effort, Zhang Yang finally managed to gnaw a hole into the unfortunate ant's head. Once the unfortunate ant ceased its struggles, Zhang Yang collapsed atop its body. That was no easy feat. It became evident that subduing a fellow ant of the same species was indeed quite the challenge. Ding. Worker ant slain. Evolution value 1. Herculean strength fragment beginner level 1. Ding. Evolution value acquired. Evolution function activated. Host, please check on your own. Ding. Task completed. First kill. Task reward. Lifespan 1 day. Strength 0.1. A sudden surge of energy coursed through Zhang Yang's body, revitalizing him in a most extraordinary manner. Just added a day to my lifespan? Zhang Yang was rather displeased. A mere day seemed far too scant. Yet, that was not the main concern. At present, Zhang Yang once again opened his attribute panel. This panel bore an air of fantasy, appearing semi-transparent with a backdrop of an ant. If Zhang Yang guessed correctly, it was a reflection of his current form. Indeed, his strength had increased by 0.1, and his evolution value had shifted from 0 to 1. Zhang Yang focused intently on the newly activated evolution function. Specifically, the evolution value possessed 3 potential uses. 1. Evolution can consume evolution value to transform into another species node. Upon evolving, it retains any previously held talents. 2. Fusion can consume evolution value to merge with other species of the same kind or different species. 3. Enhancement strengthens one's own attributes. Each species has an attribute limit, and upon reaching that limit, one can only evolve into another species to continue improving. Chapter 2. A slightly unconventional worker ant. Upon discovering the evolution function, Zhang Yang immediately felt a wave of relief. To be forced to remain an ant for eternity was simply unacceptable to him. Having traversed into a new realm, how could he resign himself to being merely an ant? The ability to evolve was splendid, and the potential to carry over talents seemed quite formidable. If he were to transform into an elephant in the future, possessing Herculean strength would exponentially amplify. His power was that not a bit overpowered. Zhang Yang felt a sense of empowerment. System. Enhance. Ding. Insufficient evolution value. Please strive harder. Host. Just as Zhang Yang had stood tall, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Insufficient evolution value. System. Are you jesting? Ding. Each use of the enhancement function requires a minimum of 10 evolution values. There is no upper limit on usage. Zhang Yang felt an urge to raise an obscene gesture, yet his current predicament forbade such an action. Ultimately, he could only sigh in frustration. What a bother. It's just evolution value, right? Humph. Grumbling, Zhang Yang glanced at the worker ants surrounding him before opening his storage space. This was quite a sci-fi concept, resembling a game inventory filled with small compartments. In the first slot of the first row lay a fragment. Herculean strength fragment beginner level. Herculean strength fragment beginner level. 10 pieces can be combined to form a beginner Herculean strength talent stone. 10 beginner talent stones can create an intermediate Herculean strength talent stone. Talent can be upgraded. Zhang Yang's mood instantly shifted from gloomy to bright. The beginner Herculean strength could double his power. Surely the intermediate would offer even greater enhancements. If only this world had dragons, I could aspire to become a dragon-slaying warrior. Surely, such beings exist, right? Did not the system claim this was a realm of divine beasts and magical creatures? It certainly sounds grand. Ding. Task triggered. Evolution. Task requirement. Evolve into a higher species. Soldier ant task reward. Unknown. Evolution. Soldier ants? Are there soldier ants in this place? Zhang Yang glanced around, but failed to spot a single soldier ant. If his memory served him correctly, he knew that he had to eliminate one soldier ant to earn the right to evolve into one himself. Zhang Yang was quite earnest about the task at hand. After all, he had no choice but to be diligent. The specter of his lifespan loomed large, and he had no desire to experiment with what might transpire when it reached zero. There was a 90% chance it would end in tragedy. No, it was more like 99%. Although the reward for this task remained a mystery, judging by the recent completion of another task, it would undoubtedly extend his lifespan. There's just over a day left. I must act swiftly. Zhang Yang felt a pressing urgency to evolve into a soldier ant. He first required a substantial amount of evolution points, and he was yet unaware of the limits of his worker ant physique. He needed to push his body to its utmost limits to transform into another species. Thus, he had to hasten the accumulation of evolution points. Time waits for no ant. With a resolute decision, Zhang Yang charged towards the worker ants nearby. The moment he sprang into action, he experienced a remarkable difference. He truly felt as though he had risen to his feet. 0.1 of strength is astonishingly potent. Without comparison, one cannot gauge the impact. Just moments ago, he had been perched atop a hapless ant, which still managed to struggle. Now, however, he effortlessly pinned this worker ant to the ground, rubbing it in. It was the kind of friction that left it unable to rise. Submit, young one. Zhang Yang was filled with pride. His biting force had increased tremendously, and with a single bite, he crushed the little worker ant's head. Goodness gracious, have I truly become this formidable? Ding, worker ant defeated. Evolution points 1. Infinite strength fragment basic 1. How long has it been? 10 seconds or perhaps 8. Zhang Yang was exceedingly pleased with his performance. At this rate, accumulating evolution points would be remarkably effortless. The key was that these ants seemed rather dim-witted, unable to evade his onslaught. The slaughter commenced. The worker ants surrounding Zhang Yang were rather unfortunate, disappearing at a rapid pace of 1 every 10 seconds. This was still due to the resilience of these little creatures. Even after having their heads crushed, they could continue to survive for a while. Otherwise, the pace of his extermination would have been even swifter. Evolution points are fixed rewards, but talent fragments are not. The drop rate is rather low. After dispatching over 30 worker ants, Zhang Yang mused internally. He had amassed 33 evolution points, yet only garnered 9 talent fragments, indicating that the drop rate was indeed not particularly high. If he wished to elevate his talent level, he would need to eliminate at least 300 more. However, given his current method of extermination, he would soon accomplish that. System. Enhance. Having already amassed 33 evolution points, Zhang Yang opted to enhance himself, eager to discover the limits of his ant physique and to allocate his remaining time judiciously. Ding! Enhancement successful. Agility 0.1. Constitution 0.1. Enhancement concluded, consuming 20 evolution points. Host attributes have reached their limit. Please evolve or fuse. Goodness gracious, is this truly the limit? Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback, but soon he found peace with it. After all, he was merely a worker ant. What did he expect a worker ant to defy the heavens? To draw a comparison, consider an adult. A grown man's strength attribute is approximately 10 points, with each point corresponding to 10 pounds of force. Thus, a strength value of 0.1 translates to a mere pound of strength. At such a diminutive size, for a little worker ant to possess a pound of strength is already quite miraculous. Wouldn't you agree? How many evolution points are required for evolution? And how many for fusion? Ding, evolution and fusion require at least 100 evolution points, depending on the strength of the species involved. Zhang Yang nodded secretly. It did not seem too much. However, this was not a concern for him at present. His immediate focus was on locating and eliminating a soldier ant. Evolution points could be easily accrued through relentless slaughter. Ding, kill a worker ant. Evolution points 1, immense power fragment. Beginner, 1. The system's prompt echoed in Zhang Yang's mind in a continuous stream. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Zhang Yang had amassed 350 evolution points and collected 100 immense power fragments. System, synthesis. Ding, synthesis successful, obtained immense power stone. Beginner, 10. Continue synthesis. Ding, synthesis successful. Obtained immense power stone. Intermediate, 1. A green stone lay within Zhang Yang's backpack. Use. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang utilized the green stone without examining its appearance. The green immense power stone transformed into luminous particles, ultimately merging into Zhang Yang's body. Ding, immense power talent upgraded successfully, strength doubled with an enhancement effect of 2 times. Please continue your efforts, host. Zhang Yang could distinctly feel his strength amplifying. However, before he could revel in his newfound power, the worker ants erupted into chaos. The worker ants stood upright, startling Zhang Yang. It felt as if he were in a grand theater where everyone suddenly rose from their seats, leaving him awkwardly seated. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that his slaughter of those worker ants had drawn their ire? Despite Zhang Yang's current strength being superior to any worker ant, he could not withstand their terrifying numbers. No exaggeration, within this anthill, the worker ant population was at least several thousand. Should they choose to dismember him, they would not require fairness. His small frame would be no match for their collective might. However, it soon became apparent that Zhang Yang's concerns were somewhat excessive. They are not targeting me. Just as he began to relax, Zhang Yang observed that the worker ants were mobilizing, but not against him. Where were they headed? Due to his uniqueness, Zhang Yang could not receive commands from the ant queen, while the other worker ants had been instructed by the queen to venture out in search of food. To blend in, Zhang Yang followed in their footsteps, curious to see what this magical pet paradise entailed. Primarily, he feared for his life. What if they truly regarded him as an outsider? And what if he encountered a soldier ant? Upon exiting the anthill with the worker ants, Zhang Yang soon understood their purpose. One of their companions had discovered a substantial food source, and these little worker ants were tasked with transporting it back to the nest. Zhang Yang felt indifferent toward the food. Rather, he was intrigued by the creatures that were noticeably larger than himself. If he was not mistaken, these must be the soldier ants. Chapter 3. Little Tiger, wait for me. Soldier ants are specialized combatants, responsible for defending their territory. They do not toil alongside worker ants, but instead supervise their efforts. Zhang Yang, feeling rather unique himself, also refrained from labor. It is said that habitual thinking can be quite perilous. Zhang Yang had grown accustomed to the worker ants' lack of resistance, leading him to assume that soldier ants would behave similarly. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at the guarding soldier ant. He acted rather boldly and naively. Zhang Yang believed that with his current strength, dispatching a larger soldier ant would be a straightforward and enjoyable task, and indeed it proved to be so. The soldier ant's power was inferior to Zhang Yang's. Alone, it could only be subdued beneath his might. Joyfully, Zhang Yang bit into the soldier ant. Although the first bite did not entirely crush it due to a slight misalignment, the second bite obliterated the soldier ant's head. Ding, kill soldier ant, evolution points 2. Immense power fragment, beginner, 2. Whoa, who bit me? Before Zhang Yang could fully bask in his triumph, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his rear. He had been bitten. Whipping around, he realized it was not just a single bite, but numerous. A horde of soldier ants glared menacingly at him, preparing to attack. Curse it! Zhang Yang turned and fled, using his strength to send one soldier ant flying. If he were to be surrounded, the outcome would surely be dire. His actions ignited a powder keg. Soldier ants, whose sole purpose was to fight, could not allow such rebellious behavior from a mere worker ant. A swarm of soldier ants surged toward Zhang Yang, intent on tearing him apart. Panic-stricken, Zhang Yang ignored the pain in his rear and sprinted for his life, his 6 legs propelling him swiftly. This speed was no small feat, comparable to that of a normal human. Do not mistake this for Zhang Yang's extraordinary talent. Ants are genuinely capable of such rapid movement. Why had he stirred a hornet's nest? Zhang Yang lamented, bitterly resenting the soldier ants for deviating from the expected behavior. Hadn't they promised not to resist? Suddenly, a swarm of winged male ants appeared behind the soldier ants, and they could fly. Oh no! Zhang Yang lost his composure. What had begun as a simple endeavor had transformed into a challenging ordeal, entirely of his own making. He could not outrun the flying ants. Realizing this, Zhang Yang resolved to stop fleeing. Although he had already accomplished his task, accrued enough evolution points and killed soldier ants, he could not retreat so disgracefully. His talent had yet to reach its pinnacle. In the next moment, Zhang Yang burrowed into the ground, digging furiously. Damn it! You think your ability to fly gives you an advantage? Let us see how you fare against me now. The male ants had no such considerations. They were simply aware that an intruder had invaded their territory, and it was imperative to eliminate him. Burrowed underground, Zhang Yang felt invincible. While excavating, he turned to bite back at the male ants. What was their advantage? Apart from being larger and capable of flight, they possessed little else. In terms of strength, Zhang Yang completely overshadowed them. His strength, initially at 0.1, surged to 0.3 due to the enhancement from his intermediate talent. With such biting power, even if he misaligned his angle, he could still finish the battle in just a couple of bites. Ding, kill male ant, evolution points 2, immense power fragment, beginner, 5. Wow, that has quite a bounty. Each male ant yielded 5 fragments. This was far more efficient than dispatching worker ants. Why were these larger creatures so exceptional? Zhang Yang was elated, wishing for more of these robust creatures. In reality, there were indeed plenty of them, and they were diligently burrowing closer. Zhang Yang relished the exhilarating sensation of their presence. However, he soon sensed something amiss. These creatures were quite swift in their excavation. Other ants were digging toward Zhang Yang's location. To provide the little ants with ample space to utilize their tunneling skills, he hastened his own descent, primarily out of concern that his physique might not withstand the impending onslaught. Maintaining a safe distance was essential. The little ants had to be eliminated, not out of a desire for slaughter, but to enhance his innate abilities. Advancing from intermediate to advanced status required 1,000 fragments, while ascending to the pinnacle demanded tens of thousands. Whether this horde of ants would suffice remained uncertain. Thus, he resolved to slay them. The massacre was relentless and overwhelming, as if there were no end in sight. Ding, evolution value has reached the maximum of 1,000 points. Please evolve into a stronger species. When Zhang Yang's evolution value hit 1,000, the system chimed in. At the peak already? After a frenzied bout of digging, Zhang Yang distanced himself from the little ants once again. Evolution was imperative. He could no longer hoard evolution points. Thus, he decided to evolve into a soldier ant. Ding, evolution commencing, consuming 100 evolution points. A dark luminescence enveloped him, swiftly merging with his being. Zhang Yang's body expanded dramatically, transforming into the form of a soldier ant in the blink of an eye. Ding, evolution successful. Ding, task completed, evolution rewards. Lifespan 3 days, strength fragments, intermediate, 10. The increase in lifespan was anticipated, yet the 10 intermediate strength fragments caught Zhang Yang off guard. It was equivalent to a one-time reward of 100 basic fragments. Remarkable. Strengthening followed. Zhang Yang did not dwell on the completion of the task. 3 additional days of life were hardly a cause for reflection. Regarding the enhancement, it was merely a matter of possessing evolution points. He could afford to be indulgent. Zhang Yang was eager to ascertain the maximum attributes of a soldier ant. Ding, enhancement successful. Consuming 30 evolution points. Strength 0. 1. Agility 0. 1. Constitution 0. 1. A refreshing sensation surged through him, as if something profound was filling his being. Is this truly the limit? Yet, something felt amiss. System, are you certain soldier ants can reach my level? If they possess such capability, I would likely have perished long ago. Ding, the host is destined to become the mightiest being of all time, a creature capable of trampling gods and demons. Others of the same species can never attain such heights as the host. Splendid. What a delightful affirmation. Zhang Yang was euphoric. He relished entities that could articulate such praise. Evolution continued unabated. With ample evolution points at his disposal, and having vanquished the male ants, transforming into a male ant seemed reasonable, especially since male ants could fly. Zhang Yang yearned for flight. Ding, evolution commencing, consuming 200 evolution points. Another wave of dark light surged forth, tinged with specks of white. As these lights fused with Zhang Yang's body, he continued to expand, metamorphosing into a winged male ant. Ding, evolution successful. Enhancement. Ding, enhancement successful, consuming 30 evolution points. Strength 0. 1. Constitution 0. 1. Agility 0. 1. Zhang Yang was truly swollen with pride. To think a mere ant could possess nearly 10 pounds of strength was astonishing. After the augmentation from his innate abilities, his initial strength of 0.3 had surged to 0.9. What was I thinking digging so deep? He lamented. With his current strength and constitution, even if surrounded by a swarm of ants, what could they accomplish? With such attributes, he could charge forth and prevail. Disregarding the ants that had yet to catch up, he resolutely ascended, intent on confronting the ant swarm head-on. Zhang Yang's digging speed was remarkable. Why is the soil somewhat damp? As he approached the surface, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Is it raining outside? However, upon breaking through the ground, Zhang Yang's fury ignited. He understood the source of the moist soil. A massive creature was expelling water. You scoundrel! Zhang Yang soared into the air. Despite it being his first experience with wings, his control was surprisingly adept. What in the world is that? A tiger whip? Soaring high, Zhang Yang discerned the peculiar creature showering him. It was a bizarrely large tiger, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. With an intimidating appearance and elongated fangs, nothing like a typical tiger. Even if you look fierce, you can't. Zhang Yang's words were cut short as the tiger's breath knocked him off balance. The enormous tiger cast a mere glance at Zhang Yang before shaking itself and striding away. Little tiger, you better wait. The day I transform into a tiger, I will surely pin you to the ground. Zhang Yang was disheartened. If given another chance, he would never choose to emerge from this loathsome spot. Chapter 4. Great Dragonfly, be gone. Seeing the little tiger vanish from sight, Zhang Yang internally spat in disdain. Ding. Mission triggered. Eliminate the Ant Queen. Mission requirements. Return to the ant nest and slay the Ant Queen. Mission rewards. Unknown. Perfect. Time for Zhang Yang to unleash his wrath. Upon hearing the system announce the mission, Zhang Yang felt an explosion of pent-up frustration ready to be released. At that moment, the male ants pursuing him emerged. Faced with a swarm of these tiny aerial foes, Zhang Yang charged without hesitation. Same size, yet different physiques, the ordinary male ant stood no chance against his might. Although Zhang Yang was still no match for the little tiger, dispatching the male ants was effortless. Furthermore, his speed had notably increased. He maneuvered through the male ant swarm, leaving a trail of demise in his wake. Zhang Yang was quite pleased with the male ant's drop rate, although each kill yielded only 2 evolution points. The fragments for his innate abilities were plentiful. No more foes. However, just a few minutes later, Zhang Yang helplessly realized that no male ants remained in his vicinity. They hadn't fled in fear. Rather, he had annihilated them all. Simultaneously, the worker ants had retreated entirely. No one escaped, especially not those who had just nipped at Zhang Yang's rear. Zhang Yang shouted internally and pursued relentlessly. He had yet to collect sufficient fragments, and not a single ant could escape his grasp. He re-entered the ant den, descending like a conqueror, brimming with wrath. No ant stood a chance against him. The Ant Queen, in a state of panic, commanded her minions to charge at Zhang Yang, desperately attempting to impede his advance. Yet, this played right into Zhang Yang's hands. He craved the slaughter of ants. Soon, his evolution points reached their zenith. The maximum evolution value for a male ant was 3,000 points, and fragments were steadily accumulating. System. Synthesize fragments. A notification chimed as the system commenced merging talent fragments. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Mighty Stone, Advanced 8. Use the talent stone. Another chime followed. Ding. The Mighty Stone, Advanced, has been successfully used. The Mighty Talent has been upgraded to Advanced, enhancing its effects threefold. With 7 advanced talent stones remaining, he required 3 more, equating to 300 basic fragments. Zhang Yang's strength surged, yet he found slaying the worker ants insufficient. He resolved to seek a conversation with the Ant Queen. Given her rank, she should yield a substantial number of fragments, perhaps 100 or so. The Ant Queen was relatively easy to locate within the den, as the foolish little ants were tasked with her protection. Thus, where there were numerous ants, the queen would surely be found. With his current prowess, Zhang Yang barreled through, arriving at the queen's chamber. Upon seeing her, he felt a wave of nausea. The sight was rather grotesque. She resembled a large, white insect, utterly unlike an ant, measuring 4 to 5 centimeters in length and as thick as a little finger. The queen was struggling to move, sensing an immense danger. Should he bite? Would some peculiar liquid emerge? Zhang Yang hesitated, contemplating the queen's plump, pale body, which appeared easily punctured. For the sake of survival, he pressed on. Zhang Yang would not jest with his life. Regardless of the disgust, he must bite. If he failed this task, the next would likely never come. The queen lacked combat capability and could only command her fellow ants. Unfortunately, the other ants were utterly powerless to thwart Zhang Yang. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Without a shred of hesitation, Zhang Yang approached the queen and began to feast. Contrary to his expectations, no repugnant liquid oozed forth. Instead, he experienced a gratifying sensation akin to devouring meat. Ding. Ant Queen slain. Evolution points 5, Mighty Fragments. Basic, 10. What in the world? Zhang Yang could hardly believe his ears. 10 fragments for killing an Ant Queen? Surely, the system had embezzled some fragments. System, explain yourself. Ding. The Ant Queen is a special species of the colony. The system indeed offered an explanation. Zhang Yang stared blankly at the queen, then felt a sense of relief. It was commendable that the queen yielded 10 fragments, given her struggle to even move. Now the question arose, should he evolve into an Ant Queen? Zhang Yang had reached the pinnacle of being a male ant. His evolution points were maxed out. To continue evolving, he would need to transform into a higher life form. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down his spine. The mere idea of becoming such a grotesque white worm, tasked with reproducing for countless male ants, sent chills through him. Not a single one shall escape. After shaking off the chills, Zhang Yang resumed his slaughter. The notion of evolving into an Ant Queen was utterly unacceptable. He had no intention of transforming. With over 200 talent fragments still needed, Zhang Yang continued his rampage. The Ant Queen had indeed worked hard, producing a considerable colony. Despite Zhang Yang's onslaught, he had not eradicated them all. Once he had amassed enough talent fragments, he retreated. Continuous slaughter would lead to visual fatigue. System, synthesize talent fragments. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the mighty stone, Ultimate 1. An ultimate talent stone. Zhang Yang did not use it immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the purple stone in his inventory. It seemed unremarkable, so he decided to use it. Ding. The talent stone has been used successfully. The mighty talent has been upgraded to ultimate, enhancing its attributes fourfold. Ding. Task triggered. First fusion. Task requirement. Find another species to utilize the fusion function. Task reward. Unknown. Fusion. Zhang Yang paused momentarily. He had exhausted evolution and enhancement, but had yet to utilize the fusion function. However, where could he find another species? The only other creature he had encountered was the little tiger. Would it allow itself to be fused into his body? It seemed unlikely. Regardless, any creature suitable for fusion would undoubtedly not be found within the ant den, so he decided to leave. As Zhang Yang departed, the other ants made no objections. It was not that they were afraid, but they were still furious that he had slain their queen. However, they lacked the means to express their rage. Zhang Yang could fly, while they could not. The flying male ants had already been exterminated by him. Yet, leaving the ant den did not bode well for Zhang Yang. Get lost, dragonfly. Just as he took flight outside the ant den, a large green dragonfly had set its sights on him, perceiving him as a meal. Chapter 5. Regeneration of severed limbs. The dragonfly, evidently unable to comprehend Zhang Yang's words, would not show mercy to a mere ant. It simply assessed whether or not to pursue him. Oh, quite slippery, aren't we? This was the dragonfly's first thought upon attempting to catch Zhang Yang, who evaded its grasp with remarkable agility. After several attempts, the dragonfly found itself unsuccessful. Zhang Yang pondered whether he was truly a match for this dragonfly. There was little reason for hesitation. His strength had increased significantly, boasting a base power of 0.3, which, after the fourfold enhancement from his talent, reached 1.5, equating to a force of 15 pounds. Could such a small dragonfly, measuring just 4 to 5 centimeters, withstand such power? Certainly not. The real question was how to engage. Should he bite? No, he would simply crash into it. If it refused to retreat, then it would be its demise. Zhang Yang resolved not to rely solely on biting. If he became accustomed to that method of attack, it would spell disaster. With speed and strength at his disposal, he deemed it entirely feasible to obliterate the little dragonfly. Zhang Yang sprang into action, his speed surging to an extraordinary level, akin to a small stone hurtling towards the abdomen of a giant dragonfly. He refrained from targeting the dragonfly's head, as it appeared rather formidable. Thus, striking its belly seemed a more prudent choice. It became evident that Zhang Yang had neither underestimated his strength nor his velocity, for the dragonfly, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of this tiny ant, found itself punctured by Zhang Yang's body, leaving a small hole in its form. The impact caused the dragonfly to sway precariously in the air, reminiscent of a helicopter in distress, yet it did not succumb immediately. Although Zhang Yang had not misjudged his power and speed, he had slightly overestimated his own resilience. The collision left him slightly dazed, with 2 of his 6 legs fractured and 1 antenna severed, leaving him in a more unfortunate state than the dragonfly. Realizing the urgency of his situation, Zhang Yang chose not to linger to observe the dragonfly's fate. He needed to flee swiftly. Fortunately, his wings remained unscathed. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. Unfamiliar with the dragonfly's nature, he feared that if he delayed, it might summon its companions, leading to his demise. Unable to take to the air, he opted for the safety of the underground. Zhang Yang reflected on his newfound affinity for burrowing. His skills in excavating his hiding place had markedly improved. Meanwhile, the injured dragonfly, after a brief flight, plummeted to the ground, nearing its end. It could not fathom how Zhang Yang had transformed from prey to predator, when had a mere male ant acquired such formidable power. Ding. Dragonfly slain, evolution value 10. Was that all? A mere 10 points of evolution value? Not even a fragment of innate talent? Such a colossal creature wasted. Zhang Yang, digging his pit, lamented in frustration. Should he seek out the dragonfly? Would it be excessive to merge with such a creature? Given its quick demise, Zhang Yang doubted it could call upon its allies in time. Just as he contemplated this, he sensed a disturbance in the soil around him. What could it be? The unknown often breeds fear, and Zhang Yang, now a diminutive ant, was no exception. He had become more cautious about his own life. As he prepared to flee, the entity writhing in the soil emerged. An earthworm? Don't run, little earthworm. Zhang Yang, disregarding his own size, audaciously called out, a touch of bravado in his voice. The earthworm, unperturbed by the presence of such a minuscule being, continued to burrow joyfully in the earth. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang lunged forward to bite it. It wasn't out of a desire to consume the worm, but rather, he was drawn to the earthworm's remarkable abilities. The earthworm, now panicked, burrowed even faster. Yet ultimately, it succumbed to Zhang Yang's teeth, resulting in a small segment of its tail being severed. System merge. Zhang Yang, dragging the remaining segment of the earthworm's body, opted for fusion. Ding. This fusion requires an expenditure of 500 evolution points. Do you wish to proceed? 500 points? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. This was a significant amount. After all, Evolving into a male ant had only cost him 200 points, and strengthening had been even cheaper. Fusion. Ding. The success rate of this fusion is 32. Commencing fusion. What? There's a success rate? Zhang Yang was bewildered. Surely this was excessive? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Furthermore, was this success rate not alarmingly low? However, regardless of his protests, the fusion had already begun. The segment of the earthworm's body rapidly transformed into specks of light, merging into Zhang Yang's form. It was quite painful. Ding. Fusion successful. Please select the direction of fusion. The pain subsided, and a luminous screen appeared before Zhang Yang, offering him two choices. Could a 32 success rate really yield success? Upon viewing the options, Zhang Yang immediately chose the first. The first option granted him the earthworm's special innate ability, regeneration of severed limbs. The second option involved attaching a segment of the earthworm's body to his rear, complete with illustrations. Any rational mind would opt for the first choice, surely? First option. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the special ability, regeneration of severed limbs. Regeneration of severed limbs, a unique talent that cannot be upgraded. The regeneration speed is contingent upon the host's vitality and constitution. In Zhang Yang's attributes panel, a new special talent emerged. Upon reading the description of the regeneration ability, Zhang Yang felt relieved. If this were to involve some level of progression, it could prove burdensome. Enlisting thousands of ants to hunt would pose little challenge, but gathering a multitude of earthworms would be a daunting task. This talent, quite impressive indeed. Having just acquired the regeneration ability, Zhang Yang promptly experienced its potency. He had recently broken 2 legs and an antenna from colliding with the dragonfly, and now they were regenerating at an astonishing pace. He could already sense their return. Wasn't the recovery speed supposed to relate to one's constitution? Why was his recovery so swift? He realized that if he were a solitary being, such a meager constitution would make limb regeneration lengthy. However, as an ant, with such small limbs, recovery was inevitably rapid. With this in mind, Zhang Yang stood tall once more, his ambition swelling. What harm could come from encountering more creatures like dragonflies? Ding. Task completed. First fusion. Task reward. Lifespan 2 days. After hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yang felt resigned. Accustomed to such trivialities, this system was undoubtedly a miser. If it were to grant him 10 or 8 days of life, he would feel overwhelmed. Moreover, it seemed that extending one's lifespan was quite feasible. In merely half a day, he had already accrued 10 days. It appeared that surviving in this world might not be all that challenging. Chapter 6. The inflated mantis. Yet the harsh reality struck cruelly, akin to a colossal hammer pounding against Zhang Yang's chest, leaving him breathless. Why was this so? It was because Zhang Yang had scoured his territory for several days without discovering any suitable targets. Anything smaller simply failed to catch his eye. He was in dire need of a species with formidable offensive capabilities. Earthworms and wriggling insects were of no use to him. If he could not encounter a fitting opponent, would he be destined to linger in this state? Just days prior, having completed a task, Zhang Yang brimmed with confidence. Now, he was engulfed in despair. Moreover, the system had ceased issuing tasks, leaving Zhang Yang to fend for himself. System, if you do not surface soon, your future most powerful master may very well perish. Ding. Task triggered. Eliminate a mantis. Task requirement. Slay 1 mantis. Task reward. Unknown. It seemed that some unnecessary lamentations did bear fruit. No sooner had Zhang Yang voiced his grievances than the system responded. A mantis? Zhang Yang, devoid of eyes, would undoubtedly have glimmering orbs if he possessed them. The mantis, with its formidable scythe-like appendages, presents a striking contrast to his current state as a diminutive ant, only capable of nibbling with its mandibles. The question arises, where is the mantis? As Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings, a large mantis, measuring 15 to 16 centimeters, abruptly emerged, having lain in ambush on a nearby tree. As Zhang Yang approached, the mantis launched its attack with remarkable speed, even capable of flight, outpacing Zhang Yang, who had no means of evasion. He was swiftly ensnared by the mantis's powerful scythes, which intended to deliver him as sustenance. Gazing into the gaping green maw before him, Zhang Yang found himself at a loss for words. In the next instant, his head was clamped in the mantis's grasp. So hard. The mantis was taken aback. Initially anticipating a light snack, it was surprised by the unexpected toughness of its prey's head, failing to bite through. Undeterred, the mantis attempted again. Its mouthparts, though seemingly small to human eyes, appeared enormous to Zhang Yang, capable of swallowing half of him whole. Wait, is this ant made of iron? Why can't I bite through? The mantis continued to maul Zhang Yang's body, but to no avail. With a constitution of 0, 3, Zhang Yang was far from defenseless, especially against an insect of this caliber. Still biting? Haven't you had enough? Regaining his composure after the unexpected assault, Zhang Yang realized the gravity of his situation. If he continued to be bitten, he would surely meet his demise. Yet, retaliating was straightforward. If the mantis relished biting, he would reciprocate. Zhang Yang suddenly sprang into action with unexpected strength, prying open the mantis's sides with his 6 short legs. He deftly retracted his head and climbed behind the mantis before it could comprehend the shift in the situation. Zhang Yang surmised that the mantis's head was not significantly harder than that of other ants. This notion was confirmed when, with a single bite, he severed a piece from the mantis's head. The pain was excruciating for the mantis, akin to being pecked by a bird. Instinctively, it swung its sides toward its rear. But Zhang Yang's defense was beyond what the mantis could contend with. The serrated blades failed to harm him, at least for the time being. Conversely, Zhang Yang fixed his attention on a specific spot, biting down repeatedly until half of the mantis's head was devoured. Thus, the once mighty mantis met its end, succumbing to what it had mistaken for a morsel, only to discover that its supposed snack was, in fact, a lethal ant. Ding, mantis slain, evolution points 30. No fragments. Poor rating. Ding, task completed, mantis killed. Task reward, lifespan 5 days, special talent, sharpness. Sharpness, a special talent that doubles the sharpness of any body part used for attack. A special talent? Does this mean my bite is now even sharper? Zhang Yang was quite pleased with this reward. Evolution into a mantis. The evolution points had long ceased to accumulate, and Zhang Yang had grown weary of his ant form. The imposing stature of the mantis was far more appealing. Ding. This evolution requires 2,000 evolution points. Does the host wish to evolve? Such a high cost? Zhang Yang was taken aback, an unexpected turn of events. He had advanced several levels, so it was only natural to face the queen ant, the dung beetle, and other creatures along the way. Yet, Zhang Yang was exceptional, skipping the unpleasant dung beetle to directly evolve into a grand mantis, a remarkable feat evolution. With ample evolution points, Zhang Yang felt no regret, if necessary. He could simply return to eliminate more ants to replenish his points. Upon finding an ant colony, he could swiftly restore his evolution points. A green light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, a brand new mantis emerged, even more imposing than the one he had vanquished. Zhang Yang did not rush to explore his new form, but commanded the system instead. Strengthen. Ding. Strengthening initiated. Ding. Strengthening successful. This enhancement consumed 210 evolution points. Increasing strength 0. 7. Constitution 0. 7. Agility 0. 7. My heavens, such an increase? This is an extraordinary evolution. The surge of power coursing through him was almost overwhelming, and Zhang Yang's body transformed from green to dark green, his length extending from 15 to 20 centimeters. Now, he was undeniably a grand mantis, towering like a ruler, with his scythe-like forelimbs gleaming sharply, clearly formidable. This new form undoubtedly belonged to a variant species, allowing for an expansion of his territory. The sense of superiority within Zhang Yang swelled. He recalled the incident days prior when a small tiger had effortlessly blown him away, a moment that had significantly shaken his confidence. Now, however, he felt restored. Should he encounter that tiger again, he could not claim he would defeat it, but he certainly would not be so easily cast aside. Chapter 7. Ascending against the odds, Zhang Yang's territory expanded to a radius of 1 mile. He refrained from wandering too far. Pride aside, he valued his life. With his newfound strength, all attributes reached a solid point, equating to 10 pounds of force. Coupled with the quadruple enhancement from his talent, Zhang Yang's slender 20-centimeter frame could unleash a force equivalent to 50 pounds. He could now lift a sack of rice. And this was merely strength, not attack power. Zhang Yang possessed 2 formidable sides, augmented by his sharpness talent, rendering his attack capability truly fearsome. Engaging with smaller ants felt almost beneath him. Nevertheless, he did pursue this course of action, as his evolution points were nearing depletion. This simply would not do. Zhang Yang successfully located an ant nest, yet upon striking, he heard no system notification. How could this be? System, come forth. This was utterly intolerable. How could he annihilate so many ants without any evolution points credited? Fragments of talent were no longer of interest to him, having collected sufficient, but evolution points were essential. Ding, slaughtering creatures of inferior strength yields no evolution points. Zhang Yang nearly choked on his disbelief. Why was this rule not stated earlier? Alas, accumulating evolution points was not as simple as he had hoped. Zhang Yang found himself in a quandary, gazing at his meager evolution points, now reduced to a mere 790. The absence of any pack of creatures to hunt left him feeling quite vexed, for accumulating evolution points had become a daunting task. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Quest triggered. Defy the heavens. The task required him to slay a natural enemy, with the reward remaining a mystery. Was the mantis's nemesis a bird? Zhang Yang recalled a saying. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that birds were indeed among the mantis's foes. In his territory, other living beings were scarce, yet Zhang Yang had encountered birds on several occasions. To fulfill the quest, he pondered the risks of confronting a tiger. Revenge for the past was imperative. He was resolute that the march of evolution could not falter, for a vast world awaited his exploration. Filled with determination, he perceived the relentless passage of time as a motivating force, propelling him toward his goal of vengeance against the tiger. This was a target that required swift execution, otherwise, discontent would gnaw at him. Having made his decision, Zhang Yang reclined boldly upon a spacious branch, awaiting the arrival of unsuspecting birds. Should any dare approach, they would soon discover the sharpness of his blades. However, as he awaited the birds, he stumbled upon a more lavish source of sustenance. While consuming ants and beetles was unappealing, he found no qualms indulging in the tender flesh of grasshoppers, a delicacy he had relished before his transformation. If only he could roast them over fire. Slaying grasshoppers was child's play for Zhang Yang, each providing him with 10 evolution points. Unfortunately, their numbers were dwindling, making them challenging to locate. After 3 days, he had managed to dispatch only 10, while other creatures remained untouched. Beetles yielded no evolution points, and Zhang Yang saw no benefit in expending effort for no reward. More formidable foes were scarce, and he was reluctant to engage mammals, feeling uncertain about his own physical prowess. With a strength of 50 pounds and his sharp blades, he believed he could fell even a wolf if given the chance. Yet, his fragility posed a significant concern. Adhering to the principle of caution, Zhang Yang opted for a prudent lifestyle, remaining within his territory for 3 days. He grew impatient with the birds. Had they no need for sustenance? Lying on the branch, basking in the sun, he found himself bored, savoring a grasshopper leg to pass the time. For 3 days, he had either slain grasshoppers or lounged, awaiting the arrival of his supposed nemesis. Yet none had come to forage. As he contemplated seeking out other adversaries, Zhang Yang was suddenly met with the sight of a bird. Come down, he thought. Disheartened as he watched his foe soar away, determined not to let this opportunity slip, he resolved to take action. If the birds would not descend, then he would ascend to meet them. With a powerful flap of his wings, he took to the air, flying swiftly and steadily. His speed nearly matching that of the birds, and his size intimidating enough to deter them from attacking him. However, should he confront the birds directly, they were not without their own defenses. Their sharp beaks could be quite formidable. Zhang Yang's bravado had its consequences. Just as he prepared to strike, the bird turned and dove toward him with a ferocious intent, its beak poised to attack. The confrontation was imminent. Would the bird's beak prove sharper than Zhang Yang's blades? With a swift motion, he raised his weapons, which, though not as lengthy as 40 centimeters, were still formidable at 5. As he approached the bird, he struck with his blade, creating sparks as metal met beak. Yet, the bird stood no chance against Zhang Yang's tremendous force. The impact sent it hurtling away, its body unable to withstand such might. Though Zhang Yang's power had increased, his own frailty remained evident. The reciprocal nature of force meant that while he had sent the bird flying, his blade had also shattered. Nevertheless, he bore the pain of his broken weapon with resilience. A notification chimed. Bird slain, evolution points 50. Another followed. Quest completed, defy the heavens. Reward, lifespan 5 days, special skill, heavenly strike. Heavenly strike, this skill enhances any attack, doubling its power. Note, this skill can only be used once per day. Goodness, a doubling of attack power, Zhang Yang exclaimed, rushing to the hollow tree where he had temporarily taken refuge. This heavenly strike was indeed a valuable asset, capable of amplifying his attacks, albeit with a modest increase in power and limited usage. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of greed. With his current strength, such enhancement would allow him to unleash an attack equivalent to 10 points of force. Consider the mantis, capable of contending with an adult human in strength. What a formidable creature. After marveling at the power of heavenly strike, he lamented his own vulnerability. If he could break his blade, slaying a mere bird, what would happen against a more formidable opponent? Having only just acclimated to his new form, Zhang Yang found himself dissatisfied. It was not that he despised his appearance. The mantis was indeed striking, but its body remained fragile. He could not evolve into a stronger creature due to insufficient evolution points. As he awaited his blade's restoration, he was troubled. In the past few days, he had only accumulated a few hundred evolution points, barely surpassing 600. Given that his transformation into a mantis had cost 2,000 points, any attempt to evolve into a higher creature would undoubtedly require even more. If he were to wait idly for a considerable accumulation of evolution points, his lifespan would likely fall short once again. Currently, Zhang Yang's life expectancy still hovers just above 10 days. It was imperative to depart. Complacency breeds stagnation, and he must venture forth to actively seek out excitement. With this resolution firmly planted in his heart, Zhang Yang awaited a brief interlude of 5 or 6 minutes, during which his twin blades regained their original form. The drawbacks of his severed limbs manifested, as his constitution was insufficiently robust for a swift recovery. This underscored the necessity for Zhang Yang to hasten the enhancement of his physical form. Once fully restored, Zhang Yang exited the confines of his designated safe zone. He, the verdant mantis, concealed himself amidst the foliage, and as long as he did not soar too high, he would be spared from any assault. Conversely, some unfortunate creatures fell prey to his venomous grasp. As he traversed, numerous insect carcasses littered his path. While this endeavor yielded some rewards, the evolution points gained were minimal, and he had yet to encounter any fragments of talent. If only he could stumble upon a nest of creatures. If he could amass a significant quantity. Even if each kill granted fewer evolution points, it would matter little. At present, Zhang Yang found himself devoid of any clustered targets. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Quest triggered. Destroy the beehive. Quest requirement. Destroy 1 beehive. Quest reward. Unknown. A timely mission had arrived. Zhang Yang felt a surge of pride. It had scarcely been a day since he left his safe zone, and already the system had presented him with a task. Surely, this beehive must be in close proximity. Zhang Yang began to discern the system's patterns. The triggered quests were invariably linked to his actions. Encountering a mantis had initiated a quest to slay mantises, and now, it seemed the beehive was nearby. There was no need to search meticulously. A casual exploration soon revealed the beehive. Its considerable size suggested an abundance of bees. Zhang Yang gazed at the half-meter diameter hive suspended from the tree, his heart swelling with elation. He fervently hoped that eliminating the bees would yield evolution points. That would be nothing short of perfect. With a rush of excitement, Zhang Yang recklessly plunged his blades into the hive, undeterred by any bees that might attempt to impede him. In an instant, the once placid bees erupted into chaos. Had he merely passed by, they would have ignored him. But his aggression was tantamount to courting death. Initially confident in his prowess, Zhang Yang soon discarded that belief upon witnessing the sheer number of bees. A dense swarm loomed before him. How many bees could there be? Flee. There was no time for hesitation. He must escape. If a human could perish from a bee sting, what chance did a mantis have? He had truly stirred a hornet's nest. Fortunately, the bees, though formidable in number, were significantly slower than Zhang Yang. Their ominous mass surged toward him, yet they could not catch up. After pursuing him for several streets, they finally retreated. No longer inflated with bravado, Zhang Yang resolved to execute a second, more cautious plan, a stealthy assault on the bees. Concealed around the beehive, Zhang Yang became a ghostly green specter. Utilizing his swiftness, he struck at any bee he encountered in the vicinity, relishing the thrill of the hunt. How could he not? His desires were being fulfilled, as each bee he dispatched granted him 3 evolution points. While this sum was modest, less than what he would earn from a locust, the sheer number of bees made it feasible to amass points rapidly. The days spent accumulating evolution points were blissful, so much so that he temporarily forgot about the quest. In truth, his actions were prudent, without adequately thinning the bee population. Venturing to destroy the hive would be tantamount to suicide. This relentless endeavor continued for 3 days and nights, devoid of rest. When Zhang Yang's evolution points reached 10,000, a notification from the system interrupted his frenzied activity. Ding! Evolution points have reached 10,000, activating the system shop. Currently, shop level 1. Please review at your convenience. A shop? Zhang Yang, intrigued, hastily retreated to a safe area to inspect the shop. He had anticipated a dazzling array of offerings upon opening the shop. Yet to his surprise, it was rather sparse. However, upon perusing the available items, Zhang Yang exhaled in relief. The shop offered lifespan for sale. The price was reasonable. 1,000 evolution points could purchase a day's worth of life. Additionally, there were 2 vials of basic potions, one for healing and the other a low-grade poison. The healing potion could be applied externally or ingested to mend minor wounds, while the poison had both internal and external applications, albeit with a weaker potency. Could this poison be administered to other creatures or applied to his blades? The cost was steep. Acknowledging the implications of the low-grade poison, Zhang Yang exchanged for a vial. Though it cost him over 1,000 evolution points, a painful expenditure considering that it could have secured an entire day of life. Faced with such an exorbitant price, he resolved to let the potion rest quietly in his backpack, using it only if absolutely necessary. System, is the inventory of the shop not rather meager? Ding. Level 1 shop is the most basic tier. Please endeavor to improve. Upon reaching 100,000 evolution points, the level 2 shop will be unlocked. Very well then. Back to slaying. The bees had not yet been entirely vanquished, and when his evolution points reached the 10,000 threshold once more, another notification from the system arrived. Ding. Evolution points have reached their limit. Further accumulation is impossible. 10,000 points mark the upper limit for a mantis's form. Exchange for a day's lifespan. At this juncture, Zhang Yang had the option to evolve into a more advanced creature, yet he refrained, given that he had discovered a lucrative opportunity to accumulate evolution points. Particularly with the bees still unexterminated, it would be far more beneficial to extend his lifespan for a few more days. However, good times were fleeting. Zhang Yang's exploits could not persist indefinitely. After 3 days of harvesting lifespan, the bee population dwindled significantly. Was he nearing the end of their numbers? A sense of uncertainty loomed in his mind. It was evidently time to complete the task. Sensing the decrease in bee numbers, Zhang Yang made a beeline for the beehive. Surely, there would be no reckless souls left to attack him now? Observing the desolate vicinity of the beehive, Zhang Yang felt a surge of pride. For this was the fruit of his labor over the past few days. Upon reaching the apex of the hive, he wielded his dual blades with precision, severing the hive's base with a single stroke. The half-meter diameter hive plummeted to the ground, landing with a resounding thud. Remarkably, it did not shatter, but a significant quantity of honey was dislodged, accompanied by a dozen or so rather sizable bees. Among them, Zhang Yang recognized the drones he had dispatched in recent days. And the larger specimen was none other than the queen bee. Enraged by the demise of her offspring and the destruction of her home, the queen bee would not suffer this affront in silence. Without waiting for her command, the drones charged toward Zhang Yang, intent on avenging their fallen kin. However, their numbers were insufficient. Had a swarm descended upon him, he might have felt trepidation, but with fewer than 20, they posed no threat. Zhang Yang's blades were exceptionally sharp. With every strike, he dispatched them effortlessly, one by one, and two by two. With each decisive blow, the drones met a grim fate. Once the last drone fell, the queen bee could no longer contain herself. Determined to defend her territory, she lunged at Zhang Yang without a moment's thought regarding her odds against him. Zhang Yang admired her bravery in the face of certain demise, and thus, he prepared to grant her a swift end. With a swift motion, the queen bee succumbed to his blade, receiving the same fate as her subjects. Cut in two. Ding. Queen bee slain. Evolution value 50. Queen bee stinger 1. Ding. Mission accomplished. Hive destroyed. Reward. Lifespan 5 days. The queen bee stinger? What is that? Zhang Yang opened his backpack to find the stinger. A small appendage from the queen's abdomen. This was not the crux of the matter. The revelation that defeating creatures could yield tangible rewards was far more significant. Zhang Yang had previously believed that vanquishing monsters only granted evolution points and fragments, and only from extraordinary beings, such as the immensely strong little ants. Clearly, bees lacked any special abilities. System, what is the utility of the queen bee stinger? Ding. Please check for yourself. Huh, I can do that. Zhang Yang examined the queen bee stinger. Queen bee stinger possesses a degree of toxicity, with significant paralyzing effects. Recoverable. Recoverable? How many evolution points can the queen bee stinger yield? Ding. The queen bee stinger is recoverable for 500 evolution points. Do you wish to recover it? Zhang Yang resolutely chose to decline. That would be absurd. The queen bee stinger appeared to be quite a valuable item, and 500 evolution points for it? Not a chance. He decided to let it remain in his backpack. Thus, the battle to eradicate the hive came to a conclusive end. Zhang Yang was thoroughly satisfied with his spoils. Not only had he maximized his evolution points, but he had also gained an additional 5 days of lifespan. Most importantly, he could now indulge in the honey of this otherworldly realm. A considerable amount of honey was already oozing from the hive, its sweetness wafting through the air. However, before Zhang Yang could descend to partake, the ground began to tremble rhythmically. Even while airborne, he sensed the vibrations. What colossal creature was approaching? From the frequency of the tremors, he discerned that it must be a hefty beast, as the surrounding vegetation quivered. Zhang Yang, wary of the impending arrival, ascended higher. Moments later, a massive brown figure emerged, a brown bear. Goodness, this creature was larger than the little tiger he had seen previously. Zhang Yang watched as the bear charged toward the remnants of the hive. The bear's size was enviable. The little tiger had already seemed impressively large to Zhang Yang. Yet this brown bear surpassed it. Although the bear bore no ill intent toward Zhang Yang, he could still sense a palpable aura of menace. With his diminutive stature, he felt dwarfed. One careless move could spell disaster. Very well, you may feast first. I shall wait. Zhang Yang perched proudly in a tree, resolutely biding his time. The honey was his prize, and he would not squander the opportunity to taste it. His curiosity about the bear was piqued. Who knew if they might one day be rivals? Lost in thought, he imagined what it would be like to transform into a brown bear himself, perhaps overpowering that little tiger with ease. As Zhang Yang entertained these fanciful notions, the brown bear, having thoroughly dismantled the hive, suddenly rose onto its hind legs. This unexpected shift startled Zhang Yang, propelling him into the air. What was happening? Was the bear feeling inspired to recite poetry? It was unlikely. A ferocious roar echoed instead. Zhang Yang found himself wanting to commend the bear's vocal prowess. It was indeed impressive. Yet before he could express his admiration, Zhang Yang comprehended the reason for the bear's sudden stance. Danger had encroached. Scattered throughout the jungle were numerous pairs of glistening green eyes. As Zhang Yang discerned the source of these eyes, he ascended even higher. The newcomers were no benign entities. They were jungle wolves, their fur a deep greenish hue, measuring between 2.5 to 3 meters in length, each exuding a slick, menacing aura. With their predatory gaze and fearsome fangs, they were formidable. The wolves had clearly set their sights on the brown bear. Since when did wolves dare to attack a bear? Zhang Yang realized he had been naive. Wolves, when in packs, were brazen enough to challenge even the mightiest of creatures. The brown bear, a powerhouse in its own right, was nonetheless at a disadvantage against the sheer numbers of the wolves. Zhang Yang, perched in the tree, watched with keen interest. He had anticipated a standoff, with both parties posturing and roaring for an eternity before any engagement. However, the wolf pack proved to be audacious, launching an immediate assault without granting the bear a moment to prepare. Foolish creatures, why not target the bear's legs first instead of engaging directly? As an unwitting commentator on the unfolding drama, Zhang Yang offered unsolicited critiques of the combatants' tactics. Two wolves leaped into action, and Zhang Yang promptly marked them down for their poor strategy. See, I told you not to jump in. The two wolves found themselves on the receiving end of the bear's formidable strength. The massive paws of the bear showed no mercy, sending the wolves flying with a single swipe. However, the bear's sweeping attack inadvertently provided the remaining wolves with an opportunity. They closed in on the bear, and two managed to sink their teeth into its flesh. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the bear turned tail and bolted, crashing through the underbrush. It was imperative for him to extricate himself from the encircling wolves, or the outcome would surely be grim. And thus, the chase commenced. Zhang Yang was utterly astonished, as he had yet to fully grasp the situation. Just as he prepared to pursue further, his body seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, abruptly halting his movement. His gaze was fixated on the wolf that had been flung aside by the brown bear. Chapter 10. Overleveling kill among the two wolves that had been knocked away. One quickly regained its footing and chased after the departing bear. However, the other wolf was evidently unfortunate, having been struck on its foreleg by the bear's paw. It struggled for quite some time without managing to stand. Clearly, its forelegs were broken. Zhang Yang had paused precisely because of this unfortunate creature. At this moment, a powerful urge surged within him. He felt an overwhelming desire to slay this wolf. Had it been an uninjured wolf, he would have never dared to entertain such boldness. Yet, the current predicament was that this wolf was injured, struggling to rise, its mobility nearly non-existent. What was more crucial, witnessing the spectacle or eliminating the wolf? Cursing under his breath, Zhang Yang succumbed to his desires. The opportunity lay before him, and to squander it would lead him to despise himself. What if his evolution points were sufficient for him to transform into a wolf? How tantalizing was that thought? Although the wolf appeared weaker than the brown bear, it possessed far more majesty than a mere mantis. Gazing at his two formidable blades, Zhang Yang felt a glimmer of hope that he could indeed bring down the wolf. Even if he failed, he could always flee. The mantis had the advantage of flight, but a wolf could not soar. Having made his decision, Zhang Yang leapt from the tree. The downed wolf paid no heed to Zhang Yang. It was desperately trying to push off the ground with its hind legs, seemingly unaware of its own futility. Give it up. You're no kangaroo, and you cannot walk on two hind legs. Zhang Yang landed unceremoniously on the wolf's nape. His entire body was smaller than the wolf's head. Initially, the wolf intended to ignore this foolish creature, but in the next moment, it found itself unable to do so. Zhang Yang's blades effortlessly sliced through the wolf's fur, leaving two gaping wounds on its nape. The wolf howled in distress, its years of hunting experience prompting it to roll away. The wolf's actions successfully dislodged Zhang Yang. Indeed, the blades were sharp. After landing, Zhang Yang was quite pleased with their performance. The mantis' blade, serrated like a saw, could tear flesh even if it failed to cut cleanly. The wolf could not fathom why such a small insect could inflict pain upon it, its eyes betraying a hint of fear of the unknown. Zhang Yang paid no mind to the wolf's terror and charged forth. Though his blade might not have been particularly long, the more wounds he inflicted, the more blood would flow. The incapacitated wolf had no means to evade. Its struggles were but a desperate gasp for survival. As Zhang Yang advanced once more, the wolf grew frantic, wishing to keep this small creature at bay. Yet, Zhang Yang's determination remained unyielding. He leapt and darted, seeking every opportunity to strike, regardless of the target as long as it bled. The beleaguered wolf was utterly powerless, its loss of mobility sealing its fate. The situation might have persisted until the wolf's demise, had it not been for the wolf's unwillingness to submit. It leaned against a sturdy tree to minimize its exposure, while, despite its ruined forelegs, it still possessed its teeth. You cannot reach me, Zhang Yang arrogantly conveyed to the wolf. Indeed, his actions confirmed this. The wolf could not bite Zhang Yang, and its maneuvers merely prolonged its impending death. Zhang Yang was elated. Should he slay the wolf, he would earn the right to evolve into one. Such a privilege was often elusive, while the evolution points were more easily obtained. However, fate would not allow him a smooth path. Just as the wolf still had some strength left, a furious roar from the brown bear echoed in the distance, followed by the howls of a wolf pack. Were they proclaiming their hunting victory? Zhang Yang was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The wolf, too, began to howl in response. Oh no, Zhang Yang cursed under his breath. This was a call for reinforcements. What would happen if the other wolves returned? While they would not be able to kill Zhang Yang, he would certainly be unable to finish off this wolf. You have forced my hand. Resolute, Zhang Yang decided against being worn down slowly. He retrieved the queen bee needle from his backpack and, in the next moment, charged toward the wolf, using his mouth to drive the needle into its chest. The wolf regarded Zhang Yang with disdain. Go ahead, stab me. What can a little creature like you do? I shall see how you meet your end. Backed against the tree, the wolf felt emboldened. It knew its companions would soon arrive to rescue it. As long as they returned, it would be safe. The blood loss was trivial, it could withstand more. Yet, by the time the wolf realized the gravity of its situation, it was too late. The poison from the queen bee needle was potent, rendering its upper body paralyzed. How could a motionless, defenseless wolf withstand Zhang Yang's onslaught? Had it been able to resist, it might have awaited the arrival of its companions, but now, it seemed it could only await its own demise. Despair blossomed in the wolf's heart. Zhang Yang, true to the wolf's expectations, seized his blade and began sawing at the wolf's nape. A slow cut would merely graze the surface, but sawing would reach the arteries beneath the fur. Zhang Yang was not interested in claiming the wolf's head. He merely aimed to sever its blood vessels. The wolf, despite its predicament, did not relinquish hope. Its lower body retained some sensation, and it kicked its hind legs desperately, striving to escape Zhang Yang's grasp. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang was resolute. He did not flinch, anchoring the wolf firmly as he sawed with fervor. The friction against the ground was uncomfortable for Zhang Yang, who felt as if his insides might spill out, yet he persevered. After several vigorous attempts, he succeeded. He effectively severed the wolf's carotid artery, and a torrent of hot wolf blood splattered across Zhang Yang, staining him crimson. Ding. Overleveling kill of the wolf. Evolution points 2000. Ding. The evolution value is full and cannot be increased. The host should evolve as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Brother Hu. Zhang Yang is ready to confront. At this moment, Zhang Yang truly felt a surge of frustration. A waste of 2,000 evolution points. However, the thrill of defeating a foe of a higher level is quite intriguing. Could the system be encouraging him to embrace challenges of greater difficulty? How? The sound of wolves echoed nearby, likely the returning jungle wolves sensing the demise of their companion, prompting their mournful cries. Zhang Yang dared not linger, swiftly taking flight. Despite his own injuries, he pressed on. Indeed, he did not look back, for he was unaware if jungle wolves possessed the ability to climb trees. What if they did? His immediate goal was to find a secure location and ascertain whether he could evolve into a jungle wolf. If he could evolve, it would be akin to transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. For a creature capable of flight, like Zhang Yang, the jungle wolves posed little threat. Moreover, none would believe that their companion had been slain by a mere mantis, a notion far too ludicrous. Thus, the outcome favored Zhang Yang, allowing him to escape with ease. Zhang Yang flew in the opposite direction of the brown bears, eventually locating a slightly elevated mound approximately 4 to 5 meters high, where he came to a halt. He circled the area, dragging his weary body, and upon confirming the absence of other creatures, he descended. System. How many evolution points are required to evolve into a jungle wolf? Ding. Evolving into a jungle wolf requires 7,000 evolution points. Zhang Yang's spirit soared. Only 7,000 evolution points? Without hesitation, he chose to evolve. Ding. Evolution commencing, consuming 7,000 evolution points. If 7,000 evolution points meant becoming significantly stronger, then the vibrant green light enveloping him was indeed rich and potent. Surrounded by this verdant glow, Zhang Yang felt a warm sensation. However, this feeling was fleeting. Once the warmth dissipated, Zhang Yang opened his eyes to behold a transformed world. The reality he perceived was more vivid. The wolf's eyes, imbued with a human-like curiosity, darted around, and after a few moments, this rather frail jungle wolf broke into a foolish grin. How much better it is to be a mammal, Zhang Yang mused. Recalling his days as an insect, that experience was nothing compared to the satisfaction of being a mammal. Yet, why did he appear so frail? His moment of mirth was soon overshadowed by concern. He had seen other jungle wolves, and if he were cast among them now, he would be but a malnourished runt. Those jungle wolves shone with health, while Zhang Yang's fur was dull and his frame emaciated. System enhance. The body can be nurtured over time. The priority is to transform into a wolf. Attributes are no worry. He had evolution points to spare. Ding. Please select the enhancement direction. First, enhance my physique to maximum. Zhang Yang, in a display of confidence, ordered the system to prioritize his physical enhancement. Ding. Insufficient evolution points. Standing atop the mound, head held high, Zhang Yang nearly tumbled in disbelief. Was there an issue with his ears? Insufficient evolution points? What nonsense. If memory served, he still had 3,000 evolution points left. Could a jungle wolf be that exceptional? Could its physique exceed 30 points? Ding. For attributes above 1 point. Each enhancement requires the expenditure of 1,000 evolution points. Zhang Yang's mind raced with a multitude of strong steeds galloping through it. 1,000 points? Surely it should be 100 points. Ding. For attributes above 1 point, each enhancement of 0. 1 requires the expenditure of 100 evolution points. Then let me enhance 1 point of physique and 2 points of strength. Please expedite the process. What choice did Zhang Yang have? He resigned himself to fate, albeit with impatience. Enhancing physique was imperative, for he felt exceedingly weak, and strength must be augmented to magnify his advantages. 3 points of strength equated to 30 pounds. Enhanced by 4 times due to his talents, that totaled 150 pounds, a considerable might among ordinary jungle wolves. Of course, his physique could not compare to theirs. Ding. Enhancement commencing. Ding. Enhancement completed. The transition of dark spots and green light was so swift it felt devoid of any ceremonial significance. With the increase of 1 point in physique, Zhang Yang's frail form appeared slightly more robust, yet he remained malnourished. Indeed, it is better to be a leading chicken than a trailing phoenix. Why not embrace the role of a mantis wielding the power of life and death, instead of becoming such a weak little wolf? A tinge of regret washed over Zhang Yang. This leap in evolution was certainly no trivial affair. Suddenly, every hair on Zhang Yang's body stood on end as he sensed an imminent danger. It was not due to any sight he beheld, but rather an instinctive warning from his wolf nature. What could it be? Zhang Yang glanced around with a hint of panic. With just a cursory look, he spotted the source of his considerable threat. So it is you. The realization struck him like a bolt. The creature that posed such a menace was none other than the small tiger that had once drenched him in urine. A stream of revenge brewed in Zhang Yang's mind. Brother Hu, I am here to confront you. Do you need a subordinate? Can I be of service? Anxiety gripped Zhang Yang. Encountering this little tiger could only spell trouble. He noticed the creature regarding him with a mocking gaze. Zhang Yang felt an urge to slap himself. How could he have squandered all his evolution points? If only he had saved some. He could have transformed into a bird and flown away, couldn't he? Although he had slain small birds, he had yet to evolve into one. Alas, Zhang Yang now found himself devoid of evolution points. The little tiger, oblivious to past deeds, gazed curiously at the frail jungle wolf encroaching upon its territory. Did it think life had become too challenging and sought to become the tiger's next meal? Upon reflection, the young tiger developed a sense of sympathy for Zhang Yang. However, sparing Zhang Yang was out of the question. Tonight would be an opportunity for a feast. As the young tiger contemplated how to eliminate Zhang Yang, the latter sensed the impending danger and prepared for an offensive. Fortunately, he believed he possessed the strength to fight back, with a robust power of 150 pounds, and his claws and teeth enhanced by innate sharpness. Crucially, he had yet to employ his extraordinary strike. Should the young tiger dare to charge, Zhang Yang was determined to retaliate fiercely. Nonetheless, he preferred to avoid conflict if possible. The young tiger, dismissive of Zhang Yang, moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving Zhang Yang unable to keep pace. The anticipated counterattack never materialized. Instead, the tiger's paw struck, leaving 4 deep gashes across Zhang Yang's body. It was over. Zhang Yang could no longer concern himself with pain, for he knew his demise was imminent. Chapter 12. Uncle, are you a lone wolf? Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Zhang Yang felt a bitter pang of despair. Despite possessing considerable strength, he found himself unable to lay a finger on his opponent. It was a most disheartening predicament. However, surrendering to death was not an option for Zhang Yang. While he could not hope to win a fight, he could certainly hurl insults. Aware that he could not physically harm the tiger, Zhang Yang unleashed a tirade of curses. You despicable fiend. First, you drenched me, then knocked me over, and now you seek my life. Rest assured, even in death, I shall haunt you. Wishing you a lifetime of solitude. Zhang Yang reveled in his outburst. Yet, this torrent of invective ultimately coalesced into a mournful howl. Unbeknownst to the young tiger, he could not comprehend the contents of Zhang Yang's verbal onslaught. He merely anticipated a meal of tender bones. Indeed, Zhang Yang's physique offered little sustenance. The ensuing scene seemed all but predetermined. Zhang Yang would be utterly torn apart by the young tiger. However, before the tiger could strike, a chorus of howls erupted from the wilderness. The jungle wolves had responded to Zhang Yang's cry. Zhang Yang was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and to his astonishment, he understood the meaning behind the howls. In essence, they conveyed a singular message. Brother, hold on. We are coming. Zhang Yang felt a surge of emotion, yet his body remained paralyzed with fear. Any sudden movement might provoke the young tiger, which could spell his doom. The young tiger frowned, having heard the howls as well. Truth be told, there was nothing in this area that could instill fear in him. However, he held a genuine wariness towards the wolf pack, preferring to avoid confrontation. Mere seconds later, the wolves arrived, carrying their prey, a brown bear. Alongside the jungle wolf slain by Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang's composure faltered. He was uncertain whether these wolves had come to aid or to attack him. The pack began to bare their teeth at the young tiger. Wolves are inherently social creatures, and even a lone wolf like Zhang Yang, who had inexplicably appeared, was worthy of their protection. The young tiger retreated, unwilling to provoke such troublesome adversaries over a mere meal. After casting a glance at Zhang Yang, he ultimately chose to withdraw, refraining from further aggression. Ding. Task triggered. Archenemy. Task requirement. Eliminate the tiger that has humiliated you repeatedly. Task reward. Unknown. Humiliation? Goodness, system. Are you blind? What on earth did you see that constituted humiliation for me? Zhang Yang felt a surge of irritation upon hearing the task. What had begun as a simple hunt had escalated to the level of humiliation. Was it not the young tiger who had insulted me, but rather you, system? Grateful to have escaped with his life, Zhang Yang found himself in a position to ponder the system's words. He also felt a profound gratitude towards the wolf pack. Moreover, he was exhilarated. This was the first time he had encountered beings capable of communication since arriving in this world. Lone wolf, from whence do you hail? Before Zhang Yang could articulate a response, a prominent wolf emerged from the pack. This wolf was the largest among them, exuding a powerful presence. Zhang Yang stammered, then collapsed in a faint. The ability to communicate was indeed a blessing, yet explaining his situation was impossible, as he was utterly unfamiliar with this world. Speaking too much could lead to blunders, and in his current state, feigning unconsciousness seemed prudent. Should we take him? Zhang Yang lay on the ground, appearing quite pitiful. The wolf pack showed no suspicion regarding his pretense. After all, he had lost a considerable amount of blood. Fainting from blood loss was hardly unusual. However, whether to take Zhang Yang along was a dilemma, as typical wolf packs seldom accepted lone wolves. Zhang Yang silently prayed, hoping they would not take him away. He preferred to remain in his own solitude. Alas, fate had other plans. Take him back, commanded the lead wolf. In the eyes of the alpha, Zhang Yang was no ordinary solitary wolf. His earlier howl had conveyed a wealth of meaning. Although Zhang Yang appeared frail, he was undoubtedly a creature of intelligence. Otherwise, how could a single howl convey such depth? The alpha wolf had grasped the general essence of Zhang Yang's howl, despite its ambiguity. If not for the peculiar circumstances, the alpha would never have agreed to take Zhang Yang along. As Zhang Yang lay feigning unconsciousness, he felt increasingly anxious. The wolf pack was behaving unpredictably. He was not one of them and lacked the capability to hunt. Why would they carry such a burden back with them? Were they merely to nurture him for no reason? Unfortunately, Zhang Yang's silent resistance bore no fruit. A jungle wolf approached, clamped its jaws around him, and with a swift shake, tossed Zhang Yang unceremoniously onto its back. The jarring motion aggravated his wounds, causing him considerable pain. The ability to regenerate from injuries was not within his current capabilities, given his low physical constitution. What troubled Zhang Yang further was that, despite his silent agony, he could not awaken. Was this not torture? After a jarring ride, Zhang Yang sensed he had landed. He was unaware of how far the wolf pack had carried him. Little one, come here, the alpha wolf's voice rang out. It commanded the attention of the pack, instructing them to provide sustenance if he regained consciousness. Yes, father, came the response from the alpha's offspring. However, speaking of food, I am truly famished. Zhang Yang longs to open his eyes immediately, before hearing about the prospect of food. His desire was not so intense. Yet upon hearing the alpha wolf's words, an overwhelming hunger surged within him. Nevertheless, the pack had yet to disperse, and it would be rather disingenuous for him to awaken merely at the mention of sustenance. Fortunately, the alpha wolf could not possibly devote all its time to Zhang Yang. They had to distribute the food as well. Once he sensed that all the hunting jungle wolves had retreated, Zhang Yang finally opened his eyes. Before him stood a young jungle wolf, still in its juvenile phase, roughly the size of an adult golden retriever, gazing at him with curiosity. Wow, you're awake. Where's this place? Where am I? Zhang Yang feigned ignorance, fully aware that this must be the jungle wolf's lair, a rather spacious cave. The air was humid, suggesting the presence of water. This is home. Uncle, are you a lone wolf? The little wolf inquired, its curiosity piqued. Seemingly forgetting the alpha wolf's admonitions and neglecting to think about bringing Zhang Yang something to eat. Well, sort of. You should call me brother, little one, Zhang Yang insisted. Feeling quite serious about this matter, being called uncle made him feel considerably older. All right, brother. Is the outside world fun? The phrase "is it fun?" echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. Indeed, it was quite an adventure, one that nearly cost him his life. Little brother, I am feeling quite weak. Could you fetch me some water? Zhang Yang subtly reminded the young wolf. Your father did say you should bring me food. You mustn't disobey, right? I'll go right away. The little wolf promptly turned and dashed off. Zhang Yang resumed his examination of the cave, noting the absence of other jungle wolves. This was likely the alpha's home, or perhaps a guest room. Nonetheless, this was preferable. Zhang Yang did not wish to encounter other jungle wolves, as it could expose him. Ding. Task triggered. Join the pack. Task requirements. Become a member of this jungle wolf pack. Task rewards. Unknown. Another task has been triggered? Zhang Yang was genuinely surprised. Initially, he believed that failing to complete one task would prevent the next from appearing. It appeared he had been mistaken. The little wolf returned swiftly, displaying a remarkable level of intelligence as it brought back a stone container filled with water. Big brother, drink first. I'll fetch you something to eat. You must be hungry. If he were following the conventional script, he would have pretended not to be hungry. However, Zhang Yang's stomach was far too honest. Before he could respond, his stomach growled in protest, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, the little wolf was unconcerned, darting off again, full of enthusiasm. Zhang Yang ignored the little wolf and focused on drinking. To his surprise, the water was quite sweet, perhaps due to his long absence from drinking. By the time the little wolf returned with food, Zhang Yang was still indulging in the water, treating it almost as a beverage. When he saw what the little wolf had brought, his eyes gleamed with desire. Hunger, the primal instinct of all living beings, was beyond Zhang Yang's control. His stomach acid surged, and saliva dripped uncontrollably. Luckily, he had consumed enough water to mask the drool, sparing him some embarrassment. Big brother, here is a bear paw for you. The little wolf placed a bear paw, roughly 40 centimeters in diameter, before Zhang Yang. Initially, Zhang Yang intended to maintain a semblance of dignity as the elder brother. However, the allure of the food was too great. He cast aside any pretenses of decorum. After all, this was a delicacy he had never tasted in his previous life. He dove in with ferocity, tearing into the bare paw with a single bite. The little wolf watched in awe, its eyes wide with admiration. Big brother, your teeth are incredible. Most jungle wolves cannot tear a bare paw in one bite. Yet Zhang Yang could. He effortlessly ripped apart the bare paw without even using his claws. The sharpness of his teeth was no exaggeration. As the flesh filled his belly, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Ding. Consumed flesh, evolution value 5. Zhang Yang's hunger was sated, and the system chimed in with its addition. Eating could enhance evolution value? How remarkably humane. Any increase was certainly better than none, and Zhang Yang paid little mind to such details, prioritizing his need to eat. He was on the verge of starvation. The little wolf observed Zhang Yang devouring what was rightfully its food, feeling little emotional turmoil. Indeed, the bare paw belonged to the little wolf, for how could such a prime piece of food end up on the table of an outsider? The alpha had prepared food for Zhang Yang, but the little wolf had hidden it away. The little wolf's motives were selfish. It yearned for the life beyond the cave and sought to learn about the world outside from Zhang Yang. Furthermore, it had heard that lone wolves had experienced much and possessed rich life stories. Hey, big brother, your wound. The little wolf had been closely watching Zhang Yang, and upon noticing that the wound on his belly was healing rapidly, it was taken aback. There's no need to be surprised. I was simply too hungry before to recover. Now that I've eaten, I feel much better. Zhang Yang understood that the rapid healing was largely due to the bare paw he had consumed, though it was also significantly influenced by his ability to regenerate. The light in the little wolf's eyes shone with admiration. In a wolf pack, who hadn't suffered injuries? Yet witnessing such swift recovery was a first for the little wolf. Even its father, the alpha wolf, did not possess such remarkable prowess. Big brother, you are amazing. I must tell my father. The little wolf dashed off, full of excitement, as if it had discovered something extraordinary to share with its parent. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of bitterness. Little brother, this might not be the best idea. I didn't want your father to know that I've awakened so soon. Was this not akin to revealing his hand? He had just pretended to be unconscious before them, and now, in such a short span, he had awakened and consumed food. Would they suspect his intentions? Worrying, however, was futile as the alpha wolf approached. Father, look, my brother's physique is incredible. His wounds have already healed. From afar, Zhang Yang heard the little wolf's words, and truthfully, he felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he was in a den of wolves. If they harbored ill intentions towards him, things could take a dire turn. Soon, the alpha wolf stood before Zhang Yang. Towering at 3 meters in length and approximately 1.67 meters in height, its eyes radiating an intimidating presence. You've truly healed? Little one, where do you hail from? Zhang Yang dared not display arrogance before the alpha. I have forgotten where I come from. Forgotten, you say? Then, would you be willing to integrate into our family? The alpha wolf did not dwell on trivialities. In fact, it was perhaps better to forget them. To the alpha, Zhang Yang was indeed a young jungle wolf, regardless of the reasons that led to his previous expulsion from another pack. As long as Zhang Yang sincerely wished to join his group, he would be warmly welcomed. In the realm of jungle wolves, there are no traitors, only those who have met with failure. I am willing. Zhang Yang gazed earnestly into the alpha's eyes, his sincerity palpable. He had always intended to join. Little did he expect the process to be so uncomplicated. Very well, welcome. This will be your home from now on. Although you appear to be an adult, you are far too frail. Once you regain your strength, you may accompany us on hunts. In the meantime, feel free to ask the young one if you have any questions. The alpha spoke with delight. Though his pack had lost an adult wolf that day, they were fortunate to have Zhang Yang as a replacement, making their losses less significant. While it may take time to nurture Zhang Yang, the alpha considered it a minor inconvenience. Fattening up a weak adult wolf was a far simpler task than waiting for a young wolf to mature. The jungle they inhabited was not lacking in sustenance. The true challenge for the pack lay in competing with other predators. Perhaps I have been underestimated. Very well. You are the alpha, and you are correct. I am indeed too thin. If I can be nurtured, then that is a rather fortunate circumstance, Zhang Yang mused, a touch of pride swelling within him. The bare paw he had recently consumed not only aided in healing his wounds, but also granted him an additional 100 points of evolution value. If he could continue to eat 4 or 5 meals a day, that would be splendid. Ding. Mission completed. Join the pack. Mission reward. Lifespan 5 days. Ding. New mission triggered. Wolf King. Mission requirement. Become the king of the pack. Mission reward. Unknown. Chapter 14. He didn't speak? What is this? Zhang Yang felt a bit flustered. Having just joined the pack, the system was already urging him to seize power. He reassured himself by reflecting on their kindness, vowing to share in their bounty henceforth. The following day, in the wolf den, Zhang Yang howled in frustration. Oh, system, you have betrayed me. This outburst was prompted by his morning glance at his attribute panel. What had occurred? To his surprise, he noticed significant increases across his attributes: constitution, strength, agility, and spirit. All had risen. Initially curious, he soon understood, only to feel disheartened. His body had indeed grown stronger due to the nourishing food, and thus the attribute increases were not surprising. However, his dismay stemmed from a feeling of being deceived by the system regarding his evolution value. Brother, you're awake. Wow, you look so different after just one night. The young wolf exclaimed as he rushed over. Do you not have a name? Zhang Yang inquired. The young wolf nodded. Zhang Yang felt a pang of sympathy for him. Having a father devoid of culture was quite unfortunate. From now on, you shall be called Wolf Blue. Is that a name you have given me? It sounds wonderful. I shall be Wolf Blue from this day forth. The young wolf beamed, reveling in the newfound name, imagining the prowess of a lone wolf. Well, Wolf Blue, your brother is feeling a bit hungry. What do you think? In a flash, Wolf Blue darted away, eager to satisfy the hunger. The days spent being nurtured were exceedingly pleasant. Zhang Yang's body transformed at an astonishing rate. The alpha had anticipated a month of care, yet Zhang Yang had fully adapted to the traits of a typical jungle wolf in just 6 days. His physique and fur were indistinguishable from the others. The alpha could only sigh in admiration. Youth is indeed a remarkable thing. Your body still harbors some hidden vulnerabilities. I believe it would be prudent for you to rest a few more days, the alpha advised Zhang Yang during a meeting with the hunting team. However, Zhang Yang was eager to join the hunt. The alpha nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of concern. Zhang Yang could no longer afford a life of idleness. His lifespan was dwindling. Despite his newfound strength, he had but 9 days left to thrive, having already spent 6 days being nurtured. If he wished to survive, he needed to acquire evolution points swiftly, either through completing missions or engaging in hunts. Although the latter presented some challenges, gaining evolution points through hunting was a more feasible endeavor. I cannot wait any longer. I must hunt. Very well, but stay close to the pack and do not act recklessly, the alpha commanded. The alpha felt pleased by Zhang Yang's ambition, as it affirmed his discerning judgment. The pack moved through the jungle, their territory expansive, stretching across several dozen kilometers. Zhang Yang, now invigorated, was able to keep pace with his companions, his attributes having undergone a dramatic transformation after days of nurturing. Host, Zhang Yang species, jungle wolf, ordinary beast, strength, 11 constitution, 12 agility, 11 spirit, 10 talent, incredible strength, top tier, regeneration of severed limbs, sharpness, storage space, basic poison, initial, 30, 32 slots, evolution points, 880 lifespan, 8 days, 2 hours, and 58 minutes. Note, you possess the potential to survive in this jungle. Continue to strive, young wolf. As a jungle wolf, Zhang Yang's attributes were commendable, especially considering he had not yet utilized his evolution points for enhancements. The true limits of a jungle wolf's attributes remained a mystery. Additionally, Zhang Yang possessed the formidable talent of strength, offering a 4-fold increase that was truly daunting. Upon discovering prey, a gazelle, Zhang Yang eagerly declared, I shall take it. As the scouting jungle wolf signaled the presence of prey, Zhang Yang bolted forward. To him, prey equated to evolution points, and he would not yield his claim. Let us proceed. The alpha wolf did not intervene. However, the other jungle wolves harbored some resentment. They doubted Zhang Yang's ability to succeed. Antelopes were not easy prey. Their large physique and swift speed could result in a few kicks if the hunt went awry. Typically, they hunted collaboratively. Individually, wolves were not particularly formidable. Their inherent strength was only marginally superior to that of an average human. Yet, their prowess in coordinated attacks was formidable enough to take down even powerful adversaries like grizzly bears. Zhang Yang, however, had no such contemplations. His sole focus was to ascertain the evolutionary value that the antelope could provide him. The poor antelope was blissfully unaware of Zhang Yang's intentions. By the time it sensed danger, Zhang Yang had already charged forward. He kept his body low to the ground, inching closer until he reached the optimal distance for an attack, then erupted with precision. His movements were fluid, betraying no hint of a novice hunter. Zhang Yang reflected that in his previous life, he had watched countless nature documentaries. Executing this was merely a matter of imitation. Indeed, other jungle wolves could replicate this sequence. But the crux of hunting an antelope lay in that final, decisive bite. A missed strike could lead to a chaotic chase through the underbrush, with the antelope leading the way like a flag fluttering from a car. Of course, that flag was rather large. Had he not bitten down? As Zhang Yang lunged, the pack noticed something amiss. He had no intention of using his teeth. At that moment, even the alpha wolf furrowed its brow. What was Zhang Yang up to? Even if he failed to strike the antelope's vital points, he could still prove his hunting capabilities, thereby solidifying his place within the pack. Yet, he remained mouthless. Why? In the next instant, the eyes of the jungle wolves nearly bulged in disbelief. Zhang Yang felt a sense of disdain. Why bother using his mouth for a mere antelope? Was that a jest? With a single paw, he could pin it down effortlessly. While the individual strength of the other jungle wolves was limited, Zhang Yang was an exception. With his power amplified fourfold, he possessed a strength of 500 pounds. Such might made it trivial to subdue an antelope. Even if it had undergone slight mutations in this world, its weight barely reaching 100 pounds. How could such a creature evade Zhang Yang's grasp? The unfortunate antelope found its head firmly pressed into the earth, its legs flailing in a futile struggle, dirt flying in all directions. Regrettably, no amount of writhing could liberate its head. To add insult to injury, Zhang Yang, instead of biting, opted to place his hind legs on the antelope's head and with a swift swipe of his claw, tore open its neck. Indeed, it was with his claws that he made the kill. Ding. Antelope slain, earned 50 evolution points. Only 50 points? Zhang Yang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Chapter 15, Satiation. Fine, 50 points would suffice. With 2 more like this, he could accumulate enough evolution points to enhance his attributes. In stark contrast to Zhang Yang's discontent, the alpha wolf and others were exceedingly pleased. No, immensely satisfied. Impressive. Truly impressive. Some jungle wolves lowered their heads slightly in deference to Zhang Yang. Within the pack, one's rank was easily discernible. They revered strength above all. The one with greater power commanded respect. The basic law of the jungle dictated that the strong preyed upon the weak. Zhang Yang's recent performance had far surpassed that of numerous other wolves. Allowing him to join the pack had proven to be a wise decision. Today's bounty would undoubtedly be substantial. The alpha wolf felt gratified by his sagacity. To repay the favor shown to him in recent days, he declared that he would take charge of the day's hunt. Zhang Yang's reasoning was sound, providing a justified excuse for his actions. Very well. The alpha wolf was eager to see if Zhang Yang could excel even further. Should he demonstrate greater prowess, their territory could expand, leading to an increase in food sources. An abundance of sustenance would facilitate the growth of their pack. Whether by absorbing lone wolves or breeding within their ranks, the benefits were immense. Next came Zhang Yang's time to shine. The pack focused on locating prey while Zhang Yang undertook the task of killing, their coordination impeccable, with some jungle wolves even acting as porters. They had captured so much game that it was imperative to transport it back to their den. The more food, the better. There was no concern about waste. Shall we call it a day? Zhang Yang suggested in the afternoon, having hunted for several hours. It was not that he was unwilling to continue, but rather that they had acquired too much food, and he feared it would go to waste. Nonsense. We can digest any amount of food. The alpha wolf dismissed Zhang Yang's proposal. It was evident that Zhang Yang was still unfamiliar with the rules of the jungle, not quite grasping the alpha wolf's intentions. However, since the alpha wolf had spoken, it was settled. They would continue the hunt, and Zhang Yang relished the sound of accruing evolution points. They hunted until darkness fell, marking the official end of the day's slaughter. Countless creatures had perished beneath Zhang Yang's claws, ranging from rabbits to bulls, amassing over 3,000 evolution points, averaging 100 points per creature. More than 200 animals had met their demise at his hands. As the pack returned to their den, Zhang Yang was met with eager gazes from several female wolves trailing behind the alpha. However, he remained unaffected, returning to his den with a focused demeanor. The distribution of food was not a task for Zhang Yang, the hero of the day. Under the alpha's direction, he was allowed to rest. Before long, a young wolf approached Zhang Yang with enthusiasm. "Big brother, I heard you were incredible today. Is it true?" The young wolf, filled with excitement, had not anticipated Zhang Yang's prowess, and even his father had praised Zhang Yang's valor. "Indeed, it is true. All those prey were taken down by me. Consider this a repayment for the meat I consumed previously, right?" Zhang Yang responded with a grin. "Don't think I'm unaware. You previously shared your food with me, leaving you hungry for days, didn't you? Later, I'll treat you to something delicious. You can have whatever you desire." At that moment, Zhang Yang felt a wave of emotion, touched by the alpha's acceptance and the young wolf's sincerity. This young wolf had selflessly shared his food with Zhang Yang in recent days. "Big brother, you know about that?" The young wolf appeared bashful, almost shy. Zhang Yang raised a paw and placed it on the young wolf's head. "Yes, from now on, you, Wolf Qing, shall be my brother, sharing in all the delights. Big brother, I want to be as formidable as you." Although the wolf blue inherited the genes of the alpha wolf, it was not significantly more powerful than the other jungle wolves. Achieving a level of greatness seemed an impossible dream for this lifetime. Could it become equally formidable? Perhaps, but there was still uncertainty in Zhang Yang's mind. "System, merge the talent fragments in the backpack," he commanded. Beep, initiating fusion of talent fragments. Beep, acquired talent stone, immense strength, beginner, 3. The talent fragments in Zhang Yang's backpack transformed into a talent stone. Initially, he had paid little attention to this object, but the recent inquiry from Wolf Blue reminded him of its existence. What made Zhang Yang so powerful? In essence, it was his talent. Thus, he pondered whether this talent stone could be utilized by Wolf Blue. "Here, consume this." "Huh." Wolf Blue gazed at Zhang Yang in surprise, then at the small green stone at Zhang Yang's feet. Zhang Yang felt somewhat experimental with Wolf Blue, yet he had no intention of endangering its life. The talent stone was small enough that even if it were indigestible, it could easily be expelled. "Eat." Zhang Yang's tone was resolute. Without hesitation, Wolf Blue trusted his elder brother and swallowed the talent stone whole. After consuming it, a wave of green light enveloped Wolf Blue, manifesting swiftly before fading just as quickly, leaving Zhang Yang questioning the veracity of his own vision. Wow, elder brother, I feel my strength has increased. Wolf Blue exclaimed, leaping joyfully into the air, clearly sensing the surge of power within him. In contrast to Wolf Blue's exuberance, Zhang Yang felt a tinge of discomfort. Had he known the talent stone could benefit other creatures, he would have farmed more ants. Alas, regret was not an option. Why the excitement? Tell me how your father and the others store food. Huh, store food? We just eat it all, Wolf Blue replied, unable to fathom Zhang Yang's line of reasoning. Shouldn't they be discussing the newfound strength instead? All eaten. My goodness. Zhang Yang realized the extent of his hunting prowess. You can't be serious. Elder brother, you must have been underfed before. Wolf Blue observed with a hint of pity in his eyes, as if gazing at a child who had suffered from hunger. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Wolf Blue. What else with that look? You make it sound like I'm a deprived child. Elder brother, the more we eat, the stronger our bodies become. A robust physique translates to greater strength, Wolf Blue explained earnestly. Zhang Yang comprehended that increased consumption would fortify their physical attributes. But the crux of the matter remained. Could they consume enough without overindulging? The answer was swiftly revealed. They would not overindulge. The food distributed to Zhang Yang was ample. He could barely finish his portion before feeling full, yet he could watch Wolf Blue devour with insatiable appetite. At that moment, Zhang Yang understood the essence of just eat. Chapter 16. This is what you brought to my doorstep. However, Zhang Yang was not blessed with such exceptional talent. Once satiated, he could eat no more. Elder brother, are you not going to eat? Wolf Blue, a creature of conscience, still thought to invite Zhang Yang to continue. No, go ahead and finish it all. Wonderful. If I could eat like this every day, I would grow rapidly. In that instant, Zhang Yang realized that this world was indeed not normal. Yet, only in an abnormal world could true excitement thrive. The next day dawned bright and clear, and the wolf pack, now numbering just over 30, greeted a new day. Indeed, a rather pleasant day. They had feasted heartily the previous day. While not all of their strengths had necessarily increased, most had experienced some enhancement. I believe our territory can be expanded, the alpha wolf remarked before the hunt, looking at Zhang Yang for approval. Although the position of alpha was still held by Wolf Blue's father, Zhang Yang's opinion was of utmost importance, as he was the primary force of their strength. Certainly, Zhang Yang replied, welcoming the idea. The more prey, the better. He was in no rush to expend his evolution points to enhance his attributes, for he was already sufficiently powerful. It was crucial to reserve evolution points for emergencies or to exchange for longevity. He could always use any surplus to enhance his attributes later. Good, the alpha wolf nodded cheerfully. Thus, their joyous days unfolded. Each day, Zhang Yang took the initiative to hunt, while the other jungle wolves attended to minor tasks. This was not due to laziness, but rather the most efficient approach. Zhang Yang could handle it easily, whereas the pack would take significantly longer if they attempted to hunt collectively. They lacked the capability for a swift kill and could only gradually exhaust their prey through coordinated efforts. 3 days passed, and Zhang Yang could distinctly sense the dwindling numbers of nearby prey. The abundance of food was no longer present. Simultaneously, a small tiger shared this sentiment. Having gone 2 days without a meal and feeling quite famished, he understood why the local food supply was diminishing. It was entirely due to the pack of jungle wolves. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. At that moment, the small tiger felt that he could no longer share his territory with this pack of jungle wolves. No, even if I cannot eliminate them all, I must drive them away. The small tiger could no longer tolerate the hunger pangs that tormented him, and he was determined to expel the jungle wolves from his domain. In the blazing midday sun, the small tiger appeared proudly near the wolf den. He was the sovereign of the surrounding area and had every right to be arrogant. However, it did not take long for his predatory instincts to emerge. He observed a wealth of food being transported into the den by the aging jungle wolves. The sight of the plentiful offerings ignited a green glimmer in the small tiger's eyes. Was there any need for hesitation? Absolutely not. He had come to drive the wolves away. First, he would seize their food, and then he would chase them off. What could be wrong with that? The little tiger lost its wits and boldly charged into the wolf den. Inside the den were mostly the old, the weak, and the young. Those with any capability had long fled to join Zhang Yang. It was futile to expect these frail creatures to stand against the little tiger. However, a jungle wolf responsible for transporting food stepped forward, baring its teeth at the audacity of one who dared to snatch their sustenance. Yet, all it could do was snarl. The little tiger held no regard for the presence of a single robust jungle wolf. There was no engagement, within mere moments. The little tiger had the wolf pinned to the ground, its strength overwhelming. The tiger was exceedingly powerful, even more so than the average, possessing strength, agility, and resilience far beyond that of the jungle wolf. What it truly feared was the pack, not just a solitary wolf. The situation could have been defused, but fate intervened cruelly as the little tiger, in a fit of arrogance, bit down and killed the young jungle wolf. Witnessing this, Wolf Qing's eyes flared with fury. He was prepared to confront the little tiger. Don't act rashly. Go find your elder brother. Inside the den, all the jungle wolves were aware that Wolf Qing had become Zhang Yang's younger brother, even given a rather impressive name. Although the elder wolves lacked the strength they once had, their wisdom remained intact. They understood that even if they all banded together, they could not withstand the might of this tiger. To deal with it, they would have to wait for the return of the younger jungle wolves. Go quickly. Take these young ones with you. The elder jungle wolf's resolve solidified. At this, Wolf Qing felt a surge of determination. Indeed, he could choose to be valiant. But the lives of the younger ones mattered more. Ultimately, Wolf Qing led 4 young ones out of the den, leaving 8 elder wolves behind to guard it. The elder wolves bared their teeth. They had refrained from provoking the little tiger out of concern for Wolf Qing and the others. Now that the young ones had departed, it was time for them to show their teeth, though they were aged and could do little for the pack. If they could leave even a few wounds on the little tiger before their demise, it would be a worthy end. The brutal battle commenced. The tide of the conflict was overwhelmingly one-sided. Bloodshed, cruelty, wolf howls, and tiger roars echoed through the den. However, the commotion soon subsided. How could the elder jungle wolves stand against the little tiger? They all perished, their deaths noble. Elder brother, father, come quickly. Wolf Qing cried as he and the 4 young wolves fled, their voices filled with youthful sorrow. What happened? Why did you come out? The jungle wolves assigned to hunt spotted Wolf Qing. Take me to find my father and elder brother. The tiger has invaded the den. You all stay here. The adult jungle wolves did not take Wolf Qing along. It would waste precious time. It wasn't long before countless rustling sounds filled the air. The rush of jungle wolves returning to the den. Upon the return to the den, the head wolf spotted Wolf Qing and issued a command. Nearly 20 adult jungle wolves, along with Wolf Qing and the young ones, surged toward the den. Inside, the sight was harrowing. The bodies of the elder wolves lay scattered, their corpses still warm. There was no sorrow or weeping, only the stench of blood and the fury ignited in the jungle wolves. They would reserve their grief for the invader, ensuring that the little tiger understood the consequences of its aggression. The tiger rose, backing against the wall to minimize the angles of attack, an advantageous position. This is my territory. You must leave. Initially, the little tiger had envisioned subjugating the wolf pack, but upon witnessing the wolves' fierce and vengeful gazes, he realized they were a force he could not control. The language of wolves and tigers was foreign to one another. Yet the wolves grasped the essence of the tiger's roar. There was no response, no snarling, only an unwavering stance. The jungle wolves charged, unyielding and relentless, with not a single wolf retreating. Zhang Yang did not intervene. He had no right to impede their quest for vengeance. It was their duty, their prerogative. The little tiger did not flinch. Having come this far, it was prepared for battle. Even if they both fell, it believed victory would ultimately be its own, for it was sufficiently powerful. Its strength rivaled that of a grizzly bear, and its agility was unmatched. The charging jungle wolves would be swatted aside, their bodies marked by the tiger's claws, leaving gory wounds in their wake. Zhang Yang understood this pain intimately, for the little tiger had once inflicted similar injuries upon him. As Zhang Yang leaped forward, he was unremarkable among the jungle wolves, garnering no particular attention from the little tiger, which disdainfully extended its paw, intending to swat him away. However, before the tiger's claw could land, Zhang Yang raised his own. The 2 paws, differing in size, collided. Zhang Yang's claw bent and broke, his body too frail to withstand the force. Though his claw was shattered, he did not retreat. The little tiger's claw remained intact, its bones far sturdier. What kind of wolf is this? Although the little tiger's claws remained unbroken, he was considerably astonished by the immense power emanating from Zhang Yang's claws, which rivaled his own strength. This was somewhat alarming. Had it not been for Zhang Yang's inferior physique, the outcome could have been quite different. As Zhang Yang managed to momentarily block the little tiger's strike, it provided the other jungle wolves with an opportunity to pounce upon him. They lunged and bit without regard for the specific areas they attacked. Their only intention was to draw blood from the little tiger. The wolf fangs sank into the little tiger's flesh, eliciting an enraged roar. In a fierce retaliation, the little tiger severed the neck of one of the jungle wolves with a swift bite, flinging the lifeless body off his back. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, the little tiger momentarily forgot about the powerful jungle wolf in front of him and attempted to shake off his assailants. However, as he regained his awareness of the formidable opponent, Zhang Yang had already positioned himself before the little tiger. With a limp leg, Zhang Yang had to tilt his head to meet the little tiger's gaze. Yet this angle allowed him to seize the opportunity to bite the little tiger's neck. With an extraordinary strike, Zhang Yang unleashed a powerful attack for the first time, embodying the form of a wolf. The force of 500 pounds, coupled with the doubled effect of his extraordinary strike, sharpened his bite to an unprecedented degree. All these factors converged in a single, decisive bite. Zhang Yang's fangs embedded themselves into the little tiger's neck, overcoming the feeble resistance of its fur and flesh. With great effort, Zhang Yang successfully severed the little tiger's trachea. The little tiger felt the searing pain and instinctively retaliated against Zhang Yang, raking his claws across him, leaving bloody wounds and forcing Zhang Yang to retreat. Nevertheless, the little tiger was relentless, aiming to sink his teeth into Zhang Yang's neck, seeking vengeance in a blood-for-blood manner. Aware that his life was slipping away due to the severed trachea, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength for revenge. As the little tiger lunged with ferocious intent, Zhang Yang, hindered by a crippled leg, was unable to evade the attack. Just as he hesitated to evolve into another species, his father, the lead wolf, charged forward. He shielded Zhang Yang with his own body from the tiger's deadly strike. The pack is entrusted to you. Lead them towards a better existence. The alpha wolf did not even glance at the little tiger, but focused solely on Zhang Yang, emitting a mournful cry. The tiger's fangs pierced the alpha wolf's belly, blood gushed forth, staining Zhang Yang's vision. Tears welled in Zhang Yang's eyes. The alpha wolf was sacrificing his life to save him. Before Zhang Yang could respond, the little tiger hurled the alpha wolf's body away, slamming it brutally against the cave wall, igniting Zhang Yang's fury. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Yang propelled himself forward, his wolf form hurtling towards the little tiger, striking his chin with tremendous force. Once more, his fangs found their way into the little tiger's body, this time targeting its head. The little tiger, imbued with extraordinary vitality, continued to fight despite the severed trachea. If permitted to unleash its strength, more jungle wolves would surely perish. With unwavering determination, Zhang Yang clamped down on the little tiger's jaw. The little tiger attempted to retaliate, but he lacked the strength. The pressure of Zhang Yang's bite exceeded that of an ordinary wolf, rendering the little tiger unable to open its mouth. Refusing to accept death, the little tiger clawed desperately at Zhang Yang in a futile attempt to dislodge him. Yet, Zhang Yang held firm, enduring the pain and bloodshed from the tiger's claws rather than releasing his grip. Congratulations, you have slain a tiger, a significant achievement that grants you 2,000 evolution points. Task completed. Rival. Reward. Lifespan extended by 5 days. Evolution points. 2,000. The little tiger lay lifeless. The wolf pack emerged victorious. Zhang Yang did not linger to revel in his triumph. Instead, he approached the alpha wolf's body, which bore 4 gaping wounds. The blood had ceased flowing, as it had all but drained away. Promise me you will care for them. The alpha wolf, still alive, gazed intently at Zhang Yang. I promise, from this day forth, I shall be their king, Zhang Yang vowed. The alpha wolf passed away with a smile. Zhang Yang mourned deeply. In an instant, the howls of the wolves resonated throughout the cave, a declaration of victory and a release of their sorrow. Outside, Wolf Qing heard the sounds from within the cave and hesitated to believe his ears, recognizing the meaning behind the howls. When he rushed into the cave and beheld the proud figure of his father, he broke down in tears. Zhang Yang turned around, supporting himself on his 3 remaining legs. From this day forth, I am the Wolf King. An indescribable aura enveloped Zhang Yang. All the jungle wolves knelt before him, emitting low growls as a sign of their submission. Task completed. Wolf King. Reward. Lifespan extended by 30 days. New task triggered. Development and expansion. Requirements. Grow the wolf pack. Reward. Unknown. Note. The fastest method of growth is to annex other wolf packs. 30 additional days of life. What a generous reward. Zhang Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Go. Take care of your father's body, Zhang Yang instructed. Wolf Qing nodded, though he was still young and barely a meter long. Despite possessing great strength, dragging the alpha wolf's body proved challenging. Yet no jungle wolf offered assistance. This was a task for Wolf Qing to undertake, a matter of pride belonging to his father. A legacy he must uphold. Attend to the cave, Zhang Yang commanded before seizing the little tiger's corpse to drag it to his lair. Despite the pervasive sorrow, life must continue. They hastily tended to their wounds and the remains of their fallen comrades. The bodies of their companions required a proper burial. Zhang Yang returned to his den with the tiger's corpse, not for the purpose of consumption, but rather to honor the strength of the tiger. Had it not been for the assistance of the pack, Zhang Yang doubted he could have defeated such a formidable opponent. Thus, the tiger's body must not go to waste. Upon returning to his den, Zhang Yang chose to merge. This fusion requires 5,000 evolution points. Success rate, 79. Do you wish to proceed? 5,000 points. Zhang Yang was taken aback. This was a substantial sum. His accumulated evolution points had barely exceeded 10,000 after hunting for days and completing the task of slaying the tiger. Fusion. However, regardless of the cost, integration must occur. To simply consume is a gross waste. Ding. Integration commencing. Suddenly, the tiger's form transformed into an innumerable array of green light particles, which then entered Zhang Yang's body. Ding. Integration successful. Please choose the direction of integration. A luminous screen appeared, showcasing 2 distinct figures, one resembling a jungle wolf, the other a creature with the body of a wolf and the head of a tiger. What does the second choice enhance? Zhang Yang, not foolish, discerned that the first option merely granted him a tiger's head, which he found utterly unappealing. If he truly desired a tiger's head, why not simply evolve into a tiger? Ding. The second option enhances the host's skeletal strength. He chose the latter without hesitation. The next moment, a sensation akin to being torn apart enveloped him. Zhang Yang felt as though he were on the brink of death, his bones shattering within him. Fortunately, the system's surgical procedures were always remarkably swift. Whether in comfort or pain, matters were resolved in an instant. Ding! The host has completed the integration of tiger bones. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Potential 10. Evolution value cap 10,000. Potential? What is that? Ding! Following the integration, the host's attributes may increase by 10 points from their original maximum. Oh, if only this had been stated earlier, I could have understood. If the current attribute cap of Zhang Yang's body is 20, it now becomes 30. This integration offers such benefits, it seems wise to utilize it effectively. Zhang Yang resolved in his heart. Although, in the short term, evolving into a tiger would undoubtedly yield a higher attribute cap, it was not worth it. Firstly, Zhang Yang was still burdened with a mission. Whether due to the task or sentiment, he would not abandon his wolf pack. Secondly, evolving into a tiger would elevate his starting point, rendering the hunting of ordinary creatures fruitless for evolution value. By maintaining his wolf form, Zhang Yang could swiftly accrue evolution value. Besides, retaining his wolf form would not hinder his self-improvement. After integrating the tiger bones, both his potential and evolution value cap would rise. Thus, Zhang Yang had no intention of changing his form in the near future. With this thought, he lay down in his wolf den, his body wounded and in need of recovery. That night, a somber atmosphere enveloped the wolf den. Some jungle wolves licked their wounds, while others wept. Wolf Qing was one of the mourners. His father had passed away. However, by the following day, the wolf pack regained its vigor. The dead are gone, but the living must continue to thrive. They had witnessed their fair share of life and death. Within, Wolf Qing reassured himself that last night was his final moment of tears. From now on, he would be strong and uphold the honor belonging to his father. Brother, they are all waiting for your address. Over the course of the night, Wolf Qing's voice shed its childishness, maturing significantly. Zhang Yang awoke groggily, his wounds now scabbed over, appearing rather fearsome, for there was scarcely a part of him unscathed. Today he would rest. Zhang Yang did not wish to move, as his body had not fully recovered. He was in such a state, and it was reasonable to assume that the other jungle wolves were similarly affected. Although Zhang Yang bore the most severe injuries, the others were also wounded. Indeed, Wolf Qing expressed no dissent and hurried to inform the pack of Zhang Yang's orders. Once he finished notifying them, he returned to guard outside Zhang Yang's den. No superfluous words were exchanged. He had lost his previous innocence. Zhang Yang sensed the change in Wolf Qing. Yet he refrained from offering consolation. For Wolf Qing's maturity marked a sign of growth. System, enhance. Please select the direction of enhancement. Enhance Constitution, utilizing all available evolution value. Zhang Yang was dissatisfied with the slow recovery of his wounds. Only by elevating his Constitution could he hasten the healing process. As for the surplus evolution value, it could be disregarded. With a lifespan of 40 days, Zhang Yang felt a surge of pride. His evolution value nearly depleted, it dropped to 850 points. However, his Constitution saw an increase of 7 points, elevating it to a level of 20. This sudden surge in Constitution caused Zhang Yang's physique to expand considerably in a remarkably short span. Such rapid growth even caught the attention of Wolf Qing, who stood guard at the entrance. Nevertheless, Wolf Qing thought little of it, attributing it to Zhang Yang's digestion of the tiger. In his view, the strongest member of a pack must grow ever stronger to lead the group toward a brighter future. Another day of rest passed, and Zhang Yang's wounds were completely healed. Not only that, but the injuries left no scars upon his body. At this moment, Zhang Yang had undergone a significant transformation. After expanding, he now measured 2.5 meters in length and stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, making him a formidable jungle wolf, even more so than Wolf Qing's father. Today, we hunt, as per usual. Once your strengths have all increased, we shall proceed to conquer other wolf packs. Zhang Yang conveyed his short-term goals to the pack. Upon hearing the notion of conquering other packs, the jungle wolves exhibited a surge of excitement. They wished to belong to a larger clan rather than remain in their current precarious small group. Ultimately, Zhang Yang stationed 5 youthful jungle wolves to guard the den, where their food was stored, alongside the 5 juveniles led by Wolf Qing. Zhang Yang sought to prevent any unforeseen incidents at their lair. The rhythm remained unchanged, the pattern as before, with similar effects. However, the range of their activities had expanded considerably. The prey near the wolf den had dwindled. By afternoon, while traversing the territory, Zhang Yang suddenly halted. He received a signal from his subordinate indicating the need to hunt a moose ahead. Yet during his journey, he discovered another type of prey, one he had not hunted in recent days: wild boars. The wild boar was robust, not particularly tall with short legs, yet its tusks were long, and in this jungle, few dared to provoke it. Weighing around 300 kilograms and capable of running at speeds up to 70 kilometers per hour, its formidable tusks made it a fearsome adversary. Even the little tiger refrained from engaging with wild boars, for a misstep could result in dire consequences. Even in a pack, the wolves would avoid such creatures unless in desperate need of meat. When Zhang Yang set his sights on the wild boar, it was blissfully snoring in a mud pit. Blissfully unaware of the jungle wolf's intent. Self-absorbed, it continued to sleep, unchanged by the presence of a hunter. Zhang Yang was perturbed. Are you not showing sufficient respect for me as a hunter? King, unless necessary, do not engage the wild boar. The jungle wolf, lagging behind Zhang Yang, soon arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's eyes gleaming at the sight of a wild boar, he quickly deduced Zhang Yang's intentions. However, facing such a creature was no trivial matter. One must not act impulsively. After all, within our pack, you are the sole pillar of strength. If you were to be toppled by that wild boar, how would we wolves manage henceforth? You stay here and observe. I shall confront it. Yet, Zhang Yang was not one to heed the counsel of others. This delightful little wild boar, if slain, could surely be considered a formidable challenge, could it not? After spending an entire day hunting within his territory, he typically garnered just over 3,000 evolution points. Thus, Zhang Yang had a penchant for tackling superior foes. The jungle wolf, following Zhang Yang, was left dumbfounded. What could possibly be occupying the mind of our wolf king? Had our previous warnings been in vain? That creature should not be provoked. Failing to grasp this could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, words were futile. Zhang Yang had already charged ahead. It is said that no creature should be complacent. One must always maintain a sense of reverence for their surroundings. The wild boar, evidently unaccustomed to attacks from other beings, had no concept of vigilance. It lay in a mud pit, belly up, foolishly exposing its vulnerabilities beneath Zhang Yang's predatory gaze. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had no habit of gnawing at the earth. Otherwise, a single bite would surely lead to a disastrous outcome. However, even the mere weight of Zhang Yang's paws upon the boar's belly was undoubtedly painful. Zhang Yang's claws carved deep wounds into the boar's abdomen, and as the blood mingled with the mud, it was akin to pouring salt into an open wound, excruciatingly painful. The boar howled in agony, rising from the mud pit after a couple of cries. By this time, its eyes had turned crimson, a sign of impending fury. This rage was not a gift, but rather a manifestation of its uncontrollable temper, a necessity to vent its frustrations upon Zhang Yang, the instigator of its suffering. How dare a mere jungle wolf provoke the great lord of pigs? The boar's hind hooves began to dig into the ground, and with the force of a locomotive, it charged at Zhang Yang, its tusks poised to strike. Should it connect, Zhang Yang would surely be sent flying, perhaps even sustaining grievous injuries. Witnessing this, the jungle wolf, Zhang Yang's subordinate, was ready to leap into battle. Yet, before he could move, Zhang Yang commanded, "Stay back, I shall handle this myself." Such arrogance. Did he truly believe he needed assistance to dispatch a mere wild boar? That would be a disgrace to the wolf king. However, one must acknowledge that the boar was indeed tough-skinned and resilient. The wounds inflicted by Zhang Yang's claws had only resulted in a brief flow of blood before ceasing. While the mud may have played a role, it was undoubtedly attributable to the boar's robust constitution. With such weight and strength, it could indeed be considered a superior foe. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the boar charged, he sprang effortlessly into the air, evading the impact. The boar, unable to make contact, immediately halted and pivoted, preparing for another charge. This time, the boar even took several steps back, aiming to increase the distance for a more forceful assault. Its intelligence was certainly questionable. Zhang Yang could hardly comprehend how the wild boars had managed to survive for so long in the jungle. Their brash nature had nothing to do with their intellect. With just a modicum of strategy, they could easily be dispatched. The boar remained oblivious to Zhang Yang's assessment. Otherwise, it would have exerted itself even more. What an insult! Who is the fool here? In the next moment, Zhang Yang leaped in front of a massive tree, its trunk thick enough to require 3 men to encircle it. The enraged boar, undeterred by Zhang Yang's presence, charged straight at the tree. The outcome was unfortunate. The boar effectively illustrated what it meant to be foolish. Zhang Yang nimbly dodged the boar's charge, but the tree bore the brunt of the impact. The boar's tusks became lodged deep within its bark, reaching down to the roots. In an effort to amplify its force, the boar had even leaped to strike. Such audacious maneuvering resulted in the boar becoming ensnared in the tree, its hooves flailing helplessly in the air, unable to reach the ground. Zhang Yang's expression soured. Was this truly what it meant to achieve a superior kill? It was not nearly as challenging as slaying a moose. Throughout the encounter, Zhang Yang had performed merely 2 actions. He had stepped on the boar a few times and leaped a couple of times. And now, the boar had sealed its own fate, unable to extricate itself from the tree. The boar, in a fit of agitation, grunted and squealed from its perch. Zhang Yang, displaying his perceptiveness, approached and swiftly slit the boar's throat to alleviate its distress. The grunting ceased. The boar's fate was sealed. With its arteries severed, death was imminent. However, the boar's considerable weight posed a challenge. A single jungle wolf would struggle to drag it back to the den. Fetch 2 more to assist in transporting this boar back. Zhang Yang commanded. Yes, my king. The jungle wolf, who had merely spectated and urged Zhang Yang, now felt a singular emotion, admiration, indeed, a profound admiration. The wolf king was truly remarkable. With such prowess, one could only look up in awe. In a matter of moments, Zhang Yang had toppled a formidable wild boar with apparent ease. While the jungle wolves departed, Zhang Yang remained. The jungle was home to more than just jungle wolves. The scent of blood from the boar would inevitably attract other carnivores. They were merely at the periphery of the boar's territory, and other creatures would not be deterred. Yet, Zhang Yang was not concerned. The arrival of such predators would be welcome, for he sought evolution points. This was a tactic Zhang Yang frequently employed. Unfortunately, his overuse of this strategy had led to the near eradication of the more reckless carnivores in the vicinity. Those that remained would be wise enough not to fall for his ruse. Ding. Superior kill of the wild boar achieved. Evolution points 500, tough skin talent shard, intermediate, 1. While it could be deemed a superior kill, the yield was somewhat modest, only adding 500 evolution points, yet this had been within Zhang Yang's expectations. However, the emergence of the tough skin talent shard was a pleasant surprise. This represented a talent capable of advancement, akin to extraordinary strength. Although the specifics of this talent remained unclear, its name suggested a connection to physical resilience. King, we have arrived, announced 3 jungle wolves. You too. Take the wild boar back. You, accompany me to locate more boars. Zhang Yang instructed. Since the wild boar yielded a talent shard, it was imperative to continue hunting them down. The evolution points garnered from slaying boars were not insignificant. If he could eliminate 5 or 6 in a day, it would rival the yield from other creatures over the same span. Understood. The jungle wolf, named by Zhang Yang, responded with a tone of pride and confidence, likely influenced by Zhang Yang's own self-assurance. Are there many wild boars here? Zhang Yang inquired during their journey, knowing that to elevate his talent level to the peak, he would need to vanquish thousands of wild boars, even if they only yielded intermediate fragments. There are many, at least over 100, the jungle wolf replied. A group of over 100 was considerable, especially since their previous pack had dwindled to just 30, now reduced to 20. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Only over 100? Even if they all provided talent fragments, that would only elevate my talent to an advanced level. Well, one must be content. Advanced is sufficient, he thought. After all, he was merely on the fringes of the jungle. Deeper within, there would surely be more wild boar populations to hunt later. Let us go? Zhang Yang signaled, dismissing his doubts and urging the jungle wolf to quicken their pace. Soon, they discovered clear signs of wild boar activity, indicating that this area was a primary habitat for them. Wait here, I'll go in alone, Zhang Yang instructed. Be careful, Wang. Although I've seen you defeat wild boars, I still worry, the jungle wolf cautioned. Facing one wild boar is one thing, but what if you provoke a group? Zhang Yang remained unfazed. He had witnessed the intelligence of wild boars and deemed them relatively unthreatening. With that, he stealthily entered the jungle, soon spotting the first wild boar. How much do they enjoy wallowing in mud? He mused, observing the second wild boar lazily sleeping in a mud pit. Do all wild boars have this fondness? Employing the same straightforward and efficient strategy as before, he engaged the wild boar. The creature responded with a series of instinctual movements, rising, glaring with red eyes, and charging. The sequence unfolded seamlessly, as if rehearsed. However, this wild boar did not leap during its charge. Though its tusks embedded in a massive tree, it could still extract itself. As the wild boar attempted to free itself, Zhang Yang's claws tore through its throat, leading to its demise. He collected 500 evolution points and an intermediate talent fragment of robust texture, ignoring the carcass. Knowing it was in wild boar territory, where carnivores typically wouldn't venture, he resolved to retrieve it upon his return. Delving deeper into the jungle, Zhang Yang continued his search for more targets. As dusk approached, he had successfully dispatched 11 wild boars, accumulating sufficient fragments. System, synthesize talent stone, he commanded. Ding. Synthesis of talent stone successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a robust texture talent stone, intermediate, 1. Zhang Yang was motivated by the prospect of this talent. Although utilizing it would consume one fragment, he was unperturbed. His ambitions were vast. He wondered how long it would take to gather the remaining 9 intermediate talent stones. Feeling a sense of impatience. Robust texture, intermediate passive increase of 50% to physique. This talent, while passive like the mighty strength talent, offered a less impressive enhancement. The latter multiplied strength, while this one merely augmented it by 50%. However, the effect was still beneficial, with a physique of 20 points. The passive increase would elevate him to 30 points. It's time to return, Zhang Yang decided, noting the imminent darkness. Wild boars were most active at dusk, and lingering could lead to an overwhelming assault. Chapter 21. The challenge from the wild boar king. Wild boars were known to rest during the day and forage at dawn and dusk, as evidenced by their daytime mud baths. Zhang Yang, still not strong enough to confront a group of wild boars directly, wisely chose to retreat. Upon reaching the outskirts of the wild boar territory, he spotted the anxious pack of wolves. Their tension eased as they saw Zhang Yang's return. Let us go back, he said, feeling a twinge of regret for neglecting to retrieve the wild boar carcasses. Given the late hour, entering the territory with the wolves could lead to dire consequences. Leading the not-so-large pack, They hurriedly exited the wild boar's domain. Back at the wolf den, Zhang Yang assessed his haul. His needs for food were modest. As long as he was satiated, the evolution points were what truly mattered. Hunting other creatures had netted him 2,000 evolution points, which was modest. However, the 11 wild boars he had slain contributed a substantial 5,500 points, bringing his total close to the 10,000 mark at 8,360 points. Should he manage to kill 20 wild boars the following day, he would be on the verge of unlocking the level 2 marketplace. No, with just a bit more effort tomorrow, I can achieve it, he thought with delight. The wolf pack also feasted well, having gathered sufficient food, even though many wild boar carcasses were left behind. After all, their numbers had diminished by 1/3, leaving only 16 capable adult jungle wolves. While the wolves reveled in their spoils, the wild boar population was not so fortunate. Who dares to slay my subjects? Roared the mightiest wild boar within their territory. As their king, he led his kin with authority. Losing 11 of his followers in a single day was intolerable. It was the wolves. Jungle wolves have infiltrated our domain. King, we must avenge our fallen. Though wild boars possessed limited intelligence, they could recognize tracks. Their sleeping grounds were muddy, and Zhang Yang's movements left clear imprints. They have gone too far. Let us find them. The wild boar king declared with great fervor. In truth, within this forest, no creature could defy the wild boar king's authority. If the wolves refused to acknowledge his dominance, he would teach them the reason why wild boars were a force to be reckoned with. However, as the wild boar king led his large group out of their safe haven, he was met with confusion. Where do those jungle wolves reside? He inquired of his companions. The bewildered underling replied, Boss, if you ask me, who should I ask? We rarely venture beyond our territory. How would we know where to find them? This left the wild boar king frustrated. Should we return? No, we cannot retreat after making such a bold display. Find them. I must find them today, commanded the wild boar king. There was no turning back now. In a world where thieves are caught daily, who truly guards against them constantly? If we do not impart a profound lesson to the jungle wolves today, they will surely return to ambush us tomorrow. The wild boar king wished to preserve his kin from harm. A horde of boars began to rampage through the thicket, their presence exuding an undeniable dominance. No creature dared to intervene. Even the tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears retreated. Of course, the wolves were absent, as the current boars had developed a keen aversion to them. The tigers had also vanished, having fallen to Zhang Yang's might. There were some bears around, but they remained distant, while leopards tactfully circumvented the wild boars, considering themselves too noble to engage in conflict with such brutish beings. Other creatures, whether herbivorous or carnivorous, dared not act recklessly. However, this aimless chaos had a minuscule chance of encroaching upon the jungle wolf's territory. As dawn approached, a linguistically adept boar established a rapport with a small monkey. After a series of grunts and ground-scratching gestures, the unfortunate monkey, impaled by a boar's tusk against a tree, finally grasped the boar's intentions. Had you learned to howl like a wolf earlier, we could have understood each other better. Why the unnecessary aggression? Terrified, the little monkey led the boars to the wolf den. Regardless of whether his understanding was correct or not, diverting the threat away from himself was undoubtedly prudent. After an exhaustive night of searching, the boar located its destination. It beheld the jungle wolves sleeping at the entrance of their den. Without disturbing them, it stealthily retreated with the monkey, intent on conveying the good news to the wild boar king. Only under the king's leadership could they deliver a significant lesson to the jungle wolves. Ding! A mission was triggered, a challenge from the wild boar king, requiring the protection of at least half the wolf pack from the king's assault. The reward remained unknown. Zhang Yang, still in slumber, was abruptly awakened by this system notification. The wild boar king? An assault? A wolf's howl echoed through the den, a signal for Zhang Yang to summon the pack. In mere moments, the wolves awoke, rapidly assembling before Zhang Yang. They required no clothing. They could spring into action at a moment's notice. Wolf Qing, take the little ones deep into the den. Do not let them out, Zhang Yang instructed. The younger wolves were too fragile. Even a playful nudge from a boar could prove fatal. Wolf Qing felt a sense of frustration. So much had transpired lately, fleeing from tigers and now hiding from boars. Hurry, you've grown. It's time to learn patience and abandon your whims, Zhang Yang admonished. This single statement jolted Wolf Qing back to reality. Indeed, he had matured and must learn to endure without selfishness. Rest assured, I will protect them. I will face danger before they do, Wolf Qing vowed, shouldering the immense responsibility as he led the 4 young ones deeper into the den. Zhang Yang nodded in approval. This young wolf was beginning to embody the essence of a leader, though his size still necessitated further growth through nourishment. As for sustenance, it seemed to be en route. Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed. The boars were not as formidable as he once perceived. Initially intending to save his evolution points to unlock the level 2 marketplace, he realized that such restraint was futile. Chapter 22. Let me bump him to death. Plans often falter in the face of unexpected events. With the wild boar king's assault imminent, it was wiser to utilize resources effectively. Zhang Yang had no intention of further enhancing his physique, as it was already sufficient. However, his strength was lacking, currently resting at a mere 12 points. His formidable power stemmed from innate talent. System, enhance my strength by 8 points. Ding. This enhancement would require 8,000 evolution points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Emerald light enveloped him as 8,000 points vanished, replaced by newfound vigor. With an additional 8 points, his strength soared to 20 points, equating to 200 pounds of force. Considering his talent's quadruple amplification, Zhang Yang's might surged to an astonishing 1,000 pounds. King, what shall we do? The jungle wolves, informed of the impending boar attack, trusted Zhang Yang implicitly, their loyalty unwavering. They would follow his command without hesitation, even to the brink of death. Thus, escape was never an option for them. At the king's command, they would stand resolute. Guard the den, allowing no boar to enter. Eliminate any that dare to approach. Do you have a strategy? Apologies, but none. The boars had already discovered their lair. What more could be strategized? Moreover, to ensure the survival of the pack, Zhang Yang resolved to prevent combat within the confines of the den. The narrow space would favor the wolves, while the boars thrived on charge attacks. Should they lack sufficient distance, their offensive capabilities would be severely limited. However, the boars would undoubtedly outnumber them, and the wolves could not sustain losses. Hence, Zhang Yang decided to confront the enemy outside, allowing the wolves to secure the den. King, you need not say more. Prepare yourselves. Zhang Yang interrupted the jungle wolf, stepping out of the den. Wow, so many? Originally, Zhang Yang believed that the wild boars would take some time to arrive at the wolf den. However, to his surprise, many wild boars had already gathered outside. At first glance, their numbers were considerable, certainly in the hundreds. The area around the wolf den lacked tall vegetation, providing a clear line of sight, as the wolf pack would never place themselves in a perilous environment. Therefore, the wild boars, with their distinctive red-ringed eyes, were quite conspicuous. The wild boar king, surrounded by his subjects, approached the forefront. His physique was notably more robust than that of ordinary wild boars, standing nearly as tall as Zhang Yang. Yet his body was more muscular, with tusks extending 30 centimeters, gleaming like two sharp blades. The boar king stepped forward to make a display, wanting the jungle wolves to know who was responsible for the impending destruction of their den. However, before he could even begin his bluster, Zhang Yang leaped onto a large boulder at the entrance of the den, a massive stone standing over 3 meters high. In terms of showmanship, the boar king's grunts paled in comparison to the wolf's howls under the moonlight. Though the sky was nearing dawn, a waning moon still hung above. Zhang Yang, initially dismissive of such childish antics, felt that not howling would be a disservice to his identity. Howling at the moon ignited an unbounded fighting spirit. The jungle wolves within the den sensed their king's fervent battle intent and soon joined in the howling chorus. The sound echoed, resonating with power. Although the number of wolves was limited, their howls were infectious, and the wild boar king could feel the surge of battle spirit. This was intolerable for him. How could they, upon seeing his approach, display such defiance? If they were unafraid, he would ensure they would cry out for mercy. The wild boar king charged at Zhang Yang. Did this little wolf enjoy standing atop a rock and howling? He would shatter that stone and see if Zhang Yang could maintain his lofty position. To his credit, the boar king was somewhat self-aware. Leaping was not his strong suit, and failing to avoid the bottom ranks in that regard would be an embarrassment given his weight. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the boar king's boldness and recklessness, having skipped any pre-battle negotiations and directly engaged. Yet, was he not mistaken about his target? Had the stone earned his ire? The boar king's tremendous force struck the stone, causing it to tremble dangerously, though it remained intact, his assault evidently insufficient. Zhang Yang lost his footing on the stone and leapt down. The boar king sought a one-on-one confrontation, and Zhang Yang readily accepted. Upon landing, Zhang Yang raised his paw to strike at the boar king's head. Unfazed, the boar king tilted his head, aiming his tusks at Zhang Yang's paw. He favored an exchange of injuries, relying on his tough hide. Should he manage to injure Zhang Yang's paw, it would significantly impair his speed. A jungle wolf stripped of speed would soon find itself trampled into oblivion by the boar herd. However, Zhang Yang had no intention of trading injuries. He swiftly retracted his paw and executed a powerful whip-like strike with his tail, landing a blow on the boar king's neck. The phrase copper head, iron tail, tofu waist aptly described wolves. Zhang Yang's tail could serve as a weapon, albeit lacking the sharpness to benefit from a keen ability. Nevertheless, the tremendous force still caused the boar king to stagger. Even if Zhang Yang's tail did not possess 1,000 pounds of strength, it could still deliver 700 or 800, while the boar king's weight was estimated at about 1,200 to 1,300 pounds. Crush him. Enraged by the strike, the boar king reconsidered the one-on-one rule. What was the purpose of having minions? Letting the boar king boast was acceptable, but engaging Zhang Yang directly was out of the question. All threats must be eliminated in their infancy. The boar king's rise to power was undoubtedly linked to his intelligence. He understood when to avoid direct confrontation, for unyielding aggression would have likely cost him his life. The boar herd, after a brief run-up, charged toward Zhang Yang. creating a scene that was nothing short of spectacular. Nearly 100 wild boars rushed forward. What a sight! The jungle wolves at the den's entrance felt their hearts leap into their throats. They yearned to rush out and assist Zhang Yang. But they recalled his orders and felt compelled to obey. Chapter 23. Running? Not an option. The sheer momentum of the stampeding boars was somewhat intimidating for the wolves. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of panic, yet he did not retreat. One might question the intelligence of the wild boars. There was limited space in front of Zhang Yang. Yet they all charged simultaneously, and before they could collide with him, they began to jostle among themselves. Hey, slow down. This is on the verge of a trampling incident. Zhang Yang watched helplessly as several unfortunate ones were trampled by their companions, feeling a pang of sympathy. These were all potential evolution points, fragments of talent. Losing them to their own allies was a tremendous waste. To prevent such waste, Zhang Yang sprang into action. For the time being, he abandoned the idea of attacking. The sheer number of wild boars was overwhelming, and despite his considerable strength, Zhang Yang opted not to confront them head-on. Don't let him escape, the Boar King gleefully commanded. Watching as the one who had struck him with a tail was pursued by his subordinates, satisfaction swelling within him. This was a moment of vindication. However, Zhang Yang had no intention of fleeing. He led the wild boars on a wild chase across the expansive grasslands, and by the end of the circuit, many boars had fallen behind. Few remained at his heels. With the line drawn longer, the situation became more manageable. As long as he did not face an overwhelming number of boars simultaneously, Zhang Yang felt no fear. When he suddenly turned and charged into the herd, chaos erupted. The boars panicked, caught off guard by Zhang Yang's audacity to counterattack, and even more so by the skill with which he did so. He targeted the vital points of the boars, capable of tearing through a throat with a single swipe. His movements were incredibly agile. The Boar King's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. He realized that the fallen subordinates had all been dispatched by this audacious wolf. The techniques were identical. Even if Zhang Yang attempted to deny it, he could not escape culpability. Kill him. Crush him. The Boar King's heart hardened. To dare slay his subordinates was a grave offense. Yet, the boar's speed was woefully insufficient to keep pace with Zhang Yang. While they could charge in a straight line with impressive speed, Zhang Yang's S-shaped maneuvers rendered their turns laborious. 1, 2, 5, 10. By the time the dawn broke, Zhang Yang had already dispatched 10 wild boars, and he generously allocated all the earned evolution points to enhance his agility. With an increase of 5 points in agility, Zhang Yang's speed became swifter, and his movements more graceful. The Wild Boar King was displeased, having summoned so many minions to encircle him. Zhang Yang should have surrendered without resistance. Surely it was too inconsiderate of him to slaughter so many of their kind. Suddenly, the Wild Boar King noticed several wolf heads peering out from the wolf den. Ah, you have killed my minions, so I shall retaliate by targeting yours. The Wild Boar King intended to vent his frustration on the other jungle wolves. At the behest of the Wild Boar King, half of the wild boars abandoned their pursuit of Zhang Yang, realizing they could not catch him, and instead rushed towards the wolf den. Zhang Yang sensed trouble brewing. He discerned the Wild Boar King's intent. The reason he had not fled further from the wolf den was precisely to guard against this very maneuver. Get inside. Zhang Yang bellowed from a distance. The other jungle wolves lacked his prowess. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's howl, the Wild Boar King felt a surge of confidence, believing he had found Zhang Yang's Achilles heel. However, he marveled at Zhang Yang's remarkable speed, which had already transformed him into a blur. King, don't worry about us, just go. The jungle wolves lamented as they saw Zhang Yang rushing back, trapped by the wild boars at the entrance of the wolf den. Yet if Zhang Yang chose to flee, the wild boars would be powerless to stop him. Get lost. Zhang Yang yelled angrily, and upon reaching a large boulder, he did not even spare a glance at the Wild Boar King lurking nearby. What was Zhang Yang planning? He intended to block the entrance of the wolf den with that stone. Now possessing immense strength, he felt confident he could move the boulder. Indeed, he proved capable. While lifting it was beyond his means, pushing it was not a great challenge. With his front paws bracing against the stone and his hind legs exerting force, the boulder trembled, tilting ominously. The Wild Boar King was incensed. How dare Zhang Yang disregard him so? Charge! The Wild Boar King led 2 of his companions into a charge against Zhang Yang, intent on thwarting his plan. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. If he did not evade, he would be struck. But if he dodged, he would miss the opportunity to push the boulder, as more wild boars were closing in behind. It was a gamble. Zhang Yang had little choice. He could not abandon the jungle wolves within the den, so he had to take the risk. The Wild Boar King, with his tusks gleaming, saw that Zhang Yang stood his ground and envisioned the moment he would send Zhang Yang flying. How exhilarating. However, just as the Wild Boar King was about to collide with Zhang Yang, the latter's hind leg shot up, akin to a horse's powerful kick, landing forcefully against the Wild Boar King's cheek. A horse trampling a sparrow? No, it was a wolf trampling a foolish pig. The imagery was striking. The Wild Boar King, focusing on his own cunning, had initially charged from the side to avoid aiding Zhang Yang. He felt a sense of pride. Yet, despite his precautions, he inadvertently assisted Zhang Yang. The sheer force of his charge combined with Zhang Yang's kick caused the already unstable boulder to topple, crashing down with a resounding thud as it securely blocked the den's entrance. Humph. You cannot save them, nor can you save yourself. Rather than feeling regret for being kicked, the wild boar king reveled in his triumph. Blocking the wolf den with a stone mattered little, while he had been momentarily distracted. His tusk had left a gash on Zhang Yang's hind leg. Now, escape was impossible. Once Zhang Yang was dealt with, the stone could be easily removed, and not a single wolf within the den would flee. System, deploy the basic poison. Escape was not on Zhang Yang's agenda. He utilized the basic poison he had previously exchanged but had hesitated to use. The poison, resting in his backpack, vanished, and in the next moment, Zhang Yang's once pristine claws were tainted with a hue of green, signifying the toxin's presence. Chapter 24. It's your turn. The wild boar king remained oblivious to Zhang Yang's transformation. However, he had no intention of pressing the attack himself. A cornered beast fights fiercely. Zhang Yang, this little wolf, was exhibiting unusual behavior, and it would be better to let his numerous minions deal with him. Soon, a horde of wild boars surged forward, resembling a black tide, trampling the ground beneath them into a muddy mess. If they continued their rounds, they would soon create a pit of muck. Zhang Yang had no intention of leading them in circles any longer. His injured leg indeed hampered his speed, yet his agility was sufficient to allow him to engage in close combat with the wild boar swarm. In confined skirmishes, he could significantly diminish the wild boar's offensive capabilities, though being surrounded posed a slight danger. What? He is not fleeing? What has the wild boar king witnessed? He was astonished to find that Zhang Yang had no intention of retreating or seeking shelter. Instead, he boldly charged into the throng of his subordinates. This was something the wild boar king had not anticipated. The wild boars were equally taken aback, yet they remained unfazed, simply colliding with him. Zhang Yang did not intend to engage them head-on. Rather, he danced amidst the herd, taking every opportunity to strike at the wild boars with his claws. Each swipe drawing blood and laced with poison. Although the potency of the basic toxin was not overwhelmingly strong, it was certainly effective, justified by its steep price of 1,000 evolution points. With Zhang Yang's interference, the wild boar herd soon came to a halt, unable to continue their frantic charge. The halted wild boars could only attempt to jab at Zhang Yang with their tusks, but the number of tusks that could reach him was indeed quite limited. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang's claws became stained with blood, his mouth smeared with it as well. This was not a time for restraint. Every means of attack must be utilized. Initially, the wild boar king was enthusiastic, anticipating Zhang Yang's demise beneath the hooves of his minions. However, as the scene unfolded, he sensed something amiss. It was far too bloody, and the blood belonged to his subordinates. The wild boar king felt a disquieting realization. The very creature he had expected to be trampled into pulp appeared to be growing bolder with each confrontation. This feeling was not unfounded. Zhang Yang indeed thrived in the chaos. He discovered that within the wild boar herd, the threats he faced were minimal. Even when he was unable to evade certain attacks, the tusks could do little harm to him, as his enhanced physique had bolstered his defenses. With this revelation, Zhang Yang felt emboldened, convinced he could annihilate the entire herd. Indeed, that was his intention, and he acted upon it. Whenever his evolution points reached 1,000, he would fortify his attributes, whether it was enhancing his strength or agility, all of which fueled his growing audacity. By the time the wild boar king realized the dire nature of the situation, the ground was littered with countless wild boar corpses. In the next moment, the wild boar king erupted into a frenzy. This was not a loss of reason, but rather an understanding that today, it was a fight to the death. The wild boar king observed Zhang Yang's formidable prowess. If he could not eliminate him today, their kind would be relegated to mere prey for the jungle wolves, and the remaining wild boars would not suffice for Zhang Yang's hunger. Fleeing today would only lead to death tomorrow. The wild boar king charged at Zhang Yang, clearing a path through the wild boars that stood in his way. Zhang Yang noticed the wild boar king's approach but dismissed it. Such a direct assault seemed utterly feeble. Just as the wild boar king was about to reach him, he unexpectedly stumbled over the body of a fallen subordinate. This nearly caused Zhang Yang, who had leaped to evade, to choke on his own breath. Was the wild boar king attempting to be humorous? This behavior was not surprising, as creatures with intelligence tend to fear for their lives. The wild boar king had just witnessed Zhang Yang mercilessly slaughtering his minions, and as he approached, a wave of trepidation washed over him. So what if he tripped? This was merely a strategy, a feigned move, he reassured himself internally. The wild boar king, filled with excitement at the sight of Zhang Yang airborne, justified his actions in his mind. Zhang Yang, having leaped, found no leverage in the air and could only descend back to the ground. The wild boar king, having stumbled, fell directly at Zhang Yang's landing spot. Now, if he raised his head and aimed his tusks at Zhang Yang's vulnerable abdomen, he could deliver a devastating blow. Fortune favored the bold, and the wild boar king felt exhilarated. This was an opportunity bestowed by fate. Zhang Yang, however, inwardly cursed his ill fortune. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck. He had no effective countermeasures. It seemed his only option was to avoid a fatal strike. A sickening sound echoed as the tusk pierced flesh. Despite Zhang Yang's desperate attempts to evade, one of his hind legs was impaled. At the same time, he bent his torso to target the wild boar king's neck with his wolf fangs, yearning to tear a piece from him to savor its flavor. Yet the wild boar king would not allow Zhang Yang such satisfaction. Having gained the upper hand, he merely shook his head and sent Zhang Yang flying. Zhang Yang's body tumbled through the mass of wild boars, knocking several aside. As he rolled on the ground, he became smeared with blood, his own and that of the wild boars. When he finally stood, eyes ablaze with fury, the wild boar king involuntarily took a step back. Fear gripped him, a primal terror. What was that gaze? It was a call for his demise. In a desperate attempt to mask his fear, the wild boar king began to grunt loudly. The other wild boars continued to engage in battle. With one of Zhang Yang's hind legs incapacitated, his mobility was significantly impaired, making it impossible for him to leap and bound as before. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to confront the wild boars head-on. This was a brutal clash, devoid of any fancy maneuvers. How could it be? He was gravely injured, yet he remained formidable. The wild boar king began to panic. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang's strength in a standoff. Without any evasive maneuvers, the wild boar king's subordinates fell one after another, while Zhang Yang remained unscathed. The law of the jungle dictated that the weak would be preyed upon by the strong. Watching the wounded Zhang Yang standing amidst the slaughterhouse of his minions, the wild boar king began to retreat. He no longer possessed the courage to charge at Zhang Yang. Panic consumed him, and he longed to return home to his mother. Yet his legs trembled, paralyzed with fear. In truth, Zhang Yang was not as formidable as he appeared. The effects of the basic toxin had taken hold. The wild boars had already been weakened by his wolf claws, and the poison had significantly diminished their offensive capabilities. Otherwise, under such relentless assault, Zhang Yang would have perished long ago. Moreover, he had secretly consumed a bottle of basic healing potion, which allowed him to maintain his vigor. Now it was his turn. As the last of the standing wild boar subordinates fell, Zhang Yang limped towards the immobilized wild boar king. The chilling howl that escaped his lips nearly sent the wild boar king into a state of utter panic. Witnessing the blood dripping from Zhang Yang's mouth, he succumbed to fear. The two wild boars by his side, disregarding their allegiance to the king, fled in a wild panic, not caring for his fate. Zhang Yang did not pursue them. Truthfully, he lacked the strength to chase, his body too battered for any further exertion. Moreover, it is indeed true that the wild boar king's tusk had rendered Zhang Yang's hind leg immobile. It was quite generous of the wild boar king not to completely sever it. However, the wild boar king remained oblivious to Zhang Yang's limits. He was too terrified to flee. Fear had thoroughly paralyzed him. It was only when Zhang Yang's wolf kiss graced his neck that he remembered he should struggle. Yet, the more he fought, the faster he bled, and the wild boar king's efforts grew increasingly feeble. He could not fathom why this seemingly weak jungle wolf was so formidable. If he was indeed so powerful, why did he not venture deeper into the realm of ordinary beasts? Why linger in this marginal zone? With a multitude of questions lingering in his mind, the wild boar king met his demise. Ding. Task complete. Challenge from the wild boar king. Task reward. Lifespan 30 days. Tough hide fragment. Intermediate 10. Zhang Yang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Completing this task was truly no easy feat. Moreover, he sensed that what he had accomplished was not merely a challenge from the wild boar king, but rather a complete annihilation of the wild boar herd, significantly raising the difficulty level. Nonetheless, the rewards were quite substantial. His evolution value had now accumulated to 19,230, just a smidgen away from unlocking the level 2 shop. Furthermore, both his strength and agility attributes had increased to 20 points, while his constitution had reached its maximum value of 30 points. He decided to reserve the remaining 19,000 evolution points to unlock the level 2 shop first, as his attributes were already sufficient for the current situation. System, synthesize talent stones. Although his evolution value was insufficient to unlock the level 2 shop, he had enough talent fragments to synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Tough High Talent Stone, Intermediate 1, Tough High Talent Stone, Advanced 1. In this battle, Zhang Yang had slain over 90 wild boars, plus the 10 dropped by the wild boar king, along with the 10 awarded for completing the task, sufficient to synthesize both an advanced and an intermediate talent stone. Using the advanced talent stone, he sought to enhance himself. In this regard, Zhang Yang hesitated not at all. As for the intermediate one, he planned to give it to the wolf cub. One day, it would evolve into a more powerful creature, and the wolf pack would be entrusted to the cub's leadership. Ding. Use successful. Tough Hide talent upgraded to advanced. Tough Hide. Advanced passive doubling of constitution. How delightful. Zhang Yang's constitution was now 30 points, and doubling it raised it to 60 points. This enhancement made him feel his wounds healing at an accelerated pace, and this was not mere psychology, it was genuine. The talent for limb regeneration relied on constitution. The stronger the constitution, the quicker the recovery. At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly sensed a hint of danger. He could not afford to rest on the ground any longer and hurriedly rose to his feet. The feeling of danger was unequivocal and undeniable. What could it be? To his surprise, the brown bears he had once encountered appeared before him, 2 of them, no less. However, these formidable creatures did not approach too closely. They seemed startled, merely glancing for a moment before retreating. How could the brown bears not be frightened? The wolf pack frequently hunted solitary individuals, and now they had taken down so many wild boars. It was utterly terrifying. The bears recognized they could not provoke an entity like Zhang Yang, and their presence was merely drawn by the overwhelming scent of blood. Upon witnessing the scene, they fled, vowing never to provoke this pack of jungle wolves again. Zhang Yang watched the 2 brown bears depart, feeling a sense of relief. If those creatures had charged recklessly, he would have been at a loss as to how to respond, given his current physical condition did not permit a direct confrontation. Ding. Task triggered. Eliminate the peering ones. Task requirement. Hunt the leopard spying for food. Task reward. Unknown. Just as the 2 brown bears departed, the system chimed in again. Zhang Yang felt a sense of helplessness, yet he understood it was inevitable. With nearly 100 wild boars slain in the wolf den, the scent of blood permeated the air, attracting any nearby carnivorous creatures. One could not expect all to possess the sense of caution exhibited by the 2 brown bears. There were many reckless beings. However, those bold enough to show themselves had yet to appear. Soon enough, an agile leopard entered Zhang Yang's line of sight. The leopard exuded arrogance, striding with its head held high. Yet, it did not approach Zhang Yang. Instead, it lingered at the periphery of the battlefield. It was not seeking confrontation, but rather relishing the opportunity for a feast. In the leopard's eyes, with so many wild boars having perished, how could such a noble creature as itself not partake in a meal without objection? In terms of hunting prowess, the leopard surpassed the jungle wolves. It assumed Zhang Yang would not mind, for even if Zhang Yang were strong enough, the leopard would remain unafraid. How fast can you be? What can you do about it? You may be formidable in a direct confrontation, but you cannot catch me. Leopards can climb trees, while wolves cannot. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's current condition gave the leopard confidence. It could see the state he was in. Given such wounds, would he dare to snarl? Zhang Yang indeed did not have a habit of baring his teeth indiscriminately. However, he had no qualms about issuing a stern reprimand. Release it. Zhang Yang's voice was deep. To the leopard, it sounded like a warning growl. Oh my, little wolf, have you become too arrogant? Look at what state you are in, and yet you still concern yourself with this endless food? Do not get too cocky, or I might deliver a fatal blow. The leopard disregarded Zhang Yang's warning. It appeared the system's task was indeed aptly timed. The task was to kill, ensuring that the target would not flee in fear. Quite impressive. Zhang Yang ceased his verbal warnings and began to move slowly towards the leopard. His pace was deliberate and unhurried. Under the current circumstances, Zhang Yang could have quickened his steps, but such haste would tear open his already healing wounds, which would be quite painful. Moving slowly was far more manageable and caused less discomfort. The leopard, feeling provoked, bared its teeth at Zhang Yang, lowering its body in preparation to pounce. Yet, Zhang Yang remained unfazed, his movement steady and slow, seemingly oblivious to the leopard's display of aggression. The leopard sensed its authority being challenged. At this moment, it was no longer merely a matter of food, but a matter of status and identity. You jungle wolf are courting death, since you refuse to acknowledge my presence. I shall send you to your demise. The leopard boasted arrogantly. As Zhang Yang reached his optimal striking distance, the leopard suddenly launched its attack. It bared its fangs, intent on tearing Zhang Yang apart. Despite being gravely injured, it still dared to provoke him. Such irrationality deserved death. A formidable strike, Zhang Yang silently recited in his heart, then swiped at the leopard with his claws. To ensure his assault's potency, both of his front paws moved in unison. Though today's confrontation with the wild boar had escalated dramatically, Zhang Yang had not exerted his full strength. He had yet to employ his ultimate strike. He should not have been injured to such an extent. He could have felled the wild boar king with a single blow. However, after defeating the boar king, the lesser boars would undoubtedly flee, an outcome Zhang Yang wished to avoid. Watching his evolution points slip away before him would be a crime. Thus, he had withheld his ultimate strike. Now, the card he had not played against the boar king would be savored by this arrogant leopard. The leopard remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Its speed surpassed Zhang Yang's by a fraction. Just as Zhang Yang raised his claws, the leopard's fangs sank into his ribcage. This hide feels rather tough, yet it could still penetrate. This was the leopard's final thought. Its fangs pierced through the hide, leaving 4 bloody punctures on Zhang Yang's ribs. However, the leopard paid the ultimate price for its folly. Zhang Yang's claws were merciless, fueled by immense power. He rent the leopard's body asunder in a single motion. His claws plunged into the leopard's flesh and, with a forceful pull, he tore it apart. The grievous wounds caused the leopard to perish instantly, even before it could grasp the sensation of death. Ding. Leopard slain. Gained 200 evolution points. Received swift fragment. Intermediate. 1. Ding. Task completed. Defeated the observer. Task reward. Lifespan 5 days. A pitiful outcome. Zhang Yang spat disdainfully at the leopard's carcass. It wasn't a victory over a superior foe, merely 200 evolution points. Completing a task merely extended his lifespan by 5 days. Truly a meager reward. However, the drop of a talent fragment served as a consolation prize. You must pay for your mistakes. Though you are dead, your kin shall suffer. Zhang Yang muttered, gazing at the leopard's corpse. Since the leopard dropped a talent fragment, it should have been prepared for the consequences of being hunted. Zhang Yang intended to press on. While the number of leopards in this jungle might be limited, gathering 10 intermediate fragments should not pose much difficulty. As for assembling a complete set of advanced fragments, that was a distant hope. If this jungle could yield hundreds of leopards, then other creatures would stand no chance. Suddenly, Zhang Yang raised his head sharply, glancing toward the jungle. The area around the wolf den was a flat expanse of grassland, with some bushes further away, beyond which loomed tall vegetation. At that moment, a few unwelcomed creatures emerged from the bushes. Wild dogs. These pests possessed little hunting prowess, yet were fond of stealing the spoils of others. Now, they had set their sights on the fresh carcasses near the wolf den. However, when Zhang Yang met their gaze with his icy stare, the wild dogs whimpered and fled, tails tucked between their legs. Zhang Yang was taken aback. When did his aura become so formidable? Was this a case of winning without a fight? His presence, tempered by bloodshed, had indeed changed significantly. Yet to claim that a mere glance could frighten them away was an oversimplification. The wild dogs had witnessed Zhang Yang tear the leopard apart in its entirety. How terrifying was that? Although they recognized that Zhang Yang was nearing his limit, none dared to test their luck. Why risk death when survival was a viable option? They might flaunt their bravado in the face of a tiger, but against Zhang Yang, they could not muster the same audacity. Zhang Yang stood still for a moment longer. When it became clear that no more foolish creatures approached, he finally collapsed into the pool of blood. He needed to recuperate thoroughly, feeling utterly exhausted. Before resting, however, he exchanged some evolution points for a vial of basic healing potion to ensure his safety against unforeseen dangers. Now was not the time to be frugal. He needed to restore his combat capabilities swiftly. Fortunately, danger did not materialize. Shortly after Zhang Yang lay in his sanguine pool, commotion erupted near the wolf den. The wolf pack had excavated a tunnel beside their lair. Lacking Zhang Yang's immense strength, they resorted to this rudimentary method. Many jungle wolves had bloodied paws from clawing at the stones. The effort to carve out a tunnel in such a short span revealed their struggles. Seeing this, warmth filled Zhang Yang's heart. Fighting for these creatures seemed worthwhile. A smile crept across his face, albeit a grotesque one. In contrast, the other jungle wolves bore expressions of shame. Their king had fought valiantly, reduced to lying in a pool of blood, while they cowered in the den, powerless to assist. It was a disgrace. Wolf Qing's eyes blazed red as he witnessed his brother's plight. Had Zhang Yang not called him, he would have likely wept, breaking his own vow. With the little ones in tow, they could not afford to let their guard down. You all, stay on the perimeter. Report immediately if you sense danger. Zhang Yang refrained from expressing his emotions to the jungle wolves. It was not the time for sentiment. Brother, you should come inside as well. Wolf Qing hesitated to leave, while the other jungle wolves obediently dispersed into the surrounding thickets. Wolf Qing thought simply. The den was safe, while Zhang Yang, lying in a pool of blood, was not. I am fine, take them inside. Zhang Yang declined, unwilling to move his body. The healing potion's effects were beginning to manifest. The regeneration of his severed limb was no mere illusion. With both the potion and his own recovery, he was healing rapidly. Moving now would risk reopening his wounds, forcing him to start the healing process anew. Should the potion's effects wane, he would need to exchange for another vial. Zhang Yang was unwilling to squander his evolution points. Chapter 27. The crocodile den. Disturbed Wolf Qing lacked the ability to alter Zhang Yang's resolve, and ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce and return to the wolf den once more. The peril had not yet arrived. The brown bear was frightened away. The leopard was torn apart. The tiger had long since succumbed to Zhang Yang's claws, and the wild dogs had scampered off in a disarray. Even the nearby carnivorous creatures, despite sensing the metallic scent of blood, dared not approach. After all, this was the wolf den, and they were well aware of their own limitations. Zhang Yang lay in the pool of blood for 2 hours. When he finally rose, his injuries had vanished. He leaped onto a large rock and unleashed a long howl, proclaiming to all creatures in the vicinity that from that moment forth, the coyotes would reign as the noblest beings in this area, perched atop the food chain. The pack of wolves echoed his call. During the bright daylight, the howls reverberated, instilling fear in the hearts of nearby creatures. The following day, Zhang Yang departed the wolf den alone, while the pack remained, digesting the spoils of yesterday's hunt. The wild boar population was overwhelming, and although they could bolster themselves by consuming the food, they could not devour it all at once. Zhang Yang had little desire for such fare. He sought to gather his evolution points. A mere 1,200 points stood between him and the unlocking of the level 2 marketplace. After glancing at his attribute panel, he began to dash through the jungle. His speed was remarkable. Even without the advanced scouting of his coyote brethren, he could hunt effectively by relying on his own skills. However, When a gazelle fell victim to his jaws, he was taken aback. No evolution points for this. Ding. The system clarified. Host attributes exceed those of the gazelle significantly. Killing it yields no evolution points. This explanation left Zhang Yang somewhat irritated. Exceed significantly? Very well, he thought, resigned to seek out stronger creatures to vanquish, such as leopards. Surely, slaying a leopard would grant evolution points, as he had done so just yesterday. Yet, leopards were a rare sight in the jungle. Zhang Yang traversed his territory extensively and ultimately lay in ambush by a water source, where he managed to catch 2 leopards. However, he also made another discovery: the creatures inhabiting the water source. Within the wolf pack's territory, water sources were exceedingly scarce, with only a single freshwater river, which happened to be the domain of crocodiles. Any creature venturing here for a drink had to be prepared for an ambush by these reptiles. In stark contrast to the caution exercised by other creatures, Zhang Yang strolled through the freshwater river as if it were his own backyard, entirely unconcerned by the lurking crocodiles. Oh, these behemoths are quite sizable, he mused. He spent the morning eliminating 2 leopards, all the while observing the crocodiles' behavior. Standing in the shallows, he could distinctly see the crocodiles moving through the water. They were quite large, averaging 3 to 4 meters in length, their powerful claws comparable to a tiger's head. Most strikingly, their mouths were enormous. Zhang Yang felt that a 4-meter-long crocodile could easily swallow him whole. Yet, Zhang Yang remained unfazed, standing in the water and awaiting the crocodile's approach. Creatures observing from a distance thought him mad. They approached the water with utmost caution, fleeing at the slightest disturbance. Yet, here was a coyote, seemingly unperturbed as a crocodile swam closer. This scene frightened some timid creatures, prompting them to retreat, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Others, however, with more courage, watched intently. On the shore, they felt no fear of the crocodile's attacks, questioning why they were so cautious given the reptile's sluggishness. Irritated, Zhang Yang felt he had made a considerable sacrifice by serving as bait, yet the crocodiles continued to move languidly, testing his patience. Gaining evolution points seems like such a hassle, he thought. At this moment, Zhang Yang was no longer eager to evolve. He feared that becoming a tiger might also render leopard hunting ineffective for gaining evolution points. As he pondered, the crocodiles finally approached at a leisurely pace. However, they showed no intention of attacking Zhang Yang. In truth, coyotes were not typically on the crocodile's menu. Even when coming to drink, they did so in packs and infrequently. The wolf den had its own water source, and coyotes only ventured here when fatigued from hunting nearby. To recklessly attack a coyote would be an unwise decision. The crocodiles were not keen on provoking them. Should the coyotes become enraged, they need not engage the crocodiles in battle. Simply obstructing other creatures from drinking could starve the crocodiles. Now, the crocodiles merely swam over to assert their territory, signaling to Zhang Yang that this was their domain and that he should promptly vacate after quenching his thirst. Yet, Zhang Yang had other intentions. As the crocodiles reached the shallows, he launched an attack. With a burst of speed, Zhang Yang dashed through the shallow riverbed, catching the crocodiles off guard. To their astonishment, he initiated an offensive. In an unexpected turn of events, he clamped his jaws around one of the crocodile's massive mouths, exerting such pressure that the creature could not open its jaws. Without lingering in the shallows, Zhang Yang dragged the crocodile toward the riverbank, causing chaos among the crocodile pack. My goodness, we merely wish to allow you to drink our bathwater in peace, yet you dare to attack us? The crocodiles exclaimed in outrage. This little wolf has the audacity to provoke us. If we do not teach you a lesson, it seems you will never comprehend who reigns supreme in this river domain. The crocodiles surged after Zhang Yang, transforming the once clear shallows into a muddy tumult. While they were indeed swift in the water, their earlier sluggishness was merely due to their laziness. Once roused, they moved with incredible speed, creating splashes as they pursued him. A particularly enthusiastic crocodile soon closed in on Zhang Yang, and it did not hold back. Its tail, robust and formidable, was akin to a sword. However, striking Zhang Yang proved challenging. He was already fleet of foot, with the crocodile serving as a shield against the others. In the face of the crocodile pack's onslaught, Zhang Yang merely needed to present the crocodile in his jaws as a diversion. The unfortunate crocodile, caught in Zhang Yang's grip, could not communicate with its companions. Otherwise it would have scolded them fiercely for their ineptitude. Where are you aiming? Can you not hit your target? Chapter 28, Level 2 Marketplace. Zhang Yang, gripping the crocodile tightly, hurried back to the shore. To be honest, it was quite exhausting. While he possessed immense strength, the weight of this crocodile was no trifling matter. This 4-meter-long creature weighed a staggering 600 jin. Zhang Yang had to battle while lifting this beast, which was no small feat fortunately. He successfully dragged the crocodile onto the land, though it had sustained considerable injuries, bleeding profusely and likely suffering from multiple fractures. Its struggles had significantly weakened. Silently, Zhang Yang commended the crocodile's companions in his heart. Their formidable attack power was impressive. To alleviate its suffering, he decided to grant it a swift end. Once on land, Zhang Yang quickened his pace, while the crocodile moved much slower. After creating some distance from the crocodile group, Zhang Yang flipped the creature onto its back, placing it in a humiliating position. However, he did not engage in any disgraceful acts. Instead, he released the crocodile's jaws and savagely bit into its throat, creating a gaping wound. After that, he paid no further attention to the creature, which, having had its throat severed, would soon succumb to death. The unfortunate crocodile found its liberation, emitting a gurgling sound, an expression of its rage and a farewell to the world as it faced its demise. Before the crocodile group could reach Zhang Yang, this pitiful creature had already passed away. Ding. Level up kill of the crocodile. Evolution points 500, talent fragment, resilient skin, intermediate, 1. Oh, a pleasant surprise? The acquisition of evolution points was more than sufficient to satisfy Zhang Yang. One crocodile yielded 500 evolution points, which was quite remarkable. At this rate, if he were to slay another, he would unlock the level 2 marketplace. The addition of a talent fragment was also excellent. Zhang Yang felt content, but the crocodiles were far from pleased. With their massive jaws, they charged at Zhang Yang, displaying an intimidating demeanor. Zhang Yang felt a tinge of panic. He anticipated these crocodiles to be so ferocious upon reaching land. They were considerably more difficult to deal with than wild boars. Had the crocodiles known he was comparing them to boars, their fury would have intensified. Who was he belittling? While they might not be armed to the teeth, they were certainly 100 times more formidable than boars. With jaws, tails, and powerful claws as weapons, their melee capabilities far surpassed those of wild boars. Zhang Yang dared to plunge into a herd of wild boars, but hesitated to confront a group of crocodiles. If they were to catch him between their jaws and tails, he might very well be torn asunder. Muttering to himself, Zhang Yang chose a hapless crocodile as his target for a surprise attack. This time, he did not hold back on his skills and unleashed a devastating blow. With razor-sharp teeth and an amplified biting force, he shattered half of the hapless crocodile's skull with a single bite. The brutality of it was striking, even causing Zhang Yang to shudder. After biting, he swiftly turned and fled, realizing that even he could be frightened by his own ferocity. Ding. Level up kill of the crocodile. Evolution points 500. Talent fragment. Resilient skin, intermediate, 1. With evolution points and fragments secured, Zhang Yang retreated immediately. Such a fierce attack could only be executed once a day. Without the doubling of his biting force, such an effect would have been unattainable. System, with evolution points reaching 20,000, can the marketplace be upgraded? Ding. Host's evolution points have reached 20,000. System marketplace upgrade initiated. Ding. System marketplace upgrade successful. Current level, 2. Please continue your efforts, as the next upgrade requires 50,000 evolution points. The consecutive chimes sounded delightful to Zhang Yang. He ignored the enraged crocodiles pursuing him and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a cacophony of roars and curses. Once he found a safe haven, he eagerly opened the system marketplace to discover its new offerings. Just 2 items? The level 2 marketplace was only marginally superior to level 1, which had sold 3 items, while level 2 offered 5. The additions included a basic berserk potion and a basic antidote. Basic berserk potion, upon consumption, enhances overall attributes by 30% for 3 minutes. After effects result in weakness for 10 minutes. Basic antidote can be applied externally or ingested to alleviate the damage from low-level toxins. Regrettably, they seemed of little use. Zhang Yang's expression darkened, feeling as if he had been deceived. What was the point? He had eagerly anticipated the level 2 marketplace, only to find an increase of 2 rather useless potions. Well, it was bound to open eventually, and he was somewhat grateful for this marketplace. Otherwise, had he recklessly boosted his strength and agility, he likely wouldn't have gained any evolution points from slaying crocodiles at this stage. Zhang Yang has begun to comprehend the system's calculation method. The elimination of other creatures is determined by comparing attributes, where adjacent beings signify a standard kill, while those whose attributes vastly exceed his own are considered as higher-level kills. Conversely, if his attributes surpass those of his opponent by a significant margin, he gains nothing. Naturally, the species one belongs to also plays a role in this. Though the precise calculations remain elusive, it is clear that the weaker the opponent, the easier it is to acquire evolutionary value. With this understanding, Zhang Yang refrains from hastily using his evolutionary value to enhance his attributes, instead focusing on more formidable creatures. The jungle wolf, with a maximum attribute limit of 20 points across the board, saw Zhang Yang elevate his attributes to 30 points due to the fusion of tiger bones, which enhanced his physical potential. Currently, Zhang Yang is not in a rush to elevate his attributes. He is more concerned with increasing the storage limit for evolutionary value. Like attributes, there exists a ceiling for evolutionary value storage. Exceeding this limit without utilizing it results in a loss of potential gains. However, powerful creatures are scarce, particularly at the fringes of this beastly continent. Fortunately, Zhang Yang has other pursuits. During his quest for formidable beings, leopards and crocodiles have faced dire consequences. Leopards are fortunate to have only encountered Zhang Yang by chance, but crocodiles are not so lucky, as he frequently ambushes them while they hunt other prey. They must remain vigilant, for a single misstep could lead to Zhang Yang dragging them to the riverbank to drain their life force. Chapter 29. A stroll outside after relentless effort. 2 days later, Zhang Yang successfully acquired the talent of Resilient Skin. Resilient Skin, intermediate passive increase of 50 in fur defense. Following another long 3-day search, he finally gathered the talent of Agility. Agility, intermediate passive increase of 50 in speed. Both skills are simple passive abilities, yet remarkably powerful. Despite Zhang Yang's attributes not appearing overwhelmingly strong, the enhancements from various talents have significantly transformed his capabilities. Just 5 days prior, he had to tread carefully around crocodiles, avoiding being surrounded. Now, emboldened, he remains cautious yet unafraid, capable of confronting 2 crocodiles simultaneously. To test his resilient skin, Zhang Yang deliberately endured a strike from a crocodile's tail. The results were somewhat disappointing. While his fur remained unharmed, his insides ached from the force. The resilient skin talent enhances fur defense, not resistance to impact. The necessary force remains present, and Zhang Yang winces in pain from the blow. On the 6th day following the wild boar incident, within the wolf den, Zhang Yang gazes with satisfaction at the young wolf. This little one has grown considerably in recent days, having consumed the stones provided. Under Zhang Yang's care, the young wolf's physique has rapidly developed, transforming from a 1-meter-long creature into one nearly 2 meters long, approaching maturity as a jungle wolf. However, Zhang Yang knows that the young wolf's strength far exceeds that of a typical adult jungle wolf, as it possesses its own talents. Big brother. The young wolf expresses unwavering trust in Zhang Yang, accustomed to the peculiar act of consuming stones. I've grown stronger again. With gleaming eyes. The young wolf cannot pinpoint how it has become stronger, but is delighted by the change. Good. Lead the wolf pack in hunting nearby, but do not wander too far. I shall be away for a few days, Zhang Yang instructs, clearly indicating his intent to leave. Of course, he does not intend to abandon the wolf pack. He seeks distant territories in search of suitable prey, for the crocodile population has dwindled significantly in recent days. Although Zhang Yang has not eliminated many, merely 3 or 5 each day, the cumulative effect of his daily hunts has taken its toll. With only about 100 crocodiles inhabiting this small tributary of the jungle's edge, they cannot sustain a large population. After a third of their numbers have vanished, the crocodiles have grown fearful, avoiding the shallows despite the tempting food that lies within. This is precisely why Zhang Yang has resolved to explore further afield. Big brother, are you leaving? The young wolf expresses profound reluctance, aware of Zhang Yang's solitary nature and the stories that surely accompany it. It fears that without Zhang Yang, it cannot uphold the pack's strength. I shall not be gone long, merely seeking to observe other areas for wolf activity, Zhang Yang reassures. I know of a larger pack to the northeast, the young wolf eagerly shares. My father warned me that the wolves there are formidable and do not welcome our kind. So we should avoid that direction. The young wolf has always heeded its father's warnings, harboring fear of that region. Yet now, emboldened by newfound strength and confidence in its older brother, the young wolf feels ready to confront the challenges ahead. To the northeast, you say? Very well, I shall investigate. You are in charge here, Zhang Yang affirms, patting the young wolf's head in a warm gesture. Rest assured, nothing will happen in your absence, the young wolf promises. Zhang Yang, before departing, presents the young wolf with another stone. Consume this tomorrow. Now, I must take my leave. He hands over a resilient skin, intermediate, talent stone. Understanding that gathering the fragments necessary for a higher level talent stone within a short time frame will prove difficult. The crocodiles have become too astute, making them challenging to hunt when they remain submerged. Zhang Yang, despite his burgeoning confidence, knows better than to assume he can engage crocodiles in the water. Should he dare to enter, it would undoubtedly spell his end. Thus, realizing the impracticality of rapid gathering, he decides to utilize what he has, providing a safeguard for the wolf pack. As for why he does not allow the young wolf to consume the stone immediately, he fears it may be unable to digest it properly. Consuming 2 stones a day would be quite taxing. Yes, big brother. The young wolf dutifully complies with Zhang Yang's instructions. Subsequently, Zhang Yang departs the wolf den, leaving explicit orders that during his absence, all matters within the den are to be overseen by the young wolf. The pack of jungle wolves raises no objections. After all, the young wolf is the offspring of the alpha, and with a powerful wolf like Zhang Yang as its elder brother, who would dare defy? As for the prowess of the gray wolf, they have yet to witness it. Should they do so, they would undoubtedly be even more awed. Zhang Yang did not elaborate further on the matter. After departing from the wolf den, he set off directly towards the northeast, burdened with the task of expanding the wolf pack. The system's prompt indicated that he was to assimilate other wolf packs. With news of other packs now at his disposal, it was imperative to investigate them. He had no specific destination in mind. Approximately 500 kilometers northeast of the wolf den lay the territory of the blue wolves, a subspecies of the wolf clan, superior in rank to the jungle wolves. In terms of both individual strength and collective power, they far surpassed the jungle wolves, including Zhang Yang's pack. The elder gray wolf had cautioned his kin to be wary of this particular pack. Within this group, there were nearly 100 blue wolves, each possessing a physique comparable to that of the elder gray wolf. King, the jungle wolves on the edge of our territory have recently become quite active. Their range is encroaching upon ours. It appears they have forgotten the lessons of the past. Should we offer them another warning? One of the blue wolves, standing before the wolf king and bowing its head slightly, posed the question. Just approaching? Let them pass before we decide, the blue wolf king replied, his mind preoccupied with more pressing concerns. He had little time to address such trivial matters. Chapter 30. Do they not comprehend the principle of striking first? The blue wolf king held little interest in the jungle wolves, yet Zhang Yang found himself intrigued by the blue wolves. Remarkably, he reached their territory in just half a day. Although his speed was not particularly swift, his robust physique and endurance made him an adept long-distance traveler. What kind of world was this? Such a short distance, and yet the disparity among creatures seemed to amplify. As he journeyed, Zhang Yang noted that the fauna here appeared generally more robust than those in his previous locale, with even the vegetation flourishing more abundantly. This peculiarity fueled his curiosity about this world. To satiate his inquisitiveness, he realized he must strengthen himself, if only to survive. Despite his current vigor, Zhang Yang's lifespan dwindled to a mere 50 days. Survival remained a pressing concern for him. He was here to fulfill his mission, expand the wolf pack and assimilate the blue wolves active in this region, which would surely reward him with a significant extension of life. Zhang Yang had spotted the blue wolves and discreetly discerned their range of activity. He was quite pleased with these potential subordinates, as they already exhibited considerable strength, rivaling that of the elder gray wolf. However, he refrained from recklessly charging into their midst. Assimilation required a strategic approach. To foolishly rush into the pack would likely result in a thorough beating, akin to a lone wolf challenging Zhang Yang's pack. Despite their fewer numbers, the jungle wolves would not tolerate outsiders. They might engage in internal challenges to select the strongest as their king, but they would not extend the same courtesy to intruders. Wolves are inherently united. Thus, Zhang Yang sought an opportunity when a wolf king was separated from the pack. He waited for 3 days. Was the wolf king too complacent? Did he not take the pack out to hunt? Zhang Yang found himself perplexed. Were these blue wolves subsisting solely on air? If no opportunity presented itself, would he truly have to charge in? Such a direct approach would be rather foolish. Yet, to remain idle was also untenable. Who could predict how long the blue wolf king would linger in the pack? If he were to engage in a war of attrition with Zhang Yang, the latter might be dragged to his demise in just over 50 days. Just as Zhang Yang pondered whether to seek out the blue wolf king, the pack mobilized. Did this pack adhere to a fixed hunting schedule? Zhang Yang had been observing the wolves' movements from the shadows, expertly concealed, rendering him undetectable to the blue wolves. There, from a distance, he spotted the blue wolf king, the largest among the pack, easily identifiable. Zhang Yang crouched low and swiftly moved across the terrain, keeping pace with the wolves despite their speed. At that moment, the blue wolf king was troubled. He was in a dire predicament. A significant upheaval had occurred within the territory of the wolves. The once expansive hunting grounds had been abruptly severed, leaving only half of it intact. The cause was a long fissure in the northeastern forest, measuring over a meter at its widest point. If that were all, it would be manageable. They could simply leap across to continue their hunts. However, the fissure housed creatures, snakes, long and thick, in considerable numbers. The emergence of this snake den infuriated the blue wolf king. These serpents not only obstructed the blue wolves' hunting, but would also regard them as potential prey. How could the blue wolf king remain composed in the face of such provocation? Today, 2 blue wolves had already fallen victim to the constricting snakes, prompting the king to take action. Thus, nearly 100 blue wolves surged through the forest, a formidable force that compelled all creatures to yield, even the massive elephants, who would sidestep to avoid confrontation. Upon reaching the snake den, however, they were met with resistance. For the number of snakes was no less than that of the blue wolves. Zhang Yang, hidden from view, beheld the snakes, some as thin as 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter, while the largest was half a meter wide and stretched an alarming 6 or 7 meters in length. Zhang Yang swallowed hard. He had never encountered such serpents. He soon witnessed the standoff between the snakes and the blue wolves. Although their communication was somewhat incoherent, they engaged in a battle of wills. In such a scenario, the first to retreat would be deemed the loser, a straightforward rule of the jungle. Shall we teach them a lesson? Inquired one of the blue wolves near the king. At the king's command, the pack would launch an assault. Despite the imposing size of the snakes, the blue wolves would not cower. Wait, ready to fight? The blue wolf king, too, yearned to fight. He could not bear the indignity any longer. Yet, he had to consider the welfare of the young ones in his pack. Fighting to the death would inevitably lead to losses, and thus, minimizing those losses was paramount. However, simply waiting was not a viable strategy. The snakes flicked their tongues, their heads raised, their cold eyes fixed intently on the wolf pack, standing resolute. After a prolonged wait, the blue wolf king took a few steps forward, determined to initiate a dialogue despite the language barrier. Just then, a massive creature, easily 10 meters long, emerged with a hiss. This snake slithered out from a crevice, its eyes devoid of emotion, chillingly cold. The Blue Wolf King recognized this as the leader of the serpents. He intended to negotiate and delineate territories. Yet, the great python had no interest in discourse. To it, this pack of blue wolves was merely a source of food. Before the Blue Wolf King could utter a word, the python lunged, moving with surprising speed that belied its size, catching the wolf off guard. In an instant, from the moment the python appeared to the moment it ensnared the Blue Wolf King in its coils, it was over in a flash. How pitiful! Did the wolf not understand the principle of striking first? Zhang Yang watched from the shadows, filled with frustration at such incompetence. If one were to initiate the attack, even in defeat, they wouldn't be left so helpless, would they? Now, ensnared by the serpent, the Blue Wolf King awaited his doom. Chapter 31. Shouldn't it be the Serpent King? Though the Blue Wolf King felt a pang of panic as he was ensnared, he did not falter. After a brief moment of shock, he opened his jaws and sank his teeth into the python's body, tasting its blood. The Blue Wolf King was not without resolve. Being ensnared was merely a tactical miscalculation. Infuriated by the bite, the python opened its massive jaws, revealing 4 gleaming fangs. Yet, it did not strike immediately. Instead, it exerted its strength, employing its typical method of attack, constriction. This involved reducing its prey to a mere pulp before swallowing it whole. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the Blue Wolf King emitted a mournful howl of agony. It was excruciating. Even Zhang Yang, watching from the shadows, felt his teeth clench in sympathy. If he were in the wolf's position, would he endure such torment? He assessed his own physique and concluded that he was undoubtedly stronger than the Blue Wolf King, for his bones were those of a tiger, not easily crushed in such a brief time. However, how long he could withstand was uncertain. Upon hearing the Blue Wolf King's anguished cries, the wolf pack erupted in chaos. How dare this creature attack their king? It was a death wish. Yet the serpents were not defenseless. As the wolves charged, the snakes retaliated. Thus, the battle between wolves and serpents commenced. The Blue Wolf King was at a loss for words. He desperately wished for the pack to retreat. Having gained first-hand experience, he realized that these enormous serpents were beyond the wolf's capability to resist. They were too formidable. Even he, the mightiest of wolves, was on the brink of death. What hope did the others have? Not only would they likely lose this skirmish, but even if victorious, the cost would be catastrophic for their survival. Alas, the Blue Wolf King no longer possessed the strength to command his pack. His breaths grew shallow, and he felt death approaching. At that moment, an unusual figure joined the fray within the wolf pack. Zhang Yang's fur differed from that of the blue wolves. While theirs was azure, his was a pale green. Rather unique. However, amidst the chaos, neither side noticed this detail. Zhang Yang refrained from attacking the wolves, as they would soon be his subordinates. It was prudent not to kill them, but he showed no mercy to the pythons. With his size and strength, he could easily dispatch an ordinary python. While he could not guarantee a single lethal strike, a few bites could sever the serpent's body in two. The pythons lacked the regenerative abilities of earthworms. Once bitten in half, they could only await their demise. Ding. Python killed. Evolution points 800. What? Even without a level-up kill, I still received such a bounty of evolution points? How many pythons are there here? There must be at least 100. If they all succumb to my jaws. Oh my, that would amount to 80,000 evolution points. In that moment of exhilaration, Zhang Yang let out a fierce howl. This wolf's cry resonated with a righteous fervor, signaling all blue wolves to retreat while he handled the serpents. Was it not a noble proclamation, to face an entire nest of serpents alone? But who was he? The blue wolves were taken aback, bewildered by this unfamiliar figure. They had never seen such a character before. From whence did he spring? Though his physique was impressive, his intelligence seemed lacking. The melee continued, and Zhang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. No one heeded his command. This was unacceptable. Each evolution point was precious. Losing even one would pain him. Subsequently, Zhang Yang charged toward the Python King. Any serpent that obstructed his path was sent flying, some through brute force, others by his powerful bites. One bite and a swift shake would send them soaring, all executed with remarkable grace. Zhang Yang was determined to rescue the Blue Wolf King, for only he could lead the pack to safety and preserve those precious evolution points. In his final moments, the Blue Wolf King heard Zhang Yang's howl and recognized its command. Regrettably, the blue wolves remained obstinate. As Zhang Yang approached the Python King, its icy gaze remained fixed on him, its tongue flickering in agitation. Zhang Yang had no time for a stare down with the serpent. He was there to save the wolf. I am here to rescue you. You must lead the pack away at once. As he launched an attack against the Python King, he simultaneously communicated with the Blue Wolf King. The latter nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, did Zhang Yang possess the capability to save him? The Blue Wolf King harbored doubts. However, in the next moment, his confidence surged as he felt the constricting serpent's grip suddenly loosen. A wave of relief washed over him as he regained his freedom. What had transpired? Zhang Yang leaped high, sinking his teeth into the Python King's head. The notion that one could not leap to pounce was irrelevant to Zhang Yang. He simply lunged. Initially, the Python King attempted to bite Zhang Yang, but the latter, seasoned in combat and swift, evaded and countered in one fluid motion. Once Zhang Yang seized the Python King's head, he began to pull with all his might. In pain, the Python King released the Blue Wolf King, intent on ensnaring Zhang Yang instead. Go! Zhang Yang bit down on the serpent's head, his words muffled as he shouted. The freed Wolf King immediately howled, and in the next moment, the pack of wolves retreated from the battlefield. Just look, the Wolf King's howl was of great consequence. While Zhang Yang's grand proclamations bore no fruit, this exemplifies the disparities in status and identity. As the wolves withdrew from the fray, Zhang Yang, fueled by determination, unleashed a devastating strike. He had hesitated to use it earlier, fearing that a single bite might slay the Serpent King, ultimately failing to rescue the Wolf King. The serpent's head shattered, and as its body thrashed, it only tightened its grip, refusing to relent. With immense force, Zhang Yang crushed the serpent's head, akin to shattering ice cream. Blood, mingled with fragments of the serpent's head, filled his mouth, the remnants of its life splattering across his visage. Many other serpents had initially planned to attack Zhang Yang, but upon witnessing this scene, they hesitated. Serpents are cold-blooded creatures, lacking the unity of wolves. With the Serpent King vanquished, no one expected them to rally together for vengeance. The fact that they did not engage in a fray to claim the Serpent King's throne was already a considerable concession. A notification chimed. Kill confirmed, 1,000 evolution points. Just a mere serpent? Shouldn't it have been the Serpent King? Zhang Yang pondered, intrigued, yet pleased with the evolution points, 200 more than an ordinary serpent. However, with the remaining serpents scattering, Zhang Yang felt discomfort. How would he proceed now? Should he chase after them into the crevice? This is likely my grave, Zhang Yang thought. You all should flee. There was no rush for pursuit. His priority was to ensure the foolish wolves made their escape. Although Zhang Yang could vanquish a Serpent King, he could not fend off an entire horde of serpents. If they decided to assault the wolf pack, he was prepared to take command of the wolves. If their numbers fell short, he risked failing his mission as determined by the system. The Wolf King heard Zhang Yang's words. To flee? He yearned to, but his body seemed unwilling. The bones in his frame had been misaligned by the Serpent King's constriction, and simply standing was an arduous feat, yet boasting loyal subordinates. One of the wolves hoisted the Wolf King upon its back and dashed away. Witnessing this, the pack wasted no time, vanishing into the thicket, neglecting even the corpses of their fallen comrades. As for Zhang Yang, they cared little. His fate was of no concern to them. As the wolves fled, Zhang Yang felt a surge of relief. However, the next moment, he felt every hair on his body stand on end. The serpents, previously in disarray, suddenly organized themselves into an orderly formation, encircling Zhang Yang. They did not completely surround him, as the direction of the crevice remained devoid of serpents. Yet, it was this very crevice that instilled a sense of impending peril within him. Suddenly, a vertical eye emerged from the darkness of the crack. Zhang Yang's heart raced. Was that eye not excessively large? A foreboding feeling washed over him. When the owner of that eye revealed itself, Zhang Yang panicked. Was this creature not an absurdly exaggerated version of a serpent? The serpent he had just bitten into had been merely 10 meters long and half a meter in diameter. Yet, the creature now fixed upon him was at least 20 meters long, with a diameter of 1 meter and a fleshy bulge atop its head. Good heavens! Are you transforming into a dragon? Zhang Yang thought, increasingly distressed. That head was far too massive for him to bite. It was akin to presenting a large apple to a child. Regardless of the sharpness of his teeth, there was simply no way to take a bite. Furthermore, even if there were a place to bite, Zhang Yang did not believe he could crush this creature's skull, even with his ultimate strike. Run. There was no time for hesitation. This was not about cowardice, but rather about common sense. If he did not flee now, he would be a fool. However, the question remained, where to escape? Backwards? The serpents were not mere decorations. To be ensnared was to face death. Very well, the path lay ahead. Zhang Yang had little choice. He spotted a relatively small crevice, reasoning that a creature of such girth would be unable to squeeze through. In the next moment, Zhang Yang's actions astonished the serpents. They watched in disbelief as he wriggled into the crevice, crawling as if he were a diligent police dog, shedding any semblance of a wolf's dignity. Zhang Yang mused that had he not been so attached to his wolf form, he might have considered transforming into a serpent for the sake of survival. The true Serpent King had not anticipated such a maneuver from Zhang Yang, and soon, he vanished from sight. Did the Serpent King not enjoy playing a cat-and-mouse game? He was more than willing to engage Zhang Yang in such a manner. The Serpent King slithered swiftly underground, his speed surpassing that of Zhang Yang. Yet when he reached the narrow passage, he encountered significant obstacles. But this was of no concern. Sheer force would suffice. Zhang Yang heard the rumbling of collapsing stones behind him, a thrill coursing through him, akin to participating in a survival game. There was no time for words. He must run faster. Zhang Yang exerted himself further, using his claws to shatter any rocky impediments in his path. What lay within this crevice? It felt vast. As he continued to flee, Zhang Yang grew accustomed to the sensation. The Serpent King's pursuit was not as swift as his own. Relying on his smaller stature, he navigated through narrow passages. While the Serpent King was formidable, his only means of breaking through was by charging, and in terms of true speed, Zhang Yang held the advantage. A notification sounded. Mission triggered. Eliminate the Serpent King. Mission objective. Kill the pursuer, the Serpent King. Rewards, unknown. Zhang Yang's thoughts raced. Dear system, do you not see the disparity? You want me to take down that creature behind me? Consider the difference between us. With my current build, I would merely be a snack for that beast. He had no doubt about his conclusion. Even if he were to invest all his evolution points to enhance his strength and agility to 30, he would still be no match for the colossal serpent. Disregarding the mission, Zhang Yang knew he had over 50 days left to live. To engage the Serpent King recklessly would surely lead to his demise. The adage rang true. The outside world was rife with opportunity, yet fraught with peril. After burrowing a considerable distance forward, another saying came to mind. Heaven makes a way where there seems to be none. Indeed, he had penetrated through the rock layers and arrived in an underground chamber. This subterranean space was somewhat expansive. It could easily accommodate not just one, but several Serpent Kings running side by side without issue. However, it was rectangular in shape, and he could still see the rocky walls at either end. This was the end. Zhang Yang glanced back, though he could not see the Python King. He sensed its movements nearby, the sound of its path being carved. To retreat would only lead him into the jaws of another. Thus, he had no choice but to leap into this subterranean space. This underground chamber resembled a narrow gap, akin to two fingers pressed together yet unable to fully align, leaving a slender crevice between them. The upper space was crowned by an elliptical dome, devoid of sunlight, yet it was not shrouded in darkness, for luminous stones adorned the surroundings. Upon landing, Zhang Yang had no time to admire the scenery. He was in search of an exit. Ah, there it was. A snake hole connected to this place, but at that moment, it was teeming with pythons emerging one after another. Was this to be his tomb? A bitter feeling settled in his heart. He had no escape and was surrounded by a horde of serpents. Under such circumstances, even if he transformed into a python, they would hardly spare him. While ordinary pythons might be fooled by his guise, the Python King would certainly not be deceived. For Zhang Yang had seen the glint of intelligence in its cold, unyielding gaze. An intelligent creature would only become more curious upon witnessing his metamorphosis. Dissection for study would be inevitable. As for whether it could perceive his transformation, that was hardly a matter for speculation, given that its serpentine head had already emerged. Chapter 33. Turning the tables, what had initially been a modest fissure was now violently expanded by the Python King, creating a passage over a meter in diameter. Marked by sheer brutality, Zhang Yang dared not remain stationary. He had to struggle, if only for survival. This underground space was limited, and if he could find a corner to reduce his exposure to attack, he might have a fighting chance. At the very least, he could take some with him when he faced his demise. He fled with fervor, the pythons in hot pursuit, swiftly cornering him. Zhang Yang braced himself for battle, exchanging all his resources for a single vial of raging potion and healing elixir. He was prepared for a fierce confrontation. Yet, just as he readied himself, the pursuing pythons halted their advance. What were they up to? Zhang Yang felt a bead of sweat forming. How was he to break this deadlock? The most violent option would be to carve a bloody path and depart with flair. Alas, he lacked the capability for such an escape. The Python King had arrived. The multitude of pythons parted to grant it passage. Was it to engage Zhang Yang directly? He marveled at its size. A 20-meter-long python was indeed a terrifying sight. Yet, remarkably, it showed no intention of attacking, much like its kin. Zhang Yang's mind raced with confusion. Was he being underestimated? Were they repulsed by the thought of devouring him? Surrounding him without striking, were these lesser snakes attempting to mock him? Zhang Yang was filled with indignation. However, he soon sensed that the situation was not as he had surmised. These pythons were not merely hesitant to consume him. They were wary, wanting to advance, yet held back by a palpable fear. Why such trepidation? Zhang Yang pondered, his nostrils filled with a strong, fishy odor, the unmistakable scent of pythons, indicating their prolonged habitation here. But surely that could not be the source of their fear. Could there be snake eggs present? Do snakes lay eggs? In the next moment, Zhang Yang's eyes fell upon a small plant nestled in the corner. This plant was unremarkable, merely a 1-meter-high sapling, its dark green leaves sparse, bearing 3 small, similarly colored fruits. It was quite inconspicuous. It was precisely its inconspicuousness that had led Zhang Yang to overlook it. Only upon closer inspection did he recognize its presence. Zhang Yang, though unaware of its name, surmised that it was the reason for the python's reluctance to approach. To confirm his hypothesis, he cautiously moved toward the plant. Indeed, as he took a step forward, the pythons grew increasingly agitated, especially the Python King, whose tongue flicked out in alarm. This plant held significant importance for them. In that instant, Zhang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. With this plant present, his safety was not as dire as he had feared. The Python King was vexed. It had not anticipated that its lair would be so brazenly invaded. The very spot Zhang Yang occupied was the Python King's resting ground. Until now, it had steadfastly guarded this plant. Only after Zhang Yang had dispatched its top subordinate, the false Python King, did it feel compelled to teach Zhang Yang a lesson. Yet, instead of delivering a reprimand, it found its abode usurped. Could it not be distressed? Those 3 fruits were of utmost importance to it. It was precisely due to their significance that the Python King hesitated to advance. The scene fell into a stalemate. Zhang Yang dared not approach the plant further, fearing that the Python King might lash out recklessly. Zhang Yang remained still, as did the Python King, which flicked its tongue erratically, emitting hissing sounds, perhaps an attempt at communication. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang was not fluent in its language and could not comprehend. It was a rather awkward situation. Conversely, the Python King could not decipher Zhang Yang's howls. Thus, this impasse endured for a full day. This could not continue. Zhang Yang ceased his howling, for negotiation seemed futile. Waiting indefinitely was also not an option. Although his hunger was not overwhelming, he needed sustenance to survive. There was nothing here to eat, and if he continued to wait, he would perish of starvation before the pythons even attacked. He had to devise a plan. But what could he do? Dig a tunnel to escape? The pythons would certainly not permit that. Now, any extraneous movement on Zhang Yang's part would provoke an attack from the pythons. Only by maintaining the status quo could they coexist in this uneasy truce. Zhang Yang's mind raced, and soon, the outline of a daring plan began to take shape in his thoughts. It was risky, yet worth pursuing. Zhang Yang meticulously contemplated the plan he had devised several times in his mind, feeling a high probability of success, albeit with the caveat that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, he found himself devoid of alternatives. He had to take the plunge. Yet, the prospect of execution required considerable courage. As Zhang Yang steeled himself internally, the Python King could no longer remain passive. Those 3 fruits held immense significance for him, and he dared not gamble against Zhang Yang. Should those fruits be destroyed by Zhang Yang, it would sever the Python King's path to evolution, an outcome he could not abide. He could not allow Zhang Yang to seize the upper hand. He intended to be the one in control. This maneuver was relatively straightforward. The python possessed toxins within its body. They were not ordinary serpents, but rather mutated variants, inherently venomous. They had evolved into their current form after consuming the fruit of a certain plant. When the Python King hissed at Zhang Yang, a faint green mist erupted from its mouth. In the dimly lit subterranean space, the mist was barely perceptible. Initially, Zhang Yang dismissed the Python King's strange vocalizations. But the system soon delivered a notification. Ding. You have been poisoned. Please take the antidote. Surprised, Zhang Yang momentarily paused. He had not felt any symptoms of poisoning. Yet, the system was infallible. Upon closer inspection and heightened awareness, he discerned the Python King's subtle actions. Ah, so you dare to play tricks with me? Zhang Yang was incensed. Such a massive creature resorting to cunning schemes suggested that its formidable head was not entirely filled with fluff. Nevertheless, anger turned into opportunity for Zhang Yang. You wish to employ deceit? Very well, I shall turn the tables on you. Zhang Yang's initial strategy was to feign death. Now, with the path laid out before him, he saw no reason to hesitate and decided to follow the Python King's lead. However, he could not genuinely succumb to the poison. He first consumed the antidote, a product of the system that was guaranteed to be effective. However, this was only the beginning. Immediately after, he also ingested a berserk potion. Zhang Yang did not intend to fight recklessly. Rather, he aimed to utilize the side effects that followed. The Python King was no fool. On the contrary, it was quite astute. It would not easily be deceived by Zhang Yang's performance. To make the act convincing, Zhang Yang had no choice but to take the berserk potion, which posed the greatest risk within this scheme. The Python King watched Zhang Yang cautiously, fearing that he might uncover its ruse. At that moment, Zhang Yang's internal energy surged dramatically, causing the Python King to spasm in excitement, mistakenly believing that Zhang Yang had realized something. Just as the Python King prepared to strike, Zhang Yang suddenly crouched down. What was he planning? The Python King wondered. This was not a posture for attack. Was this little wolf attempting a trick? The Python King hesitated, waiting for Zhang Yang's ploy to unfold. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang had no such plans. As time inexorably passed, the 3 minutes flew by. And once the effects of the berserk potion faded, a wave of weakness washed over Zhang Yang. This weakness was irreversible. His vitality had plummeted to a fraction of its prime. It was an unbearable sensation. Muttering to himself, Zhang Yang collapsed onto the ground. Acutely aware that he could now muster only about 1/10 of his former strength, pathetically feeble. The Python King sensed Zhang Yang's condition and was taken aback. What is happening? Has my venom truly become this potent? Such a small dose has incapacitated this little wolf. Doubts began to creep into the Python King's mind. Other serpents, witnessing Zhang Yang on the ground, cheered in delight. Yet, the Python King remained cautious. It did not advance, continuing to release its venom. What if Zhang Yang still possessed the strength to rise? Since the toxin proved effective, the Python King resolved to prolong its assault, ensuring Zhang Yang fully experienced the effects. This brought some comfort to the Python King. Lying on the ground, Zhang Yang fervently prayed to the heavens. Perhaps some divine entity had intervened, for his calculations proved correct. In truth, There were no deities at play. It was all a result of Zhang Yang's cunning. The Python King, possessing intelligence, could not help but be suspicious. Its sudden collapse raised alarms. The Python King, doubting Zhang Yang's authenticity, remained vigilant. Zhang Yang had gambled that the Python King would grow increasingly complacent during his moment of weakness, ultimately leading to an opportunity. Every action he took was aimed at this singular chance. The side effects of the Berserk potion lasted 10 minutes, significantly longer than its active effects, rendering the wait excruciating. Fortunately, the Python King was cooperative, refraining from rushing in and instead continuing to release toxins. As the side effects neared their conclusion, the Python King remained stationary, intent on ensuring Zhang Yang's demise. It never considered advancing before Zhang Yang's expiration. Zhang Yang, calculating the passage of time, found the Python King's venom ineffective against him. The description of the basic antidote was modest, yet its efficacy was formidable. The Python King's toxin could not harm him. When the duration of the Berserk potion's side effects concluded, Zhang Yang's formidable strength returned. Ding! Strength and agility have been maximized. This enhancement requires 20,000 evolution points. Does the host wish to proceed with the enhancement? Yes. Ding! Enhancement successful. The evolution value vanished, and Zhang Yang's strength and agility both plummeted to a mere 30 points. He had no time to acclimatize to this sudden surge of power and swiftness. As the enhancement period concluded, Zhang Yang made a slight movement towards the plant. However, the tension-ridden King Python reacted with much greater urgency, believing that Zhang Yang had realized his impending demise and was thus making a final desperate struggle, intent on taking Zhang Yang down with him. The King Python could not afford to fail. He must not allow Zhang Yang to succeed. Thus, with a swift motion, the King Python lunged forward, not to attack Zhang Yang, but to safeguard the plant, ensuring its protection from any harm. Remarkably, Zhang Yang sought the same outcome. As the King Python charged towards the plant, Zhang Yang, who had been crouched on the ground, suddenly lunged at the King Python. With all four limbs propelling him, he exhibited both strength and speed. Zhang Yang had already targeted the python's vulnerable spot, the area just behind its head, its Achilles heel. He aimed not to penetrate deeply, but at the very least, to inflict severe injury. The King Python sensed Zhang Yang's approach, yet remained resolute in his strategy. Indeed, this little wolf was merely feigning weakness. He was still remarkably robust, having not succumbed to the poison. What a cunning creature! As the King Python mentally assessed Zhang Yang, his body coiled protectively around the plant. In stark contrast, Zhang Yang successfully landed upon the King Python, his bite landing accurately on the vulnerable spot behind its head. The flesh tore open. Although Zhang Yang could no longer employ his devastating strike, his current strength was still formidable. 30 points of strength equating to 300 pounds of force, quadrupling to 1,500 pounds, which was only a 500-pound reduction from his previous devastating strike at 20 points. The crucial aspect was that this 1,500 pounds was now a regular offensive capability. After biting once, he could strike again. Moreover, to maximize his attack surface, Zhang Yang's hind claws latched onto the King Python's flesh, while he relentlessly bit down, his forelimbs scratching frantically. He resembled a dog digging fervently at the earth. Zhang Yang was acutely aware that his position was less than dignified, but such concerns were trivial. His life was paramount. The King Python writhed in pain. The spot behind its head was indeed a weakness, much like the vulnerability of a wolf's waist. Despite the excruciating agony, the King Python refrained from thrashing about, fearing for the plant he was protecting. This thrilled Zhang Yang. You won't move? Then I shall. His initial intention had been to deliver a heavy blow and make a swift escape, knowing that a weakened King Python would struggle to pursue him. Now, with the King Python failing to retaliate effectively, Zhang Yang decided against an immediate retreat. He would take the opportunity to bite a few more times. The King Python, wishing to counterattack, found himself powerless. Coiled tightly, he could not reach the vulnerable spot, and rolling to dislodge Zhang Yang was out of the question. Were he to roll over, he risked crushing the very plant he sought to protect. Without that plant, his existence would be meaningless. Yet, he had not anticipated Zhang Yang's relentless audacity. While the King Python wished to ignore him, Zhang Yang showed no inclination to leave. He continued his relentless assault. The King Python's previously intact vulnerable spot was now in a state of utter devastation. Hiss! The King Python cried out. The onlooking pythons suddenly realized they should not merely spectate. In truth, they were less inclined to watch the spectacle, but the current scene was too captivating to ignore. The lone wolf battling the King Python was indeed a sight to behold. This was their first time witnessing their king in such a pitiful state. Zhang Yang felt discomfort. Given a little more time, he could have gnawed his way through the King Python's flesh entirely. Unfortunately, time was a luxury he did not possess. This was an extraordinary opportunity, and the completion of his task was tantalizingly close. Frustrated, Zhang Yang was compelled to disengage from the King Python's body. He needed to escape before the other pythons could surround him. Although his attributes had reached their maximum potential, being besieged by numerous pythons would likely hinder his escape. With his newfound strength, Zhang Yang was eager to flee. the pythons would not be able to stop him. He charged forward like a frenzied bull. The pythons were caught off guard, some tumbling over each other, unable to form an effective barrier. If the pythons had been within their burrows, he would have struggled to escape so effortlessly. Fortunately, there were no pythons at the burrow entrance, providing Zhang Yang a clear avenue for escape. In his reckless charge, Zhang Yang successfully broke free from the python's encirclement. He ran with remarkable speed, even taking a moment to glance back as he entered the burrow. Goodness, there are so many. He mused briefly before diving into the burrow, eager to flee. Meanwhile, the pythons, under the king python's command, pursued him relentlessly. The king python himself dared not move to protect the plant, but he could not permit Zhang Yang to disrupt his subterranean domain. Driving him away was merely the first step. The second was to eliminate Zhang Yang. Just wait, the king python vowed, his icy gaze radiating an insatiable thirst for vengeance. He watched as Zhang Yang entered the burrow, vowing to remember his appearance. The injuries Zhang Yang had inflicted today would be repaid tenfold in the future. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, the king python's menacing thoughts were irrelevant to him as he raced through the burrow. To Zhang Yang, the burrow felt expansive. Two of him could run side by side without issue. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was exhilarating. However, as he continued to run, he suddenly questioned the purpose of his flight. Had he not come to seize evolution points? Zhang Yang realized a pivotal truth. When did fleeing become a source of joy? Was this not lacking in ambition? The king python was unlikely to catch up. Even if he did, his speed would be compromised given his current state. So, in the burrow, Zhang Yang conceived an audacious plan. The burrow was not particularly spacious, with enemies only behind him. Thus, the numerical superiority of the pythons became irrelevant. In a one-on-one confrontation, or even a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1, would Zhang Yang truly fear these pythons? There was no point in running any longer. Upon grasping the essence of the situation, Zhang Yang turned around. He would no longer flee, for he intended to unleash a massacre. To retreat was an act of cowardice. To retaliate fiercely was the hallmark of a true warrior. Zhang Yang considered himself such a warrior, resolutely refusing to succumb to fear. In truth, however, he was reluctant to part with the evolution points accumulated in this place, quite a substantial sum, indeed, amounting to tens of thousands. Before long, the vanguard of the python swarm caught up with Zhang Yang. As he beheld them, a smile crept across his face. Indeed, these pythons could not all rush at him simultaneously. He would face a maximum of 3 at a time. This was splendid. Who were they to flick their tongues at him? They were truly overstepping their bounds. With such a bounty of evolution points laid before him, Zhang Yang was filled with exhilaration. His attribute values had reached their zenith, and his combat prowess surged. With a single swipe, he could not only send the pythons tumbling, but also leave deep, bloody gashes upon their scales. Zhang Yang refrained from pursuing them relentlessly, for this was sufficient. Such lengthy wounds would lead to their demise through blood loss. As he fought and retreated, it was not due to an inability to withstand them, but rather to provide space for the other pythons to advance. Remaining in one spot would quickly result in a blockade from the fallen pythons. Only through movement could he maintain sufficient room. Minutes passed, and the first batch of bloodied pythons succumbed, perishing from excessive blood loss. Ding. Python slain, evolution points 500. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of pain in his heart. To contend with the earlier predicament, he had been compelled to max out his attributes. Yet now the evolution points gained from slaying pythons had diminished due to this enhancement. Previously, he would earn 800 points per python. Now, he received a mere 500. Considering the number of pythons, the ache in his heart intensified. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang was pragmatic. He transformed his sorrow into strength, battling the pythons with renewed vigor. Soon, the system's notifications chimed in a melodious chorus, transforming into the most exquisite music that Zhang Yang had ever heard. When this enchanting symphony ceased, he became acutely aware of a grave issue. The pythons had vanished. Had he truly exterminated them all? A sense of unfulfilled anticipation washed over him. Glancing at his attribute panel, Zhang Yang chuckled. Although the evolution points gained from slaying the pythons were fewer, their sheer numbers had compensated for this, accumulating nearly 50,000 evolution points. Not quite reaching 50,000, but tantalizingly close. If he could defeat the Python King, would that suffice? With the pythons of this den eradicated, Zhang Yang felt a swell of confidence. He almost forgot the fear he had felt when first confronting the Python King. Perhaps a return was in order? He recalled that upon reaching 50,000 evolution points, he would unlock the level 3 shop. Yes, a return was warranted. Zhang Yang set forth, stepping over the multitude of python carcasses, his spirits soaring. Upon returning to the underground cavern, he was met with a sight that ignited his fury. Was this a profound disrespect towards him? The Python King, who should have been most cautious and vigilant, was instead asleep. My goodness, did he truly underestimate Zhang Yang? Did he presume that Zhang Yang would not return for vengeance? What an audacious stance he took. The real world seemed to have morphed into a fantastical realm under his influence. Zhang Yang regarded the Python King with a tumultuous expression. The creature lay sprawled on the ground, eyes tightly shut. This in itself was not alarming, but a faint green aura encircled its body, a curious phenomenon. Yet, was it truly remarkable? Could it rival Zhang Yang's own abilities? After observing for a moment, he regained his composure. If one were to speak of marvels, this Python King paled in comparison to Zhang Yang, who could effortlessly transform into other species. Would the Python King not quail at such a thought? Yet a question arose. Was this creature in a state of cultivation or merely recuperating from its injuries? After all, Zhang Yang had left the Python King in a rather grievous state. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a fruit was missing. The Python King, lying flat, had not entirely concealed the plant, which originally bore 3 fruits. Now, only 2 remained. Had it consumed one? Was this fruit the source of the Python King's peculiar behavior? Zhang Yang grew exceedingly interested in the remaining fruits, eager to secure one for himself. However, to obtain it, he would first need to vanquish the Python King. Stealthily, Zhang Yang approached the slumbering Python King, who appeared utterly oblivious to his presence. Such audacity! Zhang Yang silently appraised the Python King's behavior. Was it truly ensconced in such a deep slumber? In truth, the Python King had suffered immensely from Zhang Yang's earlier assault. Eager to recover, it had hastily consumed one of the fruits, leading to a profound drowsiness that induced a deep sleep, one so profound that it rendered the Python King unaware of Zhang Yang's return. Now, Zhang Yang faced a dilemma. Should he first deal with the Python King, or seize the 2 remaining fruits? After considerable reflection, he resolved that the fruits should be his priority. With the system's storage capacity, concealing the fruits would pose no challenge. Should he fail to defeat the Python King, possessing these fruits would still count as a worthwhile endeavor. As Zhang Yang leaped towards the plant, the system chimed in. Ding! Unripe spiritual fruit detected. Would you like to collect it? Unripe? Zhang Yang halted his advance. Consuming unripe fruit would drastically diminish its effectiveness. How long would it take for this fruit to mature? Ding! Spiritual fruit requires 15 days to mature. 15 days? Zhang Yang felt he could afford to wait. What if the fruit proved invaluable once ripe? Thus, he resolved to confront the Python King first. With his decision made, Zhang Yang leaped onto the Python King's vital point. The location remained unchanged. Yet Zhang Yang took the opportunity to closely examine this critical area. The fruit's properties appeared quite remarkable. The Python King's vital point was enveloped in a green glow, rapidly healing, rivaling even Zhang Yang's regenerative abilities. However, it seemed that such recovery could not surpass the rate at which Zhang Yang could inflict damage. Zhang Yang flashed a grin, determined to disrupt the Python King's sweet slumber. As Zhang Yang's wolf kiss revisited the Python King's vulnerable spot, a cry of agony erupted from the serpent. His dream shattered, the torment of pain intensified, becoming utterly unbearable. Upon realizing that the one inflicting this pain was none other than Zhang Yang, the Python King descended into a furious rage. You insolent creature! Do you truly believe that your grandfather, the serpent, is powerless against you? Very well, I shall forfeit those 2 fruits if it means I can eliminate you today. With a sudden burst of energy, the Python King lunged forward, eager to engage Zhang Yang in combat, yet reluctant to harm the precious plant. If he could rid himself of Zhang Yang without damaging the plant, it would be ideal. This intention resonated with Zhang Yang, who was keenly awaiting the ripening of the 2 fruits. Despite the searing pain coursing through him, the Python King guided Zhang Yang to the far side of the underground space, where there were no more distractions. Here, he could unleash his fury without restraint. During their frantic sprint, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity, gnawing at the Python King's vulnerable spot multiple times. Upon reaching an open area, the Python King rolled over, taunting. You little wolf, aren't you fond of clinging to your grandfather? Go ahead, dare to remain there and be crushed, you insolent pup. The Python King's weight was immense. Even a fraction of it was more than enough to overwhelm Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang felt as though he were being flattened beneath an immense metal roller. His internal organs seemed to shift, yet his sturdy bones remained intact. You dare to crush your elder? You shall pay for this. Though the pressure was suffocating, it was not fatal. Zhang Yang's enhanced physique, now boasting 60 points in strength, rendered him resilient to such torment, awakening a ferocious instinct within him. Thus began a vicious cycle. The Python King was intent on crushing Zhang Yang, hoping to force him away from his vulnerable spot. Unfortunately, he misjudged Zhang Yang's resolve. The wolf was determined to stay put, his claws gripping the Python King's body like talons. Zhang Yang was equally determined to gnaw through the Python King's vulnerable spot. However, achieving this goal was no simple feat, as the Python King's girth was considerable. Zhang Yang needed to burrow most of his body in to accomplish his objective. Realizing Zhang Yang's intentions, the Python King understood that rolling would not dislodge him, prompting him to devise another strategy. He resolved to carve a path through the rocky terrain, creating a serpent-sized tunnel that would allow him to expel the small wolf clinging to him. Soon, Zhang Yang experienced the brutal effectiveness of this tactic. It felt as though his wolfish visage was being brutally rubbed against a wall. Even with his resilient skin, he could scarcely withstand such treatment, and he feared for his appearance. Python King, you leave me no choice. Enraged, Zhang Yang exchanged a bottle of basic berserk potion in the system store. After consuming the potion, his attributes surged by 30%. Undeterred by the friction against the rocks, he thrust his wolf head into the Python King's wound. Indulging in a feast, the Python King, feeling the pain intensify, ran with greater fervor, much to Zhang Yang's chagrin. While his front half was buried within the Python King's wound, his rear remained exposed, his fur now resembling that of a balding middle-aged man. Thankfully, Zhang Yang's efforts bore fruit. With his newfound strength, each of his attacks now possessed the force of 2,000 pounds, a power even the Python King could not withstand. Before the effects of the berserk potion could wear off, the Python King abruptly halted, not by choice, but because he could no longer run. His blood flowed too freely, and the wound was far too large. Ding. Level up kill of the Python King. Evolution points 5,000. Ding. Quest complete. Python King slain. Quest reward. Lifespan 30 days. Evolution points 5,000. He was dead. Zhang Yang lay sprawled in the Python King's pool of blood, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. After the effects of the berserk potion faded, the subsequent fatigue rendered him even less inclined to stir. He waited for 10 minutes, and once the side effects subsided, he regained his strength. Despite the substantial evolution points gained from the level-up kill, he felt the rewards were disproportionate to his efforts. Even though he had acquired 5,000 evolution points, he had expended 4,000 in the process of defeating the Python King. 2 berserk potions, 1 healing potion, and 1 antidote, each costing 1,000 points. Ultimately, his net gain was a mere 1,000 evolution points, a rather unsatisfactory result. However, it could not be deemed entirely unworthy, as he had secured the Python King's carcass and the 2 fruits he had been guarding, along with the 5,000 evolution points from completing the quest. System. Unlock level 3 store. Ding. Host's evolution points have reached 50,000. Store leveling up. Ding. Store upgrade successful. Please check your inventory. The store upgrade was swift and efficient. Zhang Yang held little expectation for the level 3 store, anticipating merely the addition of a couple of new potions. However, upon opening the system store, he was taken aback. Without examining the potions closely, he noticed a significant increase in the number of available items. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an array of talent shards, many of which he had previously encountered. Among them were shards for immense strength, resilient skin, thick hide, agility, and even rare talents such as sharpness and limb regeneration. Ordinary talent shards required 1,000 evolution points each, while the rare ones were exorbitantly priced, sharpness at 500,000 and limb regeneration at a staggering 1,000,000. The sheer numbers left him dizzy. Additionally, a new tier of healing potion appeared, the intermediate variety, priced at 10,000 evolution points each, 10 times the cost of the basic version. This upgrade seemed more like a reminder of his poverty than an enhancement. The only item Zhang Yang considered redeeming was the agility shard, as they were notoriously difficult to obtain due to the scarcity of leopards. However, given the pricing, he refrained from any exchanges. With the cost of a single intermediate talent shard set at 10,000 evolution points, he deemed it too extravagant. System. With shards priced so steeply, can't you consider redeeming the ones I currently possess? Zhang Yang was well aware of the system's recycling capability. When he acquired the Queen Bee Needle, the system had issued a recycling prompt. Ding. Recyclable. Primary talent fragments can be redeemed for 100 evolution points each. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation at the system's mercenary nature. Indeed, it was a world where profit ruled, while it offered a selling price of 1,000. The recycling value was a mere 100, a tenfold disparity. He closed the shop interface, preferring to focus on the attributes and evolution points displayed on his panel, which brought him some solace. System. How many evolution points are required to fuse with this Python King? Zhang Yang's attributes had reached their limit. To enhance his strength further, he could either evolve into a higher species or fuse with another to augment his potential. At this moment, Zhang Yang was determined to enhance himself through fusion. He had yet to fully embrace the identity of the Wolf King. Of course, Zhang Yang could evolve into a gray wolf, as it appeared to be a superior variant compared to the jungle wolf. However, he had not yet slain a gray wolf, thus preventing his evolution. Ding. Fusing with the Python King's corpse requires 10,000 evolution points. Does the host wish to proceed with the fusion? Fusion. It would be a waste to leave the Python King's corpse here, hence, he opted for fusion. The Python King was immensely powerful, without Zhang Yang exploiting its weakness. Even 2 of him combined would not stand a chance against it. Ding. Fusion initiated. Success rate, 21. Tens of thousands of evolution points vanished as the Python King's corpse transformed into glowing particles and entered Zhang Yang's body. His expression darkened. He had forgotten about the success rate associated with fusion. It seemed that achieving successful fusion between different species was quite challenging. Ding. Fusion failed. Zhang Yang's face grew even darker. Fusion involved risks, and one must choose wisely. This failure not only cost him over 10,000 evolution points, but also wasted the Python King's corpse. Ding. Consolation prize. Python King's gallbladder. A gallbladder appeared in Zhang Yang's backpack. This gallbladder was originally mine. Zhang Yang felt a surge of indignation. The system had essentially awarded him his own possession while presenting it as a consolation prize. How absurd. How does one utilize this gallbladder? Well, receiving a consolation prize was better than leaving empty-handed. Ding, consume. The system replied succinctly. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang retrieved the Python King's gallbladder from his backpack and took a bite. It was small enough to be devoured in one go. To his surprise, it tasted quite pleasant, almost sweet, and not at all fishy. Ding. Consuming the Python King's gallbladder clears the mind and enhances vision. Host's eyesight improved, body potential 5. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yang felt his vision sharpen, yet his mood remained melancholic. If such significant benefits could be gained from merely consuming a gallbladder, what immense rewards might have come from a successful fusion with the Python King. Curse that success rate. Chapter 38. Why migrate? King, do you recognize the one who just saved you? The Grey Wolf King was carried back to the wolf den by his subordinates. Once they reached safety, they finally thought to inquire about Zhang Yang's identity. The Wolf King himself was bewildered. He truly did not know who Zhang Yang was. King, I believe that fellow seems to be one of the jungle wolves. Impossible. How could a jungle wolf possess such strength? The Grey Wolves had witnessed Zhang Yang's prowess firsthand. He had effortlessly sent those massive snakes flying. Could he really be a mere jungle wolf? Not even a tiger could match his ferocity. Enough chatter. Prepare to migrate. The Grey Wolf King had lost confidence. Now was not the time to ponder Zhang Yang's identity. Their survival was at stake. The presence of a snake den nearby would not only diminish their food supply, but also pose a significant threat to their safety. If the wolf pack were to engage in a chaotic battle with the snakes, the wolves would ultimately face annihilation. The Grey Wolves hung their heads in defeat. They had never considered the prospect of migration before. Now, being driven away by a den of snakes, their frustration was palpable. King, where shall we migrate? This was a grave question. Perhaps towards the jungle wolves. The Grey Wolf King had effectively resigned himself. He had once envisioned leading the pack to a more advanced territory, but that ambition had vanished. Survival was his only priority now, and he even feared for his own life. His entire skeletal structure was misaligned, and recovery was not something he could achieve alone. The pack remained silent, realizing they were regressing. They had not anticipated needing to encroach upon the territory of the jungle wolves. What more could be said? They begrudgingly packed their belongings, preparing to migrate. However, some among them were discontent. Having grown accustomed to feasting on large game, they were reluctant to return to consuming smaller fish and shrimp. I challenge you. A Grey Wolf stepped forward to challenge the Wolf King. This was the custom of the pack. Any wolf who deemed themselves strong could challenge the leader. If victorious, they would assume the title of Wolf King. What do you intend to do? Where will you lead the pack? The Grey Wolf King remained resolute. Aware that his time was limited, he no longer cared about maintaining his leadership. His concern lay with the survival of the pack. He bore the responsibility of ensuring their continuity. This is our home. Why must we leave? We need to drive those snakes away, or even eliminate them entirely. The challenger displayed a fierce determination, exuding an air of ambition. Fool. The words cold-blooded and ruthless circulated among the wolves. The Grey Wolf King remained silent, as did the other Grey Wolves. It was Zhang Yang, returning victorious, who broke the silence. He strode confidently into the Grey Wolf den, and at that moment, no one cared about his species. They only recognized Zhang Yang's formidable prowess. Despite his disheveled appearance, with patches of fur missing and his body marred by blood and scabs, Zhang Yang had emerged from the chaotic melee with the snakes unscathed. The challenger, emboldened by the prospect of challenging the Grey Wolf King, suddenly found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Zhang Yang. I saved you all with great effort, only for you to throw yourselves into peril? Zhang Yang's expression was one of haughty disdain. Though he was still a jungle wolf by blood, his physique had surpassed that of all the Grey Wolves, and his piercing gaze was truly formidable. This transformation was perhaps a result of consuming the gallbladder, a change that proved advantageous, as even a mere glance from him was enough to intimidate the Grey Wolves. You've returned? The Grey Wolf King gazed at Zhang Yang in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had escaped the snake den, convinced that Zhang Yang was doomed. I apologize. I lacked the courage to rescue you. I couldn't risk the fate of the pack. Before Zhang Yang could respond, the Grey Wolf King offered his heartfelt apology, filled with genuine remorse. It's all right. Your choice was the correct one. Zhang Yang acknowledged the choice of the Grey Wolf King. Had the Grey Wolf King truly led his pack to confront the serpents, Zhang Yang would have certainly expressed his discontent. If this were to impede his mission of expanding the clan, even the death of the Grey Wolf King would not suffice to assuage his anger. Forgive me. The Grey Wolf King bowed his head. For regardless of the righteousness of his choice, he could not overcome his inner turmoil. What is your name, and from whence do you hail? Zhang Yang, the Jungle Wolf. Such a succinct response was sufficient to satiate the curiosity of the Grey Wolf King, remembering that he had just resolved to seize the territory of the Jungle Wolf. The Grey Wolf King felt an urge to find a crevice to hide himself in. You come to rescue me, yet seek to claim my territory? Are you truly a wolf? Zhang Yang, I have a request. The Grey Wolf King continued to lower his head, a gesture of submission towards Zhang Yang. This deference was not merely due to Zhang Yang saving his life, but stemmed from the recognition of Zhang Yang's superior strength. Submitting to the strong is a principle of the wolf pack. Although Zhang Yang was not a member of the Grey Wolves, he had just saved their lives, and they had implicitly accepted him as one of their own. Speak. Zhang Yang raised his head, awaiting the Grey Wolf King's request. As the Grey Wolf King, I implore you to become the next Grey Wolf King. I wish for you to lead our clan to prosperity. Upon uttering these words, the Grey Wolf King raised his gaze slightly, peering into Zhang Yang's fiercely aggressive eyes, eager for a response. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an easy acceptance of the Grey Wolf pack. He had prepared himself to exert considerable effort to make the Grey Wolves confront reality. Very well. I accept. Ding. Task complete. Expand the clan. Task reward. Lifespan 30 days. Another month added to his lifespan brought Zhang Yang immense joy. With the reward for slaying the Serpent King, his lifespan had now exceeded 100 days, granting him the opportunity to indulge a little. You truly accept? The Grey Wolf King was somewhat surprised. The relationship between the Jungle Wolves and Grey Wolves was far from amicable, particularly since the Grey Wolves had once bullied the Jungle Wolves mercilessly. Indeed, I accept. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's affirmation once more, all the Grey Wolves bowed their heads, emitting soft whimpers. There were no challengers to contend with this time. The Grey Wolves lacked the courage to oppose Zhang Yang. From this moment forth, Zhang Yang, the Jungle Wolf, became the king of the Grey Wolves. Shall we migrate immediately? The former Grey Wolf King inquired, having not forgotten about the migration. Why migrate? Zhang Yang countered, having concocted a plan to stir things up. The pythons? Worry not, they are all dead. Perfect, you can go and clear their corpses. Zhang Yang implied that a feast of snakes could be arranged that evening. Chapter 39. I choose to resist all dead? The Grey Wolves were taken aback by Zhang Yang's pronouncement. This cannot be. Let us go. Zhang Yang knew he could not escape this charade and decided to maintain it. The Grey Wolves were somewhat reluctant. If any pythons remained alive, venturing forth could lead to casualties. However, as it was the first command from their new king, disobedience would be a grave insult. When Zhang Yang returned with the wolf pack to the python lair, the Grey Wolves were astonished by the sight of the numerous snake corpses littering the ground. Was this not a bit too terrifying? The python den was drenched in snake blood, the bodies gruesome and mangled. My king, did you do all of this? The former Grey Wolf King spoke with a tone of respect. Yes, for now, we shall remain in this python lair. It seems your condition is rather dire. Is it not? Zhang Yang remarked, his words blunt yet truthful, for the former Grey Wolf King indeed appeared to be on the brink of collapse. He had arrived at the python lair only with the aid of the other Grey Wolves. Indeed, but to witness you leading the pack, I can die content. Upon saying this, the Grey Wolf King exhibited signs of wanting to succumb. There is a name? Wolf Mountain. Zhang Yang exchanged for a basic healing potion. Drink. What is this? Encased in a bottle? Has the Wolf King been hiding this in his mouth all along? Zhang Yang had no container on his person, and upon redeeming it from the system, it had simply been regurgitated. Well, it matters not what it is, my king commands it, and I shall drink it. If it leads to my demise, it would indeed be a service to me. His entire body ached unbearably, the pain tormenting him. After consuming the healing potion, Wolf Mountain found that death was no longer an option. His injuries were not severe, merely requiring time to recuperate, and with the aid of the potion, this was no longer a significant concern. You will require some time to recover fully. Come with me. Let them handle the cleanup here. Zhang Yang instructed after Wolf Mountain had consumed the potion, assuming a commanding demeanor. Zhang Yang intended to wait in the python lair for the two mystical fruits to ripen, so he had no intention of leaving. These fruits were indeed extraordinary. The Serpent King had experienced remarkable changes after consuming an unripe one, so the matured ones would undoubtedly possess even greater potency. Upon entering the subterranean space with Zhang Yang, Wolf Mountain beheld the two fruits on the plant. What is this? Spirit fruits? Upon seeing the fruits, his eyes sparkled with greed. Such a reaction caused Zhang Yang to grow wary. Should Wolf Mountain dare to covet the fruits, Zhang Yang would not hesitate to eliminate him. Is this truly called spirit fruits? Wolf Mountain noticed Zhang Yang's scrutinizing gaze and felt a bit embarrassed. Pardon my excitement. My king, we have been searching for spirit fruits for a long time, but have recently been unsuccessful. Wolf Mountain offered a hasty defense. Oh, you have been searching for spirit fruits? Zhang Yang detected an underlying implication in Wolf Mountain's words. The latter had mentioned a lack of recent finds, suggesting that they had previously discovered some. Had they truly found them before, the Grey Wolves would not be in such a pitiful state. Just look at the Serpent King. He had evolved into something extraordinary, on the verge of becoming another life form. In contrast, Wolf Mountain, though not insignificant in size, appeared utterly feeble beside the Serpent King. Indeed, the evil Wolf Hall demands that we present spirit fruits at regular intervals. Failure to comply incurs punishment, and the time until our next tribute is fast approaching. I never imagined our king would find the spirit fruits. It is indeed a blessing for us Grey Wolves. Wolf Mountain's eyes gleamed with joy. However, Zhang Yang found no joy in the matter. What nonsense is this? I toil tirelessly to acquire these precious items only to offer them to this evil wolf hall. What kind of organization is that, and why is it so esteemed? Wolf Mountain perceived Zhang Yang's confusion. In truth, he was equally uninformed. A small clan like the Jungle Wolves had little exposure to such matters. My king, the evil wolf hall is the sacred ground of our wolf clan, ruling over all wolf tribes across the beast mainland. It is because of the evil wolf hall that we possess the right to hunt on the beast mainland. Zhang Yang felt an urge to roll his eyes. Did one need permission from others to hunt? What was this? Were their teeth not sharp enough? Let us discuss the conditions of the beast realm. Zhang Yang did not refute Wolf Mountain. He genuinely wished to know about this beast realm, as he had been unable to acquire such information from the forest wolves. Wolf Mountain, of course, would not withhold this knowledge, even if Zhang Yang did not inquire. He felt compelled to share, for Zhang Yang was destined to become the future Wolf King, and his decisions would significantly influence the entire pack. However, despite Wolf Mountain's awareness of certain matters, his rank was still somewhat low, limiting his knowledge to mere fragments, leaving him unaware of the core truths. Yet, this was sufficient for Zhang Yang to form a concrete understanding of the beast realm. In Wolf Mountain's words, the beast realm is vast, teeming with numerous tribes. The powerful tribes dominate the realm, while the lesser tribes are relegated to mere prey. The wolf tribe is among the formidable factions, with the evil wolf hall being the mightiest of them all. It is said that even an ordinary evil wolf measures over 5 meters in length, with the stronger ones being even larger, a fact Wolf Mountain had never witnessed. Did you ever consider consuming the spiritual fruits you discovered? Zhang Yang grasped the implications. The evil wolf hall was essentially siphoning the nutrients from other wolf packs, compelling them to serve without offering any compensation. Wolf Mountain shook his head in response. It was not a matter of desire, but of fear. Unless they found an abundance of spiritual fruits, their contributions would remain insufficient. Offering anything less would lead to severe punishment, resulting in 1/3 of the young wolves being sent as cannon fodder. What is cannon fodder? Zhang Yang mused, feeling a lack of knowledge. Yet he held a sense of superiority, for he knew that this world was actually called the paradise of divine beasts, and the beast realm was merely a part of that paradise. Engaging in battles against other races naturally required cannon fodder. When Wolf Mountain spoke of these matters, his expression darkened, clearly recalling unpleasant memories. Ding. Task triggered. Submit or resist. Task requirement. The host must choose to either comply with or defy the evil wolf hall's orders. The right to choose for oneself? This is intriguing. I choose to resist. Chapter 40. The spiritual fruits are quite delicious. Who is Zhang Yang? Destined to tread upon the divine and demonic. Would he submit to the trivial evil wolf hall? Let us not indulge in fantasies. To put it boastfully, Zhang Yang's fate is one that is governed by his own will, not by heaven. Why should he relinquish the treasures he finds? If they wish to contribute inversely, Zhang Yang would have no objections. Ding. Task triggered. Resistance. Task requirement. Refuse all demands from the evil wolf hall. Task reward. Unknown. This is splendid. This task is easily fulfilled. As long as he denies the evil wolf hall, he will have completed it. From this moment forth, we shall no longer heed the commands of the evil wolf hall. Zhang Yang declared this resolute decision to Wolf Mountain, a decision potent enough to instill fear in him. My king, no. If we comply, there will be no repercussions, but if we resist, we risk annihilation. The evil wolf hall is far more terrifying than this den of serpents. Some beings, having knelt for too long, forget how to rebel. Even with Zhang Yang leading, Wolf Mountain dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. Those who are gentle are often taken advantage of. The more feeble one is, the less hope there is for resurgence. I am the Wolf King now. Everything shall be dictated by me. Zhang Yang was unyielding, leaving no room for Wolf Mountain to counter. Wolf Mountain felt a profound sorrow, believing that his tribe, the young wolves, was doomed. Yet, he did not persist in opposing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's current bravado was likely due to his ignorance of the evil wolf's true nature. When the evil wolves eventually came knocking, Zhang Yang would surely relent. Yes, I shall obey my king's command. Now, focus on recovering your injuries. Zhang Yang grew weary of conversing with Wolf Mountain. To prevent him from remaining prostrate, Zhang Yang knew he must present a substantial glimmer of hope. Wasting breath was futile. The foundation of confidence must begin now. Let us first consume those serpents. Zhang Yang refrained from joining the feast, opting instead to guard the 2 spiritual fruits. 15 days was but a fleeting moment. Zhang Yang could afford to wait. Initially, he intended for the young wolves to protect the fruits during the day while he ventured out to hunt. However, after hearing Wolf Mountain's words, he reconsidered. He believed it wiser to remain vigilant, for if the evil wolves approached while he was away, this cowardly Wolf Mountain would undoubtedly surrender the fruits. Thus, Zhang Yang resolved to guard them himself, as he still possessed ample lifespan. If worst came to worst, he could always exchange evolution points for more time. 15 days swiftly passed, during which Zhang Yang steadfastly protected the spiritual fruits. Wolf Mountain had fully recovered, and even led the young wolves to bring the forest wolves to the serpent's lair. Zhang Yang, hailing from the forest wolves, had elevated their status significantly. Naturally, he found satisfaction in this, having rescued Wolf Mountain due to his decent strength and management skills, deeming him suitable as a subordinate. As for the young wolves, Zhang Yang aimed to cultivate the next wolf king from among them, indifferent to their bloodline's perceived inferiority. Under his tutelage, even the forest wolves could evolve into formidable leaders. Such was his audacity and disregard for convention. Brother, what effects do these fruits possess? The young wolf had been present for several days, accompanying Zhang Yang, and he regarded the fruits with skepticism. In his view, no matter how miraculous they were, they could not compare to the stones gifted by his elder brother. I cannot say. They appear to be ripening. We shall know once consumed. Having never tasted spiritual fruits, Zhang Yang was equally unaware of their properties. Today marked the moment of revelation. Wolf Mountain watched with trepidation as Zhang Yang was resolute in his decision to consume the fruits. Should they be devoured, and the evil wolves later arrive? Even if Zhang Yang regretted it, they would have no fruits to present as an offering. What to do? As Wolf Mountain grappled with this dilemma, Zhang Yang suddenly rose from the ground. They are ripe. Ding. Mature spiritual fruits detected. Would you like to collect them? The system implied that the fruits could be stored in Zhang Yang's backpack. System, what is the recovery value of these 2 spiritual fruits? Ding. Mature spiritual fruits can be exchanged for 5,000 evolution points. Oh, Zhang Yang was acutely aware of the system's peculiarities. Anything that could be recycled would invariably be priced at a fraction of its worth, often reduced by tenfold. This implied that if the system were to sell such spirit fruits, each would cost a staggering 50,000 evolution points. A glance at his own evolution points revealed that he had just crossed the threshold of 50,000, enough to purchase one. With this thought, Zhang Yang stepped forward and promptly acquired a spirit fruit. Its flavor was a delightful balance of sweet and sour, not at all astringent, and remarkably palatable. In a show of respect for the fruit, Zhang Yang consumed it whole, skin and seed included. Wolf Qing watched with wide eyes, curious to discern the fruit's effects. A notification chimed. Absorbing spirit fruit, host potential 5. An increase of 5 potential? Quite impressive indeed. However, the cap on evolution points remained unchanged, prompting Zhang Yang to contemplate leaving a negative review for the system. This fruit proved somewhat beneficial. Thus, he decided against sharing it with others. He took a bite of the last fruit. Brother, you can eat. I'm not tempted. Wolf Qing, adorably naive, was solely preoccupied with whether the spirit fruit was delectable. As for the notion that Zhang Yang might deceive him, Wolf Qing had not the slightest doubt. Wolf Mountain harbored no particular thoughts either. His only sentiment was one of melancholy. With his current prowess, even consuming 5 or 6 spirit fruits would scarcely elevate him to the strength of a mere feral wolf. After ingesting 2 spirit fruits, Zhang Yang had augmented his potential by a total of 10 points. This was commendable indeed, with the additional 5 points from the snake gall. His attributes could now reach 45. Should he wish to enhance his capabilities, he could do so immediately. However, Zhang Yang was not foolish enough to act hastily. He resolved to wait until his evolution points were maximized before considering any enhancements. These spirit fruits were truly marvelous. He pondered where he might seek out more. Their consumption was remarkably straightforward, far simpler than merging with other creatures, and crucially, there was no associated risk. While merging with other beings could indeed enhance one's potential and yield valuable talents, it was fraught with danger, and Zhang Yang was unwilling to jeopardize his precious evolution points. As Zhang Yang contemplated the search for more spirit fruits, a messenger from the feral wolf domain was en route to the territory of the blue wolves. In this desolate region, where even palatable sustenance was scarce, if the blue wolves failed to produce 2 spirit fruits, they would have to sacrifice 50 expendables. A feral wolf, measuring 5 meters in length and towering over 2 meters, grumbled as he walked, causing all nearby creatures to maintain a respectful distance of at least 100 meters. Such was his formidable presence. Chapter 41. Do not pounce. In truth, this feral wolf was most reluctant to be dispatched to such a barren locale. On the beast continent. The nearer one was to the savage beast continent, the more advanced the surroundings, replete with abundant spiritual resources and superior food. Not only was the meat exquisitely tender, but the very essence contained within the sustenance was markedly different. Yet, burdened with a mission from the feral wolf lord, he had no choice but to comply. Although this marginal area lacked quality resources, it occasionally produced spiritual items. Even in the absence of such items, he needed to return with a group of expendables. The scent of the blue wolves is already here. We are close. The feral wolf's keen sense of smell enabled him to track the blue wolves through their scent, ensuring he would not lose them, even if they had relocated. As the feral wolf approached the snake den, it had already been 5 days since Zhang Yang had consumed the 2 spirit fruits. During these 5 days, Zhang Yang felt increasingly vexed. Although the creatures within the blue wolf territory were indeed stronger, their might paled in comparison to Zhang Yang's rapid growth. Hunting powerful creatures here yielded only limited evolution points. Take the leopard, for instance. Currently, Zhang Yang could only earn 100 evolution points by slaying one. Fortunately, he could also obtain a fragment of the basic agility talent, which could be sold to the system for an equivalent value of 100 points. However, leopards were too elusive, and Zhang Yang had no intention of parting with the agility fragment. It was absurd, while the fragment could be sold for 100 evolution points now. Attempting to repurchase it in the future would cost a staggering 1,000 points. Zhang Yang felt that this entire region was rife with malice towards him. After wandering aimlessly for an entire day, he had only accumulated 2,000 evolution points, with talent fragments being even scarcer, yielding merely 3 agility fragments. In this vicinity, he had failed to locate wild boars, crocodiles, or even bears. This territory was solely the hunting ground of the blue wolves. Leopards had the audacity to venture in, relying on their speed to evade the blue wolves. Unfortunately, every leopard that encountered Zhang Yang met its demise, unable to warn its companions of the lurking danger. King, you have returned. The feral wolf has arrived. As Zhang Yang approached the snake den, a blue wolf hurried towards him. The mere mention of the feral wolf caused the blue wolf to tremble slightly. What a coward, Zhang Yang thought, casting a glance at the trembling creature. Was the feral wolf truly that fearsome? Inside the snake den, the feral wolf stood arrogantly before the spiritual plant within the subterranean space, his gaze shifting between uncertainty and ire. Where are the fruits? He had not anticipated finding spirit fruits upon his arrival, but it was evident that they had once existed in this location, now conspicuously absent, which incensed the feral wolf. No one dared to answer his inquiry. The feral wolf's size dwarfed Wolf Mountain, who appeared almost juvenile in comparison. Did you consume them? Wolf Mountain's legs trembled slightly under the pressure of the feral wolf's imposing aura. He was acutely aware of the truth. Indeed, they had been consumed. But admitting it could provoke the feral wolf's wrath. My lord, as long as this spiritual plant exists, the supply of spirit fruits will remain unbroken. We blue wolves shall safeguard it diligently, and our future contributions of spirit fruits shall be plentiful. Wolf Mountain attempted to divert the conversation. However, the feral wolf was unimpressed by such tactics. I am asking you, where are the fruits? Wolf Mountain stammered, unsure of how to respond to this pressing question. The fruits were consumed by me. What will you do about it? Zhang Yang interjected, addressing the imposing feral wolf. You are the new leader of the blue wolf pack? The feral wolf turned to Zhang Yang, his eyes narrowing menacingly. Not a leader, but a king, Zhang Yang corrected him. To his surprise, the feral wolf burst into laughter. A king? My goodness, you truly are a brazen individual. Since you have consumed the fruits, I assume you intend to use the blue wolves as a mere substitute? The demand is considerable. Therefore, you shall contribute 70 blue wolves. The feral wolf, now somewhat amused, opted for a direct approach. My lord, you cannot do this. Our entire clan consists of merely 100 blue wolves. Wolf Mountain was the first to voice his opposition. To allow the feral wolf to take away 70 blue wolves would spell doom for Wolf Mountain. What? You dare to oppose? At this moment, a fierce aura emanated from the menacing wolf, its murderous intent permeating its gaze. Zhang Yang regarded the entirely black-furred beast without a trace of fear in his eyes. Indeed, we oppose you. What will you do about it? Zhang Yang stepped forward, locking his gaze with the wolf's piercing eyes. Ding. Task accomplished. Resistance. Task rewards. Lifespan 10 days. Evolution value 10,000. Oh, what a surprise. Evolution value as a reward? Zhang Yang mused, pleasantly astonished. He considered the task's simplicity, thinking that a mere extension of life was already quite generous. To his astonishment, the rewards exceeded his expectations. With such a handsome sum of evolution value, an unexpected generosity from the system, you believe that after consuming a few spiritual fruits, you have the right to resist? That you can truly claim supremacy? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, and you shall perish. The wolf's tone was cold and resolute, foretelling Zhang Yang's demise. Ding. Task triggered. Eliminate the menacing wolf. Task requirements. Kill the encroaching wolf. Task rewards. Unknown. Zhang Yang was exceedingly pleased with this task. Even without the system's intervention, he intended to eliminate this wolf. Once vanquished, he would not have to worry about other wolves encroaching upon him for some time. Surely, he could not allow 2 packs of wolves to invade for spiritual fruits, could he? As the wolf lunged toward Zhang Yang with a snarl, Wolf Qing and Wolf Shan appeared beside him, crouching low and poised for attack. Wolf Qing was fearless in its ignorance, while Wolf Shan was determined to protect its Wolf King. Indeed, a group of rebellious pups. It seems you wish to sever ties with the Wolf clan. In that case, you are of no use. Let you all perish. The malevolent wolf charged forth, its ferocity far surpassing that of the small tiger Zhang Yang had previously dispatched. Remember, do not leap. Zhang Yang, observing the wolf's pounce, could not remain idle. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Wolf Shan and Wolf Qing. Before the wolf could land its attack, Zhang Yang's head collided with its soft underbelly. Had the wolf reacted like the small tiger, it might have drenched Zhang Yang. Alas, the wolf did not anticipate such a turn of events. By the time it felt the pain, it had already rolled several times on the ground from Zhang Yang's forceful impact. See, do not leap, it is foolish. As Zhang Yang mocked the wolf, he also utilized it as an object lesson. The wolf's disheveled state after rolling several times indicated its distress. A sense of alarm welled within it. What manner of creature is this, possessing such strength? After being struck by Zhang Yang, the wolf grasped the extent of his power. Cautiously, it rose, retreating a few steps. What are you? The wolf hesitated to attack, sensing it had encountered a formidable opponent. You are the one who is worthless. Your entire family is worthless. You, Zhang Yang, are the obstacle you cannot overcome. Zhang Yang's anger flared. Let us fight to the death as intended. Why resort to insults? The wolf refrained from attacking. But Zhang Yang could no longer contain himself. He charged forward, his speed undeniably exceeding that of the wolf, enhanced by his agility. Zhang Yang's natural speed was already comparable to that of the wolf, and with the agility boost, he was significantly faster. Faced with Zhang Yang's assault, the wolf chose to retaliate. However, upon contact, the wolf felt a wave of despair. Must a wolf be so unreasonable? Were they raised on fertilizer? Swift, powerful, and even their fur boasted superior defense. Zhang Yang's claws raked across the wolf, leaving deep gashes, while the wolf's claws merely tugged at Zhang Yang's fur. The resilience of his skin was not merely for show. Their brawl lacked finesse. It was a brutal exchange of blows, claws, and tails, with neither resorting to biting. As their anatomies were too similar to find an opening, after several exchanges, the wolf could no longer endure. The mid-range combat was far too detrimental. It inflicted self-harm while only managing to wound its opponent slightly. If this continued, it would surely meet its demise. Thus, the wolf decided to fight fiercely. If mid-range attacks failed, it would engage in close combat and determine whose bite was stronger. The wolf felt confident in close quarters, believing in its biting strength. If it could see Zhang Yang's vital areas, it might not kill him with a single bite, but it would certainly inflict injury, shifting the balance of power. Braving the risk of being bitten by Zhang Yang first, the wolf surged forward. Yet, the anticipated wolf's kiss did not land upon Zhang Yang. What gives? If you will not bite, then I shall. The wolf opened its jaws wide. Step aside. Do you not realize you have halitosis? Zhang Yang had long discerned the wolf's intentions and would not allow it to succeed. As the wolf lunged with its gaping maw, Zhang Yang swiftly slapped its face, his paw inadvertently gouging out one of its eyes. The tremendous force altered the wolf's trajectory, causing its vicious bite to miss Zhang Yang entirely, leaving it to gulp down nothing but the wind. A cacophony of howls echoed as the wolf, now one-eyed, writhed in agony. The pain from its gouged eye was excruciating. Rolling on the ground, it appeared even more disheveled than before, its chest bearing scars from the encounter. Zhang Yang, however, was somewhat perturbed. The fur on his back had only just begun to grow back after a few days, and he had only just restored a semblance of his former glory. Now, much of it lay scattered on the ground, lost. Observing his fallen fur quivering on the ground, and considering his current state, Zhang Yang's expression darkened. Fighting is one thing, but are you here to strip me of my fur? Nonetheless, the wolf paid no mind to Zhang Yang's grievances. After a few pained howls, it quickly rose again, this time not hesitating. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it charged once more. This behavior indicated that the wolf was a seasoned hunter. Aware that howling would not resolve any issues, the one-eyed wolf now exuded an even more savage aura, its own blood igniting its bloodthirsty instincts. Yet, such ferocity held no sway over Zhang Yang. I shall not grant you another opportunity. Zhang Yang resolved to bring this unfair battle to an end, primarily to protect his precious fur. As the wolf lunged again, Zhang Yang dodged, simultaneously preparing his own strike. He unleashed a devastating counterattack, Wolf Fang Flash, a dazzling display. Indeed, Wolf Qing found it mesmerizing. He could see the battle between Zhang Yang and the wolf, despite their speeds being significantly greater than his own. It had not yet reached a point where he could no longer discern their movements. It is over. He is finished. Wolf Qing made a judicious decision. As Zhang Yang's younger brother, Wolf Qing had witnessed Zhang Yang's formidable prowess. When he spoke, his words either remained unspoken or resulted in bloodshed. Zhang Yang sank his teeth into the neck of the ferocious wolf. The earlier hesitation was due to unfavorable conditions for an attack. Striking a non-vital area would yield little consequence. This time, however, he targeted the neck, a critical spot. The immense force of his bite, combined with the sharpness of his wolf fangs, rendered the ferocious wolf's thick fur utterly ineffective as a defense. Nevertheless, the ferocious wolf demonstrated commendable resilience, and a brutal shattering of bones did not occur. Yet, despite its defensive capabilities, it could not withstand Zhang Yang's vicious onslaught. He clamped down on the wolf's neck and violently shook his head, a brutal display of power. The body of the ferocious wolf was tossed aside, but a significant portion of its flesh was torn away, remaining lodged in Zhang Yang's jaws. Spitting out the foul-tasting flesh, Zhang Yang was still dripping blood. A rather terrifying sight. Wolf Qing was exhilarated, while Wolf Mountain was in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that the formidable ferocious wolf would be so easily vanquished. Their clan's king had dispatched the ferocious wolf with such ease. The battle lasted less than a minute before the ferocious wolf lay on the ground, breathing shallowly. Not only was Wolf Mountain incredulous, But the ferocious wolf itself could hardly believe its swift defeat. You ferocious wolf, could hardly utter a word before succumbing to its fate. Ding. Ferocious wolf slain. Evolution points 1000. Ding. Task completed. Ferocious wolf slain. Task reward. Lifespan 10 days. Evolution points 3000. What should we do? Wolf Mountain was utterly at a loss, feeling as if he had lost touch with reality. How could it simply perish at a moment's notice? It was astonishing, but what would happen next? Frankly, in comparison to the ferocious wolf, the Qing wolf clan was no more significant than ants. The ferocious wolf that Zhang Yang had just slain held merely a minor position in the ferocious wolf palace. Killing this one seemed simple enough. But what if more ferocious wolves came? What could they do? If they were willing to fight, they would fight. If not, they would perish. As for the future, anyone daring to challenge their Lord Zhang Yang would find themselves swiftly dealt with. Chapter 43. Yang Valley Mountain Range. Wolf Mountain was dazed. He had never envisioned such a fierce day for himself. As the second in command of the Qing wolf clan, after disposing of the ferocious wolf's carcass, Wolf Mountain was fortunate enough to obtain a hind leg of the beast. It tasted delightful. He realized that the future would unfold as it may. For now, he would savor the present. Indulging in the meal, he did not contemplate the flavor of the ferocious wolf's leg, as his mind wandered back to Zhang Yang's battle. It was truly invigorating and exhilarating. Upon reflection, even without Zhang Yang, could the pack of Qing wolves have contended with a ferocious wolf? The answer was affirmative, though they had long succumbed to a position of subservience. Wolf Mountain's father had been taken by the ferocious wolf palace as expendable. If only he had been braver. If only he had dared to refuse, perhaps they would not have faced such oppression. As Wolf Mountain gnawed on the ferocious wolf's leg, his thoughts drifted far away. Zhang Yang, however, had no such contemplations. He did not present himself before the Qing wolves, but instead took the opportunity to rest, allowing his fur to regrow. As the Wolf King, he needed to maintain his appearance. Where could he procure more spirit fruit? Zhang Yang was increasingly preoccupied with the spirit fruit. Having drawn the ire of a ferocious wolf palace, he felt a bit of pressure. Killing this ferocious wolf indeed bought him some time, but eventually, his deeds would be revealed, and he must possess unparalleled strength to eliminate all adversaries. The notion of integrating with other higher beings was rare and unpredictable, but there were no restrictions regarding spirit fruits. Zhang Yang planned to enhance his inherent attributes before utilizing his evolution points for further fortification. In this relatively weaker phase, he aimed to accumulate as many evolution points as possible, and it would be even better if he could elevate his evolution point limit. The next day, Zhang Yang remained in his cozy den, contemplating the quest for spirit fruits and neglecting to hunt. However, it seemed improbable that he could resolve this matter solely on his own. As an outsider, he was still unfamiliar with this beastly continent, so it would be simpler to inquire with the native creatures. Thus, Zhang Yang summoned Wolf Mountain. Where have you previously found spirit fruits? We discovered them in various unpredictable locations. They are the kind of spirit plants that perish after bearing fruit, leaving no trace. If you wish to obtain spirit fruits, you may wait for this spirit plant to bear fruit again. I have observed that it can produce quite a bounty at once. Wolf Mountain had some knowledge about spirit plants. How long does it take to bear fruit? At least a year, but possibly 2 or 3. Wolf Mountain provided a rough estimate. Zhang Yang shook his head. He did not have that much time to wait. Setting aside whether the ferocious wolf palace would grant such a lengthy reprieve, his own lifespan did not allow for such delays. Are there no other ways to obtain spirit fruits? There are, but they are perilous. Just like this snake den, spirit plants that produce spirit fruits long-term have guardians. Wolf Mountain's implication was clear. Other spirit plants were under the protection of others, and obtaining them would require theft. Do you know which tribe possesses spirit fruits? Zhang Yang was unperturbed by tribal affiliations. All he saw were evolution points. Wolf Mountain nodded. As a local, he certainly understood that this continent was not devoid of powerful beings. Each formidable creature held dominion over its own hunting grounds. Some territories were known to yield spirit fruits. However, those areas were not without danger. We do not have any spirit plants that produce spirit fruits in our vicinity. To find them, we must venture into stronger regions. Where? Which location? In the northeastern Yang Valley Mountain Range, there are abundant spirit fruits. Wolf Mountain emphasized abundant. He spoke no falsehood. The Yang Valley Mountain Range was vast, composed of hundreds of towering peaks, with the central Yang Valley being renowned for its rich resources and spirit fruit production. Each of those peaks also had its own spirit fruit sources. However, the creatures inhabiting that area were formidable. Only medium-sized tribes could stake a claim there. And solitary wanderers were even more impressive, each capable of standing on their own. Wolf Mountain shared this with Zhang Yang, believing him worthy of venturing to the Yang Valley Mountain Range. He could not allow the Qing Wolf clan to hinder Zhang Yang's evolution. Only by evolving to a higher level could the Qing Wolf clan hope for a better life. Yang Valley Mountain Range. Zhang Yang nodded. Yet, a hint of uncertainty crept into his heart. He could certainly leave without a second thought. But what about the Qing Wolves? If he abandoned them here, what would happen when the ferocious wolves returned? Go, Wang, seek your path of evolution. Should the ferocious wolf return, we shall not yield, even if it means our demise here. Look, the wolf mountain has risen after consuming a leg of the vile wolf. It stands resolute, exuding a formidable aura. Should we depart with the pack? Zhang Yang offered no response to the wolf mountain. He pondered deeply within. Soon, he dismissed the thoughts that had crossed his mind. The Yang Valley Mountains must be a place of higher caliber. The blue wolves dominate this territory, yet upon reaching the Yang Valley, they would surely find themselves outmatched, prey for others. There, Zhang Yang doubted his own survival, let alone ensuring the safety of the wolf pack. Remain here. If a ferocious wolf approaches, simply deny its presence, Zhang Yang instructed. The wolf mountain was not entirely convinced by Zhang Yang's words. The ferocious wolf palace was notoriously domineering. Could one simply declare it had not come? Nonetheless, the wolf mountain refrained from voicing this doubt, wishing Zhang Yang would leave without concern. Indeed, I will depart today. The pack is entrusted to you. Should the spiritual plant yield spiritual fruits, consume them. They are beneficial for evolution. Zhang Yang, a man of action, was determined to leave without delay. He was destined not to linger long in one place. Even if he wished to, the scythe of mortality would not permit it. Ding. Task triggered. Proceed to the Yang Valley Mountains. Task requirements. Reach the Yang Valley Mountains within 30 days. Task reward. Unknown. 30 days. Is it truly that far? Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback upon receiving this task. With his speed and endurance, if he were to run for 30 days, how far could he possibly travel? Moreover, he had no intention of simply abandoning his plans. How far is the Yang Valley Mountains? Given your pace, how long will it take to arrive? If no unforeseen delays occur, it should take merely 10 days. Zhang Yang smiled at the Wolf Mountain's words. See, the system is quite considerate, allowing me time to resolve matters with the ferocious wolf palace. Have you finished consuming the vile wolf? Chapter 44. Should we eliminate this ferocious wolf? Finished? Not yet, right? Wait, Wang, I'll check. The Wolf Mountain was indeed unaware of the situation. They had divided the ferocious wolf, but it was unclear whether the other blue wolves had consumed it. As for the Wolf Mountain, it had already finished its share. To the Wolf Mountain, it seemed Zhang Yang intended to procure sufficient sustenance for his journey. Thus, any leftovers from the other blue wolves would need to be surrendered. Just bring me the ferocious wolf's hide. Zhang Yang discerned the Wolf Mountain's intentions. He held no particular attachment to the blood and flesh of the ferocious wolf. For him, what he consumed was of little consequence, as he could acquire evolution points regardless. Furthermore, the amount gained was minimal, merely a token. Thus Zhang Yang was truly unpicky about sustenance. The wolf hide? The Wolf Mountain did not comprehend Zhang Yang's intentions. The hide was indeed substantial, but had been riddled with wounds. What use could it possibly serve? Though perplexed, the Wolf Mountain did not inquire further. The mind of the Wolf King was beyond their understanding. Whatever he desired, they would simply provide. Soon, the Wolf Mountain returned, presenting the ferocious wolf's hide to Zhang Yang. One could not deny that the hide was in a pitiful state, full of holes and appearing as though it were merely half a piece. This is all there is. Zhang Yang did not question the fate of the remaining hide. Half a piece sufficed. That will do. One more question. Where is the nearest wolf pack from here? After accepting the ferocious wolf's hide, Zhang Yang posed this inquiry. The Wolf Mountain pondered briefly before replying. To the southeast, a 5-day journey. This journey was calculated based on the Wolf Mountain's own pace. Very well, summon the wolf youth. Zhang Yang refrained from further questioning. The Wolf Mountain paid no mind, turning to obey Zhang Yang's command. When the wolf youth approached, he spoke first. Elder brother, are you leaving again? On the way, the Wolf Mountain had already conveyed the general situation to the wolf youth. Contrary to the Wolf Mountain's expectations, the wolf youth appeared remarkably composed. Yes, I shall depart today. From here on, you must rely on yourself. Zhang Yang's words were somewhat veiled, yet the wolf youth understood his meaning. When Zhang Yang departed from the forest wolf pack, he could designate the wolf youth as his successor, for the wolf youth possessed the strength to fulfill such a role. However, in the realm of blue wolves, he lacked the prowess to dominate them. Yet Zhang Yang believed that one day, the wolf youth would surpass all the blue wolves in strength. Indeed, elder brother, you need not worry. The wolf youth harbored such confidence. Having received 3 talents from Zhang Yang, immense strength, tough skin, and resilience. These were the wolf youth's advantages. Very well, I shall take my leave. Zhang Yang was truly a man of action. Having spoken, he departed. The ferocious wolf hide already stowed in his system's backpack. He hadn't even taken a piece of meat. Traveling as a wolf, one could feast upon the abundance of nature. There was no need to carry provisions. The Wolf Mountain felt a mix of reluctance and attachment. In contrast, the wolf youth displayed little reaction. Do you not worry about your elder brother? Only the Wolf Mountain and the wolf youth saw Zhang Yang off the Wolf Mountain. Observing Zhang Yang's retreating figure, inquired of the wolf youth. The Wolf Mountain did not quite grasp the wolf youth's thoughts. Logically, one would expect a younger brother to feel sorrow at the elder brother's departure. Worry? What is there to worry about? The true concern lies with the creatures of the Yang Valley Mountains. We should prepare ourselves. We do not want to be caught unawares when we relocate to the Yang Valley. Just look at the immense confidence the wolf youth had in Zhang Yang. Not only was he unconcerned for Zhang Yang's safety, but he also believed that Zhang Yang could successfully relocate the entire Blue Wolf pack to the Yang Valley Mountains. The Wolf Mountain felt that his interactions with Zhang Yang had been too few. He truly did not understand this brotherly duo, their thoughts far beyond his comprehension. What kind of mindset granted them such confidence? The Yang Valley Mountains, what sort of place was that? The Wolf Mountain shook his head. He dared not contemplate relocating to the Yang Valley Mountains. Now, he had to consider how to face the ferocious wolves in the future. As Zhang Yang made his way toward the southeast, he hardly paused. According to the Wolf Mountain, he had ample time, yet he preferred not to squander it. This was the first time the system had issued a task with a time limit, and Zhang Yang was eager to avoid the consequences of failure. Thus, throughout his journey, he engaged in minimal slaughter, only taking action against creatures that could yield talent shards. 3 days later, Zhang Yang arrived at the territory of the wolf pack the Wolf Mountain had mentioned. Ding. Task triggered. Drive away the ferocious wolves. Task requirements. Assist the wolf pack in driving away the ferocious wolves. Task reward. Unknown. Zhang Yang had not anticipated triggering a quest, yet since it had occurred, it indicated that he was indeed in the right place. There were indeed ferocious wolves present. The ferocious wolf clan was a formidable force, an immense entity that would not merely seek protection fees from the Blue Wolf clan, but would undoubtedly cause trouble for other wolf packs as well. Zhang Yang aimed to resolve the challenges faced by the Blue Wolves. The only way to fundamentally address this issue was to redirect the ferocious wolves' attack targets. Zhang Yang had contemplated leading the threat away by casting the scent of the ferocious wolves into a tiger's den or a bear's lair, thus luring the ferocious wolves into a confrontation, knowing that communication would be impossible due to the language barrier. However, he soon abandoned this notion. For each ferocious wolf slain would yield a substantial amount of evolution points, valuable, mobile evolution points that he did not wish to squander on tigers or bears. Therefore, Zhang Yang resolved to become the target of the ferocious wolf clan himself and to divert their attention elsewhere. This way, the tyrannical ferocious wolf would become his objective. Now that Zhang Yang had discerned the target's location, there was no need for him to conceal himself. He surged through the territory of the wolf pack, propelled by his senses toward the gathering of wolves. Just as they could track the blue wolves through scent, Zhang Yang could do the same. His 5 senses had heightened due to his physical enhancements. His physical prowess was commendable, boasting a score of 60. The scent of blood? The unmistakable aroma of wolf blood. As he approached the wolf's domain, the scent intensified. After traversing a short distance, he not only detected the bloodied odor, but also heard the anguished howls of the wolves. Zhang Yang quickened his pace, and when the wolf pack came into view, he frowned. Should he eliminate this ferocious wolf? Surely, finding the next one would not consume much time. Zhang Yang's gaze remained fixated ahead, contemplating whether he could locate another ferocious wolf. In front of Zhang Yang stood a pack of blue wolves, which were currently being slaughtered by a single ferocious wolf. Nearly 20 blue wolf corpses lay strewn across the ground. Witnessing this scene ignited a profound fury within Zhang Yang. It was as if a ferocious wolf were to invade his own tribe and massacre his brethren. Damn it! Zhang Yang sprang from the underbrush, his speed so swift that it nearly left an afterimage. The blue wolves were oblivious to his presence, feeling no hostility from him, and even sensing a hint of warmth. In stark contrast, the ferocious wolf, reveling in its carnage, felt the weight of Zhang Yang's killing intent enveloping it, a chill descending upon its body. Who? The ferocious wolf understood Zhang Yang's call, realizing that he was also a wolf. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's form, the ferocious wolf felt a degree of relief, the icy dread that had enveloped it dissipating somewhat. You will soon find out. Zhang Yang wasted no time, launching into action. While the ferocious wolf had thrived among the blue wolves, it was no match for Zhang Yang. In their initial encounter, the ferocious wolf suffered injuries from Zhang Yang's claws, deep gashes appearing on its face, while the force of Zhang Yang's strike sent it tumbling to the ground, eventually colliding with a tree after rolling several times. The ferocious wolf, both terrified and bewildered, wondered what manner of creature this was. Its stature was modest, yet its strength was formidable. It had been struck so hard that it saw stars. What do you intend to do? Are you truly opposing the ferocious wolf clan? You are quite correct, Zhang Yang. Indeed intend to oppose the ferocious wolf clan. Take this back to your lair and inform your leader that it was I, Zhang Yang, who slew the ferocious wolf. If you seek revenge, come to the Yanggu mountain range. Zhang Yang ultimately decided to let the ferocious wolf go. He had no desire to complicate matters further. Killing the beast would not only leave him without a messenger, but would also jeopardize his mission to drive away the ferocious wolves. After speaking, Zhang Yang tossed a half-molted wolf pelt to the terrified ferocious wolf. You dare to do this? The ferocious wolf, blood dripping from its face, spoke with a quivering voice. It could clearly discern that this was indeed the pelt of a ferocious wolf, and the wounds upon it were familiar, mirroring those on its own face. If you wish to live, be swift in delivering my message. If you hesitate, I shall not hesitate to find another messenger. Such a statement was somewhat insulting to a wolf. After all, it was a living creature. The ferocious wolf shared this sentiment and made its unwillingness to be a mere messenger known. It rebelled, charging at Zhang Yang in defense of its dignity. However, the outcome was evident. Zhang Yang's claws left additional gashes upon the ferocious wolf, which ultimately limped away, having sustained a broken hind leg, reluctantly bearing the mantle of a messenger. As for dignity, it was deemed unnecessary. Zhang Yang watched the departing figure of the messenger with a cold snort. In truth, it was disheartening to witness such a source of evolution points slip away before him. Thankfully, with the system's support, Zhang Yang would not suffer a loss. Ding. Task completed. Drive away the ferocious wolves. Task reward. Lifespan 5 days. The previously generous system was rather stingy this time, granting only 5 days of life. Without a single evolution point. May I inquire who you are? The blue wolves, finally regaining their composure after Zhang Yang had driven off the ferocious wolves, were curious. They had initially been too overwhelmed by fear to comprehend the situation. Having been unable to obtain spirit fruits, they were unable to fulfill their contributions. The result was that the ferocious wolf had wreaked havoc, claiming 20 blue wolves, leading to the scene Zhang Yang had just witnessed. Had Zhang Yang not intervened, the slaughter would have continued. Zhang Yang slowly shook his head, choosing not to speak. The system had not instructed him to collect the blue wolves, nor did he entertain the notion of gathering followers. Observing Zhang Yang's departure, the blue wolves felt a mix of emotions, gratitude, admiration, and envy. Zhang Yang's silence about his identity was a precaution to avoid drawing trouble to the Wolf Mountain blue wolves. These blue wolves were still timid and spineless. Should the ferocious wolves come seeking them, these creatures would betray their own in an instant. If the ferocious wolves come looking for me, tell them to seek Zhang Yang at the Yanggu mountain range. With that, Zhang Yang departed. He was Zhang Yang, and he headed to the Yanggu mountain range. The blue wolves remembered his words, refraining from further inquiries. This was the assurance Zhang Yang left for the wolf blue wolves. He intended to draw the ferocious wolves toward himself, significantly reducing the likelihood of trouble for the blue wolves. Thus, Zhang Yang could proceed to the Yanggu mountain range with peace of mind. System, if I evolve into a ferocious wolf now, will the tiger bones I have fused with disappear? Zhang Yang pondered to the system as he journeyed forth. Ding. Upon evolution, attributes will follow, talents will follow, and the enhancements acquired through fusion can be retained or discarded at the host's discretion. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yang instantly felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. This was indeed commendable and quite human-like. According to the system's clarification, should he evolve into a malevolent wolf, he could carry the tiger's bone along with him, even consuming the potential enhancements gained from the spiritual fruit. This option was also quite favorable for the future. For if one day Zhang Yang were to evolve into the celestial dragon, being unable to relinquish the ordinary tiger's bone would hardly be a jest. Thus, this choice held significant importance. He pondered, how much evolutionary value is required to unlock the level 4 marketplace? Currently, Zhang Yang possessed a substantial 70,000 points of evolutionary value, which he estimated would suffice for unlocking the level 4 marketplace, presumably at around 100,000 points. Ding. Unlocking the level 4 marketplace requires 500,000 evolutionary points. At that moment, Zhang Yang nearly spat out his drink in disbelief. How many zeros is that? 500,000. Wasn't it supposed to be 100,000? How did it suddenly escalate tenfold? Perhaps sensing Zhang Yang's inner discontent, the system spoke again before he could voice his grievances. Ding. The level 4 marketplace can activate bloodline exchange. This phrase left Zhang Yang momentarily speechless. Bloodline exchange? What exactly is bloodline? Ding. The host currently possesses the bloodline of the common forest wolf. Acquiring a higher bloodline can elevate your potential and allow evolution into the corresponding creature. Chapter 46. Evolving into a malevolent wolf, enhancing potential? This is excellent, and evolving into the corresponding creature is indeed appealing. This meant that even without having slain such a creature, as long as he possessed its bloodline, he could evolve into it. If I were to obtain the bloodline of a dragon, could I then become a dragon? Ding. As long as there is sufficient evolutionary value, that is indeed possible. Zhang Yang's heart surged with excitement. In his mind, dragons represented the epitome of strength, particularly the majestic 5-clawed golden dragon. However, Zhang Yang was acutely aware that such lofty aspirations were currently just dreams. Even if the marketplace were to offer an exchange, the cost would be far beyond his current means. System, what is the maximum storage limit of evolutionary value for my current body? Ding. 80,000. Upon glancing at his attribute panel, Zhang Yang felt a pang of frustration. With over 70,000 evolutionary points already accumulated, he was on the verge of reaching the 80,000 cap. The prospect of using his evolutionary points to exchange for longevity was something he was quite reluctant to entertain, as his lifespan was ample. While acquiring evolutionary value was no simple task, how much evolutionary value is required to evolve into a blue wolf? And how much for a malevolent wolf? Ding. Evolving into a blue wolf requires 3,000 evolutionary points, while evolving into a malevolent wolf necessitates 20,000. What? Why such a disparity? Ding. Evolving into a blue wolf merely raises one bloodline tier, whereas evolving into a malevolent wolf transcends several tiers. With this explanation, Zhang Yang quickly grasped the concept. It was akin to leveling up. Ascending from a forest wolf to a blue wolf involved a single tier increase, while progressing to a malevolent wolf entailed multiple levels. Zhang Yang decided to evolve into a malevolent wolf. Although he had easily dispatched the malevolent wolf before, it stood as the most formidable candidate he had ever slain, possessing the highest bloodline rank, far surpassing that of ordinary tigers or leopards. Ding. This evolution will consume 20,000 evolutionary points. Do you wish to proceed? Evolve. The evolution was imperative, as Zhang Yang could no longer contain the evolutionary points within him. Evolving into a higher-tier blue wolf would not fulfill his aspirations. Thus he opted for the malevolent wolf. The evolution transpired swiftly, yet just before its conclusion, two options materialized before Zhang Yang. The first was the tiger's bone, and the second was the ability to clear the mind and sharpen the vision. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang chose to retain both abilities. Although the bloodline rank of a malevolent wolf exceeded that of a typical tiger, in terms of bone density, wolf bones could not compete with tiger bones, making the latter's ability invaluable. The ability to clear the mind and sharpen the vision, derived from the king snake's gallbladder, was equally essential, as it was unlikely that he would acquire a more potent ability in the near future. Ding. Evolution complete. After making his selections, the transformation concluded. Zhang Yang's physique was already larger than that of an average malevolent wolf, and post-evolution, his body had significantly enlarged. Having just evolved into a malevolent wolf, he now measured approximately 5 meters in length and stood around 2 meters tall, surpassing even the two enforcers in the blue wolf pack. System. What is the potential limit of this body now? When he was a forest wolf, his potential cap was 45. Following his evolution into a malevolent wolf, it should logically increase. Ding. Current potential cap, 75. Evolutionary value cap, 250,000. Zhang Yang swallowed hard at this revelation. How could this be? He had not found the malevolent wolf particularly difficult to kill. Yet judging by this potential cap, the malevolent wolf must possess considerable strength. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang understood that the true potential cap of the malevolent wolf bloodline should be around 60 points. Having consumed 2 spiritual fruits, integrated the tiger's bone, and received potential from completing tasks, all contributed to his enhanced limits. I need to find something formidable to hunt. Zhang Yang resolved to seek out a stronger creature to test how much evolutionary value he could acquire with his new physique. You will do, little leopard. Zhang Yang caught the scent of a leopard. As a seasoned hunter, he was confident in his instincts. Indeed, a leopard lounged carelessly atop a tree, completely unaware of Zhang Yang's approach. As Zhang Yang leapt towards the tree, the leopard awoke, its first thought being how a wolf could climb a tree. However, before it could ponder further, Zhang Yang had already dispatched the unfortunate leopard. Ding. Leopard slain. Evolution 50. Swift talent fragment. Beginner, 1. Zhang Yang's expression darkened. It seems that the rewards have diminished yet again. Fortunately, the talent fragments continued to drop as expected. No further enhancements possible. Zhang Yang silently admonished himself that if he continued to enhance his attributes, he would no longer receive evolution points from hunting leopards. The acquisition of evolution points was of little concern to him, as they were meager. What truly mattered to Zhang Yang was the attainment of talent fragments. With the powerful abilities granted by his talents, he understood their immense value. If he failed to receive evolution points from slaying leopards, he would consequently miss out on talent fragments. This was unacceptable. Relying on evolution points to exchange for talent fragments in order to level up would be an exceedingly slow process. Therefore, it was far more economical to farm talent fragments. With time on his hands, he resolved to gather as many talent fragments as possible in this location. Wild boars, crocodiles, and leopards were all targets for his hunts. The boars and crocodiles were relatively easy to deal with, as they were social creatures. Finding one often meant finding a group. Leopards, however, proved to be a challenge. Despite his keen sense of smell, he could locate only 7 or 8 leopards in a day. The leopards he encountered on this journey were indeed unfortunate. Once Zhang Yang caught their scent, their fates were sealed. After 10 days of arduous effort, he had amassed enough tough skin and thick hide fragments to elevate both talents to their pinnacle. His agility talent had also reached an advanced level. Thick hide, pinnacle passively doubles physical constitution. Tough skin, pinnacle passively doubles for defense. Agility, advanced passively increases agility by 50%. The thick hide talent was undeniably powerful. Manifesting in a straightforward manner, it boosted Zhang Yang's constitution from a mere 30 points to an impressive 90. The enhancement of tough skin was more subtle, requiring Zhang Yang to personally test the defensive capabilities of his fur. However, the agility talent became a source of frustration for him. Chapter 47. How did another golden-eyed beast appear? The effects of the talents were indeed remarkable, having taken considerable effort to elevate them through the hunting of countless leopards. Yet, upon reaching the advanced level, Zhang Yang felt somewhat disheartened and was reluctant to continue the grind, as locating leopards was exceedingly difficult. Even if he managed to hunt 10 leopards a day, he would need to slay 900 more to elevate agility to its pinnacle. Zhang Yang questioned whether he had that much time, deciding instead to abandon the pursuit and hasten his journey. He had already squandered 15 days and could not afford further delays. However, despite his intention to avoid procrastination, events unfolded that compelled him to halt. A single talent fragment, which was sold for a staggering 1,000 evolution points in the nefarious system marketplace, was too tempting to ignore if he chanced upon it on his travels. Why is the scent of leopards so potent in this area? Through his keen sense of smell, Zhang Yang detected a multitude of leopards congregating nearby. Ordinarily, leopards were solitary creatures and could not possibly appear in such numbers simultaneously. Driven by curiosity, he sprinted through the jungle, following the scent trail. Ultimately, Zhang Yang arrived at the edge of a peculiar basin. The basin appeared almost abruptly, resembling a crater left by a meteorite colliding with the moon, yet within it, life thrived, devoid of any tragic atmosphere. The scent of leopards was overwhelming, mingled with the essence of another creature he had never encountered before. He decided to investigate. Regardless of the unknown creature's nature, the sight of those adorable little leopards compelled Zhang Yang to enter the basin. Each additional fragment collected would save him 1,000 evolution points. Entering the basin was not a detour. He had no reason to hesitate. The basin was spacious, growing darker as he ventured deeper. Such an environment posed no challenge for Zhang Yang. His eyesight was exceptional, and darkness would not obstruct his vision. Furthermore, his evolved form as a dire wolf, with sleek, shiny black fur, rendered him nearly undetectable in the shadows. However, upon reaching the very center of the basin, he found no sign of the adorable little leopards he longed to see. Had they moved? Zhang Yang quickened his pace. The agility talent, which passively doubled his agility, brought his speed to 60 points, making him even swifter. Minutes later, Zhang Yang finally spotted the little leopards he had missed. Counting carefully, he smiled. There were indeed a significant number, over 30. This represented over 30 talent fragments, an arduous search that would typically take him 3 or 4 days. Yet, confronting these leopards was a prideful pride of lions. This marked Zhang Yang's first encounter with such creatures in the jungle. Indeed, they were formidable, with a mere dozen lions daring to encircle the 30 leopards, exuding a certain arrogance. Zhang Yang paid little mind to their bravado. He was more focused on his own burgeoning confidence. Without any hint of boastfulness, he believed that even if the lions joined forces with the leopards, he would not falter. Eager to test the capabilities of his pinnacle-level tough skin. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang was intrigued by the standoff. What could have prompted this confrontation? Had they discovered some mystical fruit? If so, Zhang Yang would willingly accept it, integrating the mystical fruit into his potential. As tensions escalated between the two parties, Zhang Yang made his entrance. To both sides, he was an unwelcome guest, inciting mutual disdain. Wretched wolf, be gone. Among the lion pride were 3 male lions, their size and height comparable to Zhang Yang, yet their muscular build far surpassed his own. Though Zhang Yang could not comprehend their language, the tone was unmistakable. The language of beasts, while not universal, was easily understood. This felt rather off. Without Zhang Yang asserting his dominance, they had the audacity to threaten him first. Let us slay them all, Zhang Yang resolved internally. Each kill yielded evolution points, albeit in limited quantities, yet the numbers were not to be underestimated. Moreover, he had never slain a lion and was curious to see what talents they might bestow. With this thought, Zhang Yang took action without any prior warning. The adage "a barking dog seldom bites" came to mind, and he scoffed at the notion of likening himself to a dog. Nevertheless, the principle remained. If one were to act, it should be done quietly, without fanfare. The lions were taken aback by Zhang Yang's audacity. Was there another dire wolf lurking nearby? If so, the lion pride would be forced to retreat. As for the little creatures they coveted, they would have to forfeit them. Yet, they sensed no other dire wolves in the vicinity. Was this dire wolf truly alone? In the next moment, the lion pride erupted in fury. Had they been disrespected? A mere dire wolf dared to bare its fangs against them? The 3 male lions charged towards Zhang Yang, their formidable presence radiating an undeniable sense of power from a considerable distance. Their sheer strength was indeed formidable, particularly in the face of Zhang Yang, who was confronted with such imposing figures. Yet, who decreed that Zhang Yang must engage in a contest of strength? Although he was not intimidated by a battle of might, he considered it the folly of a brute. Recently, Zhang Yang had developed a fondness for the exhilarating sensation of a decisive strike, relishing the thrill of dispatching prey with a single swipe. It was reminiscent of the legendary swordsman of yore. Had there been a beautiful maiden watching, her screams would surely have pierced the air. The current confrontation with the male lions was no different. Zhang Yang relied on his superior speed, fluidly changing positions as he dashed about. Before long, the lions were left befuddled by his swift maneuvers. Their considerable bulk rendered them sluggish in turning, and coupled with Zhang Yang's rapidity, they soon revealed conspicuous vulnerabilities. No longer a novice hunter, Zhang Yang had adapted to combat as a wolf. And when the lions exposed their flaws, he seized upon them. Ding! A mission was triggered. Seize the golden-eyed beast. Mission requirement. Capture the golden-eyed beast within the leopard pack. Mission reward. Unknown. What was this golden-eyed beast? Until now, Zhang Yang had encountered creatures that, while somewhat extraordinary, remained within the realm of comprehension. This golden-eyed beast, however, seemed to possess an air of the fantastical. Chapter 48. This curious little creature where, then, could this intriguingly named creature be found? Zhang Yang abruptly halted, beginning his search for the golden-eyed beast. This sudden action startled the three male lions, who exchanged anxious glances, wondering if a companion had arrived. Yet, all they could see was empty air, devoid of even a single wolf's hair. They felt toyed with, their frustration palpable, and their roars echoed through the air, shaking the surrounding vegetation. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang's thoughts returned to the present. In his words, what was the point of their roaring? Were they eager for their demise? In the next moment, Zhang Yang, feeling somewhat disgruntled by his failure to locate the golden-eyed beast, sprang into action. Each strike of his claws was executed from an exceptionally acute angle. The lions, despite their imposing size, could not match Zhang Yang's speed. Initially, they remained unfazed, accustomed to a strategy of trading blows, capable of retaliating even while enduring Zhang Yang's attacks. This approach favored them, as they were indeed stronger. However, they were up against Zhang Yang. He possessed both a speed advantage and a strength that surpassed these lions, and the sharpness of his claws exceeded their expectations. The combination of these advantages foretold a predictable outcome. One unfortunate lion found its throat ripped asunder by Zhang Yang's claws, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. While the other two fared little better, one was eviscerated, and the other had lost a foreleg. This brief engagement was indeed fleeting. To the onlooking lions and leopards, it appeared as though Zhang Yang had merely darted back and forth 3 times. Yet, within those 3 charges, he had dispatched and maimed 3 powerful male lions. Flee! The remaining lionesses scattered in panic. If the male lions were no match for Zhang Yang, their presence would only seal their fate. In Zhang Yang's eyes, they were hardly worth the trouble. He did not pursue the fleeing lionesses, but instead frowned at the fallen lions. His mood soured. The unfortunate lion had provided him with a mere 500 points of evolution value, lacking even a fragment of talent. To Zhang Yang, such a being was nothing but a wretched existence. The 2 surviving male lions wished to protest, but before they could utter a word, Zhang Yang advanced and ended their lives. Time wasted was a disgrace. He needed to focus on finding that elusive golden-eyed beast. Oh, the leopard pack had not scattered in fear? This revelation intrigued Zhang Yang. What could have emboldened them so? Had the golden-eyed beast exerted control over the leopards? With this thought, Zhang Yang plunged into the midst of the leopard pack. The leopards fought back. They did not crumble in the face of Zhang Yang's might. Instead, they mounted a counterattack. Their refusal to flee delighted Zhang Yang. Had they chosen to run, he would have had to chase them down one by one, a laborious task. The leopards misjudged their own strength. Indeed, they were swift enough to keep pace with Zhang Yang, and their numbers were significant. In the first exchange, several leopards pounced upon him. Yet, dodging was no longer an option. Their sheer numbers made it impossible to escape unscathed. However, whether they could draw blood remained uncertain. Zhang Yang's resilient hide had reached its pinnacle, doubling his fur's defensive capabilities, bolstered by a constitution of 90 points. Though he appeared to be clad in fur, it was akin to wearing a suit of hardened scales. The leopard's fangs could not penetrate his thick pelt. At best, they merely snagged tufts of fur. This was intolerable. Zhang Yang, incensed by the indignity of being nibbled upon, flung the leopards off him. Enraged, he struck with ferocity. Each claw that descended, regardless of whether it made contact with the leopards, left them on the brink of death. The loss of his claw's sharpness was compensated by overwhelming force. One leopard was sent flying, colliding with 2 or 3 others in its wake. Zhang Yang moved through the leopards as a wolf among sheep. The sounds of accumulating evolution points and talent fragments echoed in his mind. Soon, Zhang Yang began to sense something amiss. Were these leopards foolish? Zhang Yang was puzzled. Why did they not flee upon witnessing his ferocity? There had to be a reason for their defiance. Alas, Zhang Yang could find no living creature to inquire. The leopards numbered only around 30, having been subjected to his onslaught. Even those still breathing lay gasping for air, their lives hanging by a thread. Where was the golden-eyed beast? According to the system's prompt, it was among the leopard pack, yet now that he had incapacitated them, there was no sign of the legendary creature. Could it be that the system was mistaken? That seemed improbable. Just as Zhang Yang was consumed by his search for the golden-eyed beast, a tiny, trembling mouse, no larger than a palm, cowered beneath the corpse of a leopard. It fervently prayed to the heavens, hoping that the fierce wolf would not discover its presence. Its diminutive frame was hardly worth the effort of a wolf's meal. Unfortunately, the heavens were deaf to the little creature's pleas. It sensed the encroaching darkness receding swiftly. As it opened one tightly shut eye, it beheld a colossal eyeball glimmering with an eerie green light. Goodness! The golden-eyed beast screamed in terror and fled. It was petrified. That glowing green eye seemed intent on devouring it. The golden-eyed beast was on the verge of tears. It did not wish to meet its end. Oh dear. Zhang Yang was quite astonished. He could actually comprehend the sounds emitted by this little creature. How impressive, my little mouse. In Zhang Yang's eyes, this was no mythical golden-eyed beast, but merely a field mouse, not the kind that infests homes, but a charming little creature that resides in the fields. As for its glimmering green eyes, that was merely a misunderstanding on his part. Come back, or I shall consume you. Zhang Yang called out as he observed the golden-eyed beast fleeing. He did not pursue it immediately. This creature was significantly slower than he was. Even if it managed to burrow underground, Zhang Yang was confident he could unearth it. His current intention was to ascertain whether this creature could understand his words. The golden-eyed beast responded, I want to go back. Could it truly comprehend him? This little creature was indeed intriguing. Zhang Yang's curiosity piqued. He decided not to let the golden-eyed beast roam freely. With a few agile movements, he pinned its tail down with his claws. The golden-eyed beast struggled desperately to escape. Alas, given its strength, escaping was but a fanciful dream. It epitomized the phrase timid as a mouse, and upon realizing it could not flee, it fainted, seemingly overwhelmed by the circumstances. Chapter 49. The Treasure-Seeking Golden-Eyed Beast Ding. Task completed. Capture the golden-eyed beast. Task reward. 30 days of lifespan. 10,000 evolution points. Initially, Zhang Yang approached this endeavor with a playful spirit, but the generous rewards prompted him to take the task seriously. What exactly was this golden-eyed beast? The mere act of capturing it yielded such bountiful rewards? Indeed, the system's reward struck Zhang Yang as exceedingly generous. Could such a small creature truly merit such lavish compensation? With utmost care, Zhang Yang placed the golden-eyed beast in his claws and raised it before his eyes. Externally, it appeared utterly ordinary. He could not discern any special traits. Perhaps sensing Zhang Yang's movements, the golden-eyed beast gradually regained consciousness. However, upon beholding the immense black wolf head and its gleaming green eyes, the golden-eyed beast was on the verge of fainting once more. Not yet. Wait a moment. Zhang Yang interjected hastily. You little creature cannot be so irresponsible. If you must faint, do so only after you explain what makes you special. What? Wait to faint? Impossible. I can't endure this pressure. The golden-eyed beast protested. If you faint, I shall devour you. Upon hearing this threat, the golden-eyed beast immediately perked up, abandoning any notion of fainting. Are those eyes truly golden? Zhang Yang mused, observing the golden-eyed beast struggling to keep its eyes wide open. If there were any distinction about this creature, it was indeed that. What abilities do you possess? Zhang Yang inquired, as he could not fathom the depth of the golden-eyed beast's capabilities. I possess no particular skills. Please let me go. Look around. There is an abundance of food here. You do not need me, do you? The golden-eyed beast, standing on Zhang Yang's claw, clasped its forefeet together in a pleading gesture, tears shimmering in its eyes. Zhang Yang, impressed by this little performance, silently applauded. Do not deceive me. Speak the truth, or face dire consequences. Though he appreciated the performance, Zhang Yang was resolute in not being fooled. Frankly, it was the first time he had encountered a creature with a special name in the system. Other creatures like tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears bore rather mundane names. The golden-eyed beast was flustered. Why was this creature beyond its control? Was it truly an evil wolf? The golden-eyed beast possessed two abilities. The first was treasure-seeking, regardless of whether it was a spiritual fruit or other rare items, as long as they were nearby. The golden-eyed beast could locate them through its eyes. The second ability was illusion, enabling it to induce hallucinations in creatures with lower mental attributes than its own. The reason those leopards did not flee earlier and instead fought Zhang Yang fiercely was not of their own volition. They were under the golden-eyed beast's influence. The golden-eyed beast had attempted to control Zhang Yang as well, but alas, Zhang Yang's mental attribute was also quite formidable, though not his primary attribute. It still stood at 10. Prior to Zhang Yang's arrival, the lions had attacked the leopard pack because they had detected the golden-eyed beast. The lions sought the golden-eyed beast with a clear purpose, to have it assist them in locating spiritual fruits. In this realm, all creatures understood the significance of evolution. They aspired to evolve, yearning to become higher beings. The golden-eyed beast was an unparalleled expert in treasure-seeking. Gaining control over it meant acquiring a mobile treasure trove. Who could resist such temptation? What? You refuse to speak? Zhang Yang expressed his displeasure, his wolf claws extending sharp talons. If he were to pierce the golden-eyed beast with them, it would not merely draw blood, but would likely result in dismemberment. Faced with the looming threat of Zhang Yang's claws, the golden-eyed beast screeched, I can seek treasures. I can indeed find treasures. The golden-eyed beast could no longer maintain its composure. It feared that continuing to resist would lead to its demise. You truly can seek treasures? What can you find? Zhang Yang's eyes glimmered with excitement. Who would ever turn down an abundance of valuable items? Even trinkets of little worth would be welcome, as they could be recycled by the system for evolution points. Zhang Yang was elated. The golden-eyed beast felt uneasy, pondering whether this wicked wolf was indeed unhinged. Why did it seem that the golden-eyed beast's words had not quelled Zhang Yang's enthusiasm? I assure you, my meat is not delectable, so do not attempt to taste me. Can you genuinely seek treasures? What kinds? I can locate spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, and other items infused with spiritual energy. The golden-eyed beast, eager to demonstrate its usefulness, did not lie about this. However, it withheld the truth regarding its illusion-inducing ability, still harboring dreams of one day reversing their roles. If it could control Zhang Yang, it would transform into its master. Take me to find treasures now, Zhang Yang urged impatiently, desiring nothing more than to gather spiritual fruits by the cartload. There are no spiritual fruits in this vicinity, the golden-eyed beast replied plainly, pouring a bucket of cold water over Zhang Yang's enthusiasm. My sensing range is limited. I can only detect treasures within that range. Though this statement dampened Zhang Yang's spirits, the golden-eyed beast sought to reassure him, fearing that otherwise, Zhang Yang might consume him. Oh, I would not deceive you. I truly mean it. The golden-eyed beast raised its 4 feet above its head, standing upright in a rather comical manner. I believe you. Do you have a name? Zhang Yang expressed his trust in the golden-eyed beast's words. This creature's abilities were indeed formidable, aligning with the system's generous rewards. If it lacked such capabilities, would the system offer such high compensation? My name is Illusionary Eyes. As soon as Illusionary Eyes uttered its name, it regretted it, wishing it could slap itself twice. Why had it been so honest? Could you perhaps amend this flaw? The real name has been disclosed. What if one deduces your secondary ability from it? After all, you earn your living through treasure hunting. How could you possibly bear such a name? Regret, however, is futile. The words have already escaped your lips, and retracting them on the spot is out of the question. To do so would only arouse suspicion. Zhang Yang harbors a flicker of doubt, yet he does not associate it with Huan Jing's potential second ability. System, he muses, if I were to eliminate this individual, would I be able to acquire the treasure-seeking ability through fusion? Zhang Yang's imagination runs wild. In his view, the abilities possessed by others rightfully belong to him once transferred. Ding. Fusion success rate, 35%. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The system is rather straightforward. Since you inquired, it shall facilitate the fusion. Chapter 50. Take it slow. Danger lies within. Moreover, the system shows a lack of respect for Huan Jing, who is still alive, while it is already preparing for the fusion. So low, Zhang Yang glances at Huan Jing, noting the similarities in their appearances, a nose, a mouth, 2 eyes, and 4 legs. Why then is the success rate so disheartening? Zhang Yang neglects to consider the significant difference in their sizes. Never mind, the success rate has spared you, he decides, dismissing the fusion without much thought. The odds of failure are too great for such a gamble, and nurturing Huan Jing instead could yield spiritual fruits. As for limitations of distance, Zhang Yang is entirely unconcerned. He is destined for the Wolf King of the Yanggu Mountains, a place reputed to be teeming with treasures. He has no doubt Huan Jing will find ample opportunities to shine. From this day forth, you shall accompany me, enjoying the finest of delicacies. Zhang Yang makes this decision without soliciting Huan Jing's consent. Huan Jing possesses a keen self-awareness. He recognizes that his opinion holds little weight, and he is indeed quite willing to remain by Zhang Yang's side, for the sake of security. Look, 3 lions have fallen, a multitude of leopards has been vanquished. This fierce wolf is remarkably capable of shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding his initial growth. Fine, I shall follow you henceforth. How shall I address you? My name is Zhang Yang. You may call me Master Yang. Zhang Yang revels in his own self-importance. Huan Jing feels slightly displeased. Isn't that rather shameless? By the way, how is it that you understand my words? And how is it that I comprehend yours? Zhang Yang does not wait for Huan Jing's reply before inquiring. Because I speak the language of wolves, which you can undoubtedly understand. I have also interacted with the wolf clan and possess knowledge of the common beast tongue. I can understand some other creatures' languages as well. Huan Jing feels a twinge of anxiety. He has previously controlled the wolf clan, hence his comprehension of their tongue. Beast tongue? Teach me. Zhang Yang displays a commendable spirit of humility. Huan Jing is at a loss for words. Is it truly acceptable to make such a decisive request? Yet, despite his unwillingness, Huan Jing acquiesces to teach Zhang Yang. After all, his strength is unmatched, and he can only endure. Initially, Huan Jing thought Zhang Yang would be a difficult pupil, but to his surprise, Zhang Yang learns quite swiftly. They journey on, learning as they go, and in 5 days, they near the Yanggu Mountains. After 5 days of study, Zhang Yang has grasped the beast tongue quite well. We have arrived. It is time for you to demonstrate your abilities. Before them lies the Yanggu Mountains, surrounded by towering peaks. To truly enter the heart of the range, one must traverse the mountains. Within the realm of the Yanggu Mountains, Zhang Yang senses a palpable difference. The vitality here is far more abundant than outside the mountains. He cannot quantify it, but he can certainly feel it. What is this place? Huan Jing has never been to the Yanggu Mountains, and thus he is unaware of their location. The Yanggu Mountains. My heavens, are you out of your mind? The creatures here are formidable. One misstep could lead to death. Huan Jing, though unfamiliar with the Yanggu Mountains, is aware of their reputation. You know of this place? Zhang Yang is intrigued. Huan Jing has exhibited numerous remarkable traits along their journey, often making grand statements. Of course I know. Huan Jing rolls his eyes in exasperation. After several days of instruction, he has grown quite familiar with Zhang Yang, allowing him to speak more freely. That's good to hear. Let us venture forth to seek treasures. Zhang Yang prepares to ascend the mountains and delve into the true heart of the Yanggu Mountains. Do consider this carefully. Huan Jing is not eager to switch masters just yet, as he doubts any new companion would be as powerful as Zhang Yang. With his current abilities, he could at most continue to control some leopards. He wishes to accompany Zhang Yang into dangerous, yet less perilous areas than the Yanggu Mountains, where he can grow swiftly. Eventually, he hopes to leave this mundane beast continent for the savage beast continent. Unfortunately, this reckless wolf seems intent on courting danger. Indeed, despite Zhang Yang's prowess in dispatching lions and leopards, Huan Jing does not hold him in high regard. Let us go. Enough with the chatter. Zhang Yang begins to climb. The peaks surrounding the Yanggu Mountains are not particularly steep, barely 200 to 300 meters high. However, the internal peaks rise progressively higher, forming a true mountain range. On the outermost mountains, nothing obstructs Zhang Yang, yet there is little of value to claim. He and Huan Jing traverse the mountain, but Huan Jing shows no response whatsoever. Hey, are you just boasting? We completed a circuit of the mountain, and you have not reacted at all? Zhang Yang is rather displeased. What happened to treasure hunting? Why does it feel like we're on a leisurely excursion? You are perched on my neck like a lord, enjoying yourself without a care in the world. Unbeknownst to him, Huan Jing is on the verge of vomiting. Zhang Yang's exuberance has him bouncing around, and had Huan Jing not clutched tightly to Zhang Yang's fur, he would have been flung off. Gah! Huan Jing feels queasy. Unfortunately, he can only retch, having found no appetizing fruits to eat in the past 2 days. In truth, he would prefer to gnaw on spiritual fruits even more than Zhang Yang. Is it not normal not to find spiritual fruits on the outskirts of the Yanggu Mountains? Huan Jing remarks. Very well, let us venture deeper. Zhang Yang accelerates, leaving Huan Jing clutching his fur as the wind whips around them. Having such a creature capable of sensing spiritual fruits by his side, Zhang Yang finds it a significant time saver. Slow down, it's dangerous inside. Huan Jing feels increasingly uncomfortable. Are lone wolves truly this resilient? After several days of interaction, Huan Jing perceived Zhang Yang as a solitary wolf, an individual devoid of any organization, for throughout this time, no other wolves had approached him. In the Yanggu mountain range, there were no formidable wolf packs to be found. Zhang Yang remained unperturbed by the dangers that lurked. Should he encounter insurmountable troubles, he was well prepared, with ample evolution points at his disposal. As long as the creatures here proved sufficiently powerful, he would not hesitate to enhance his own abilities. Presently, his reluctance to strengthen himself stemmed from the fear of not encountering formidable foes in the future to quickly accumulate evolution points. Should there be a multitude of potent beings appearing here, Zhang Yang would indeed rejoice. Thus, he galloped through the terrain with abandon, eager for all to know of his arrival. Chapter 51. The infuriated leopard Huan Jing was at a loss for words regarding Zhang Yang's reckless behavior. He had lived cautiously to survive thus far, while this audacious fellow seemed to have never faced death. Of course, Zhang Yang had never perished. He was utterly fearless in the face of the Yanggu Mountains. The outermost peaks posed no obstacle to him as he charged forth without restraint. However, when Zhang Yang brought Huan Jing to the second peak, Huan Jing spoke up. Wait, there is something here. As he uttered these words, Zhang Yang halted. Where? Follow me. Huan Jing nimbly leaped off Zhang Yang's back and swiftly darted ahead. To Zhang Yang, however, Huan Jing's pace seemed rather slow. Yet, he refrained from urging him on. Expertise varies. And Huan Jing was indeed a treasure-hunting specialist. Zhang Yang merely needed to follow. Huan Jing's eyes emitted a faint golden glow, guiding him to the distant location of the spiritual fruits. In Huan Jing's view, since they had come all this way, they could not return empty-handed. If they could uncover more spiritual fruits in the Yanggu Mountains, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Even if this foolish wolf were to perish, Huan Jing would still thrive upon leaving the mountains. Zhang Yang trailed closely behind Huan Jing until they soon arrived near the spiritual fruits he had detected. With their destination reached, Zhang Yang no longer required Huan Jing to lead the way. His own keen eyesight had already spotted the fruits. However, it was evident that these spiritual fruits were under the guardianship of another creature. Oh, is that not an old acquaintance? A leopard. This was a leopard, yet unlike any Zhang Yang had encountered before, for it was quite large, comparable to his own size, and exuded a strength far surpassing that of ordinary leopards. Perched on a branch, the leopard cast a glance at Zhang Yang. A wolf? This is the Yanggu Mountains, not a place for your kind. Get lost. Having studied beast language for a few days, Zhang Yang could comprehend the leopard's words. Look at this fellow, how prideful he is, ordering me to leave. What of wolves? Why can't we enter the Yanggu Mountains? Zhang Yang, eliminate him, Huan Jing urged, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. In truth, Huan Jing had faith in Zhang Yang's strength. Despite the leopard's apparent arrogance, those dwelling in the outer peaks were not particularly formidable. Those though Huanjing found Zhang Yang a bit foolish. He recognized that Zhang Yang's prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. He had no doubt that dispatching this leopard would pose no challenge. Should they vanquish the leopard, the spiritual fruits it guarded would belong to both Zhang Yang and Huanjing. The leopard regarded Zhang Yang with disdain. Its reluctance to act stemmed from the knowledge that wolves could not climb trees. Positioned high above, on the trunk of a colossal tree, the leopard was a good 10 meters off the ground, with the spiritual fruits situated just above it. The leopard could not fathom that Zhang Yang would be able to ascend to such heights. After all, a wolf's claws were not suited for climbing. However, to the leopard's astonishment, Zhang Yang began to climb. He did so with remarkable agility. Although a wolf's claws were not ideal for tree climbing, Zhang Yang utilized his sharp claws to grip the bark and ascend, akin to a mountaineer employing a knife to secure footholds in the rock. The leopard rose to its feet on the branch. "Wolf, do not seek your own demise. If you insist on this folly, I will gladly have you for dinner tonight," it threatened. Unfortunately for the leopard, Zhang Yang paid this threat no heed. "Enough with the chatter, come and meet your end," Zhang Yang retorted. Standing just 3 or 4 meters away from the leopard, leopards residing in the Yanggu Mountains were somewhat versed in beast language, for this realm was distinctly more refined than the outside world. However, at times, understanding the enemy's words was not advantageous, as it could be quite infuriating. Such was the case for the leopard, which seethed with anger. "You insolent wolf, had you been on the ground, perhaps you could stand your ground. But now you are in a tree. Even if you manage to climb up, do you not realize that we are the true experts at climbing? I could easily bring you down." Zhang Yang's expression revealed his disbelief. To bolster its credibility, the leopard lunged at Zhang Yang, moving gracefully as it leaped from its perch. It did not strike immediately, seemingly intending to leap down upon Zhang Yang while maintaining a distance. This was not an act of retreat. The leopard had an ulterior motive. As its body aligned with Zhang Yang's, it suddenly extended its paws, attempting to ensnare Zhang Yang around the waist and mount him. This was rather underhanded. The leopard sought to exploit Zhang Yang's hesitation in the tree, knowing he would be unable to evade. Should it succeed, the wolf would be treated to a savage feast. Yet, Zhang Yang's limbs could not flail carelessly, for even the slightest movement could send him tumbling down. While falling would not harm him, it would certainly be a blow to his pride. Zhang Yang valued his dignity greatly and could not allow the leopard to gain the upper hand. With a swift strike of his iron tail, Zhang Yang lashed out at the leopard's exposed belly before it could grasp his back. The tremendous force from Zhang Yang's tail sent the leopard reeling backward. With no trees behind it to catch its fall, the leopard had no choice but to descend helplessly to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Yang retracted his claws and leaped down from the tree. "You little leopard, do not even think about fleeing. Your demise is imminent." The leopard was prone to shattering into fragments, and Zhang Yang relished the speed of his talons. Thus, any encounter with a leopard meant there was no chance of escape. Huanjing, ever clever, climbed the tree with a skill that, while not as impressive as a squirrel's, was certainly commendable. As Zhang Yang and the leopard, both colossal figures, fell to the ground, Huanjing had already scaled the tree and reached the 3 spiritual fruits. "Goodness, I haven't eaten in days. This will surely satiate my hunger." Huanjing paid no heed to the battle below. His sole concern was indulging in his meal. This fellow had a knack for striking a pose, lounging against a tree branch with one leg crossed over the other. While his front paw had already plucked a spirit fruit, his small mouth nibbled joyfully at it. The leopard, witnessing this scene, was seething with rage. That was his spirit fruit, and it had been devoured by such a trivial creature. Chapter 52. Let us head to the Yanggu Mountains. Zhang Yang leaped down from the tree, his body obstructing the leopard's line of sight. The leopard's frustration intensified. What was going on? They were stealing the leopard's spirit fruit, and not even allowing him to watch. Yet, the size of a fist could not compensate for the disparity in abilities. The leopard was only equal to Zhang Yang in speed. In all other attributes, it fell woefully short. Thus, the outcome was quite poignant. The once proud leopard was ruthlessly torn apart by Zhang Yang. In truth, the leopard left no last words behind. Its demise was brutal. The primary reason was its gross misjudgment of Zhang Yang's strength and defense. It was akin to those male lions, overestimating their prowess, believing they could match Zhang Yang in a contest of strength. But when the contest commenced, the leopard met its end, with its forelegs broken in an utterly humiliating manner. A massive gash extended from its chest to the base of its hind legs, blood gushing forth, inflicted by sharp wolf claws. Huanjing had long discerned the leopard's capabilities and was fully aware that Zhang Yang could easily dispatch the beast. Hence he was utterly unconcerned, leisurely reclining in the tree and voraciously consuming the spirit fruit, his small mouth working rapidly. When a shadow entirely enveloped him, Huanjing finally opened his eyes. Oh, still those vibrant green eyes. However, this time he felt less fear. There were 3 fruits in total. I shall consume 1. You shall have 2. Surely. You cannot expect me to do all the work for nothing? Huanjing displayed an exceedingly pitiful demeanor, tears welling up in his eyes. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang was entirely unfazed by such theatrics. "Very well, this will be our arrangement. If 3 fruits are found, You may have one. If only two. You shall have none. Zhang Yang was quite satisfied with this distribution method. In truth, he had initially intended to share half with Huan Jing. To motivate the horse, one must feed it grass. Zhang Yang relied on Huan Jing to assist him, and he certainly did not wish to starve the creature. With Huan Jing by his side, Zhang Yang's treasure hunting journey would become significantly easier, saving him considerable time. Upon hearing this, Huan Jing was momentarily taken aback. This fellow truly intended to share spirit fruit with him? Huan Jing's eyes darted about. Such a thing would never occur with other beings. They would exploit him to the fullest, and even if they found spirit fruits, they would never share. Just a moment ago, Huan Jing had thought thus, which was why he had rushed forward to start eating. After all, it was already in his belly, and even if Zhang Yang wished him to regurgitate it, he could not. Huan Jing had not anticipated Zhang Yang would make such a decision, and to be honest, he felt a flicker of gratitude. What? You disagree? If you agree, it's because you are stronger than I. We shall call this a win-win collaboration. However, we must modify the rules. For every 3 spirit fruits found, I should receive 1. What say you? Huan Jing proposed his own suggestion. He was not being greedy. Rather, he had his own thoughts. This win-win model was quite splendid, and if they could maintain such a good relationship, Huan Jing would not mind assisting Zhang Yang in the future. Very well, it is settled. With that, Zhang Yang promptly swallowed the 2 spirit fruits from the tree. The taste was somewhat unpleasant, rather sour. Ding. Consumed spirit fruit, body potential 2. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Yang's good mood swiftly diminished. What was this? Why only an increase of 2 points in potential? Ding. The host has consumed an unripe spirit fruit. Oh. That explanation seemed reasonable. No wonder the flavor was off. Aren't you afraid of choking, eating so quickly? Huan Jing remarked, unable to suppress a hint of envy, observing Zhang Yang's large mouth capable of devouring 2 at once. Meanwhile, he had been laboriously nibbling away and had barely consumed half of 1. No, I'm fine. Huan Jing swiftly rose, hiding the spirit fruit behind his back. No need for that. Just eat quickly. We still have to search. Zhang Yang licked his lips, feeling rather pleased. This was not solely due to the 2 unripe spirit fruits he had obtained, but also because he had just slain a leopard. Truth be told, that leopard was rather impressive. Not only did its death grant Zhang Yang 500 points of evolution value, but it also yielded a piece of agility shard, remarkably, a mid-level shard. This was indeed something of note. Obtaining 1 was akin to acquiring 10. If all the creatures in the Yanggu Mountains were this generous, it would be splendid indeed. While Zhang Yang was lost in his daydreams of the future, the unfortunate messenger returned to the territory of the evil wolf hall. Here, they were perilously close to the beastly continent, where the life force was most abundant on the common beast continent. The evil wolf clan boasted thousands of members. The limping wolf's return failed to attract attention. However, when he relayed Zhang Yang's words, one of the subordinate wolf packs under the evil wolf hall erupted in chaos. This particular pack was responsible for the wolves in the vicinity of Wolf Qing. Collecting spirit fruits and recruiting cannon fodder were their responsibilities. Now, one of their wolves had dared to resist the evil wolf hall. Was that permissible? This was rebellion, an act of treachery. Indeed, it was true. That creature's breed was unknown, yet it possessed immense power. Were it not for its intention to spare him for the sake of delivering a message, he would have perished beneath its claws. The messenger had fulfilled his duty, his description exceedingly apartment. Where is he? A massive evil wolf, nearly 7 meters long and 5 meters tall, inquired coldly. He mentioned he would head to the Yanggu Mountains, and if we wished to find him, that was the place to go. So he has taken refuge in the Yanggu Mountains. Does he believe this will ensure his survival? Come, we must pursue him to the Yanggu Mountains. This colossal evil wolf was domineering, offering no opportunity for the messenger to refuse. It was a command. The messenger hesitated, unwilling to accompany them, as he was injured. Alas, resistance was futile. Despite his earlier bravado among the Blue Wolf pack, within the evil wolf clan, he was but a small fry. The purpose of the large evil wolf bringing the messenger along was simple. Only this creature had encountered Zhang Yang. Without him, how could they identify the enemy? Yes, you should all accompany us. The large evil wolf instructed the other wolves nearby. These wolves were all from his branch. Among the thousands of wolves, there were numerous factions, much like human surnames. The annual promotion passage was about to open, and their branch had a hope of securing an internal spot. They could not allow such a minor issue to provide others with leverage. Thus, even if that creature had fled into the Yanggu Mountains, they must eliminate him. Chapter 53. What is a ferocious beast? Pack leader, let us venture forth. The Yanggu Mountains are not as fearsome as they seem. On the contrary, they abound with sustenance. Indeed, let us go. The wicked wolves were eager for adventure, their spirits ignited by the prospect of stimulation. Excellent, let us proceed. The pack leader nodded with satisfaction, observing the fervor of his kin, confident that they would capture the rebellious creature. This band of over 100 ferocious wolves initiated their expedition, departing from the den towards the Yanggu Mountains. Unbeknownst to them, their adversary had transformed from a mere jungle wolf into a malevolent wolf akin to themselves. Even the unfortunate messenger could not discern this change. As the Wicked Wolf squad advanced towards the Yanggu Mountains, they were unaware that entering this realm would require some time. During this interval, Zhang Yang had no obligation to await their arrival. Zhang Yang was traversing the outskirts of 5 mountain peaks with his companion, Huan Jing, boasting that he could claim dominion over this territory. No creature could impede his progress. Their collaboration was remarkably harmonious, yielding a bountiful harvest of spiritual fruits. After 4 days of diligent effort, Zhang Yang's physical potential reached a remarkable 90 points. However, his attributes remained unchanged, each standing at 30 points, with mental acuity at 10 points. While he possessed evolution points, he had yet to encounter formidable adversaries, thus he was not in haste to allocate them. After all, if he were to eliminate obstructing creatures, he would not gain evolution points. We cannot delve any deeper. I am quite serious. After several days exploring the 5 mountain peaks, Huan Jing's feelings for Zhang Yang had blossomed significantly. Their cooperation had proven fruitful, enabling Huan Jing to acquire spiritual fruits far more efficiently than when controlling other creatures. When commanding a pack of leopards, it would take him a month to acquire a single spiritual fruit. Hence, Huan Jing was determined to ensure their partnership did not fall victim to Zhang Yang's recklessness. What's this? Are you afraid? Zhang Yang did not turn to Huan Jing. His gaze was fixed upon the higher peaks within the Yanggu Mountains. This is not a matter of fear. We can return once we have grown stronger. Huan Jing attempted to persuade Zhang Yang back to reason, but regrettably, he did not comprehend Zhang Yang's resolve. We are already strong enough. Let us proceed. Huan Jing was exasperated, wishing to express his frustrations, yet found himself silenced by the force of the wind as Zhang Yang dashed ahead. System. I have already arrived at the Yanggu Mountains. Why have I not received a notification of task completion? The system had indeed triggered the task of proceeding to the Yanggu Mountains, which had a time constraint. Now that Zhang Yang was present, the lack of a notification seemed rather peculiar. Beep. The host has not yet reached the heart of the Yanggu Mountains. The system kindly provided an explanation. You did not specify that I needed to enter the heart, did you? Very well, you are the system, so you are always right. With 10 days remaining, I should be able to arrive, correct? Stop. There are spiritual fruits. Huan Jing, having been forcibly swept along, interjected. However, this previously effective entreaty fell upon deaf ears as Zhang Yang continued his relentless pace. What are you doing? Huan Jing expressed his discontent, urging Zhang Yang to halt. Let us explore the depths of the Yanggu Mountains. Make a note of the location of those spiritual fruits. Zhang Yang showed some respect towards Huan Jing, sharing his intentions. Huan Jing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Brother, the 6th peak has me doubting your survival. Now you wish to venture into the depths of the Yanggu Mountains? Do you even comprehend where that is? If you wish to perish, do not drag me along. Huan Jing was both impressed and frustrated by Zhang Yang's reckless determination, pondering whether to sever their partnership altogether. Yet, could Zhang Yang truly be a fool? If he were genuinely foolish, would he have survived this long and achieved such commendable strength? Fine, let us abandon this venture if danger arises. Huan Jing tightened his grip on Zhang Yang's fur. Zhang Yang sensed Huan Jing's subtle movements and merely smiled, accelerating his pace even further. In truth, their journey thus far had encountered no peril. Zhang Yang's route to the depths of the Yanggu Mountains did not require scaling peaks. A slight detour through the valleys sufficed. The dangers within the Yanggu Mountains were primarily concentrated at the summits, with minimal threats below. Are you aware of the treasures that lie within the depths of the Yanggu Mountains? As they progressed, Zhang Yang's seemingly reckless behavior, coupled with the absence of danger after crossing multiple peaks, kindled a new realization within Huan Jing. Zhang Yang's demeanor clearly indicated he had a purpose. As partners, you must inform me in advance, allowing me to assist you. Seeing Zhang Yang's silence, Huan Jing continued to inquire, hoping to glean useful information. No, I simply wish to explore. I have heard it is filled with treasures. Zhang Yang could not reveal that this was a task, for even if he spoke the truth, Huan Jing would likely dismiss it as mere folly. Just to see? You are risking everything for that. Can we not converse sensibly? Huan Jing felt it necessary to enlighten this reckless companion about basic knowledge. Zhang Yang, however, was quite receptive. He had long recognized that Huan Jing was no ordinary being. With time on their side, he decided to indulge Huan Jing's explanations, hoping to extract some valuable insights. Zhang Yang slowed his pace. Oh, you are quite obedient. Upon sensing Zhang Yang's halt, Huan Jing felt a flicker of pride. Do you know what lies within the depths of the Yanggu Mountains? Zhang Yang regarded Huan Jing, who had leaped before him, with an expression that clearly conveyed his disbelief. Had I known, would I have rushed over to see? I know you do not possess this knowledge. Let me enlighten you. The depths of the Yanggu Mountains are home to ferocious beasts. Huan Jing's tone turned serious, yet the words escaped his mouth with a hint of playfulness, failing to impart the gravity intended. But what is a ferocious beast? Initially prepared with further remarks, Huan Jing found himself momentarily stumped by Zhang Yang's inquiry. Brother, you are a wicked wolf, a creature of status in the beast realm. How can you not know what a ferocious beast is? There are many wolves of ferocious caliber within your own kind. Could this fellow truly be a fool? Huan Jing was skeptical, believing Zhang Yang either did not comprehend or was merely toying with him. Truly unaware? Pray, enlighten me. Zhang Yang's earnest demeanor left no room for deception. Chapter 54. A grand gesture. Seeing this, Huanjing could only exercise patience in explaining to Zhang Yang. Both of us are mere beasts, while ferocious beasts exist on a significantly higher tier. Zhang Yang nodded, indicating for Huanjing to continue. The individual they were discussing was of a significantly higher rank, possessing formidable strength. The fierce beasts lurking in the depths of the Yanggu Mountains were regarded as the uncrowned kings of that territory, commanding respect even from several major races. For mere mortals like them to venture into those depths would be tantamount to courting death. Surely, the fierce beasts are not the apex of this continent? Zhang Yang dismissed the notion of impending doom. From fragmented information gleaned from the system, he surmised that the fierce beasts could not be the most powerful entities in existence. After all, this world still harbored divine beasts. These divine beasts, however, were merely pets kept by gods and demons. No, beyond fierce beasts, there exist demon beasts. Huanjing's eyes sparkled with longing at the mention of demon beasts, perhaps the pinnacle of his aspirations. Are there demon beasts in the mortal beast continent? Zhang Yang pondered aloud. What are you thinking? Demon beasts are exclusive to the fierce beast continent, and they are exceedingly rare. Huanjing had begun to align with Zhang Yang's cadence, oblivious to Zhang Yang's intent to extract information from him. Oh, where's the fierce beast continent? Zhang Yang inquired. Fully aware that they were situated in the mortal beast continent, his ultimate goal was to reach a higher realm, making knowledge of the location of the fierce beast continent paramount. Each year, a passage to the fierce beast continent would open, and traversing it would grant access to that domain. When will this passage open next? He pressed eagerly. Next time? It should be soon, perhaps in a few months. Huanjing replied, uncertain of the time frame. After all, this was not a priority for him, as he felt far too weak to attempt such a perilous journey. Hey, why are you asking about this? Huanjing suddenly recalled his purpose, to dissuade Zhang Yang from venturing into the depths of the Yanggu Mountains. How had their conversation shifted to the topic of the passage? No way, this foolish guy isn't actually considering traversing that passage, is he? Huanjing's eyes widened in alarm. Zhang Yang felt somewhat wronged. He hadn't explicitly stated his intentions. Yet, he did indeed harbor such thoughts. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Do you know what it takes to traverse that passage? You'd need strength on par with fierce beasts or be a fierce beast yourself. Beyond that passage lies the fierce beast continent, where no mere beasts exist, only fierce beasts. Huanjing emphasized the formidable nature of the fierce beast continent, hoping to dissuade Zhang Yang from such reckless ambitions, at least until he reached the level of fierce beasts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with understanding. Oh, I see. What exactly are you thinking? Huanjing noticed Zhang Yang's gaze and felt a twinge of fear. Nothing to worry about. Let us go, Zhang Yang replied. He saw no need to disclose his intentions to Huanjing, who would surely fail to comprehend. If he were to confide that he planned to traverse the passage in the coming months, would Huanjing believe him? Certainly not. He would likely berate Zhang Yang as a fool. Therefore, such words were unnecessary. Once he acted, Huanjing would have no choice but to fall silent. Still going? There are indeed fierce beasts entrenched deep within the Yanggu Mountains, powerful creatures that have resided there for ages. If we are discovered, our demise would be gruesome. Have you seen them? Zhang Yang responded curtly. Seen them? I haven't. And this is my first time in the Yanggu Mountains. All this knowledge comes from controlling other creatures, Huanjing admitted. His ability to control other beings allowed him to glean their thoughts and experiences. I haven't seen them, which makes it all the more reason to investigate. Huanjing was left speechless. Fine, let us go. If we must die, it might as well be you first, since you have more flesh. They would certainly prefer you as their first meal. Zhang Yang felt a sense of helplessness. Being exceptional had its downsides. He couldn't express his true strength without being accused of boasting. Currently, he possessed an evolution value of 113,600, and in dire situations, he could nearly max out 2 attributes to 90 points each. What was there to fear? If worst came to worst, he could always flee. Fierce beasts were merely one level above mortal beasts. Surely they couldn't be overwhelmingly powerful. If Zhang Yang were to elevate his strength and agility to 90 points, his prowess would be virtually unparalleled. The various innate enhancements weren't trivial matters. Thus, he felt confident in facing fierce beasts. But would Huanjing believe him if he shared this? Certainly not. As they journeyed forth, Huanjing continuously alerted Zhang Yang to the presence of spiritual fruits, marveling at the abundance of treasures in the depths of the Yanggu Mountains. Outside the mountains, it would take a month to find even one spiritual fruit. Here, they appeared in clusters. There was no need to expend special effort to remember this. The fruits would still be there upon their return. The deeper Zhang Yang delved into the Yanggu Mountains, the more Huanjing's anxiety grew. Please, can you at least act cunningly and avoid being foolish? Huanjing's true feelings spilled forth as he aimed to provoke Zhang Yang. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain, as Zhang Yang remained unperturbed, resolutely advancing onward. After 3 relentless days of travel, They approached the innermost depths of the Yanggu Mountains, where the contours of a valley became increasingly distinct. Nestled between two towering mountains, the valley boasted sparse vegetation, far from lush. However, every plant within the valley was a spiritual plant, many adorned with spiritual fruits. At this point, Huanjing fell silent, captivated by the sight of the abundant spiritual fruits. Truly a grand spectacle, Zhang Yang silently admired the fierce beast that governed this domain. It was impressive. Just considering the value of the spiritual plants throughout this valley was staggering. If Zhang Yang could claim such a valley, there would be no need for slaughter. He could simply wait to reap the rewards. Spiritual fruits could be exchanged for evolution values, and even if they didn't enhance his potential, they could still be converted into the evolution values required for his needs. Task completed. Enter the Yanggu Mountains. Task rewards. Lifespan 30 days. Evolution value 10,000. This time-limited task had yielded generous rewards, and Zhang Yang felt quite satisfied. Let us go, let us go. We've seen enough. It's time to leave. Chapter 55. What do you need? Huanjing snapped back to reality and promptly urged Zhang Yang to retreat. It wasn't that he lacked curiosity. He feared Zhang Yang's impulsiveness might lead him to snatch those spiritual fruits. Huanjing was well aware of Zhang Yang's obsession with spiritual fruits. If Zhang Yang were to act rashly, it would be disastrous. I'm not foolish, Zhang Yang retorted. I simply prefer not to reveal all my talents for your amusement. Do you really think I'm a fool? In a moment of retort, Huanjing questioned, who is foolish if not you? Zhang Yang, having completed his task, yearned for a thorough discussion with Huanjing. However, before their internal conflict could commence, a peculiar sound from deep within the Yanggu mountain range reached their ears, a robust breath. Zhang Yang followed the sound, his mind filled with doubt. Could it be an elephant? Before him stood a colossal creature, its stature far surpassing Zhang Yang's own. The shoulder height alone was an impressive 7 to 8 meters, and with its head, it easily soared over 10 meters. This was no mere creature. It resembled a small mountain. The golden-eyed beast, the elephant, was the sovereign of the Yanggu mountain range. A formidable predator capable of suppressing the entirety of Yanggu and deterring other top-tier clans from encroaching upon its domain. This is the end, Huanjing murmured, feeling faint. Did you not notice such a massive wolf? Why focus solely on this little one? Zhang Yang, displaying a sense of loyalty, stood resolutely in front of Huanjing, intent on shielding him from danger. After all, Huanjing was under his care. How could Zhang Yang allow harm to befall him? He possessed confidence in his own strength. If he could not defeat the foe, he could certainly flee. Seeing Zhang Yang place himself before him, Huanjing felt a surge of emotion. True friendship reveals itself in times of peril. You go first, I will hold my ground, Zhang Yang declared defiantly. What of the fierce beast? Just because it's as large as a hill does not intimidate me. He was unyielding, for if his strength attribute were enhanced to 90 points, he could unleash a tremendous force, 900 pounds augmented by a quadruple talent multiplier, totaling an astonishing 500 pounds. That was over 2 tons. And if coupled with a remarkable strike, it would be even more formidable. Therefore, what was there to fear? As Huanjing gazed at Zhang Yang's silhouette, tears welled in his eyes, for this was no act. He was genuinely moved. You fool, go first, I will stay behind. Huanjing, rarely so loyal, displayed a remarkable sense of camaraderie. He understood that the ferocious elephant did not intend to kill him. Since the creature had called out his name, it must have comprehended his capabilities. At that moment, the elephant cast a glance at Zhang Yang, previously dismissive of him as mere prey. To invade its territory was a stroke of extraordinary luck. The elephant had revealed itself solely due to the presence of Huanjing, the golden-eyed beast. However, the bond between Zhang Yang and Huanjing piqued the elephant's curiosity. Upon scrutinizing Zhang Yang, the elephant noticed something peculiar in his demeanor. This gaze was unlike any other. The elephant could perceive not only Zhang Yang's confidence, but also the distinctiveness in his eyes, which set him apart from ordinary wolves. Moreover, the structure of Zhang Yang's physique was also notably different. With age comes astuteness. The elephant recognized Zhang Yang's uniqueness instantly. You are indeed different. Come along, rest assured. I harbor no malice. The elephant exhibited goodwill, slowly retracting its mountain-like form, leaving not a trace of dust in its wake. This was remarkable, given the elephant's immense weight. Even the slightest movement would typically cause tremors. Yet, Zhang Yang observed not even a speck of dust, a testament to the elephant's mastery over its own strength. Let us venture inside, Zhang Yang suggested. Huanjing, still touched by Zhang Yang's bravery, felt the weight of the fool's label settle firmly upon him once more. Brother, just because it claims to be harmless does not mean it is. We should prioritize our escape. Do you not understand? Just because it invites you in does not mean you should comply blindly. As Huanjing mentally berated Zhang Yang, the latter had already followed the formidable elephant into the valley. What could Huanjing say? He could only follow suit. The elephant seemed genuinely devoid of ill intentions, guiding Zhang Yang and Huanjing to a tranquil lake within the valley, its daily resting place. You are quite unique, the elephant remarked, lazily submerging its massive body in the lake, a look of utter relaxation gracing its features. as if soaking in the water was the epitome of comfort for it. Once the elephant settled into a comfortable position, it inquired, "What brings you to my domain?" Zhang Yang recognized the importance of responding respectfully, sensing that the elephant bore no desire for confrontation. To disregard its inquiry would be discourteous. "We are merely curious. We wish to see. Your physique seems to be suppressed. Is that the case?" The elephant's curiosity about Zhang Yang intensified. Zhang Yang's potential had reached 90 points. Yet his actual attributes only manifested at a third of that. While reaching his physical limits was challenging, attaining 2/3 of his potential should not be insurmountable. Much like an adult, everyone theoretically possesses the capability to exert 100 pounds of force, yet few can truly achieve it. Most manage only 70 or 80 pounds. To the elephant, Zhang Yang appeared as one who could exert 100 pounds of force yet was only manifesting 30, an incongruity that did not escape notice. Have I been discovered? Zhang Yang pondered, astonished. Was the ferocious beast truly so perceptive? Noticing the change in Zhang Yang's expression, Huanjing could not help but take a closer look at him. Suppressed? To what extent? Could it be that this fool possesses the ability to traverse the passage? He mused. No wonder he has remained so composed throughout this journey. Perhaps I am, Zhang Yang replied, reluctantly acknowledging the truth. It was not an act of bravado. It was his genuine belief. He possessed evolutionary potential, yet had not enhanced his own capabilities. Was that not a form of suppression? Is it due to insufficient energy? I have some spirit fruits. You may partake, the elephant generously offered, revealing its bounty. What do you require? Zhang Yang remained skeptical of any notion of a free lunch. If one were to extend convenience, it was certain they sought something in return. Huanjing now regarded Zhang Yang with newfound respect. Initially, he had thought Zhang Yang would be dazzled by the spirit fruit, yet he had not immediately accepted the offer from the master of the Yanggu mountain range. This displayed a wisdom that was commendable. How confident are you in traversing the beast passage? The elephant inquired, diverting the conversation. Zhang Yang was at a loss. He had only recently learned of such a passage and was unaware of its contents. I am confident in my ability to preserve my life against your attacks, Zhang Yang asserted, emphasizing survival rather than escape, a distinction of considerable significance. Such confidence is commendable. I require you to venture into that passage and retrieve an item for me. The elephant did not question Zhang Yang's words. Initially, he was quite astonished upon encountering the golden-eyed beast, as he believed that the item he sought would surely be found along the path of the mundane creatures. However, lacking the ability to search for it himself, he felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the golden-eyed beast and wished to enlist its help in his quest. Yet now, the elephant had altered his perspective, realizing that obtaining assistance from Zhang Yang would be more efficient, direct, and assured. Relying on the golden-eyed beast to search would merely yield a chance of success. But having Zhang Yang retrieve the item from the passage would guarantee its acquisition, for he was certain that the passage contained precisely what he needed. What was it? In due time, you shall discover, as there are still 5 months until the passage opens. During this interval, you may do as you please within my territory, the elephant stated, revealing the benefits he intended to offer Zhang Yang. What does it mean to do as one pleases? It means you can act freely, even to the extent of devastating all the spiritual plants within this valley. Are you not concerned that I might fail to secure the item you desire? Zhang Yang retorted. Given the generous terms offered, the items he sought would undoubtedly be significant. You shall obtain it, the elephant replied, harboring some concerns of his own, as Zhang Yang was a ferocious wolf, part of an organized entity. However, the elephant had witnessed Zhang Yang's recent actions to protect the golden-eyed beast. Their bond must be strong. If he were to detain the golden-eyed beast, Zhang Yang would surely assist him, for should he refuse, the beast's life would be at stake. Zhang Yang recognized the elephant's gaze lingering on the illusionary eyes and understood the underlying threat. To be frank, this sensation was rather unpleasant. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang appeared to have no grounds to decline this arrangement. It was, after all, a mutually beneficial endeavor, for he had always intended to venture into that passage. With the elephant providing such a conduit, Zhang Yang felt elated. Not only did he gain specific knowledge of the passage's opening, but he also had the elephant's protection. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. As for assisting the elephant in retrieving items, that was merely a trivial task. Yes, I shall obtain it. So shall we consider this a partnership? Upon hearing this, the elephant nodded. Zhang Yang's audacity in conversing freely before the elephant pleased him greatly. Those lacking strength would tremble in the presence of the elephant. Then I shall not hold back. I genuinely require some spiritual fruits. Although the elephant had indicated Zhang Yang could act freely, he felt it necessary to inform the elephant before taking any spiritual fruits. You may act as you wish, but this little one must not leave, the elephant stated plainly, without any ulterior motives. Agreed, Zhang Yang responded. The golden-eyed beast appeared on the verge of tears. By the way, dear brother, could you not be so ruthless as to sell out your good companion? Rest assured, nothing will happen. Zhang Yang reassured the golden-eyed beast before departing. The golden-eyed beast truly wept, questioning whether the assurance applied to itself. You shall indulge, consuming spiritual fruits at will. While I must endure a harsh existence here, fearing that the elephant might inadvertently blow me away. Upon returning to the vast spiritual plantation, where various spiritual fruits flourished, Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. He was not concerned for the golden-eyed beast's safety. As long as the elephant had needs of him, the beast would remain unharmed. And the elephant would likely fulfill some of the golden-eyed beast's requests as well. Upon re-entering the spiritual plantation, Zhang Yang activated his looting mode. There were both unripe and ripe spiritual fruits of many varieties, most of which Zhang Yang did not recognize. However, he deemed it unnecessary to know them. Consuming them was sufficient. He selected several ripe spiritual fruits, and upon swallowing them, he naturally enhanced his physical potential. Ding, consuming spiritual fruits, physical potential too. Even now, the increase in physical potential from the mature spiritual fruits was modest, only 2 points. Nevertheless, there was an abundance of fruits available. Consuming them was the only requirement. Unfortunately, after consuming 6 spiritual fruits in one sitting, the first 5 enhanced his physical potential, but the 6th yielded no benefit. System, why did my physical potential not increase? Ding. The host's body has reached its potential limit and cannot be further enhanced. Please evolve into a more powerful being or acquire a higher bloodline. The system provided a clear explanation. A limit of 100 points? It turns out there is indeed a cap on potential enhancement. Zhang Yang murmured, realizing this was the norm. If such enhancements were limitless, would his potential not rival that of a divine dragon? If that were the case, it would be rather disrespectful to the divine dragon. However, Zhang Yang was not without means to elevate himself. He could convert the spiritual fruits into evolution points through the system. There were alternative methods to increase potential, such as defeating powerful beings and merging with them. Success in merging would enhance potential, while failure would result in a loss of evolution points. With this in mind, Zhang Yang left the spiritual plantation. Although the elephant had granted him freedom, Zhang Yang refrained from appearing greedy. If he were to strip the orchard bare, what would the elephant think? Such a disgraceful act was beneath him. However, the spiritual fruits he had already plucked could not be returned. They were wholly reclaimed by the system, each worth 5,000 evolution points, a most gratifying return. By the time Zhang Yang exited the spiritual plantation, his evolution points had reached 150,000. Which mountain peak shall I explore? In high spirits, Zhang Yang decided to find a mountain peak to clear. Who knows? He might acquire some talents along the way, which would be even more delightful. Climbing the mountain, Zhang Yang chose a peak inhabited by a herd of red cattle. The rulers of this mountain, known for their temperamental nature. Apart from these red bovines, no other creatures resided on the peak. Although these cattle were herbivorous, their attacking prowess was formidable, akin to that of wild boars, excelling in charges. In fact, they were likely even more formidable than wild boars. Given their imposing size, 5 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and horns measuring 30 to 40 centimeters, their irritable temperaments often led to internal conflicts within their own kind, leaving little room for other creatures to encroach upon their territory. Carnivorous beings dared not hunt them, and other herbivores would not dare compete for resources in their domain. Were it not for their occasional internal strife, which resulted in the demise of some of their own, their numbers would likely be far greater than the mere thousands present. Zhang Yang's unexpected arrival did not particularly capture the attention of the red cattle. They continued grazing and breeding as usual. When they were not in a frenzied state, they exhibited a surprisingly docile demeanor. Social creatures, indeed. Zhang Yang held a profound admiration for social creatures, for their demise would yield him evolution points, a significant boon. If he could also obtain talent shards, it would be the epitome of perfection. Thus, he took action. He spotted a solitary red bull and struck first, capitalizing on the creature's moment of inattention to launch a surprise attack, delivering a fatal blow. The red bull's throat was torn asunder, its crimson blood staining the surrounding grassland. Ding. Red bull slain, evolution points 500. No talent shards? Very well, Zhang Yang acquiesced, for the harvest of evolution points was commendable. There were thousands of red bulls on this mountain. What if he could eliminate them all? The thought sent his imagination spiraling, as activating the level 4 shop would then be but a matter of time. However, reality often proves unforgiving. After slaying just one red bull, he was promptly chased down the mountain. How dare you slay one of our kin? They bellowed. You must have a death wish. If we do not retaliate, we would be dishonoring the spirit of our fallen brother. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yang swiftly made his retreat. Had he ever witnessed the terrifying sight of over 100 red bulls charging in unison? It was utterly daunting. Thus, he evaded their pursuit, albeit not too far. The red bulls were scattered throughout the mountain, organized into smaller squads. Upon his return, Zhang Yang maintained a safe distance from the larger groups, knowing that as long as he did not provoke the more numerous factions, he would not face significant pressure. The red bulls were indeed unfortunate to encounter Zhang Yang. You graze, I kill. You chase, I flee. He reveled in the exhilarating game. Yet, Zhang Yang displayed a lack of adaptability, fixating on hunting red bulls for days without exploring other mountain ranges. The red bulls became increasingly wary during their grazing. Was Zhang Yang truly incapable of flexibility? Certainly not. He understood the principle of exchanging one bullet for another, yet this was not his goal. He sought to drive the Red Bulls away to find a suitable mountain for Wolf Qing and the others. Over 3 days, Zhang Yang slaughtered over 100 Red Bulls, acquiring 50,000 evolution points, bringing his total to 200,000. On the 4th day, he refrained from further killings, as he faced a dilemma. Reaching 250,000 points would signify his maximum capacity. Continuing to slay Red Bulls seemed futile. The pressing concern was how to enhance his evolution points storage limit. Was merging with these Red Bulls an option? As far as Zhang Yang was aware, elevating his storage capacity could only be achieved by merging with higher-tier creatures. Success in this endeavor would indeed augment his limits. Thus, the Red Bulls were deemed unworthy. Their strength was insufficient, and they possessed no talents, rendering them unsuitable for merging. The true candidates for fusion lay among the lone wolves inhabiting the Yanggu Mountains. Each lone wolf was formidable, with one brother dominating a peak, a testament to their might. The fruits yielded from a single peak were plentiful. Such wealth could not be claimed without power. Before you charge, tell me, which peak harbors the strongest individuals? Zhang Yang raised his claw, signaling the Red Bull intent on colliding with him to halt immediately. The Red Bull complied, albeit begrudgingly, perplexed by the sudden command. However, he knew that heading northwest, on the 4th peak, there resided powerful entities. The Red Bull that had initially charged remained silent, while those supporting him pointed Zhang Yang towards potential allies. This vocal Red Bull had ulterior motives, aware that Zhang Yang, the cunning wolf, should not be trifled with, lest he seek confrontation with the strongest beings. Thus, divulging the location of the mightiest was prudent. Should Zhang Yang indeed pursue them, the Red Bulls could sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. Northwest? Lead the way, Zhang Yang commanded, addressing the very Red Bull who had informed him. The Red Bull, dreadfully cautious, took tentative steps forward. Zhang Yang did not rush him, knowing he would eventually draw near. The unfortunate Red Bull, unable to resist the overwhelming force of Zhang Yang, was compelled to guide him. Over the past 3 days, Zhang Yang had showcased his prowess, instilling a sense of fear among the Red Bulls. If they could rid themselves of this plague, it would be ideal. The challenge lay in Zhang Yang's tenacity. His strategic methods proved to be quite bothersome. Thus, under the encouraging gazes of his comrades, the beleaguered Red Bull led Zhang Yang away from the Red Bull's territory, wishing they could applaud him on his departure. Just as the unfortunate Red Bull was escorting Zhang Yang toward the domain of the formidable creature, the pack of wolves arrived. Having traversed tirelessly, they finally reached the Yanggu Mountains. The lead wolf commanded, "Search the perimeter for any signs of other wolf clans. If found, report back immediately." He had received a general description of Zhang Yang from his messenger. Knowing Zhang Yang to be a jungle wolf, the lead wolf did not dare claim he could easily dispatch him, but he felt confident in his superiority. Such a weakling would only dare linger at the fringes of the Yanggu Mountains, never venturing deep within. Thus, the wolves dispersed in small groups, embarking on their quest. Chapter 58, They Must Be Here to Kill Me. As the wolves approached the Yanggu Mountains, the Elephant King had already received word of their arrival. A parrot, acting as the messenger, relayed the news. Upon hearing this, the Elephant King inquired of Huan Jing, "Have some evil wolves come to seek Zhang Yang?" Huan Jing paused, clearly surprised. "I'm not certain. I haven't observed any communication between him and other wolves." "Go, summon Zhang Yang back," the Elephant King ordered. Nodding in response, Huan Jing directed the parrot to deliver the message. The parrot, a true messenger, flew swiftly, far outpacing any wolf on foot, effortlessly traversing the terrain. Zhang Yang, meanwhile, was scaling the mountain alongside the unfortunate Red Bull when the parrot intercepted them. "Zhang Yang, the Elephant King requests your presence regarding some evil wolves. Will you return to the valley now?" Although the parrot stood in the presence of the Elephant King, he dared not exhibit arrogance towards Zhang Yang. Fully aware that should Zhang Yang choose to devour him, the Elephant King would not utter a word of reproach, perhaps even inquiring about the parrot's taste. "Evil wolves have arrived?" Zhang Yang responded, somewhat taken aback. Their arrival had indeed been rather swift. "Yes, I witnessed it firsthand." The parrot responded with remarkable clarity. Zhang Yang did not ponder much. It was evident that these ferocious wolves were indeed approaching him. How many had come? Around 100. The parrot, however, did not regard these wolves as a significant threat, having witnessed grand spectacles alongside the Elephant King. A mere 100 wolves would scarcely stir the waters of the Yanggu Mountains. Their connection to Zhang Yang was the sole reason for the Elephant King's concern. Otherwise, who would pay them any heed? 100, you say? Very well, let us return. Zhang Yang nodded. If each wolf could provide 500 points of evolution value, then 100 would yield a total of 50,000 points. Perfectly sufficient to reach full evolution value. Once he attained that pinnacle, hunting this formidable creature would be quite advantageous. Ding. Mission triggered. Annihilate the incoming enemies. Mission requirement. Eliminate all wolves entering the Yanggu Mountains. Mission reward. Unknown. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. See, this is precisely how it should unfold. By denying the wolves any opportunity, he would not have triggered this mission. Having a task at hand meant extending his lifespan, accumulating evolution points, and possibly even receiving additional rewards. The Red Bull that had accompanied Zhang Yang to this mountain was utterly bewildered. "Hey, big brother wolf. Why did you leave so abruptly? Shouldn't you be here having a heart-to-heart with that powerful creature? Besides, what am I to do now? Stay or leave?" Zhang Yang paid no mind to the Red Bull's concerns. He would follow his own path, after all. He was already well acquainted with this mountain and could navigate it alone on his next visit without the Red Bull's guidance. As he made his way back, following the parrot, Zhang Yang's mind opened up. Watching the parrot soar through the skies, he felt a tinge of envy. Not long ago, he too had flown, experiencing that exhilarating sense of freedom. He wondered if there were any larger birds within the Yanggu Mountains. "Little parrot, do you have any big birds here?" Zhang Yang inquired candidly, for that was his nature. If memory served, he could roam freely in the Yanggu Mountains. If there were indeed larger birds, he would not hesitate to engage them in conversation. How perfect it would be to merge with a pair of wings. "Big birds? Yes, we have some." The parrot responded immediately. While slightly apprehensive about Zhang Yang's quest for birds, the parrot felt reassured since Zhang Yang sought larger ones, and he was rather small and proud. "How large? Are there many?" Zhang Yang had yet to encounter any noteworthy avian creatures in this realm of mythical beasts and pets. Dragonflies and small birds hardly counted as true birds. Moreover, based on his own deductions, even if there were larger birds, the disparity in size would likely diminish the chances of successful fusion. Thus, to create a pair of wings for himself, he would need a considerable number of birds. The bald eagle, now that was a significant creature, and there were plenty of them, occupying a mountain peak where they could hunt all manner of prey. The parrot struggled to articulate the size of the bald eagle, lacking clarity in measurement units. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang grasped enough, mentally noting the information about the bald eagle. First, he would eliminate the wolves, then enhance his evolution value cap, and thereafter, he would set about hunting bald eagles, hoping to merge and sprout a pair of wings. As for whether a wolf growing wings would be peculiar, Zhang Yang couldn't care less. This mundane beast continent held little allure. Even the act of grinding for evolution value required caution, and he dared not max out his attributes. It was utterly stifling. Zhang Yang yearned to dwell in more powerful realms, where the experience would be far more liberating. If he were to become a fierce beast, what harm would it be to grow wings? Zhang Yang found it entirely reasonable. With a longing for flight, Zhang Yang followed the parrot deep into the valley. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Huan Jing's eyes brimmed with tears. Although he had not suffered ill treatment while in the presence of the Elephant King, merely being near him was the greatest punishment, leaving him uncomfortable and restless. He much preferred clinging to Zhang Yang's fur, frolicking throughout the mountains. That was the essence of freedom. Regrettably, Zhang Yang remained oblivious to Huan Jing's yearning gaze. "Elephant King, I have arrived. Ah, a pack of wolves has come. But do they concern you?" "They do, though not closely. They seem intent on killing me," Zhang Yang replied candidly. Finding nothing to conceal, the Elephant King appeared momentarily stunned. A pack of wolves aimed at Zhang Yang? It seemed Zhang Yang had concealed himself too well, leading the wolves to harbor some false impression. Given Zhang Yang's strength, dispatching those wolves would be akin to child's play. Only the fierce wolves from the Wolf Palace could contend with him, and the Elephant King had faith in his own judgment, confident he would not err. "Then it shall be your responsibility to handle them. Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately. Parrot, lead the way." Without further ado, Zhang Yang instructed the parrot to guide him. Huan Jing, watching Zhang Yang's retreating figure, reached out with his tiny claws, only to grasp at the air. This treacherous fellow, this scoundrel, not uttering a single word to him, Huan Jing felt an overwhelming sense of sadness, deeply distressed. Chapter 59. You lie, he is formidable. If you wish to avoid being left behind, strive to grow. The spirit fruits of the orchard are yours to consume. The Elephant King spoke to Huan Jing after Zhang Yang departed. Huan Jing glanced at the Elephant King, who was soaking with eyes shut, yearning to retort, "Are you blind? The lineage of the golden-eyed beast is the truly noble one, you know?" Yet, he acquiesced, "Fine, you are right. I shall not hold back." Although Huan Jing's spirit was lofty, his actions were quite practical. Since the Elephant King had said that the spirit fruits were free for the taking, why bother with etiquette? He would simply indulge. Go ahead. Huan Jing truly failed to see how Zhang Yang's lineage was any more noble. What were a few insignificant wolves, after all? With a deep-seated resentment, Huan Jing commenced his feasting on the spirit fruits within the spiritual garden. He had no understanding of courtesy. He only recognized that opportunities like this were rare. However, he was not a swift eater, taking his time to savor and digest, and in terms of consumption, he hardly made a dent. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, guided by the parrot, advanced swiftly and reached the outskirts of the mountain after 2 days of relentless travel. Upon arriving, Zhang Yang felt a sense of familiarity. After all, he had spent considerable time here with Huan Jing. They were indeed present, though scattered about, likely in search of something. "Lead the way," the parrot urged. Zhang Yang nodded. "You may return. I shall handle the rest myself." Understood. The parrot dared not utter another word. If Zhang Yang wished him to leave, he would comply without hesitation. Once the parrot departed, Zhang Yang commenced his hunt. However, he did not begin from within. Instead, he took a detour to the outermost edge of the mountain. The mission issued by the system was to annihilate these wolves. This meant ensuring none could escape. If he were to start from within, the wolves would likely flee in fear, while those on the perimeter would undoubtedly escape. Yet, commencing from the outermost boundary would preemptively obstruct the wolves' escape routes, leaving him with no reservations. Why have we not yet located them? Do you truly remember his scent? Atop a mountain, the alpha wolf glared at the unfortunate messenger with disdain. Among these wolves, only the hapless messenger was familiar with Zhang Yang's visage and essence. Yet, they had scoured the outskirts of the Yanggu mountain range for nearly 3 days without a trace of Zhang Yang. This absence left the alpha wolf in a state of agitation. What recourse did the messenger have? He had exerted himself to the utmost in his attempts to sniff out Zhang Yang, but to no avail. He remembered the scent, yet it seemed to elude him here. Could it be that Zhang Yang had ventured deep into the heart of the Yanggu mountains? Unlikely, unless he had grown weary of life. Or perhaps he had never come to the Yanggu mountains at all. The alpha wolf, ever astute, dismissed this notion. The interior of the Yanggu mountains was fraught with danger, a venture there would be tantamount to seeking death. As he pondered this, it struck him that Zhang Yang might have merely released a smokescreen to mislead them. The messenger's eyes sparkled with admiration. How had I not thought of that before? Let us go and investigate the tribe he had previously decimated. The alpha wolf resolved that after 3 fruitless days, the likelihood of Zhang Yang being within the Yanggu mountains was exceedingly slim. So these creatures have congregated? Zhang Yang noted this development. What could they be plotting? Regardless of their intentions, Zhang Yang felt compelled to act. He could not allow them to assemble unchallenged. The mountains were vast, and should the wolves decide to flee, he would be unable to intercept them single-handedly. Thus, Zhang Yang sprang into action, targeting the wolves on the periphery. His physique was somewhat larger than that of an average wolf, just slightly smaller than the alpha. In terms of attributes, he was not easily comparable to a typical wolf. Perhaps their innate qualities were somewhat similar, yet Zhang Yang possessed innate talents, making the slaughter of these wolves seem like mere sport. One by one, he dispatched them. However, the yield of evolutionary points was not as substantial as he had anticipated. Each wolf slain yielded only 300 points, far less than the value of a Red Bull. Were it not for the task at hand, Zhang Yang would have been disinclined to eliminate them. This was truly laborious. He found himself entangled in the dilemma of whether these creatures could escape. It was far less troubling than dealing with those Red Bulls. Zhang Yang's reluctance was the greatest affront to the wolves, who responded to his demeanor with hostility. They perceived Zhang Yang not as Zhang Yang, but as a deranged rival. Regardless of their tribe, they believed today would mark their demise. The alpha wolf was driven to madness, having witnessed Zhang Yang eliminate 7 or 8 of his subordinates. He could not even muster the energy to inquire further. He charged directly at Zhang Yang. If he did not subdue Zhang Yang, his tribe would have no future. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the alpha wolf, then turned to flee. This was not out of fear, but rather a strategic decision. He did not wish to immediately eliminate the alpha. To do so would merely broadcast to the other wolves that he was invincible. Faced with such an insurmountable obstacle, what choice would the other wolves have but to flee? This was not the outcome Zhang Yang desired to witness. Thus, he ran, charging into the ranks of the other wolves, engaging in brutal and direct combat, leaving no wolf a match for him. As he moved through their midst, he slaughtered wolves indiscriminately, his body soon drenched in their blood, his once black fur now a deep crimson. The alpha wolf, unable to keep pace with Zhang Yang, felt a surge of dread. Altogether, let us kill him, he commanded. Was it shameful to rally against one? Perhaps, but at that moment, the priority was to eliminate this frenzied wolf. Which tribe do you belong to? The alpha wolf shouted as he pursued Zhang Yang, genuinely curious about his identity, hoping to disrupt Zhang Yang's momentum and gain an edge. Neither. I am Zhang Yang, the very one you seek, Zhang Yang replied candidly. The alpha wolf faltered, momentarily stunned. Where was the feral wolf he had expected? Though he did not disrupt Zhang Yang's rhythm, his own was thrown off by that single statement. You scoundrel, you deceive me. He roared, not at Zhang Yang, but at the messenger. The messenger, bewildered, could scarcely believe the truth of it. He had distinctly seen a feral wolf. How could it be a mad wolf? In truth, he had been fortunate enough to exchange blows with Zhang Yang and was adamant about his perception. You lie, the messenger accused Zhang Yang. Yet, Zhang Yang paid little heed to their disbelief. Seizing the moment of their confusion, he struck. No more hesitation. He aimed to eliminate the alpha. The alpha wolf, regaining his senses, recognized that now was not the time to berate the messenger. The primary objective was to bring Zhang Yang down. Chapter 60, A Hostile Gaze. The aspirations were grand, yet the reality was stark. The alpha wolf sought to annihilate Zhang Yang, but instead, witnessed the grievous losses of his subordinates. Their attempts to encircle Zhang Yang yielded no effective harm against him. Zhang Yang, in a state of fury, crashed through their ranks, indifferent to their formation, creating a path of devastation. Wolves were sent flying, landing pitifully as the carnage escalated. As time passed, the stench of blood thickened in the air, a pungent reminder of the slaughter. The alpha wolf was at a loss for words, witnessing his dwindling numbers. The weight of his despair was indescribable. Yet, even if he wished to alter this dire situation, he found himself unable to catch Zhang Yang. By the time he realized he should flee, it was too late. His subordinates had nearly all perished. The tide of battle had shifted. Zhang Yang had transformed from prey to predator. I am Zhang Yang. Do you have any final words before you meet your end? He taunted, circling the remaining 5 wolves. After such a brutal massacre, Zhang Yang felt no fatigue. His stamina far surpassed that of the wolves, who were now panting heavily. Well, if there are no final words, so be it. I am rather impatient. I must eliminate you lot and seek out greater threats. Time waits for no one. The alpha wolf was displeased. Who says we have no final words? We simply have not yet formulated what to say. You cannot be so unreasonable. We deserve a chance to speak, do we not? Who are you? Which tribe do you belong to? Fool, Zhang Yang retorted before launching his assault. The remaining 5 wolves, paralyzed by fear, including the surviving alpha, could not withstand Zhang Yang's onslaught. Their fate was sealed. However, as the alpha gasped his last breaths, he managed to utter his final words. You wait. No matter who you are, this matter shall not rest here. After uttering those words, the leader of the wolves met his demise, and rather cheerfully at that. Just look at it. We have spoken our harsh words, and it is imperative that you feel discomfort, yet you cannot express the turmoil within you. We have already drawn our last breath. What can you do? Desecrate our remains. Yet, Zhang Yang felt no sense of distress whatsoever. If it is not concluded, then it remains unresolved. What else can be done? How inflated has he become? Even if a ferocious beast among the wolves were to arrive, what of it? Ding. Total annihilation of the invading foes. Mission reward. Lifespan 10 days. Evolution points 5,000. Humph. With a cold snort, Zhang Yang turned to leave, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the mission rewards. Under the influence of this discontent, he did not even consider dealing with the fallen corpses. A classic case of being unconcerned with burial after the kill. This oversight benefited the carnivorous creatures on the outskirts of the mountains. The size of the wolves was considerable, numbering in the hundreds, providing ample opportunity for a hearty feast. After Zhang Yang departed, radiating an aura of menace, various carnivorous creatures convened. Among them, the strongest could seize more resources, while the weaker ones could only claim a meager share. As for the smallest, they would be left with nothing at all. A few hyenas, eager to join the fray, were particularly indignant. Why should they, despite their collective effort, receive nothing but scraps? Fine, if you want to share. We shall inform the wolves of this situation, and one day, you shall regret it. The hyenas scurried off, determined to report this injustice to the wolves, not only revealing Zhang Yang's slaughter of the 100 wolves, but also exposing the nefarious deeds of their perpetrators. Draped in a dark crimson hue, Zhang Yang sought a waterhole to cleanse his fur. Then, without returning to the valley to report to the Elephant King, he made his way directly to the mountain peak indicated by the Red Bulls. In just over a day, Zhang Yang reached the foot of the mountain. Standing approximately 400 meters high, the slope was gentle, broad, and robust, covering a vast area. Additionally, this mountain was rich in food resources, predominantly herbivorous creatures, with relatively few carnivores. This abundance contributed to the mountain's vibrant life, and Zhang Yang found himself encountering living beings at every turn. Perhaps the wolves seldom ventured into this range, for some creatures, upon encountering Zhang Yang, did not flee but curiously observed him, which he perceived as a severe affront to his dignity. Very well, observe for now. Once I eliminate your leader, I shall deal with you accordingly, he thought fiercely. However, Zhang Yang also contemplated another aspect. Initially, he intended to drive away the Red Bulls and designate their mountain as the new habitat for the wolf pack. Yet, this notion shifted. The mountain occupied by the Red Bulls was starkly devoid of life compared to this one. If the wolf pack could claim this bountiful mountain, it would be a splendid outcome. As long as there was no excessive hunting, the biological resources of this mountain would suffice for the pack's growth and prosperity. With a discerning gaze, Zhang Yang continued his ascent. The more he explored, the more satisfied he became. He would later inquire of the Elephant King whether the wolf pack could be relocated here. Zhang Yang understood that if he proposed such a request, the Elephant King would be quite amenable. The arrival of the wolf pack would only serve as a boon to Zhang Yang, presenting no loss to the Elephant King. Thus, once Zhang Yang dealt with the resident beast, there would be no further complications. The only question remained: where was the leader of this mountain? Upon reaching the mountain's summit, Zhang Yang scanned the surroundings. The peak was devoid of towering trees, appearing barren and easily observable. Nothing. He was somewhat taken aback at not encountering the anticipated adversary. Could the Red Bulls have deceived him? It seemed unlikely, especially given the richness of the biological resources here. If there were no formidable creatures to assert dominance, this place would have long been claimed by other powerful beings or factions. Therefore, there must be a formidable creature residing within this mountain. Yet, the question remained: where was it? Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, as he searched for this powerful entity, the creature was observing him intently. This creature, too, was curious to ascertain what audacity had driven this being to disturb its midday repose. As if it could act with impunity simply because it did not partake in flesh. The iron-eating beast, with its unwelcoming gaze, lay prone on the ground, blending seamlessly into the mountaintop environment. A creature with poor eyesight would have no chance of detecting its presence. However, Zhang Yang's vision was keen. Had the iron-eating beast not been fixated on him, Zhang Yang might have needed to scrutinize a bit longer. But with those malevolent eyes locked onto him, how could Zhang Yang remain oblivious? So, you are the ruler of this mountain? Zhang Yang granted the iron-eating beast a modicum of respect. To dominate an entire mountain single-handedly was no trivial feat. Calling you ruler is but a gesture of acknowledgement, he mused. Could the iron-eating beast comprehend his words? Naturally, it could, yet it had no intention of responding. If anyone could ascend the mountain to converse with the iron-eating beast, it would have no purpose left but to engage in idle chatter. Thus, upon realizing Zhang Yang had discovered its presence, the iron-eating beast launched an assault. Its method of attack was indeed peculiar. It moved along the ground with remarkable speed, resembling a rolling stone. Yet, one could not deny that this speed was impressive. Zhang Yang found himself admiring the iron-eating beast's straightforward approach. Look at that. The beast speaks little and dives straight into action without granting the opportunity for idle conversation. Such villains are destined to endure. Alas, the iron-eating beast had encountered Zhang Yang, who bore the aura of a protagonist, even without engaging in needless banter. It was of no consequence. Nonetheless, the creature was undeniably fierce, and its final struggles would prove vexing for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang certainly had no obligation to endure the iron-eating beast's attacks. As the creature lunged, he leapt aside, simultaneously delivering a flurry of strikes upon its body with his forelimbs. While doing so, his claws were not idle, scratching vigorously. So tough? Zhang Yang gazed in astonishment at the formidable scales adorning the iron-eating beast. They were indeed exceedingly hard, despite being part of a living creature. Scratching them felt akin to clawing at genuine steel, producing sparks with each contact, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal clashing. While Zhang Yang was taken aback, the iron-eating beast displayed no surprise whatsoever. As Zhang Yang's forelimbs pressed against it, the creature's tail swiftly coiled around his hind leg. With its grip secured, there was no hesitation. It was inconceivable to fling away an adversary once ensnared. The iron-eating beast drew Zhang Yang closer, not to bite him, but to eviscerate him with its claws. Indeed, the beast's most formidable weapons were not its teeth, but its powerful forepaws, capable of cleaving mountains and tearing through even the hardest metals. Though Zhang Yang found himself off balance, he remained composed, discerning the creature's intent. This was an opportunity for the iron-eating beast, but also for Zhang Yang. To strike, the beast had to rear back on its hind legs, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. Zhang Yang realized he could not rely on his wolf claws and fangs to penetrate the beast's scaled armor. Even a formidable strike would likely fail against its defenses. Thus, the only effective attack would be aimed at its exposed abdomen. Both Zhang Yang and the iron-eating beast cherished the chance to strike. Ultimately, however, the creature held the advantage, having ensnared Zhang Yang with its tail. As it brought Zhang Yang closer, it unleashed its claws. The creature's white belly came into view, devoid of scales, merely ordinary skin. In an instant, the iron-eating beast's claws raked across Zhang Yang's fur, slicing deep from his back to his stomach, creating a long, painful gash. This was the first time Zhang Yang had sustained such severe injury. His fur and resilient skin felt feeble against the beast's claws, which, although not entirely defenseless, offered little protection. Had he not evaded slightly, it could have easily severed him in twain. Despite the pain coursing through him, Zhang Yang did not abandon his intent to retaliate. For a brief moment, he pushed aside the agony of his wounds and launched an attack against the iron-eating beast's abdomen. While tearing through the creature's back would prove challenging, assaulting its belly presented no such difficulties. To bolster his chances, Zhang Yang employed a powerful strike. The sound of his claws tearing through skin resonated in his ears as a gratifying melody, though the iron-eating beast hardly shared his sentiment. It had never experienced such agony before. It felt as though some of its innards had been ripped apart. When the iron-eating beast retaliated against Zhang Yang, its ribs offered some obstruction to its claws. Though it appeared fearsome, the strike only grazed the flesh, sparing the vital organs. The iron-eating beast, however, had truly been eviscerated by Zhang Yang's attack. With a piercing scream, it hurled Zhang Yang away, not from a desire to cease its assault, but from the realization that it could not allow this adversary to linger, lest it incur even greater injuries. As Zhang Yang soared through the air, he exhaled in relief. He was prepared to enhance his attributes, fortunate that the iron-eating beast did not pursue him further. Recovering a bottle of intermediate healing potion would suffice to address his current predicament. They were both grievously injured. Now it was a matter of who could recover more swiftly. Zhang Yang held great confidence in his robust physique, his innate ability to regenerate severed limbs, and the healing potion. At this juncture, he refrained from provoking the iron-eating beast further, having learned its formidable prowess, sharp and powerful, with an exceedingly frightening attack force. After exchanging the healing potion, Zhang Yang lay still on the ground, feigning death, hoping the iron-eating beast would not approach. Each drop of blood the creature lost would be advantageous for him. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang misjudged the beast's resilience. Upon landing, it charged at him. Why couldn't it simply wait to perish in peace without causing further disruption? Reluctantly, Zhang Yang rose. The searing pain from his stomach to his back was unbearable. Chapter 62. Where are my scales? As the iron-eating beast dashed towards him, Zhang Yang could no longer feign death. The beast's lack of tact irritated him greatly. In response to the beast's charge, Zhang Yang resorted to an old tactic, leaping onto its back and trampling vigorously. This time, however, he did not use his claws, he simply stomped. The iron-eating beast suffered immensely, its abdomen already marred by a deep gash. Imagine a school bag stuffed to the brim. As long as the zipper remains closed, it can withstand pressure without issue, though the contents may feel uncomfortable. However, once unzipped, any pressure would prompt the books inside to escape. The iron-eating beast found itself in a similar predicament. Zhang Yang's immense strength compelled its internal contents to rebel, yearning to escape and find relief. Despite this turmoil, the iron-eating beast did not abandon its offensive. It relinquished any notion of self-preservation, focusing instead on ensuring that Zhang Yang did not escape unscathed. Once more, it attempted to ensnare Zhang Yang with its tail. However, Zhang Yang had anticipated this move. As the tail coiled around him, he took the initiative, biting down fiercely. Being ensnared was far from pleasant, so he chose to strike first rather than endure passively. This bite proved somewhat effective. While Zhang Yang's fangs could not penetrate the beast's scales, they sparked brilliantly. And the iron-eating beast's attack failed to ensnare him. In the next moment, Zhang Yang was sent soaring into the air. The iron-eating beast had not intended to repeat its prior failed attempt. It aimed to ensnare Zhang Yang and bring him crashing to the ground, essentially, to crush him. Though the initial attempt did not succeed, the outcome remained similar. By biting down on the iron-eating beast's tail, Zhang Yang had unwittingly placed himself under the creature's control. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding with the ground echoed, as dust and debris were sent swirling into the air, and fissures appeared in the rocks. Fortunately, Zhang Yang managed to loosen his grip just in time, extricating himself from the iron-eating beast's control. Nevertheless, his body still endured a tremendous impact, rolling across the ground like a ruptured sack, spilling out its contents intermittently. The pain was excruciating, blood splattering everywhere. The force of the blow had displaced his internal organs. In the subsequent clash, Zhang Yang appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yet, he still possessed the strength to rise, while the iron-eating beast was clearly drained of energy. Its internal components having scattered too liberally, its vitality waning too swiftly. After spewing a few mouthfuls of blood, Zhang Yang stood up, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. To be candid, he had to rein in his inflated ego a little. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming pangolin would prove to be so formidable. He had nearly met his demise. Had the iron-eating beast not carelessly exposed its belly to him, it would have been nearly impossible for Zhang Yang to defeat it without augmenting his abilities. Indeed, the powerful creatures of the Yanggu Mountains were no trifles. Ding. Level up, defeated iron-eating beast. Evolution points 5,000. System, for such a formidable foe, is it not too much to ask for a special talent drop? Zhang Yang lamented. After such a fierce battle, receiving only 5,000 evolution points felt grossly inadequate. A single bottle of mid-tier healing potion was worth over 10,000 points. This was a significant loss. Regrettably, the system paid no heed to his grievances. Iron-eating beast, very well, fusion. Zhang Yang gazed at the iron-eating beast beneath him and opted for fusion, hoping it would yield unexpected benefits. He was particularly drawn to the creature's armored scales, which boasted superior defense compared to the tough skin ability. If the tough skin talent could enhance the scales, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Who could possibly breach Zhang Yang's defense then? Ding. This fusion requires 20,000 evolution points. Fusion success rate, 40. Would you like to proceed? Upon seeing this disheartening success rate, Zhang Yang's expression darkened. Isn't that too low? System, can't you improve the success rate? He grumbled. The iron-eating beast was a unique specimen. If he failed, where would he find another set of such sturdy scales? As for evolution points, he was not overly concerned. The supply of the Elephant King's spiritual fruit was abundant. Ding. The host may use evolution points to enhance the success rate. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Zhang Yang nearly exploded. Is this how it works? If I don't ask, you simply want to divulge this information? Ding. For a success rate below 50, every 10,000 evolution points used will increase the success rate by 10. For a success rate above 50, every 50,000 evolution points will increase the success rate by 10, with a maximum success rate of 70. Is that all? Zhang Yang felt an urge to curse. You've activated a pay-to-win system. Yet I can't even push it to 100? 70% is hardly impressive. Enhanced success rate. Zhang Yang, feeling audacious. decided to throw caution to the wind and assist the Elephant King in clearing his spiritual garden. He genuinely coveted those scales. Ultimately, Zhang Yang invested 110,000 evolution points to raise the fusion success rate to 70. The rest, he would leave to the whims of the system. Ding. This fusion will consume 130,000 evolution points, with a success rate of 70. Fusion commencing. Ding. Fusion successful. The iron-eating beast's body vanished, replaced by a notification of successful fusion. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement as he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the words fusion successful. His expenditure had not been in vain. How could he not feel exhilarated? He had a limited number of evolution points. After this round, his total plummeted below 100,000. Had he failed, it would have all gone to waste. Indeed, fusion harbored risks, and one must invest cautiously. Who could afford to spend 130,000 at a time? Fortunately, Zhang Yang had triumphed. However, when he opened the fusion panel, he was incensed. Where are my scales? The very scales he cherished and anticipated were conspicuously absent from the two available options. What did appear instead? A lengthy tail devoid of scales, which was inferior to his current wolf tail. The other option? 2 claws. Were these the front claws of the iron-eating beast? Amidst his profound disappointment, Zhang Yang glimpsed a sliver of hope. If these were indeed the front claws, they might not be so bad after all. Zhang Yang was acutely aware of the claw's potency, as evidenced by the large gash on his body that continued to bleed profusely. However, the iron-eating beast's claws were flat, and affixing them to his wolf form might not be aesthetically pleasing. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of hesitation. If possible, he preferred to remain a more conventional beast rather than a chaotic amalgamation. Nonetheless, a choice had to be made. He could not let 130,000 evolution points go to waste. Even if he was dissatisfied with the new claws, he could always evolve into another creature later and discard them. I choose the claws. Zhang Yang made his decision, and soon thereafter, his forelimb erupted in agony. He had grown accustomed to such pain, just as he had imagined. It came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Ding. Fusion successful. Body potential 10, evolution point limit 100,000. Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, unsure if he should voice it. Just fusing a single claw could enhance his potential by 10 points and raise his evolution point limit by 100,000? With this thought, he eagerly inspected his forelimb. There doesn't seem to be any change. Zhang Yang observed that his forelimb appeared the same as before, seemingly unaffected. In the next moment, he extended his claws, and that was when he noticed the transformation. It was his claws that had truly changed. Could they have turned metallic? Zhang Yang muttered. Then he prodded the rocky ground with his new wolf claw. Remarkably sharp. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of fear. The rocks beneath him seemed as soft as tofu, as the sharp claws protruding from his forelimb pierced through the stone with no resistance whatsoever. A gentle poke created several holes. Alas, the iron-eating beast's carcass was gone. Otherwise, he could have tested whether he could breach its scales. Zhang Yang felt an immense sense of satisfaction, the disappointment of not acquiring the iron-eating beast's scales vanishing entirely. He was quite pleased with the claws of the iron-eating beast. Subsequently, Zhang Yang refrained from making any hasty movements, patiently awaiting the recovery of his injuries. In his current state of near incapacitation, thoughts of accruing evolution points were futile. However, he remained calm and collected. A day later, Zhang Yang's wounds had completely healed. The gaping wound that extended from his back to his abdomen had vanished without a trace, and even his fur had grown back. Zhang Yang was certain that this swift recovery was due to the efficacy of the intermediate healing potion. Relying solely on his talent for limb regeneration would not have yielded such rapid results. Truly, the adage that money can accomplish remarkable feats held true. The expenditure of 10,000 evolution points proved to be exceptionally worthwhile, yielding significant benefits. Once his body was restored, Zhang Yang prepared to retreat, with the intention of venturing deep into the Yanggu mountain range. Upon his return to the depths of the mountains, he chanced upon the gluttonous Huanji, indulging heartily within the spirit orchard. You glutton, do be careful not to overindulge, Zhang Yang jested upon witnessing Huanji's voracious appetite. The creature clutched a spirit fruit nearly the same size as its own body, gnawing at it with fervor. What was more concerning was that Huanji's belly was already quite distended, and Zhang Yang genuinely feared it might burst from overconsumption. Huanji shot Zhang Yang a disdainful glance. How dare you mock me, you heartless wretch? Have you not been slain by those vicious wolves? Having heard about the wolves from the parrot, Huanji could not help but feel a twinge of concern. They are all dead, Zhang Yang grinned. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Huanji had already suspected such a conclusion. Yet curiosity lingered. You, who revels in slaughter, have returned? What brings you back? Of course, I have matters to attend to. Enjoy your fruit. In a few months, such bountiful provisions may no longer be available, Zhang Yang stated plainly. If he were to delve into the beast realm, it was unlikely that the Elephant King would continue to supply spirit fruits so generously. A few months would suffice. Huanji, too, held a sense of pride. Possessing the bloodline of a ferocious beast, with ample spirit fruit, he could rapidly attain growth. Moreover, the Elephant King's insinuations suggested that he felt inferior to Zhang Yang. This was indeed a grand jest. How could a formidable entity endowed with the bloodline of a ferocious beast be outmatched by a mere wolf? Just wait until I mature. I shall astound you all. I shall look forward to it, Zhang Yang replied, his tone laced with skepticism. Huangji sensed the disbelief but chose not to argue. Actions would speak louder than words. Nonetheless, his irritation was palpable. Zhang Yang casually plucked and consumed several ripe spirit fruits. While his potential could not be further augmented, the fruits could be converted into evolution points. After devouring 10 spirit fruits, Zhang Yang's evolution points surged back, surpassing the 100,000 mark and reaching 140,000. His next endeavor was to hunt the bald eagle, hoping to merge its attributes and acquire a pair of wings. Merging with an iron-eating beast had already consumed 130,000 evolution points. Thus, merging with a bald eagle would undoubtedly require even more, given the interspecies nature of the fusion. You have grown stronger. The Elephant King observed immediately upon noticing Zhang Yang's physical transformation, his keen perception impressing Zhang Yang. You have made progress. I have not misjudged you. The Elephant King was pleased with Zhang Yang's performance, recognizing that the stronger Zhang Yang became, the greater his chances of securing resources in the beast realm. This validated his investment. Do you require my assistance in settling your grievances with the Wolf Palace? The Elephant King sought to prevent Zhang Yang from being distracted by other matters. No need. I can handle it myself, Zhang Yang responded, unwilling to accrue excessive debts of gratitude. Moreover, the situation with the Wolf Palace did not necessitate the Elephant King's intervention. Elephant King, may I borrow the parrot once more? Zhang Yang stated, revealing the purpose of his return. Certainly, the Elephant King replied succinctly. The parrot, however, appeared somewhat discontent, its expression clearly indicating reluctance. Yet, upon meeting Zhang Yang's gaze, it swiftly donned a cheerful demeanor. It is my honor to serve you, Master Zhang Yang. The parrot was quite the character, maintaining a straight face even while uttering insincere words. Let us go, Zhang Yang declared, leading the parrot away. Upon learning that Zhang Yang merely sought to hunt bald eagles, the parrot felt a wave of relief. Finding other creatures in the Yanggu mountain range was its forte, as it was precisely its line of work. Had it lacked this capability, the Elephant King would have long since replaced it. Master Zhang Yang, follow me. Bald eagles are easily located. May I inquire what you intend to do? Oh, I wish to slay a few bald eagles, Zhang Yang replied. The parrot nearly choked on its own tongue. You truly intend to kill them? Chapter 64. Capturing a hostage. The parrot had long suspected Zhang Yang's intentions regarding the bald eagles. Yet hearing it confirmed from Zhang Yang's lips left it astounded. Master Zhang Yang, those bald eagles are formidable foes, and their numbers are vast, unlike the solitary iron-eating beast. The parrot was essentially issuing a cautionary warning, alerting Zhang Yang to the formidable nature of bald eagles. Very well, lead the way, Zhang Yang replied. Already aware of the challenges posed by bald eagles without the parrot's advisement, the parrot ceased its chatter and proceeded ahead. Upon reaching the mountain where the bald eagles resided, Zhang Yang felt a tinge of annoyance due to the steepness of the ascent. It was rather arduous to climb. This type of mountain was friendly to flying creatures like the bald eagles and parrots, as they could simply flap their wings to ascend. However, for Zhang Yang, who relied on 4 legs to climb, it proved quite taxing. Nevertheless, to hunt the bald eagles, he must conquer this mountain. Achieving his desires required effort. Zhang Yang had already spotted the bald eagles. The mature ones measured 3 meters in length, with a wingspan of 6 meters. The sheer size of their wings captivated Zhang Yang. If he could successfully merge with one, it would undoubtedly enhance his own abilities, allowing him to soar once more. What a delightful prospect. This ambition fueled Zhang Yang's determination, propelling him up the steep mountain that rose 500 meters high. As he climbed to around 400 meters, he could see the bald eagles and even a few nests he had previously disturbed. Regrettably, none of these nests contained the eggs he sought. Engaging in battle with the bald eagles at such an elevation was utterly preposterous. Zhang Yang prided himself on his intelligence. By taking the bald eagles' eggs, or even their chicks, he could compel the adult bald eagles to confront him on the ground, where they would lose their aerial advantage. Master Zhang Yang, my strength is insufficient. I cannot ascend any further. Would you prefer to proceed solo? When the parrot ascended to this height, it had already succumbed to fear. It was not that it could no longer fly, but rather that it dreaded the possibility of incurring the wrath of the bald eagle. The bald eagle, although residing in the same mountainous region as the Elephant King, was not obliged to show him any deference. No matter how formidable the Elephant King might be, he could not take to the skies, and should he provoke the bald eagle, he would find himself at a loss. With its very life at stake, the parrot dared not be bold. Zhang Yang, however, did not press the parrot. He was not devoid of compassion. The parrot, feeling as if granted a reprieve, hastily retreated. Once the parrot had departed, Zhang Yang continued his ascent, but this time the journey was fraught with difficulty. The bald eagles, initially indifferent to Zhang Yang's climbing, began to take notice. Yet, it was not an invitation for him to overstep his bounds. Having reached this point, he ought to simply enjoy the view and descend. Despite several warnings from the bald eagles, Zhang Yang feigned ignorance, provoking their ire. If their heads could change color, they would undoubtedly turn red with indignation. In truth, Zhang Yang comprehended their warnings, but chose to act as though he did not. His strategy proved effective. The bald eagles initially believed he was oblivious to their calls, thus they merely urged him on without launching an immediate attack. This allowed Zhang Yang to ascend further. However, the bald eagles soon grew impatient. They had shown him a measure of respect, yet he persisted in his ascent. Approaching the nesting area of their young, they could not allow him to continue climbing. Thus, they launched their offensive. A dozen or more bald eagles circled ominously around him, their presence darkening the sky. As they dove to attack, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. He was nearing his destination. Such fervor from the eagles indicated he was close. Ding. Task triggered. Capture the chicks. Slay a bald eagle. Task requirements. Locate the chicks. Slay one bald eagle. Task reward. Unknown. The system had a knack for springing surprises at just the right moment. Zhang Yang welcomed these spontaneous tasks. After all, tasks meant rewards, did they not? In an instant, the bald eagles descended. Their orange talons, sharp and powerful, were designed for seizing prey. Zhang Yang, aware of the peril, would not allow himself to be captured. Being snatched at such heights and then cast to the ground would surely spell his demise. Thus, he resolved to evade the grasp of the bald eagles. As the eagles swooped down, Zhang Yang activated the sweeping mode of his wolf tail. The tail swung rapidly, not merely a casual swish, but a forceful sweep intended to repel the eagles. Upon contact, the first attacking eagle was sent flying. The group erupted in chaos. "Ah, we thought you were merely a sightseer, yet you harbor ill intentions, seeking to snatch our young." The bald eagles, realizing Zhang Yang's true motives, erupted in fury. Alas, it was too late. He had ascended to a sufficient height. Not only could he smell the chicks, but he could also hear their calls emanating from a nearby cave. With haste, Zhang Yang dashed into the cave upon hearing the chicks' cries. The bald eagles, in a frenzied attempt to follow, were halted by the sound of Zhang Yang's wolf howl. They understood the meaning. Do not enter, or the chicks shall perish. Zhang Yang's threat was not born from fear of combat within the cave, but rather from the unnecessary risk it posed. The heights were the bald eagle's domain, and he felt utterly vulnerable there. Moreover, a wise wolf knows to remain cautious. This was a lesson learned from the iron-eating beast. The bald eagles circled outside, their cries a mixture of rage and sorrow. Inside the cave, there were only 3 chicks, a meager number, and Zhang Yang was not greedy. He selected one unfortunate chick to carry in his mouth, ensuring it remained unharmed as it served as a hostage. Chapter 65. Is it easy to accumulate 10,000 evolution points? When the bald eagles spotted Zhang Yang at the cave's entrance with one of their chicks in his grasp, their cries grew even more piercing. It was akin to a parent witnessing their child being abducted by a trafficker. Without needing Zhang Yang to issue a warning, they knew their course of action. They could only watch helplessly as he darted down the mountain with the fledgling in tow. The descent was much easier for Zhang Yang than the ascent had been. With his robust physique, he slid down with ease, utilizing a technique akin to that of a gliding bird, as long as he did not leap directly off the cliff. Through his rough maneuvers, he swiftly reached the base of the mountain, with the bald eagles trailing closely behind. "Here I am. If you possess the strength, come and reclaim your prize." Upon solid ground, Zhang Yang concealed the chick behind him, forcing the bald eagles into a confrontation. Undeterred, they dove toward him in unison, their descent akin to a helicopter landing, flattening the surrounding foliage in their wake. Their intent was clear, not only to recover their beloved chick, but also to rend Zhang Yang asunder for his audacity. Seeing the bald eagles charge, Zhang Yang smirked. Did they truly underestimate him? Were they unaware that no remedy exists for regret? In the next moment, he sprang into action. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he propelled himself skyward like a rocket, soaring several meters in an instant. The bald eagles were caught off guard. They had not anticipated such boldness or his willingness to take flight. In the air, Zhang Yang found himself unable to adjust his posture, rendering him a target. "Leave this to me. You go save the little one." Facing the audacious bald eagle, Zhang Yang let out a fierce cry. The other eagles responded in unison. Some rushed to rescue the little one, while others positioned themselves to block Zhang Yang's escape, fearing he might return with vengeance. Little did they know, Zhang Yang had no such intentions. Soaring through the sky, he revealed his razor-sharp claws, which, when placed upon the iron-eating beast, would unleash far greater power. With his innate talent for sharpness, Zhang Yang could enhance the lethality of his claws exponentially, far exceeding their potential when merely resting on the iron-eating beast. The imposing bald eagle, adorned with feathers that shimmered like forged gold, was met with the merciless resolve of Zhang Yang. As the eagle's talons grasped him, Zhang Yang retaliated fiercely. With a single strike from his wolf-like claws, he severed the eagle's orange talon as effortlessly as slicing through a chicken's foot with a sharp blade. The eagle itself could hardly fathom the frailty of its own appendage. Yet, Zhang Yang's assault was far from over. He seized the eagle's remaining claw, twisting violently, and in an instant, ascended from a subordinate to a dominant position, standing upon the eagle's abdomen. Then came a relentless barrage of stomps, akin to a horse trampling a swallow, delighting in the chaos. A torrent of blood erupted, painting the sky with a macabre floral display. This was not merely the result of Zhang Yang's bite. Rather, it was his claws that pierced the eagle's flesh, creating numerous gaping wounds. The eagle's defenses proved no sturdier than the rocks atop the mountain. Caught in disbelief, the eagle never anticipated such an outcome. Dazed by Zhang Yang's onslaught, it flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to dislodge him, but it was too late. The creature had lost much of its strength and plummeted to the ground. The remaining eagles cried out in despair, having never witnessed such a brutal combat style. They could not have imagined they would one day be vanquished in such a manner. Though furious, the eagles were not foolish. The ground was not their territory, and with a fallen comrade and the little one rescued, retreat was the only sensible option. Revenge could wait. The remaining bald eagles ascended into the sky, cradling the abducted little one. They left behind their fallen companion, unable to mount a rescue. Zhang Yang watched as the other eagles fled, choosing not to pursue. He awaited the demise of the eagle beneath him. Ding! Bald eagle slain. Evolution value 1000. Ding! Mission complete. Lifespan 10 days. Evolution value 1000. Yet again, no talent fragments. Honestly, Zhang Yang felt quite dissatisfied. Why was it that the more advanced the creature, the less likely it was to yield talent shards? He recalled his weaker days, when even ants, earthworms, and mantises could grant him abilities. If only time could rewind, he would have opted for a slower evolution, gathering more talent shards first. Nevertheless, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. The bald eagle was in his possession. The wings capable of flight beckoned to Zhang Yang. System, fusion. Ding! This fusion requires 20,000 evolution value. Success rate 15. Do you wish to proceed? A mere 15? This was indeed a cross-species fusion, and the success rate was disheartening. Yet, Zhang Yang remained unperturbed. He was the wolf with evolution value. Ding! This fusion requires 100,000 evolution value. Success rate 60. Do you wish to proceed? 60%? Zhang Yang glanced at his evolution value. He had 140,000. Insufficient to elevate the success rate to 70. This simply would not do. What if a failure occurred due to that 10? No. Zhang Yang decisively declined. He then stored the bald eagle's carcass in the system's backpack. Despite the eagle's considerable size, it occupied only one slot within the backpack. Zhang Yang resolved to accumulate another 10,000 evolution value before attempting fusion again, at which point the success rate could reach 70. Should the fusion succeed, it might also enhance his evolution value storage limit, which would be splendid. Elevating the limit to 500,000 would unlock the level 4 marketplace, allowing for the exchange of bloodlines. Zhang Yang held great anticipation for bloodlines, particularly that of the golden-eyed beast, which possessed treasure hunting abilities, a formidable asset. Was it easy to earn 10,000 evolution value? Surprisingly, it proved rather challenging. Zhang Yang lacked the keen eyes to locate spirit fruits, making the search arduous. The evolution value gained from defeating other creatures was meager. Ultimately, Zhang Yang returned to hunt bulls, finding the thrill in slaying the red bulls particularly satisfying. Upon discovering Zhang Yang's return, the red bulls silently cursed. Was there no end to this torment? If he continued to harvest them in such a manner, their numbers would dwindle rapidly. Unfortunately, their protests fell on deaf ears. Zhang Yang, now empowered by the claws of the iron-eating beast, had ascended to a new level of combat prowess. Even against small-scale charges from the red bulls, he felt no trepidation, exhibiting a newfound audacity. The bulls could scarcely resist. They had no choice but to flee. After dispatching 20 red bulls, Zhang Yang let out a triumphant howl. He had amassed the requisite 10,000 evolution value. Fusion was now possible. The red bulls, in response to his roar, offered due respect, vacating the area without hesitation, their retreat swift and unyielding. They contemplated whether it was time to abandon their mountaintop dwelling. With the slaughter ceased, perhaps it was prudent to consider migration. Once the bulls had fled, Zhang Yang retrieved the bald eagle's carcass. System, fusion. Ding! This fusion requires 150,000 evolution value. Success rate 70. Do you wish to proceed? Fusion. Zhang Yang winced at the expenditure. This was his entire fortune. Come on, wings. Come on, wings. He silently chanted within. The eagle's wings were the only aspect he coveted. Ding! Fusion failed. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, verging on explosion. What did he just hear? Fusion failed? My heavens, how could a 70 success rate result in failure? When had he last encountered such misfortune? Perhaps when attempting to fuse with the Python King, but that had a very low success rate, making it bearable. Yet now, with a 70 chance, how could this happen? System, you have betrayed me. Zhang Yang felt on the brink of madness. However, the system offered no explanation, nor did it feel compelled to do so. What was there to explain? The terms had been clear from the start. A 70 success rate meant failure was a distinct possibility. Zhang Yang, overwhelmed with despair, found himself lamenting the considerable losses he had just incurred. The loss of the white-headed eagle's corpse had squandered a substantial evolution value of 150,000. Would it not have been more prudent to exchange that evolution value for talent shards? Indeed, fusion comes with its inherent risks. When Zhang Yang reappeared before the Red Bulls, his eyes crimson and bloodshot, chaos ensued among them. The sight of Zhang Yang, previously fearsome with his green eyes, was now rendered even more terrifying. The Red Bulls, once brimming with aggression, were now seized by fear and fled in panic, an unexpected turn of events for Zhang Yang. The notion that even the most ferocious of bulls had learned to flee was an aggravating revelation, especially as he had hoped to gather more evolution value. Alas, the Red Bulls showed him no mercy. Their speed in retreat was astonishing. Even in a direct chase, Zhang Yang doubted his ability to catch up. Frustrated, Zhang Yang realized that he had neither acquired the wings he sought nor the evolution value he desired. This was a harsh lesson in the treachery of society. Fortunately, his lifespan remained robust, having completed several tasks, bringing it close to 150 days. With no immediate means to gather evolution value, he resolved to return to the spirit garden. Visiting every few days to consume some spiritual fruits was hardly a sign of ambition, was it? Upon his return to the spirit garden the following day, he found the parrot eagerly waiting by his side, without needing any instruction from the king. Master Zhang Yang, how may I serve you? It inquired. Zhang Yang devoured 10 ripe spiritual fruits, rejuvenating his evolution value. Take me to find the leopards. The Yang Valley Mountains harbored hundreds of towering peaks, and Zhang Yang had only traversed a fraction of them. Surely, there were leopards to be found among them. Gathering a few swift shards would be no imposition, would it? Huanjing, sensing Zhang Yang's discontent, felt no pleasure in it, but rather concern for his well-being. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing further, focusing instead on his own growth to protect this foolhardy compatriot. The parrot led Zhang Yang to confront the leopards, who, although few in number, were formidable and yielded mid-tier talent shards, a prospect that pleased Zhang Yang immensely. After a span of 10 days, Zhang Yang successfully restored his evolution value to above 100,000, nearing 200,000. However, he was not inclined to seek out the white-headed eagle immediately. He aimed instead to amass enough evolution value for 2 fusions and to slay 2 white-headed eagles. It was not that Zhang Yang lacked the desire for wings. Rather, he suspected the eagles would not be easily deceived again. He pondered whether they would fall for the same trick a second time, and if a third attempt would yield success. Thus, he deemed it prudent to prepare thoroughly and eliminate 2 in one decisive strike. At that moment, a pack of 10 ferocious wolves approached the vicinity of the blue wolves. The hyena's warnings had proven invaluable. Hundreds of vicious wolves had perished in the Yang Valley Mountains. A matter of grave significance. Even if the beasts of the wolf hall were reluctant, they had no choice but to investigate the deaths of their kin. How could the wolf hall maintain its dignity in the beast continent otherwise? However, the main force of the wolves was still en route. The initial scouting party was tasked with examining the site where Zhang Yang had first dispatched one of their own. Trouble is brewing. 10 wolves are approaching. The blue wolves had been vigilant, with a designated member monitoring the movements of the malicious pack. Wolf Qing, take a portion of our kin to seek the Wolf King in the Yang Valley Mountains. I will hold the line here, Wolf Shan commanded. Should only a few wolves arrive, they could potentially overpower them. Yet, 10 wolves posed a formidable challenge, and even an all-out assault from the blue wolves might not suffice. I cannot leave. I must stay. Wolf Qing, resolute in his stance, countered. With the Wolf King absent, I am in command here. I order you to depart swiftly. This is not the time for disputes. Ultimately, Wolf Qing had not yet matured sufficiently. Despite his innate talent, he was no match for Wolf Shan. You must survive, even if it means living in humility. Await my brother's return. Wolf Qing wasted no more words, quickly assembling his pack, which comprised 50 members, both forest and blue wolves. Chapter 67. I urgently seek my brother. Wolf Shan licked his lips as he watched Wolf Qing depart. Live in humility? Not a chance. I have already vowed before the leader that I shall stand tall, or not at all. His gaze was filled with bloodlust, his primal instincts awakened. The wolves roamed the earth, consuming flesh, with no thought of degradation. Soon, the wolf scouting team arrived at the territory of the blue wolves. What brings you here? Wolf Shan confronted them, leading the remaining wolves, while all the blue wolves lowered themselves in a defensive posture. When had the vicious wolves ever faced such indignity in the presence of a lesser pack? One among them nearly erupted in fury, only to be restrained by the leader of the scouting party. You carry the scent of the vicious wolves. Have they been here? The leader of the vicious wolf squad had indeed detected their presence. They were here and have since departed. Though Wolf Shan had awakened his primal nature, he was not reckless. If there was a chance to safeguard his kin, he would not act impulsively. No, their scent lingers still, the squad leader insisted. Right beneath us. He pointed towards the entrance of a snake den leading underground. Wolf Shan furrowed his brow. Then you may descend to investigate. He stepped aside, allowing passage. The vicious wolves, undeterred, paid little heed to the blue wolves as they ventured into the den. As they entered the subterranean space, Wolf Shan turned to issue his orders. Prepare for battle. We shall fight to the death. Allowing the vicious wolves to enter the snake den served a strategic purpose. In a direct confrontation, the blue wolves were certainly inferior in individual combat prowess. However, should conflict arise within the confines of the den, they could potentially overwhelm the majority of the vicious wolves through sheer numbers. The vicious wolves quickly tracked the source of the scent, discovering a half-torn, wretched pelt of a vicious wolf, one that Zhang Yang had neglected to take. You killed our kin? Upon this discovery, the vicious wolves turned with ferocity. Indeed we did, and we shall not only slay him, but you as well. With that, Wolf Shan led his pack into the depths of the snake den. Thus, a brutal and bloody battle erupted, fierce and relentless. The blue wolves fought valiantly, refusing to retreat, with not a single coward among them. Yet their losses were grievous, and the vicious wolves suffered as well, their numbers dwindling. 10 days later, on the outskirts of the Yang Valley Mountains, Wolf Qing appeared with a beleaguered pack. What shall we do next? Shall we venture into this unknown mountain? If our brother is not here, what awaits us? Has he established a foothold here? You shall wait here. If I do not return within 10 days, you must leave without me. Wolf Qing made a choice. He could not lead the wolf pack into the Yanggu Mountains, for it was far too perilous for them. No one dared to contest Wolf Qing's words, as he had become their alpha. Subsequently, Wolf Qing ventured alone into the Yanggu Mountains, determined to seek out Zhang Yang. To be candid, Wolf Qing's strength was insufficient for traversing the treacherous terrain of the mountains. In Zhang Yang's view, the predators lurking there were formidable challenges that Wolf Qing could not overcome. Should he encounter even a single one, it would spell disaster. For instance, there was a leopard Zhang Yang had encountered on the outskirts of the Yanggu Mountains. Given enough space, that leopard could decimate the entire wolf pack that Wolf Qing led. Thus, the dangers awaiting Wolf Qing were painfully apparent. The Yanggu Mountains were fraught with obstacles at every turn. Before long, Wolf Qing found himself in trouble, surrounded by a pack of hyenas. This recent group of hyenas harbored no fondness for wolves. They had anticipated that reporting to the evil wolf palace would yield some advantage. But the malevolent wolves had turned on them, and returning unscathed was already a stroke of luck. What kind of wolf was this? So small, yet daring to venture into the Yanggu Mountains? The hyenas looked down upon Wolf Qing, for his stature was indeed modest, comparable to their own. In a one-on-one confrontation, the hyenas would not fear Wolf Qing, especially as they outnumbered him. Without granting Wolf Qing a moment to plead his case, the hyenas attacked. Wolf Qing had no intention of arguing either. Relying on his innate talent, he charged forward, managing to knock one hyena aside before fleeing at full speed. Not daring to glance back. However, his speed was lacking. Zhang Yang had not endowed Wolf Qing with swiftness. Consequently, he could not evade the pursuing hyenas, and his injuries continued to accumulate. His resilient skin prevented any serious harm, but if this continued, he would ultimately succumb to the jaws of the hyenas. Yet, Wolf Qing could not afford to stop. Doing so would hasten his demise. As despair settled in Wolf Qing's heart, a tiger suddenly appeared, an imposing saber-toothed tiger. This creature exuded an aura of the jungle's majesty, its roar echoing terrifyingly as it stood atop a stone. The hyenas were instantly paralyzed with fear. Among the predators of the Yanggu Mountains, hyenas were the most lowly, and encountering a saber-toothed tiger was akin to facing the pinnacle of danger. If they did not soil themselves in terror, they could at least take pride in their own bravery. The hyenas fled, and Wolf Qing prepared to do the same. However, the saber-toothed tiger had fixated on Wolf Qing, its heart racing at the mere mention of wolves, particularly due to Zhang Yang's recent notoriety in the Yanggu Mountains. Little wolf, where did you come from? The saber-toothed tiger refrained from devouring Wolf Qing immediately. Instead, it sought to toy with him, attempting to derive a sense of superiority from this small wolf. Though we cannot contend with Zhang Yang, we can still bully other wolves, can we not? I am here to find my elder brother, Zhang Yang. Wolf Qing realized he might not escape. If the saber-toothed tiger wished to kill him, it could do so in an instant. Therefore, he boldly proclaimed Zhang Yang's name, hoping to elicit some information about his brother. The saber-toothed tiger, initially intent on mocking Wolf Qing, was taken aback by the mention of Zhang Yang. What did you say? Your elder brother is who? Zhang Yang, my elder brother. I am Wolf Qing, and I urgently seek my brother. Do you know where he is? If you do, I will ensure my brother rewards you. Wolf Qing was astute. The saber-toothed tiger's reaction indicated that it was aware of his elder brother. Is Zhang Yang truly your brother? The saber-toothed tiger struggled to believe Wolf Qing's claim, as the disparity between them was astronomical. However, if Wolf Qing did not know Zhang Yang, how could he utter his name? Yes, Zhang Yang is my elder brother. Take me to him. Wolf Qing exhibited palpable urgency. The saber-toothed tiger's brow twitched. There was no doubt it could guide Wolf Qing to Zhang Yang. Yet, a lingering fear gnawed at it. If Wolf Qing was deceiving it, Zhang Yang might very well rend them apart. The saber-toothed tiger, though cowardly, recognized this as a potential opportunity. If Wolf Qing spoke the truth, he could potentially align himself with Zhang Yang. Very well, I shall take you. Follow me. Wolf Qing's heart soared as he felt he would not perish after all. As they traversed the dense jungle, Wolf Qing could not help but inquire, Tiger brother, why do I sense a hint of fear regarding my elder brother? Observing the surroundings, Wolf Qing was genuinely perplexed. He could feel that the saber-toothed tiger was indeed afraid of his brother. Is my elder brother truly that fearsome? The saber-toothed tiger hesitated momentarily. Fear, little brother. It is not just fear, it is immense trepidation. Although I am hailed as the Tiger King on my own territory. Do you have any idea how many kings your elder brother has vanquished? Under your brother, we are but small fry. You will understand once you meet him. When can we meet my brother? I am in urgent need. Upon hearing the Tiger King mention Zhang Yang, Wolf Qing's anxiety resurfaced. The Wolf Mountain awaited Zhang Yang's rescue, and the sooner he could meet him, the greater the hope for survival. Very soon, you shall meet him. With that, the saber-toothed tiger let out a thunderous roar that reverberated far and wide, its sole purpose to call Zhang Yang. In these times, only the white-headed eagle dared to audaciously call for Zhang Yang in the Yanggu Mountains, making the saber-toothed tiger's actions particularly provocative. Having gambled on the connection between Wolf Qing and Zhang Yang, it no longer cared about the potential consequences. If it was correct, this provocative call might not only placate Zhang Yang, but also earn the tiger his favor. Lord Zhang Yang, a saber-toothed tiger challenges you. The parrot swiftly relayed the saber-toothed tiger's provocation to Zhang Yang. Oh, let us go and see. Zhang Yang found himself engulfed in boredom. Recently, he had amassed numerous corpses of Beast King-level entities, each possessing remarkable abilities and potential for fusion. However, he chose not to fuse them just yet, preferring to take his time. Each fusion of a formidable being consumed a significant amount of evolution points, and Zhang Yang's means of accumulating these points were rather limited. To swiftly gain evolution points, he could only venture to the Elephant King's spiritual plantation. Thus, he decided to preserve these corpses for a consolidated fusion upon his return to the plantation. As for indulging the Elephant King with a few more spiritual fruits, he could repay that debt gradually. He believed that a debt incurred could always be settled. Surely, the bones of a saber-toothed tiger must be superior to those of an ordinary tiger, and Zhang Yang was particularly invested in the saber-toothed tiger. Yet, the parrot had failed to locate any trace of the saber-toothed tiger in recent days. Now, this creature not only surfaced but seemed emboldened to challenge him, compelling Zhang Yang to accommodate the saber-toothed tiger. Fortunately, he was not far from its location. In less than 20 minutes, Zhang Yang stood before the saber-toothed tiger. He noticed the wolf-blue creature, which, upon seeing Zhang Yang, exhibited no signs of affection and instead displayed hostility. Who are you? Why are you using my brother's name? What have you done to him? The wolf-blue creature bared its teeth at Zhang Yang. Presently, Zhang Yang bore the guise of a ferocious wolf, a known enemy to them. Zhang Yang chuckled. This little creature had grown over the past few days, and he was in the midst of arranging for someone to fetch the wolf-blue and its companions to the Yang Valley Mountains. Unexpectedly, it had come to him instead. You have quite the audacity to come here alone. Is that fellow from Wolf Mountain so trusting? Big brother? What is this? The wolf blue was bewildered. From Zhang Yang's tone, it was clear who he was, and he even mentioned Wolf Mountain. Yet, why had his brother's form transformed into that of a ferocious wolf? It's a long story. Did you come here by yourself? Zhang Yang approached the wolf blue and affectionately rubbed its head with his forepaw. The saber-toothed tiger averted its gaze, fully aware of Zhang Yang's vicious claws, which had claimed many of its old friends. With just one blow, he could easily crush the little creature's head. Big brother, please save Wolf Mountain. The ferocious wolves have invaded our clan. The familiar gesture eased the wolf blue's final defenses. Its voice quivered with urgency. Zhang Yang felt a surge of alarm at the wolf blue's words. The ferocious wolves had attacked the Blue Wolf clan? In that moment, Zhang Yang envisioned the events that had transpired. Wolf Mountain, well done. You, guard my brother. If he encounters any danger, I will ensure your demise. Zhang Yang instructed the saber-toothed tiger. Although he did not presently resemble a beast of terror, his words held considerable weight, rendering the saber-toothed tiger a near-king of ferocity. Utterly compliant. Rest assured, I know what to do. This was a chance to align with a powerful ally. Wolf Blue, follow him. I must return to assess the situation. Big brother, hurry. The Wolf Blue urged. Inform the Elephant King that I shall return shortly. Zhang Yang instructed the parrot. If he left without a word, the Elephant King would surely be frantic. Should the Elephant King become displeased, the first to face the consequences would be the illusionary eye. Yes, Lord Zhang Yang. The parrot acknowledged, and then Zhang Yang vanished. System, initiate enhancement. Boost agility to maximum. Since hunting other creatures no longer yielded substantial evolution points, he need not agonize over attribute increases. Ding! Enhancement initiated. This enhancement consumes 80,000 evolution points. Ding! Enhancement successful, agility 80. With his agility surging, Zhang Yang's speed escalated dramatically, compelling him to return to the Blue Wolf clan with utmost haste. Chapter 69. Because I am not a ferocious wolf at all originally. Zhang Yang anticipated a 4 to 5 day sprint to reach the Blue Wolf clan. However, with his enhanced agility, he traversed the distance from the Yang Valley Mountains to the Blue Wolf clan in just a day and a half, arriving at the subterranean serpent lair. Even from a distance, he sensed the overpowering stench of blood. Upon entering the serpentine cavern and encountering the lifeless bodies within, Zhang Yang's eyes reddened. He beheld the corpse of a blue wolf. He had arrived too late. Zhang Yang comprehended that he had missed the battle, which had already erupted and concluded. Where is Wolf Mountain? He thought, rushing deeper into the lair. Not far ahead, he discovered Wolf Mountain's lifeless form. The creature lay cold, its eyes wide open in a final expression of defiance, still radiating anger from its unfocused gaze. Wolf Mountain had not brought shame upon Zhang Yang. Remnants of the ferocious wolf's blood still clung to his jaws. He had fought valiantly, preserving his dignity and the essence of his wolf nature until the end. In that moment, Zhang Yang lost his composure. He had never envisioned that Wolf Mountain would perish. Guilt washed over him. Had he not provoked the den of ferocious wolves, Wolf Mountain and the others would not have met their demise. This moment of reflection lasted half an hour. Wolf Mountain, well done. As the crimson hue in Zhang Yang's eyes gradually faded, the fury within him did not dissipate. Rather, it accumulated. Yet, he knew that now was not the time for rage. Zhang Yang meticulously arranged the bodies of the blue wolves within the underground chamber before using his claws to demolish the serpent lair, transforming it into a burial ground for Wolf Mountain and his kin. Once he completed this task, he departed, leaving with his simmering anger. Although Zhang Yang had not discovered the corpse of a ferocious wolf within the lair, he was certain that at least one had perished, its body likely removed by the surviving ferocious wolves. Zhang Yang vowed that he would not allow those ferocious wolves to live. Indeed, he would ensure that the den of ferocious wolves paid dearly for their actions. Over here, Zhang Yang detected the lingering scent of ferocious wolf blood. Though the events may have transpired days prior, the odor left behind by their departure was unmistakable to his keen senses. He intensified his speed to the maximum, determined to pursue the ferocious wolves and ensure their demise. At that moment, only 2 ferocious wolves remained alive from the squad that had battled Wolf Mountain and his companions. The blue wolves had slain 8 ferocious wolves, and these 2 were in a wretched state, their bodies riddled with wounds. Damn those blue wolves. Once I recover, I will slaughter every last one of them. The 2 surviving ferocious wolves leaned on each other, seething with anger. After burying their fallen comrades, they struggled to make their way back to the main ferocious wolf unit. Fortunately, they were in a lower terrain. Otherwise, given their current condition, survival would have been a futile hope. Any predatory creature could easily finish them off. They had been on the move for 3 days, yet still had a considerable distance to cover before rejoining their main force. Yes, we will kill every blue wolf. The 2 malevolent wolves harbored an intense hatred towards the azure wolf, recalling the harrowing events of a few days prior that still haunted them. Particularly, the most formidable of the azure wolves had vanquished 2 of their own, a terrifying prospect indeed. If all azure wolves possessed such prowess, it was only a matter of time before they supplanted the malevolent wolves. Thus, they had voiced their intent to eradicate every last azure wolf. Whom do you seek to kill? A ghostly figure materialized, accompanied by a chilling voice. Who? The 2 malevolent wolves, already on edge, found themselves in no condition to fight. However, relief washed over them as they recognized the newcomer as one of their own. Which pack do you belong to? Where's the main force? One malevolent wolf inquired, his gaze fixed on the familiar face of Zhang Yang. I am asking you, whom do you intend to kill? Zhang Yang's icy eyes bore into the 2 wolves, devoid of any sentiment, only frigid resolve. Indeed, it was Zhang Yang who had pursued the surviving malevolent wolves. The azure wolves are preparing to revolt. They have slain 8 of our companions. The malevolent wolves could only respond with venomous words upon Zhang Yang's relentless questioning. So, it is indeed you who killed those azure wolves? Zhang Yang's eyes began to redden with fury. Which pack are you from? Why did you slay them? Zhang Yang refrained from immediate action. He sought not just the death of these 2, but a reckoning for the entire malevolent pack, to avenge his kin in Wolf Mountain. At that moment, the 2 fools remained blissfully unaware of the peril they faced, reveling in their false sense of triumph. We serve under the banner of the Deben Wolf King. The great-grandson of Deben was slain by creatures of the Yang Valley Mountain. Now, the Deben Wolf King leads our kin towards that mountain. We are the vanguard, investigating matters here. Do you know where our main force is? Deben? Is Deben a ferocious beast? The question irked the 2 malevolent wolves. Did he dare speak the Wolf King's name so casually? However, noting Zhang Yang's imposing stature, they chose not to dwell on it. Every Wolf King in the malevolent wolf hall is a fierce beast. How could you not know? I truly do not know. For I am not a malevolent wolf. A cruel smile spread across Zhang Yang's visage. Not a malevolent wolf? Has this fellow lost his mind? The 2 malevolent wolves could think no further, as they had no chance to ponder other questions. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang's claws struck, and 2 wolf heads tumbled to the ground. His claws were mercilessly sharp. Consider yourselves fortunate to die so easily. Deben, your demise is imminent. Zhang Yang departed. intent on seeking the pack led by Dabin. Dabin sought vengeance, aligning with Zhang Yang's own desires. Let them see who would succeed. Ding. A mission was triggered. Revenge for Wolf Mountain. Mission requirements. Eliminate 80% of the Dabin Wolf King's pack. Reward, unknown. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yang licked his lips. Excellent. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. However, 80% is insufficient. If possible, none shall escape. At this moment, Dabin was seething with rage, for a favored great-grandson had perished, and he had prepared a significant opportunity for him. Had he gained fortune within the ferocious beast passage, a bright future awaited. But now, his promising descendant lay dead. Even if the Yang Valley Elephant King was to blame, Dabin demanded an explanation. Chapter 70. Two choices. Dabin was one of the medium-tier wolf kings within the malevolent wolf hall, commanding a pack of approximately 1,000 wolves. This formidable pack had gathered, advancing towards the Yang Valley Mountain. Wherever they passed, not a trace of life remained, leaving no creature unscathed. Anything with flesh had been consumed by the malevolent wolves. Dabin was greatly satisfied, believing this to be the rightful demeanor of his wolves. He intended for his warriors to carry such momentum all the way to the Yang Valley Mountain. The wolves' actions would naturally terrify many creatures in their path, creating a considerable commotion. Zhang Yang, ever in pursuit, sensed the disturbance and swiftly discerned the malevolent wolves' whereabouts. 1,000 malevolent wolves, splendid. As Zhang Yang approached the vicinity of the pack, he exuded formidable strength. The enemy is here, let us engage. As Zhang Yang charged into the malevolent crowd, a wave of killing intent enveloped him. The malevolent wolves were stunned. Are you insane? One wolf howled in rage. Yet, Zhang Yang paid no heed, focused solely on slaughter, dispatching one after another with ruthless efficiency. Kill him. Soon, the wolves recognized the urgency of the situation. They could not allow Zhang Yang to continue his rampage. This bastard must have forgotten his medicine this morning. A head wolf charged forth, rallying the others to attack Zhang Yang. However, ordinary malevolent wolves were no match for him. Only the head wolves dared to confront him. But what use were they? In the face of Zhang Yang, they were mere novices, unable to escape their fate. This was most troubling. All attacking malevolent wolves retreated, realizing even the head wolves were no match for this mad wolf. Approaching him was futile. Dabin quickly learned of the turmoil within his pack. When he finally faced Zhang Yang, the latter was already drenched in crimson. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 malevolent wolves had perished beneath his claws, the ground strewn with carcasses steeped in a pungent scent of blood. Who are you? Dabin glared at Zhang Yang, certain he had never encountered him before. Zhang Yang's displayed combat prowess indicated he was no ordinary foe. Thus, Dabin sought to inquire before engaging. You are Dabin? Zhang Yang slightly lifted his head. Dabin, a fierce beast-level wolf, stood an imposing 3.5 meters tall and measured approximately 7 meters in length, dwarfing Zhang Yang by twofold. He was the largest and most conspicuous within the pack, easily identifiable. I am. You must have heard of my name. I am Zhang Yang. Ah, so it is you. Dabin's wolfish eyes narrowed into slits, emanating a dangerous glint. Zhang Yang grinned. Today, you shall all perish. Upon concluding his words, Zhang Yang stirred. He was not present to indulge in casual conversation with Dabin, but rather to exact his vengeance. Observing Zhang Yang plunge into the wolf pack, Dabin refrained from immediately intervening, choosing instead to spectate. Zhang Yang noticed Dabin's behavior, but thought little of it. The fact that Dabin did not attempt to thwart him was advantageous. His objective was to annihilate the wolves, and eliminating Dabin prematurely would only complicate his mission. Under Dabin's watchful gaze, the pack pressed forward, undeterred, charging relentlessly at Zhang Yang. Alas, their numbers held no sway against him. Beneath Zhang Yang's lethal claws, all the wicked wolves met their inevitable demise. After Zhang Yang had slain hundreds of the vile creatures, Dabin reappeared before him. You have vented your fury sufficiently. Now, choose your path. Either continue to oppose me, and I shall slay you, or join my ranks. Upon truly witnessing Zhang Yang's prowess, Dabin experienced a change of heart. He harbored no desire to kill Zhang Yang. Rather, he sought to recruit him. Ultimately, Dabin was selfish. He had many descendants, and the loss of one was inconsequential. His original ambition to conquer the Yanggu Mountains was driven by pride, but that sentiment had shifted. The power Zhang Yang displayed was undeniable. Should he support Zhang Yang in entering the beast path, the number of potential rivals would dwindle significantly. Consequently, he would reap the majority of the benefits from the beast path. Strikingly, Dabin's thoughts aligned with those of the Elephant King. However, while the Elephant King sought a singular treasure from the beast path, Dabin's greed knew no bounds. He desired to seize all that Zhang Yang could acquire. Upon hearing Dabin's words, Zhang Yang could only laugh in exasperation. You old fool, you remain oblivious to reality. I have made it abundantly clear that today, you shall all perish here. Choices? What choices are there? Dabin dismissed Zhang Yang's words, interpreting his youthful arrogance as a common folly. Everyone had their youthful days. He believed that once Zhang Yang recognized the truth of his strength, he would inevitably submit. Thus, Dabin made his move. As a beast-level creature, Debin's speed and power eclipsed that of the other wolves. So swift, Zhang Yang thought as Debin transformed into a shadow, his massive form undeterred by the velocity of his approach. By the time Zhang Yang muttered those two words, he was already sent hurtling through the air. Debin had not revealed his fangs. He still harbored thoughts of subjugating Zhang Yang, convinced that once Zhang Yang acknowledged his own might, he would bow before him. Indeed, Zhang Yang was propelled into the air. One must admit, the strength of a beast-level wolf was formidable, surpassing even Zhang Yang, who possessed innate advantages. However, Zhang Yang's power had yet to reach its full potential. If it did, overcoming Debin would be trivial. Yet, the moment for him to showcase his overwhelming strength had not yet arrived. The slaughter continued, and after being flung away, Zhang Yang once again plunged into the throng of wolves. Debin, feeling slighted, thought, "This brat shows a lack of respect." The assault persisted. Zhang Yang, focused on exterminating the wolves, was unable to maintain his previous speed, making it entirely reasonable for Debin to catch up. Once more, Zhang Yang was sent flying by Debin, and he coughed up blood, not merely for show, but genuinely, as he needed to accord due respect to the force he faced. System, enhance my physique to its maximum value. Zhang Yang's various attributes had already reached a total of 110 points, while his physique languished at a mere 30 points. Ding, this enhancement requires 80,000 evolution points. Does the host wish to proceed? Enhance. Zhang Yang had accumulated nearly 300,000 evolution points, a testament to his hard work during this period, which now found its purpose. Chapter 71. No tears before the coffin. The enhancement process was swift. Zhang Yang's body suddenly expanded, startling Debin. Ding, enhancement successful. Zhang Yang's physique soared to 110 points, matching his agility. However, with innate enhancements, his physique would prove far superior. The premium resilience would passively double his physique, resulting in an impressive 330 points, while agility, being a higher-level talent, could only attain a single-fold increase. What is this? Debin was astonished. He had witnessed many rising talents surpass him, yet he had never encountered such an abrupt physical transformation. Has he ingested some sort of potion? Zhang Yang offered no reply to Debin's query. He had yet to amplify his strength. Merely enhancing his physique had been enough to astonish Debin. The slaughter resumed. Zhang Yang continued to decimate the wolves. To his dismay, he was no longer able to gain evolution points from killing standard wolves. Before enhancing his physique, he could earn 100 points. Now, he gained nothing, which was quite frustrating. This was all Debin's fault. Had he not feared his own ability to withstand Debin's relentless assaults, Zhang Yang would not have enhanced his physique to its maximum value. You brat, regardless of your changes, I command you to halt. Debin was incensed, feeling as though he was losing control of the situation. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action. He pursued Zhang Yang, extending his wolf claws. Unfortunately, the sharpness of Debin's claws paled in comparison to Zhang Yang's own. The enhancement of his physique bolstered his defensive capabilities, coupled with his resilient skin. Even the claws of a beast-level wolf could merely leave a few white marks on Zhang Yang's body. This realization nearly shattered Debin's composure. How can this be? In his astonishment, Zhang Yang surged forward once more. The ordinary wolves wailed in despair. They could not withstand Zhang Yang's onslaught, and all resistance was futile. Debin could not idly witness Zhang Yang slaughtering his kin, yet he was dismayed to discover that even with all his might, he could not impede Zhang Yang's rampage. Even when he bit at Zhang Yang, he merely breached his fur, leaving only shallow wounds. Such injuries were trivial to Zhang Yang, merely resulting in a little bloodshed. Were it not for Zhang Yang's relatively weak attacks, Debin might have fled. Having endured a few of Zhang Yang's tail strikes, he felt no pain. If he could bring Zhang Yang under his command, he would undoubtedly gain immense rewards. Zhang Yang's extraordinary display only fueled Debin's desire. Such defensive prowess was indeed rare. However, the question remained, how could he subdue Zhang Yang? Was it necessary to drain him of blood until he was weak and feeble? It seemed that this was the only option, but could his subordinates withstand such a tactic? Witnessing the number of ferocious wolves diminish by more than half, Debin felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. However, he quickly came to terms with it. While ordinary wolves may be numerous, a formidable subordinate like Zhang Yang was a rare find. Even if every other wolf were to perish, securing Zhang Yang would be worthwhile. At the moment Debin made this decision, the fate of the ordinary wolves was sealed. They would all perish, falling beneath Zhang Yang's claws. In just half an hour, the once thriving pack had dwindled to fewer than 10 standing wolves. Among them was Debin, along with a few leading wolves who were wise enough to keep their distance from Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you must have bled excessively and be quite weak now, right? Even in perfect condition, you cannot hope to match me, the Wolf King. Surrender, Debin proclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the carcasses strewn about. He gazed down at Zhang Yang with arrogance, awaiting his submission. Within this half hour, Debin had inflicted numerous wounds upon Zhang Yang, not just blood holes, but also tearing away sections of his pelt, hastening the loss of blood. Debin was convinced that Zhang Yang was now in a state of blood loss, a condition that would significantly diminish his combat prowess. Yet unbeknownst to Debin, Zhang Yang had secretly employed a mid-level healing potion, rendering Debin's assumptions mere illusions. Now, can we consider this a complete annihilation? Zhang Yang murmured to himself. Wolf-san, I have avenged you. If you are dissatisfied, shall I go to the den of the ferocious wolves and slay a few more? The image of Wolf-san, a coward who initially lacked the courage to resist, flashed before his mind. Encouraged by Zhang Yang, he had found his courage, only to lose his life in the end. It was indeed time to eliminate more, though it felt somewhat pitiful to have these creatures accompany him in death. System, enhance my strength to maximum capacity. Zhang Yang was aware that his evolution points were sufficient for this enhancement. Ding, this enhancement requires 80,000 evolution points. Do you wish to proceed? Enhance. Ding, enhancement successful. Following the successful enhancement, Zhang Yang felt an explosive surge of power within him, causing him to let out a long howl. Filled with raw strength that created ripples in the air, Debin, who was not far away, squinted as his fur was ruffled by the force. With your strength, do you expect me to submit? After the howl, Zhang Yang turned to Debin, his eyes gleaming with derision. Just how terrifying was the quadrupling of his 110 points of strength? Zhang Yang now possessed a staggering 550 points. With the addition of his formidable strike, that strength soared to over 10,000 pounds. Could Debin withstand such force? It was not that Zhang Yang looked down on Debin. Even 500 pounds of strength was beyond Debin's capacity to endure. Debin, oblivious to the change within Zhang Yang, lunged at him once more. In this world, the method to compel submission was simple: instill fear through overwhelming power. Zhang Yang grinned. What eloquence! Truly, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Zhang Yang launched his attack. Until now, he had merely used his tail to fend off Debin, refraining from employing his claws. There was no longer room for hesitation. It was time for Debin to experience the taste of Zhang Yang's claws. As their claws clashed, a wave of energy rippled through the air. The few surviving leading wolves watched in astonishment as Debin was forced back, feeling an immense power that far surpassed his own. Are you a fierce beast? This conclusion seemed absurd, yet how else could he explain being repelled by Zhang Yang's claw? This was a clash of absolute strength. There was no deception. Strong was strong, and weak was weak. The weak one was Debin, a realization he found hard to accept. Zhang Yang's claws struck like lightning, easily penetrating Debin's superficial defenses. The claws of the iron-eating beast were frighteningly sharp. Even the fur of a ferocious wolf seemed as fragile as paper against them. The penetration was relentless and utterly unreasonable. Debin was driven to madness, retreating frantically. What is happening? This is so unfair, he thought, feeling aggrieved. My claws leave mere white marks. Yet one scratch from you results in torrents of blood. Where is the fairness in this? However, retreating was not an option. Zhang Yang pursued him relentlessly. As a fierce beast, Debin's attributes averaged 200 points, meeting the standards for a fierce beast. In truth, the individual strength of ferocious wolves was not particularly impressive. Even as a fierce beast, they typically ranked at the bottom in one-on-one combat. Their advantage lay in pack attacks, the true terror of a wolf pack. Though Zhang Yang had not yet reached the fierce beast level in attributes, his innate talent was extraordinary. After the enhancement, all his attributes had long surpassed Debin's. Of course, his mental attributes lagged behind significantly, but once enhanced, they would not be lacking by much. However, in this purely physical clash, mental strength held little value. Wait, I have something to say. Debin found himself in distress as Zhang Yang's relentless attacks left him with numerous wounds in the blink of an eye, blood flowing rapidly. Zhang Yang's claws could easily slice through his muscles. Debin yearned for a pause, but Zhang Yang showed no mercy, continuing his assault. After a fierce flurry of strikes, Debin was left defenseless, unable to retaliate. Ultimately, forced to fight back, Debin merely trembled, appearing defeated. His feeble attempt to bite Zhang Yang on the neck was futile. Before he could muster any strength, Zhang Yang easily pried open his jaws. Employing his divine strike, Zhang Yang's power rendered Debin powerless, akin to an adult effortlessly prying open a child's mouth. To add insult to injury, Zhang Yang cruelly dislocated Debin's jaw, leaving a gruesome scene. Regret consumed Debin. Why had he provoked such a being for the sake of his own pride? Was this creature truly a wolf? It felt as though he was far more terrifying than the fierce beasts of the tiger clan, even more so than the formidable elephant king of the Yanggu Mountains. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, not even within the ostentatious confines of the system's marketplace. Thus, for Debin, there is but one inevitable conclusion: death. Ding. A ferocious beast, the malevolent wolf, has been slain, achieving a level-up kill, granting an evolution value of 10,000. Humph, is this truly considered a level-up kill? Zhang Yang was somewhat dissatisfied with the system's terminology, though he was quite pleased with the reward. After all, slaying one beast yields 1,000. Ding. Task completed. Revenge for Wolf Mountain. Task rewards. Lifespan 10 days. Evolution value 20,000. Evolution value cap 20,000. This reward is rather generous. even including an increase in the evolution value cap. Ding. A new task is triggered, the True Wolf King. Task requirements. Defeat or slay all ferocious beast-level wolves and become the Wolf King of the Evil Wolf Hall. Task rewards, unknown. The system desires for Zhang Yang to ascend as the Wolf King of the Evil Wolf Hall. What could this possibly signify? A sense of reluctance stirred within him, for he harbored no fondness for the malevolent wolves. If one truly possessed skill, they ought to oppress other races. That would be commendable. In Zhang Yang's view, the malevolent wolves merely bullied weaker packs, embodying the essence of cowardice. Thus, the notion of becoming the Wolf King of the Evil Wolf Hall left him somewhat unsettled. Yet, the system's tasks undoubtedly bore significance. They were not without purpose. Regardless, there was no time constraint, so he resolved to return to the Yang Valley mountain range. Zhang Yang did not rush to undertake this task, having been away for several days. It was time to return to Yang Valley mountain range, not only to reassure Wolf Qing, but also to ease the concerns of the Elephant King. Upon his return, Zhang Yang showed no inclination to cleanse the chaotic and bloody battlefield. He did not even transport Devon's corpse, for he discerned that there was nothing worthy of fusion within it. Hence why bother? 2 days later, Zhang Yang arrived back at the Yang Valley mountain range. Awaiting him outside were the Blue Wolf and the Jungle Wolf, who had already ventured into the depths of Yang Valley mountain range. They were well received by the saber-toothed tiger. Although the saber-toothed tiger could not compare to Zhang Yang, he still held the title of king of the mountain. It is often said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. On the saber-toothed tiger's territory, he was the undisputed leader. Sustaining the little wolves, including Wolf Qing, was a trivial matter. Tiger brother, is everything you told me true? Is my elder brother truly that formidable? After spending several days with the saber-toothed tiger, Wolf Qing had established a rapport, and they had even begun to refer to each other as brothers. Indeed, my elder brother is extraordinarily formidable. Even the Elephant King, the ruler of Yang Valley mountain range, must show deference to him. The saber-toothed tiger shamelessly proclaimed this, even before Zhang Yang had consented. The information he relayed to Wolf Qing was merely a parroted repetition of what he had heard from the parrot, who had approached him on the Elephant King's behalf. Isn't the Elephant King impressive? Or is my elder brother even more so? In Wolf Qing's eyes, Zhang Yang was unparalleled in strength, without contest. The saber-toothed tiger found himself at a loss for words. Little brother, are you attempting to put your tiger brother in a difficult position? While my elder brother is indeed formidable, he cannot possibly be compared to the Elephant King. If you had seen the Elephant King, you would not have posed such a foolish question. I, your tiger brother, am no match for the Elephant King. Zhang Yang had returned. The first matter he addressed was to seek out Wolf Qing. Elder brother, you have returned. What of Wolf Mountain? Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Wolf Qing noted a change in him, though this was of little consequence compared to the fate of Wolf Mountain. Wolf Mountain has perished. Zhang Yang's expression turned somber. Chapter 73. I have returned to inquire of you. Upon hearing this, Wolf Qing's eyes immediately reddened, filled with tears. Refrain from weeping. Wolf Mountain died with pride, and there is no need for your tears. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's stern rebuke, Wolf Qing reined in his tears, recalling his vow never to cry again in this lifetime. Elder brother, tell me what transpired. Zhang Yang, satisfied to see Wolf Qing hold back his tears, proceeded to recount the events surrounding Wolf Mountain. Some of his insights were mere conjecture, yet this did not hinder him from sharing with Wolf Qing. The saber-toothed tiger listened intently, his head bowed like a well-behaved child. Feeling the weight of Zhang Yang's formidable presence, which was so powerful that he dared not meet his gaze. Moreover, the actions of Wolf Mountain had moved the saber-toothed tiger. He had been unaware that such events had unfolded. Elder brother, I desire to grow stronger. Wolf Qing silently absorbed Zhang Yang's recounting. Although he recognized the multitude of benefits Zhang Yang had already afforded him, he still felt that progress was painfully slow. If he could become strong enough, he could protect his kin, and Wolf Mountain would not have met its demise. Such ambition is commendable. I have already secured a place for your pack within the Yang Valley mountain range. Henceforth, you shall reside here and grow stronger. Zhang Yang understood Wolf Qing's intentions. He yearned for vengeance for Wolf Mountain, but this was not a goal that could be achieved in the short term. Perhaps, once the system unlocked the level 4 marketplace, allowing Wolf Qing to exchange for a superior bloodline, such aspirations could be realized swiftly. However, this was certainly not something attainable at present. Elder brother, I understand your thoughts, but this is not a matter to be rushed. Wolf Qing fell silent, aware that Zhang Yang spoke the truth. Why are you silent? Did you not just call me elder brother? Zhang Yang glanced at the saber-toothed tiger. This fellow was fortunate to encounter Wolf Qing. Otherwise, Zhang Yang had contemplated fusing this creature's bones into his own body. However, now it seemed that this tantalizing notion might not materialize, especially since the saber-toothed tiger had already addressed Zhang Yang as elder brother. Elder brother, I. The saber-toothed tiger was flabbergasted, feeling a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief caught in the act. It was reminiscent of two youths boasting in a corner. One claiming the class beauty had become his girlfriend, only to be cornered by said beauty unexpectedly. How awkward, indeed. In the future, Pay more attention to Wolf Qing's affairs. Take him to the Iron-Eating Beasts Mountain. That will become Wolf Mountain henceforth. Zhang Yang could not remain by Wolf Qing's side indefinitely. Regardless of whether he intended to assume the role of Wolf King in the evil Wolf Hall, ultimately, he would have to traverse the Beast Passage and depart from the mortal beast continent. Therefore, it was only fitting to secure an appropriate protector for Wolf Qing. The saber-toothed tiger was well suited for this role. Should the saber-toothed tiger prove capable, Zhang Yang would not hesitate to extend a few favors. Yes, elder brother, I understand. The saber-toothed tiger felt a mix of surprise and elation. Had he just received recognition? My goodness, this sensation is simply delightful. It is far more exhilarating than sneaking around on one's own. It is akin to that captivating beauty boldly declaring to the boastful man, from now on, I shall be your girlfriend. My goodness, how delightful. The saber-toothed tiger, filled with fervor, felt as though he had finally found his kin, ready to rise anew. It is important to note that many formidable beings have fallen at the hands of Zhang Yang. The vacated peaks are now devoid of their rulers. As Zhang Yang's younger brother, it is only fitting for the saber-toothed tiger to take charge of these mountains, is it not? Not only must you survive alongside the wolf pack, but you must also foster its growth. Understood? Yes, elder brother, the wolf youth affirmed with conviction. After uttering these words, Zhang Yang departed. He intended to visit the Elephant King. Upon arriving at the spirit orchard, Zhang Yang found Huan Jing still indulging in the spirit fruits. Remarkably, his physique had indeed grown. What was once the size of a palm had now doubled. What on earth have you been doing? Huan Jing thought, overwhelmed with disbelief. As a being of advanced bloodline, his keen perception was undeniable. Previously, he could not detect Zhang Yang's enhancements due to his restrained attributes. But now that all three of Zhang Yang's attributes had reached their peak, it was evident to Huan Jing. Impressive, isn't it? You are quite formidable yourself. Zhang Yang remarked with a grin. However, this comment struck Huan Jing deeply, as if his pride had endured a severe blow. How could it be that, despite being a creature of fierce lineage, he had been outpaced by this fool? Unable to accept this reality, Huan Jing trembled slightly and muttered, I wish to be alone. Zhang Yang shrugged and continued past the spirit orchard. What could be hidden within this creature? Watching Zhang Yang leave, Huan Jing felt a sense of discomfort. His fighting spirit dampened. No, I cannot give up like this. I must rise to prominence. Huan Jing began to devour the spirit fruits voraciously, disregarding the limits of his own stomach. Zhang Yang, however, had more pressing matters in mind as he sought the Elephant King. Firstly, he wished to reassure the Elephant King that he had not broken his promise. Secondly, he had other inquiries to make. Elephant King, I have returned. Zhang Yang's voice echoed in the Elephant King's ears. The Elephant King, soaking in a small lake, opened his eyes to gaze at Zhang Yang. Oh, you no longer suppress your strength? The Elephant King was also taken aback. He had long recognized Zhang Yang's immense potential, but had not anticipated his overwhelming power, which even instilled a sense of pressure upon him. Yes, I have returned to ask you something, Zhang Yang replied. What do you wish for me to retrieve from the Beast Passage? You must inform me in advance, as I may soon depart from the Yang Valley mountain range. The Elephant King scrutinized Zhang Yang for a moment before nodding. Such formidable strength was beyond his complete control. Yet Zhang Yang's willingness to come forth and fulfill his promise to assist him in obtaining something from the Beast Passage was greatly appreciated. I need you to help me find a specific bloodline within the Beast Passage. This was a piece of confidential information that stirred Zhang Yang's interest. He knew that his system store offered various bloodlines. Could it be that the Beast Passage contained such things as well? I am entirely unfamiliar with this matter. Please elaborate. Zhang Yang genuinely sought clarification regarding the Beast Passage. All right, allow me to explain. Chapter 74. Is there such a thing? The Elephant King, with a request for Zhang Yang, had no intention of withholding information from him. Moreover, the secrets of the Beast Passage were hardly concealed from the top-tier beings of the mortal beast continent. After listening to the Elephant King's explanation, Zhang Yang grasped the essence of the Beast Passage. It serves as a challenge corridor, where each level presents different rewards. Any challenger who successfully navigates a level is entitled to one reward. There are many such challenges, and only those who conquer them all gain the privilege to enter the Beast Continent. Even if I manage to acquire what you seek, how will I deliver it to you? Zhang Yang posed a valid question. I will arrange for my subordinates to accompany you. Once you have obtained the item, simply hand it over to them. Oh, that works too. What is it that you require? The bloodline of the ancient giant elephant. As the Elephant King spoke of this bloodline, his eyes sparkled with longing, clearly something he had desired for a long time. Understood. Do you know who placed these rewards within the Beast Passage? Zhang Yang was curious. Various bloodlines cannot simply appear out of thin air, can they? The Elephant King gazed up at the sky, contemplating. There are many rumors. I cannot discern what is true, but I can tell you what I have witnessed. I have seen beings so formidable that I could not bear to look directly at them within the Beast Passage. Perhaps those rewards were left there by them. As he spoke of this, the Elephant King's demeanor grew somewhat uneasy. Zhang Yang too glanced up at the sky. Are they the legendary gods and demons? For them, such challenges must be akin to a game, no? I understand now. I require some spirit fruits. Indulge freely, the Elephant King said without hesitation. In truth, spirit fruits held little value for him anymore. He had reached the limits of his bloodline, and to continue advancing, he could only attain bloodlines that resonated with his own being. Despite possessing the strength of a fearsome beast, the Elephant King remained fundamentally a mortal beast, never having possessed the bloodline of a true beast. As for why the Elephant King did not venture into the beast passage himself, it is easy to understand. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. The Elephant King was a top-tier existence within the mortal beast continent. Why would he venture to the beast continent to become a mere minion? Yet, he was not content to languish in mediocrity. Hence his desire to obtain the ancient giant elephant bloodline. Once his strength reached an invincible status among the fearsome beasts, he would dare to challenge the beast passage. Zhang Yang proceeded to the spirit orchard, where the ripe spirit fruits had suffered due to Huan Jing's slow pace, while Zhang Yang devoured them with remarkable speed. This rapid consumption rekindled Huan Jing's earlier frustrations. Can you slow down a bit? Huan Jing felt somewhat constrained. Zhang Yang paid him no mind and continued his feast. It was only when he elevated his evolution value to 370,000 that he paused, for that was his current limit. Huan Jing, do you think there are gods and demons in this world? Huan Jing, taken aback by Zhang Yang's sudden question, was startled. Who told you that? Huan Jing inquired earnestly. No one. It's merely my own speculation. Zhang Yang would not disclose that this information came from the system. After all, they resided in a paradise created for the pets of gods and demons. If we reach the beast continent, perhaps we might encounter them. This revelation left Zhang Yang wide-eyed. Could it be true that they would indeed see them upon reaching the beast continent? Huan Jing possesses an impressive depth of knowledge. Zhang Yang chose not to delve further into the topic. What if I were to bring all the other evil wolves to heel? He inquired. Are you aspiring to become the Wolf King? Huan Jing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, wholeheartedly endorsing Zhang Yang's ambition. He was well aware of the exhilaration that accompanies commanding a legion. That would be splendid. Parading with a pack of wolves is indeed a grandiose affair, especially since the Evil Wolf Palace also boasts a spirit garden. Zhang Yang had not anticipated this revelation. Huan Jing affirmed, certainly. The Evil Wolf Palace has existed for quite some time, and they have transplanted many spirit plants. Perhaps their scale exceeds even that of the Elephant Kings. Well then, I shall claim the title of Wolf King, Zhang Yang resolved, embarking on the endeavor. For him, parading before his subordinates was inconsequential. What truly mattered was his need for a copious supply of spirit fruits. As for avenging Wolf Qing's father, it sufficed to eliminate the main perpetrator, as ordinary evil wolves bore no significant connection to this matter. All the Wolf Kings of the Evil Wolf Palace were destined to perish beneath Zhang Yang's claws, while the regular evil wolves would be entrusted to Wolf Qing for leadership. Take me with you, Huan Jing urged, recognizing Zhang Yang's intent to venture into the beast passage. Initially, he had doubted Zhang Yang's ability to traverse it, but circumstances had shifted. Zhang Yang's prowess was formidable, and the likelihood of success was substantial. Huan Jing also yearned to return to the beast continent. Thus he prepared to accompany Zhang Yang. Of course, his plan was to ride on Zhang Yang's coattails with hopes of making the journey himself in a few years. Zhang Yang regarded Huan Jing for a moment before nodding. Very well. Accompanying Huan Jing was certainly feasible. While he might not claim to be exceptionally knowledgeable, he undoubtedly possessed more insight than Zhang Yang and had a keen eye for treasure. Let us proceed, Huan Jing said eagerly. Not so fast. Wait a moment. Zhang Yang replied before departing. He was not seeking the Elephant King to discuss this matter. At present, there was no need for him to inform the Elephant King of his departure, even if the Elephant King still required hostages. Wolf Qing and others were available. Zhang Yang intended to fuse the collection of king-level beast corpses he had amassed. Should he successfully elevate his evolution value to 500,000 in one fell swoop, he would be exceedingly pleased. Such fusion necessitated a secluded location, as it pertained to Zhang Yang's closely guarded secret, one he wished to keep hidden from others. Upon reaching a deserted area, Zhang Yang produced the beast corpses he had meticulously prepared. The first he chose to fuse was a black bear king, whose size dwarfed even Zhang Yang's current form. System, initiate fusion. Ding. This fusion will consume 10,000 evolution points, with a success rate of 45. Do you wish to proceed? Zhang Yang, now abundant in resources, opted to elevate the success rate to 70. Success rate adjusted to 70. Fusion commencing. Ding. This fusion will consume 120,000 evolution points. Fusion in progress. Ding. Fusion successful. Zhang Yang felt only a slight sensation, merely hearing the success notification. If only fusing the bald eagle were this effortless, he mused, turning his gaze to the two options presented. These two choices appear quite similar, Zhang Yang remarked, puzzled by the lack of discernible difference between them. Ding. No special fusion rewards were triggered during this fusion. Is that so? Zhang Yang's expression darkened, feeling as though the system had played him for a fool. Had he previously always triggered special rewards? What, then, were these ordinary rewards? Ding. Option 1 enhances the host's physical potential. Option 2 increases the evolution value storage limit. I choose option 2. Ding. Fusion successful. Evolution value storage limit increased by 50,000. Without question, Zhang Yang urgently needed to augment his evolution value storage limit. Hence, he decisively selected the second option. His storage limit now reached 420,000. Continuing on, Zhang Yang possessed sufficient evolution values for at least one more fusion, so he proceeded without hesitation. Another king beast corpse was retrieved from his bag, of which he had several remaining. As expected, this one too failed to grant any special rewards, prompting Zhang Yang once again to opt for an increase in evolution value storage. After another visit to the spirit garden, he fused a third king beast corpse, successfully raising his evolution value storage limit to 520,000. However, this was still insufficient to activate the level 4 shop. He required his evolution value to reach 500,000. This proved to be relatively simple, as the spirit garden housed a plethora of spirit fruits. Upon reaching an evolution value of 500,000, the system announced, ding. Evolution value has reached 500,000. Level 4 system shop activated. Level 5 shop requires 10,000,000 evolution points for activation. Zhang Yang registered the daunting figure. Yet he remained unconcerned. After all, it was merely a 20-fold increase. What he was eager to discover was the array of new items available in the system shop. He eagerly opened the shop interface. To his eyes, the new offerings were few. High-level healing potion, valued at 100,000 evolution points. Intermediate poison, applicable both internally and externally. With moderate toxicity, priced at 10,000 evolution points. Intermediate berserk potion, upon consumption, enhances all attributes by 50 for 3 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of weakness. Also valued at 10,000 evolution points. Intermediate antidote, applicable externally and internally to alleviate the damage from moderate toxins, priced at 10,000 evolution points. The previously existing potions had all been upgraded a tier, but no new potions had emerged, and the talent fragments remained unchanged. What are the bloodlines? As Zhang Yang pondered this, the shop interface transformed, revealing a more sophisticated display. What is this? Before him was a bloodline list, with prices so exorbitant that he hesitated to count the zeros. Zhang Yang was captivated by the grandiose titles: Great Sun Golden Dragon, Five-Clawed Divine Dragon, Tian Wang, and Purgatory Flame Beast. These were indeed divine beasts, as Zhang Yang surmised. His mouth nearly watered as he beheld not only the prices of various divine beasts, but also their forms. The envy was overwhelming. Zhang Yang stared blankly, reluctant to scrutinize the prices of these bloodlines, for he was not yet ready to relinquish hope. However, envy alone would not suffice. When he could no longer resist glancing at the exchange prices for the divine beast bloodlines, his heart sank completely. Not only did he lack the authority to exchange for these bloodlines, but even if he did, he could not afford them. Consuming every spirit fruit on the entire mortal beast continent would not suffice to acquire even the cheapest divine beast bloodline. System, provide me with something I can exchange. The system interface transitioned swiftly, akin to watching a film accelerated 20-fold, leaving one dazzled. Ultimately, the system interface froze, and Zhang Yang no longer beheld a monochrome landscape. Instead, he was greeted by a vibrant panorama. Before him lay the interface for exchanging beast bloodlines. A twinge of discomfort surged through his jaw. Was the beast bloodline truly so exorbitant? Even the most commonplace beast bloodlines were valued at millions of evolution points, indicating that Zhang Yang, in his current state of financial straits, could not afford even the most modest option. However, upon confirming his impoverished status, Zhang Yang did glean some insights. He dismissed the ordinary beast bloodlines. But within the category of wolf-type beast bloodlines, one did capture his interest. The Howling Moon Wolf, a creature of medium stature, possessing wings, with a moderate flight speed and a unique talent as the darling of the night, enhancing its attack and flight capabilities under the cover of darkness. The bloodline price was set at 4,000,000 evolution points. For million evolution points, truly not exorbitant. Of course, there were even more valuable bloodlines among the wolf types. But Zhang Yang was uninterested, as those wolves lacked the ability to fly. He favored flight, for it was an incredibly convenient and formidable skill. As for attributes like attack power, stamina, or defense, did he truly care? If necessary, he could always merge with other beasts. After contemplating the Howling Moon Wolf's bloodline, Zhang Yang abandoned any thoughts of troubling the white-headed eagle. How magnificent was the Howling Moon Wolf! Its fur shimmered silver white, adorned with a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, and its wings were equally white, strikingly majestic, much like a celestial steed. In comparison, the white-headed eagle's wings appeared woefully inadequate. Should he merge with it? Would he not become an unrecognizable hybrid? Wait, had that trickster, Huanjing, deceived him? After appreciating the Howling Moon Wolf, Zhang Yang sought the introduction to the golden-eyed beast. Its bloodline was indeed formidable. Despite its modest size, its bloodline price soared to 10 million evolution points, placing it among the most expensive of beast bloodlines. What warranted such a steep price? Merely the ability to treasure hunt surely did not justify it. Zhang Yang perceived another of the golden-eyed beast's capabilities, illusion. With his imaginative intellect, he deemed this illusionary function nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, Huanjing might be the true beast king, with the power of illusion. He could easily control all beings whose mental strength fell short of his own, effortlessly organizing an army and initiating a beast tide. Such endeavors would be alarmingly simple. It seemed those leopards had all been under Huanjing's control. Perhaps his mental strength had been too high, preventing Huanjing from successfully manipulating him. Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Had his mental strength been any lower, he might have fallen under Huanjing's sway. System. Enhance my mental strength to maximum capacity. Ding. This enhancement requires 80,000 evolution points. Would you like to proceed? Enhance. Ding. Enhancement successful. Without delay, Zhang Yang fortified his mental strength to its zenith, feeling a sense of urgency. It was no jest. Should Huanjing's mental prowess surpass his own, he would find himself in peril. It was far more prudent to bolster his mental strength to full capacity. After all, he was not lacking in evolution points. As for harboring resentment towards Huanjing, that was unfounded. Everyone had their secrets. Had Zhang Yang not kept his own cards close to his chest with Huanjing, there was nothing more to discuss. One simply could not afford to be naive in the world outside. Soon after, Zhang Yang encountered the bloodline of the ancient giant elephant. Chapter 76, as one concludes. Another begins. The price of the ancient giant elephant's bloodline was not overly steep, merely 7 million points. This was not due to a lack of ambition on the part of the Elephant King. Rather, it was the most powerful of the elephant-type beasts. Unlike Zhang Yang, whose ability to seamlessly merge with various bloodlines was exceptional, others were bound by rules and lacked the prowess to deviate from them. Hey, what are you busy with? Huanjing, having observed Zhang Yang's frequent comings and goings, grew impatient. He stood on his hind legs, arms akimbo, glaring at Zhang Yang. Didn't we agree to leave? Hurry up and make your decision. All right, I'm done, Zhang Yang replied earnestly. He had replenished his evolution points to 520,000, leaving the remaining carcasses of the royal beasts unmerged for now. He would wait until he became the Wolf King before considering that. Look at the Elephant King's spirit garden. It was once thriving. Now, it is a mere shadow of its former self, with hardly any mature spirit fruits left. Do we need to inform the Elephant King? No. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Huanjing expertly leaped onto Zhang Yang's back, gripping his fur tightly in anticipation of the impending jostling. Zhang Yang did not disappoint. He ensured that Huanjing experienced a tumultuous ride. Elephant King, Master Zhang Yang has departed from the Yanggu mountain range. Go and inform that little tiger to take good care of the young wolves. The Elephant King instructed the parrot. Understood. The parrot promptly took flight. Wolf King, we have conducted a thorough search. We truly found no traces of other creatures. At the battlefield where Zhang Yang had vanquished the Deben Wolf King, hundreds of ferocious wolves were busy scouring the area, attempting to uncover any signs of other creatures' activities. Alas, they found nothing, only the imprints left by the fierce wolves. Impossible. A creature capable of slaying Deben without leaving a trace does not exist. Or are you suggesting that Deben's pack collectively went berserk? The Wolf King questioned his subordinates while simultaneously admonishing himself. There must be something amiss that he had overlooked. How could 1,000 ferocious wolves simply perish? He had examined the causes of their deaths, nearly all of which were due to a single fatal blow. Deben had met the same fate, without any tracks. Could it have been a bird of prey? But are there such powerful avians in the beast continent? Even the Eagle King lacks such capabilities. Investigate. Continue the search. No further discussion is needed. We must uncover the truth. The loss of a Wolf King cannot be brushed aside. Whoever is responsible must face the wrath of the Wolf Palace. Understood. Around this battlefield, feeble creatures dared not approach. However, other dominant races from the beast continent harbored no such reservations. They not only observed, but also exchanged mocking remarks, reveling in the misfortune of the malevolent wolves. Tigers, lions, bears, and leopards all gathered, while the Eagle clan, with their fierce Eagle Kings, soared above. This was a spectacle that invited chaos. Yet, every spectacle must eventually conclude. After several days of watching without any significant developments from the wolves, these formidable beasts could no longer remain. After a few days of amusement, they all retreated. However, as one group departed, another arrived. Zhang Yang appeared, accompanied by the fierce and battle-hardened Huanjing, who had hastily journeyed from the Yanggu mountain range without a moment's pause. Though Zhang Yang currently enjoyed a robust lifespan, the opening of the beast passage loomed closer, urging him to act swiftly. With the presence of the malevolent wolves, would he engage them? Huanjing, molded by Zhang Yang into a warrior, had shed his previously cautious demeanor. Now, he sought confrontation at the first hint of trouble. Zhang Yang was not in a hurry to strike. He aspired to become the king of the malevolent wolves, not merely to eliminate them all, as that would be a hollow victory. Who among these wolves held dominion here? With an air of authority, Zhang Yang approached the battlefield, his voice resonating even before his form arrived. The Yangli Wolf King, responsible for overseeing the area, heard Zhang Yang's call. Truth be told, Yangli was irked. He had been the subject of ridicule for several days, with no regard shown by the tigers, leopards, and bears, just as he thought he was rid of the onlookers. Another unwitting creature appeared. This is my domain, Yangli. Who are you? Yangli sprinted towards Zhang Yang, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the imposing figure of a powerful alpha wolf. Yet, such stature did not grant him the right to arrogance. I am Zhang Yang. It was I who vanquished Deben, he declared. The moment Zhang Yang's words escaped his lips, every malevolent wolf within earshot froze in disbelief. The killer of King Deben had materialized? Yet, upon seeing Zhang Yang's size, derision filled their hearts. You, an alpha wolf, managed to slay Deben? Why not ascend to the heavens? Yangli's frustration mounted. In his eyes, Zhang Yang sought to usurp the position of power by standing upon the corpse of the fallen Deben. Did he truly underestimate their intelligence? Believing that mere words could earn him the title of Wolf King, Yangli, fueled by anger, charged at Zhang Yang, eager to teach him a lesson while venting his pent-up fury. Foolish pup, you've come to your own demise. Do not blame Yangli for your folly. Zhang Yang, however, remained unfazed. Huanjing, reveling in the chaos, knew that Zhang Yang possessed the prowess to handle the situation. Slaying a Wolf King would surely yield a substantial amount of evolution points. When he defeated Deben, he acquired 10,000. Although his mental fortitude had reached its peak, he sought further enhancement, hoping to gain 5 or 8,000 this time. Still a considerable bounty. Die! Zhang Yang uttered a single word, and in an instant, his speed surged. This explosive power was not only a result of agility, but also of strength. The ground beneath him yielded 2 significant impressions as his claws shot forth. To communicate effectively with these malevolent wolves, they must recognize his strength. Yangli would serve as the perfect stepping stone. Unbeknownst to Yangli, he played a pivotal role as a cold gleam flashed before his eyes. Chapter 77. The newly arrived with great ambition. That gleam belonged to Zhang Yang's claws. And before Yangli could formulate another thought, his consciousness vanished. A swift execution. To captivate the attention of the surrounding wolves, Zhang Yang deliberately employed a formidable strike. The combination of overwhelming strength and the sharpness of his claws resulted in a terrifying scene. Yangli's neck was cleanly severed. Ding! Kill the malevolent wolf. Evolution points 5,000. As Yangli's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, several onlooking wolves were left in shock. The Wolf King Yangli has perished just like that? My heavens! Whoever flees, I shall hunt. Zhang Yang's words echoed menacingly, halting the retreating wolves in their tracks. Leave 50 behind to clear the battlefield. The rest follow me to the Wolf Palace. From now on, you shall all serve under Zhang Yang. He commanded, silently contemplating. Wolf Mountain, I've sent another to accompany you in death. Do not fret, this is merely the beginning. More Wolf Kings shall follow, becoming your subordinates in the afterlife. Zhang Yang had not forgotten Wolf Mountain. He had resolved to eliminate all Wolf Kings within the Wolf Palace. The oppression of weaker wolf clans stemmed from the decisions of their leaders, not the ordinary malevolent wolves. Zhang Yang intended to eradicate the Wolf Kings of the Wolf Palace and instill a true sense of wolfishness among the malevolent wolves. Would they dare defy Zhang Yang? They would not. Submitting to the powerful was ingrained in their nature. To them, Zhang Yang's defeat of Yangli signified his ascendance as the new Wolf King. Thus, Zhang Yang's commands carried weight. With 50 wolves remaining to tend to the battlefield, Zhang Yang, flanked by a throng of malevolent wolves, journeyed to the heart of the Wolf Palace, the sacred ground of the Wolf clan on the Beast Continent. Describing it as sacred was somewhat exaggerated. The Wolf Palace lay upon a verdant plain, adorned with grass reaching half a man's height and scant trees. The shadows of many dark-furred wolves danced across the landscape. Guided by the pack, Zhang Yang arrived at the confluence of the plain and the riverbank. Indeed, the Wolf Palace boasted a spirit garden. Upon reaching the riverside, Zhang Yang beheld the spirit garden of the Wolf Palace. These spiritual plants flourished along the riverbank, their number exceeding even that of the Elephant King's garden. Numerous ripe spirit fruits dangled, appearing ample enough for Zhang Yang to indulge for a considerable time. Wolf King, this is our spirit garden, but we lack the privilege to enter. Even if you wish to enter, the consent of the other Wolf Kings is required. One of the wolves who had escorted Zhang Yang spoke cautiously, uncertain of his temperament. If Zhang Yang proved to be a bloodthirsty entity, a single misstep could lead to their demise. And where are the other Wolf Kings? Summon them. Zhang Yang's tone was frigid, emanating a palpable aura of menace. The surrounding wolves shuddered. Yet, before they could respond, the guardian of the spirit garden approached. Which pack do you belong to? What brings you to the spirit garden? Should they eliminate him, would that not provoke the other Wolf Kings? Zhang Yang gazed at his subordinates, and the ferocious wolf under his scrutiny felt a wave of fear. Indeed, this new Wolf King was a bloodthirsty being, eager to spill blood at the slightest provocation. The next moment, the anguished howls of the wicked wolf echoed through the air. Zhang Yang refrained from delivering a fatal blow immediately, allowing the creature to have its moment of suffering, which would also alert the other wolf kings to the commotion. Zhang Yang's strategy proved effective. The spirit plantation was the true heartland of the Wicked Wolf Palace, the most crucial location without a doubt. The other wolf kings resided nearby, and any disturbance in the spirit plantation would quickly reach their ears. The intrusion was significant, and soon all the wolf kings who heard the commotion arrived at the spirit plantation, where they encountered Zhang Yang. Before they could even inquire, one of Zhang Yang's subordinates rushed to report the news of Yang Li's demise at Zhang Yang's hands. "You killed Yang Li? Why?" The most powerful wolf king stepped forward, visibly displeased. "If you possess the ability to become a wolf king, we would not obstruct your ascent. In fact, we would even share our subordinates with you, as it would strengthen the pack, an event to be welcomed. However, killing other wolf kings to prove your worth is simply unacceptable. Do you not understand the loss this inflicts upon the entire pack? As a wolf king, you must possess a broader perspective. Do you not comprehend?" This formidable wolf king sought to enlighten Zhang Yang. Yet, Zhang Yang was not one to be easily instructed. "Why should you know? Because you are all destined to die," Zhang Yang retorted coldly, offering no respect to the wolf kings. To be frank, he had no desire to engage in conversation with these weaklings. Even if they all charged at him, he would remain unperturbed. The other wolf kings were taken aback. "My heavens, is this newcomer so arrogant as to wish to eliminate us all? Is this merely a dream?" They were genuinely skeptical of Zhang Yang's ability to have slain Yang Li. "Very well, we shall test your strength. If you possess sufficient power, we shall forgive your words," one wolf king declared. The wicked wolves, individually weaker than other formidable beings, required unity. Thus, even if Zhang Yang spoke disrespectfully, should his strength prove adequate, they would choose to pardon him. The young do not understand. A proper education will suffice. A test? Then let it begin. Zhang Yang took the initiative to strike. His sudden burst of speed astonished the wolf kings. When his claws landed upon the advancing wolf king, their astonishment morphed into terror. Zhang Yang's claws inflicted deep, gaping wounds upon the wolf king, capable of tearing through half his throat if aimed at the neck. "Stop!" the strongest wolf king commanded, as Zhang Yang's actions had already demonstrated his might. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang had no intention of halting. After rending the wolf king's body, he turned and sank his teeth into the king's neck, ruthlessly ferocious. The wolf's blood stained Zhang Yang's face. As he released his grip, the wolf king fell. "You shall all perish." With these words, Zhang Yang offered no opportunity for the wolf kings to respond and launched into a frenzy of killing. The ordinary wicked wolves, terrified, scattered, realizing that this conflict between wolf kings was beyond their involvement. "Fools, unite and kill him." The wolf kings barked in frustration. In their eyes, Zhang Yang had become a mad wolf that needed to be exterminated. Yet, they had gravely miscalculated their own strength. Zhang Yang, with his attributes amplified by innate gifts, far surpassed these wolf kings. To him, they were merely slightly stronger wicked wolves, nothing more. Thus, the outcome was swift and decisive. Zhang Yang accrued nearly 50,000 evolution points, and all the wolf kings of the Wicked Wolf Palace fell, lifelessly strewn across the ground. "Gather all wicked wolves. Your new wolf king has a meeting to conduct." Chapter 78. Mission triggered, counterattack exuding an aura of dominance. Despite Zhang Yang's physique not being as imposing as that of the other wolf kings, his presence was undeniably formidable, especially with the corpses of the other wolf kings lying at his feet. The leading wolves exchanged glances before all kneeling, their howls brimming with submission. There was no need for them to summon their subordinates. Upon hearing their long howls, all wicked wolves converged at the riverside. The command was executed flawlessly. Once all the wicked wolves had gathered, Zhang Yang made his appearance. He found a relatively elevated position within the spirit plantation, raising his head high so that all his subordinates could behold his towering figure. "From this day forth, I, Zhang Yang, shall be the wolf king, the sole wolf king of the Wicked Wolf Palace." Ding. Mission accomplished. True Wolf King. Mission rewards. Lifespan 30 days. Evolution points 50,000. Evolution points storage cap 50,000. The mission rewards were quite generous, and Zhang Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "All right, ordinary wicked wolves, you may disperse. Only the leading wolves shall remain." The wicked wolves had expected Zhang Yang to deliver an elaborate speech, but were taken aback by his succinct proclamation. Wasn't there to be a meeting? Is that all? Nonetheless, who were they to question the wolf king? His words carried significant weight. The wolf pack retreated. Zhang Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not that he lacked resolve. Rather, the preceding scene had been somewhat overwhelming. The sight of over 1,000 wicked wolves gathered was impressive, yet when compared to tens of thousands, it seemed trivial. The sheer mass of darkness had indeed placed considerable pressure upon Zhang Yang. Primarily, he had never led such a large group before, and uncertainty gnawed at him. What if he misstepped and tarnished the Wolf King's reputation? The other rules of the Wicked Wolf Palace remained unchanged, save for one: no further demands for contributions from other wolf tribes, and no oppression of other tribes. Strong individuals from other tribes would also be permitted to join the Wicked Wolf Palace. Do you understand? The leading wolves were lost in thought. They comprehended the message, yet did not grasp its implications. Without raiding other wolf tribes for their spiritual fruits, how would the Wicked Wolf Palace continue to thrive? They harbored many concerns, especially with the recent demise of the palace's wolf kings. This was a prime opportunity for other races, and it was clear that a fierce battle loomed ahead for the Wicked Wolf Palace, with inevitable casualties. If they did not collect spiritual fruits from other tribes or recruit expendable forces, how could the Wicked Wolf Palace survive on this mundane beast continent? The heads of the wolves were filled with trepidation, yet none dared to voice their concerns to Zhang Yang. He was far too ruthless. They preferred to temper the situation before addressing it. For the time being, they would acquiesce to Zhang Yang's commands, trusting that he would eventually recognize the current circumstances and reinstate the previous rules. Yes, Wolf King, there is nothing more. Should you encounter any issues in the future, report directly to me. You may leave. Zhang Yang gestured for the leading wolves to depart. As for the cleanup of the battlefield, he did not mention it, and the other wicked wolves dared not intervene. Once all the wicked wolves had vanished, Huan Jing leaped onto Zhang Yang's shoulder. What do you plan to do with the bodies of these wolf kings? I will handle it. You go eat the spiritual fruits. Zhang Yang chose not to have the wicked wolves dispose of the wolf king's remains, as there was a purpose behind it. Very well, suit yourself. I'm off to eat. Huan Jing was elated. From now on, it would be her private garden, a place where she could indulge freely without needing to seek permission. She had already begun to consider Zhang Yang as one of her own, showing no hesitation in her interactions with him. After Huan Jing departed, Zhang Yang approached the corpse of the Wolf King. Fusion, he commanded. Ding. This fusion requires the expenditure of 10,000 evolution points, with a success rate of 78. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. This was a question he had pondered recently. Fusing with different species required significant evolution points to increase the success rate, but merging with the wolves posed no such requirement due to their similar anatomical structures. Initially, Zhang Yang had believed that fusing with the Wolf King would yield little benefit, as he found nothing of interest in the components of the Wolf Kings. However, circumstances had changed. The physical attributes of these creatures were undoubtedly superior to his own, far exceeding those of the beast kings from the Yanggu mountain range. Considering that these wolf kings were categorized as ferocious beasts, therefore, merging with them would surely be advantageous. Fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. Body potential 5. Evolution point storage limit 50. 000. What the? Wait a moment. Why was there no choice given? It was supposed to have 2 options, yet I was not allowed to select. And the benefits were simply conferred upon me? Not only did my body potential increase, but so did my evolution point storage limit. While this was indeed gratifying, Zhang Yang felt compelled to seek clarity. Ding. Merging with creatures of the same species grants all fusion rewards. Oh heavens, Zhang Yang lamented. Had I known this earlier, I would not have discarded Debin's corpse, effectively forfeiting 5 points of potential and an additional 50,000 evolution point storage limit. Heartbroken, he called out, Yang Li, bring the corpse of the Yang Li Wolf King to me. He recalled Yang Li, whom he had defeated earlier, and whose body remained well preserved. The band of ferocious wolves, numbering in the hundreds and specifically chosen by Zhang Yang to follow him, quickly responded, yes, Wolf King. These creatures had become Zhang Yang's personal guard. With their response, Zhang Yang's spirits lifted considerably, and he proceeded to fuse with the other wolf kings. He would not allow a single corpse to go to waste. Just as humans are varied, so too are wolves. No 2 individuals are identical. Thus, the bodies of these wolf kings could supplement Zhang Yang's deficiencies, enhancing both his body potential and evolution point storage limit. Upon completing the fusion of all the Wolf King's corpses, his body attribute limit reached 160 points, while his evolution point storage limit skyrocketed to over 1 million. Now, should Zhang Yang desire, he could swiftly accumulate evolution points through the recovery of spirit fruits, and then exchange them for the most basic ferocious beast bloodline. However, Zhang Yang had no intentions of making such an exchange. After all, who was Zhang Yang? He was destined to tread upon divine and demonic entities. A lowly ferocious beast bloodline was unworthy of his stature. Moreover, he was reluctant to expend evolution points. Although the spirit fruits in the Evil Wolf Palace's spirit garden were plentiful, the mature fruits were indeed limited, and Zhang Yang could not afford to squander these evolution points. He needed to allocate them wisely. Days passed without incident, as Zhang Yang and Huan Jing lingered in the spirit garden. On the following day, at dawn, a ferocious wolf rushed to the outskirts of the garden. Wolf King, trouble is brewing. The leopard clan has begun encroaching on our territory. Ding. Mission triggered. Counteroffensive. Mission requirements. Lead the ferocious wolves to reclaim at least 50 of the leopard clan's territory. Mission reward. Unknown. Gather half the wolves and prepare to confront them. Zhang Yang commanded, invigorated by the system's mission. He had previously been unaware of the existence of the leopard clan. Were they truly coming to present him with fragments of the agility talent? Chapter 79. The Arrogant and Reckless Foe. I shall slay you. Zhang Yang's agility talent was currently at an advanced level, yet he was still far from reaching the pinnacle. The primary challenge lay in locating leopards. Now, with the leopard clan attacking, it felt as though a comforting pillow had arrived just as he was about to doze off. The wolf that had delivered the news felt uneasy. Oh dear, confront them? My wolf king, how are we to confront them? All the leopard kings have arrived, accompanied by a majority of their clan. Do you truly believe they will adhere to the same rules as we ferocious wolves? When your kings battle, we, as their subordinates, are not permitted to intervene. However, in a clash between clans, it is not merely a matter between your kings. If you dare charge into the leopard ranks, they could easily crush you in an instant. My king, we do not have enough kings to engage them directly. Perhaps we should concede some territory instead. Should we heed your counsel, or mine? Zhang Yang squinted, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Yes, my king, your word is law. With no choice but to comply, the wolf had to acquiesce despite harboring dissenting thoughts. 5,000 ferocious wolves gathered, commanded by 50 head wolves, with clearly defined roles. However, Zhang Yang found it challenging to direct these 50 head wolves. It was not that they were disobedient, but rather that, in practice, their distances were too great. The distant head wolves could not receive Zhang Yang's commands in a timely manner. It was no wonder so many wolf kings led the ferocious wolves. This was a crucial factor. Zhang Yang understood that one wolf king leading 10 head wolves would effectively unleash the pack's strongest combat potential. Now, he was struggling to command 50 head wolves. Nevertheless, he did not expect the ferocious wolves to bear the brunt of the battle. He intended to take matters into his own hands. Brothers, when we slay the leopards, do not expect to gain any talent fragments. Instead, disperse and surround the leopard pack. Just ensure they do not break through the encirclement. The rest is up to me. Zhang Yang outlined his strategy in advance. The head wolves were taken aback. Is it really that simple? Shouldn't we discuss how to launch an ambush, who will attack, and who will defend? How did such a grand battle become so trivial in the mouth of our wolf king? Did you understand? Zhang Yang was dissatisfied. Having given his instructions, he found the lack of response from his subordinates disconcerting. Did they not regard their wolf king with esteem? Understood. Yet mere comprehension was insufficient. They could not simply watch as the last remaining wolf king of the evil wolf palace perished. Without a leader, no matter how numerous the wolves, they would be as scattered as loose sand. But who could persuade Zhang Yang at this moment? No one could persuade Zhang Yang. However, the leading wolves secretly united and made a decision. Each selected a temporary commander from their respective packs, who would execute Zhang Yang's orders. Reluctantly, these alpha wolves had no choice but to follow Zhang Yang, committed to protecting him from the interference of other leopard clans. If Zhang Yang could eliminate 5 leopard kings in a short time, they would claim victory in this battle. Unbeknownst to him, should he have learned of the alpha wolf's decision, he might have been touched. Yet, he was destined to remain unaware. As soon as the leopard pack came into view, Zhang Yang charged forward with a fierce cry. Though his agility attribute remained at 110 points, his speed was beyond that of the alpha wolves. In mere moments, he had sprinted far ahead. At that moment, the 50 wolves felt an unspoken sentiment, wondering if it was appropriate to voice it. How reckless was their king? Was he truly going to assault a leopard pack of nearly 3,000 alone? They resolved to follow, disregarding their fears. They could not abandon their wolf king. It was unthinkable. Executing Zhang Yang's strategy was absurd. The wild wolves did not expect to defend their territory. They merely wished for their king's survival. Zhang Yang was exhilarated, charging fiercely. It was his first encounter with such a multitude of leopards, and he felt as though he was about to amass agility fragments. As he approached the leopard pack, the strongest leopard king recognized Zhang Yang's identity. Zhang Yang, larger than an average alpha wolf, fit their intelligence reports. The audacity of his charge irked the leopard kings, who had initially considered negotiating with the wild wolves to establish an unequal treaty rather than intending to harm them. In terms of numbers, the leopard clan could not compete with the wild wolves, who were the most populous among the top-tier races. A direct confrontation would only benefit other races, which the leopards wished to avoid. Yet, the new wolf king's boldness was unsettling. Was he attempting to intimidate them? Zhang Yang paid no heed to the leopard king and plunged into the pack. The leopards were not ordinary either. They were on par with the leopard Zhang Yang had previously vanquished in the Yanggu Mountains. Yet, they were utterly weak, unable to withstand even a single encounter with him. After his claws swept through, chaos ensued. No evolution points, no talent fragments. Zhang Yang's eyes reddened in frustration. Had it all been in vain? He initially believed he could gather fragments, but now it seemed impossible. Killing ordinary leopards yielded no evolution points. He could only focus on the leopard kings. The alpha wolves trailing Zhang Yang were on the verge of tears, fearing they would witness his demise amidst the leopards. They thought it sufficient for him to flaunt his prowess at the periphery, but he charged straight into their midst. What a reckless act. The alpha wolves were at a loss on how to express their feelings. Should they follow? Yes, they would share the burden of their king. Without further ado, they surged forward, knowing they lacked the power to penetrate the leopard pack, but could provide support from the outside. The wolf pack collided with the leopards. Zhang Yang immediately sensed something amiss. Why were they fighting? Hadn't he instructed them to hold their ground? With that thought, Zhang Yang howled, his voice resonating like thunder, suppressing the sounds of battle. The wolves understood his call, and the leopards did too. An audacious challenger had arrived, and one leopard king could no longer contain himself. This brash individual had come to their doorstep. They could not let him go unchecked. What had Zhang Yang said? He was audacious enough to command the wild wolves to block the leopards, preventing their escape. Could they tolerate such insolence? Any leopard king with a semblance of sanity would find it intolerable. Thus, the leopard king lunged at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang welcomed the challenge. Look at how charming this little leopard was, abandoning its speed to engage him in direct combat. The leopard king was infuriated, realizing that his arrival only seemed to invigorate Zhang Yang. Very well, he would not disappoint him. He must keep him exhilarated. The leopard king's physique was comparable to Zhang Yang's, but his muscular form appeared more refined and powerful. Yet, mere aesthetics would not suffice. As the two clashed, the leopard king quickly regained his senses. Zhang Yang's strength was overwhelming. He was no match. A simple body collision sent the leopard king tumbling across the ground. However, the leopard king was experienced and, having regained his wits, refused to engage in a futile struggle. He aimed to exploit his speed to escape. But Zhang Yang had no intention of letting his prey slip away. The opportunity was too precious to let go. As the leopard king attempted to distance himself, Zhang Yang pursued relentlessly, refusing to allow any leopards obstruct his path. Those who attempted to impede him were mercilessly thrown aside. It was no rarity for a single collision to leave ordinary leopards severely injured or even dead. The leopard king, seeking to create distance, found Zhang Yang too close for comfort. Determined, he resolved to leverage Zhang Yang's strength to break free. Zhang Yang sensed the leopard king's intent. However, there are some strengths one cannot borrow without the owner's consent. Zhang Yang was unwilling to lend his power to the leopard king, so he retaliated with his claws. When they collided again, Zhang Yang fiercely embraced the leopard king's body. The leopard king successfully harnessed Zhang Yang's strength and was propelled away. Yet, he was still tethered to Zhang Yang during this flight. In the midst of this chaotic escape, Zhang Yang bit the leopard king. The leopard king was indignant. If Zhang Yang dared to bite him, he would retaliate in kind. But was the leopard king's hide not a tad too resilient? The leopard king discovered that, despite his formidable fangs and biting strength, he struggled to penetrate Zhang Yang's fur, which proved even tougher than that of some aged cowhide. The two monarchs tumbled on the ground, rolling incessantly, while the ordinary leopards dared not intervene, recognizing one of the combatants as their king. When the tumultuous rolling ceased, only one shadowy figure rose from the earth. Zhang Yang, dissatisfied with the dust coating his body, shook his fur, envisioning how splendid and smooth it would appear with a touch of conditioner. Of course, the bloodied visage of the wolf was somewhat out of place. The leopard king remained motionless, his body twitching on the ground. How unreasonable was Zhang Yang? During their fierce clash, he had brought the leopard king to the brink of death. When the leopard king's convulsions finally ceased, the system chimed, ding. Slain beast-level leopard, evolution value 5000. Swift talent fragment, advanced 1. Initially brimming with pride, Zhang Yang's expression instantly soured upon hearing the system's announcement. His arrogance vanished, replaced by a glimmer of greed. Could the leopard king truly yield advanced swift fragments? My heavens, what a delight! Zhang Yang's gaze shifted to the remaining 4 leopard kings, his eyes gleaming with avarice. If he could eliminate the rest of the leopard kings, assembling a top-tier swift talent stone would not merely be a dream, but an imminent reality. Zhang Yang had amassed quite a collection of swift talent fragments. Dispatching these remaining leopard kings would suffice for synthesis. The fragments dropped by the remaining wolf-level leopards could also be used to forge a talent stone for the wolf king. The leopard king was dead? The leopard pack was in turmoil. They had never anticipated their king's demise, and so effortlessly at that. Together they sprang forth. The remaining 4 leopard kings emerged, having discerned Zhang Yang's strength and felt the disarray among the leopards. If they did not confront the threat at this moment, the pack would surely fracture. Despite being besieged, Zhang Yang felt no fear. On the contrary, he was irked. How could he prevent these creatures from fleeing? In a direct confrontation, he could dispatch these leopard kings in no time. However, should they choose to flee, he might find it challenging to intercept them, especially if they scattered. Alas, such is the burden of excellence. Let them savor a taste of victory. Zhang Yang resolved to serve as bait. If these leopard kings glimpsed the dawn of triumph, they would be less inclined to flee. After all, each of these leopard kings represented hundreds of talent fragments. What a staggering amount of evolution value. For such a reward, Zhang Yang deemed a slight sacrifice acceptable. The battle erupted. The leopard kings had no words for Zhang Yang. They were determined to finish him off. Zhang Yang feigned timidity, refraining from initiating an attack and appearing helpless against the leopard king that clung to him, gnawing relentlessly. His demeanor contrasted sharply with the valor he had previously exhibited. However, unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yang had been quietly executing his strategy, stealthily raking his claws across each leopard king's legs. The wounds were shallow but sufficient to impair their speed. Such injuries were inevitable in battle, and when compared to the harm Zhang Yang had endured, they were negligible. As the leopard kings continued to gnaw on him, his fur became drenched in crimson. The timing was not yet right. He needed to bide his time. Zhang Yang remained unprepared to retaliate. Despite his disheveled appearance, his injuries were not severe, a mere trickle of blood that a bottle of intermediate healing potion could easily remedy. In stark contrast, the leopard kings were faring poorly. Within mere minutes of the melee, they were all limping. Are you ready to meet your end? Good heavens, what is happening? Has the new wolf king gone mad? After we've bitten him to this extent, he still has the audacity to suggest we perish? Is he attempting to intimidate us with his presence? The leopard kings laughed, but their mirth was short-lived. Suddenly, those gnawing at Zhang Yang's back were unceremoniously flung off, without any hesitation. The two leopard kings attracting Zhang Yang's attention fared even worse. They experienced his wrath firsthand, a blow that left them reeling. Of course, merely reeling was not a significant issue. A quick shake of the head would restore clarity. However, upon regaining their senses, they realized the gravity of their predicament. Why? Because all four leopard kings had sustained injuries to their legs, their bodies otherwise unscathed. Yet their legs bled profusely. Although they could still move, running would prove arduous. This is bad. It's a trap. The leopard kings were not foolish. Observing their condition, they quickly recognized the alarming situation. It's my turn. Zhang Yang stood tall, entering a state of ultimate expansion. Now that it was evident the leopard kings could not escape unscathed, he intended to ensure they all remained. The wolf king surged forth, exuding an imposing aura, especially with his bloodied form, a sight that incited chaos among the leopard kings, who were now offering their lives. Faced with Zhang Yang's lethal claws, they possessed no means of defense. While it may not be accurate to claim he dispatched them one by one, it was close enough. Anyone who allowed Zhang Yang to close the distance was destined to perish. One leopard king fell. Two leopard kings fell. The third had long fled, directing the remaining leopards to assault Zhang Yang. Yet, even the leopard kings could not withstand Zhang Yang's brilliance. The ordinary leopards were merely fodder. No, not fodder. Zhang Yang had no appetite for such unsavory fare. He had his sights set on the leopard kings, and every obstructing leopard was sent flying by his brute force. He bulldozed through them as though they were mere obstacles, indiscriminately flattening everything in his path. The leopard kings were driven to desperation, fleeing for their lives. However, their legs faltered. They could not maintain speed. Not only did they struggle to run, but after a few strides, they stumbled. One could hardly say it was a matter of life or death, but it certainly felt perilous. Zhang Yang approached from behind without mercy, delivering a vicious bite. This bite left a gaping wound on the leopard king's nape. Without casting a glance back, Zhang Yang turned and walked away, harboring no regrets. The remaining leopard king did not flee, not out of recklessness, but because he understood escape was futile. Directing the leopards to surround Zhang Yang was an ineffective tactic. As the leopards lacked the unity of wolves, they were well aware that charging into battle would only lead to their demise. They would not be so foolish as to rush forth. Thus, the final outcome aligned perfectly with Zhang Yang's desires. He eliminated all the leopard kings, the evolution value insignificant. Yet the swift fragments brought him immense satisfaction. At last, he had gathered enough. This is indeed no easy feat. Zhang Yang had long acquired the gift of agility. Yet it is only now that he has managed to elevate it to its pinnacle. However, this is not the end. A group of leopards is gathered here. Not merely observing, but rather eager to flee. Come back. You shall not be harmed, provided you reveal the leader among you, he offers, demonstrating his magnanimity. If possible, he would prefer not to disrupt the ecological balance of the beast continent. Yet, the leaders of the leopards must perish, for they are the ones capable of providing Zhang Yang with fragments of talent. Their demise is deserved. Upon hearing of such favorable terms, the ordinary leopards quickly became Zhang Yang's accomplices, identifying all the leaders without hesitation. Even if the leopards wished to cheat, it was futile, as the leaders, being the best fed, were easily distinguishable by their rotund physiques. When all the leaders stood before Zhang Yang, a smile graced his lips. The number was substantial enough to yield 2 intermediate talent stones. Although the leaders could only drop intermediate talent fragments, that was more than sufficient for the wolf king. The outcome was inevitable. All the leaders of the leopards met their end. They exhibited a semblance of spirit, attempting to resist. Yet all defiance was rendered meaningless in the face of Zhang Yang's blade. True to his word, he spared the ordinary leopards. However, he could not simply let the leopard pack go unchallenged. The wolves drove the leopards towards their territory. The system task required Zhang Yang to seize half of the leopard's domain. Moreover, he had further plans. The evil wolf hall possessed spiritual gardens. Surely the leopard pack had them as well. Zhang Yang intended to conduct a thorough sweep of the leopard's spiritual garden, leaving not even the unripe spiritual fruits behind. The wolves, driving the leopards forward, were taken aback. None had anticipated such an occurrence. Could it truly be manipulated in this manner? The admiration of all head wolves for Zhang Yang could be likened to an unending river. Their demeanor was excessively obsequious. My king, do you find our performance satisfactory? The head wolves, eager to curry favor, surrounded Zhang Yang, each wishing to present themselves. Who defied my command just now? Zhang Yang's expression was anything but amiable. His countenance darkened as he radiated an aura of menace. The head wolf who had rushed to aid Zhang Yang felt a bitter pang in his heart. Given Zhang Yang's domineering nature, he could expect no leniency. The Wolf King might resort to making an example of him. Those daring enough to disobey would surely face punishment. To their credit, the wolves displayed a sense of loyalty. They refrained from immediately identifying the rebellious head wolf. However, this head wolf, unwilling to implicate his comrades, stepped forward of his own accord. "My king, it was I, Humph, for daring to defy my orders. You shall face retribution." Zhang Yang maintained his icy demeanor. The head wolf's heart sank further. A punishment is a punishment, but it shouldn't cost me my life, should it? He thought anxiously. "Yes, my king." The head wolf knelt, submitting to his fate. "Rise. Your lack of ambition is disheartening. From now on, you shall manage the leopard pack's spiritual garden, leading 2,000 evil wolves to guard it." Zhang Yang, possessing a keen intellect, understood the importance of not undermining his subordinates for the sake of the Wolf King's authority. The head wolf's willingness to rally his fellow wolves to Zhang Yang's aid touched him. This was a demonstration of loyalty. "You shall keep your distance from the wolf pack. Do you accept this?" Zhang Yang remarked, exasperated by the head wolf's foolish gaze upon him, revealing his lack of comprehension. In the next moment, tears glistened in the head wolf's eyes. This wolf was not foolish. He recognized that this was indeed a reward from Zhang Yang. Leading 2,000 evil wolves independently was a feat even the previous Wolf King could not accomplish. The authority to oversee the leopard pack's spiritual garden was monumental, akin to being a regional governor. "My king, I will ensure the garden is well taken care of," he pledged. "Incorrect. It is not for me, but for yourself. I shall only take a share of the spiritual fruits. All future harvests will belong to you. You are entitled to bring 10 head wolves with you. Go arrange it," Zhang Yang asserted with formidable authority, turning away without granting the other head wolves a moment of admiration. All the head wolves were left speechless. Just yesterday, they were filled with despair, convinced that the evil wolf hall was doomed. Yet now, they had entirely reversed their stance. This was not the end, but rather the dawn of a resurgence. "Behold, this is our Wolf King. Oppressing one's kin is truly shameful. Seizing the spiritual gardens of other races is the true mark of tyranny." The head wolf, entrusted with a mission by Zhang Yang, regarded him as the undisputed sovereign in his heart. "Yes, this is true dominance. I shall endure some hardships and accompany you to the leopard tribe. There may be dangers awaiting us, and I will assist you." "Bah, you shameless opportunist. Simply stating your intent to reap benefits while boasting so brazenly. If that is the case, take me along. I will follow you." The head wolves exchanged banter, their spirits lifted. "Do not rush. Do you think that with our Wolf King's approach, he would spare other races? Following the Wolf King means there will be meat to eat." One astute head wolf's eyes sparkled with insight. He did not hastily demand to join the leopard territory, but instead envisioned a future for the wolf pack. If Zhang Yang could lead them to seize the leopard's spiritual garden today, tomorrow they could target the tiger tribe, the lion tribe, or even the bear tribe. Prompted by this head wolf's realization, the others quickly grasped the implications. "Absolutely correct. You, come here, you." The keen head wolf's words reached Zhang Yang's ears, earning him Zhang Yang's approval. Those with sharp minds would be valued. Zhang Yang decided that this head wolf would be assigned to oversee the next spiritual garden. The head wolf, singled out, felt immense joy as he hurried to Zhang Yang's side. "My king, you possess a sharp mind. You will be in charge of the next spiritual garden." "Thank you, my king." Following this commotion, the head wolves began racking their brains, contemplating how to catch Zhang Yang's attention. While Zhang Yang had appointed the next garden overseer, there were still at least 2 more titles up for grabs. Whoever could impress Zhang Yang with their performance would earn his favor. Our wits may not be sharp enough to utter words that please the Wolf King, but our strength can speak volumes. Next time, I shall charge into battle and earn the king's acknowledgement. Full of vigor, Zhang Yang managed to rally the wolves without making any promises. This exemplifies the notion that no one stirs early without a motive. Money and wealth captivate hearts. And this holds true even among the ferocious wolf pack. Who does not aspire to become a formidable presence that commands respect? With an opportunity at hand, everyone desires to ascend. The endeavor to seize the territory of the leopard clan proceeded remarkably smoothly, as the leopards offered no resistance whatsoever. With the leopard king dead, the leopards, lacking any cohesive authority, had no choice but to flee. Zhang Yang felt a pang of distress. He did not wish to disrupt the ecological balance. He intended to leave half of the leopard territory for their development. Yet, the leopards were overly compliant. By the time the wolf pack invaded the heart of the leopard territory, most of the leopards had already fled. However, a few remained. Some cunning leopards dashed into the spiritual plantation to indulge themselves. They aimed to satiate their hunger before fleeing. Yet, they dared not vandalize the plantation. Not out of compassion, but out of fear of the pursuing wolves. Nonetheless, they underestimated Zhang Yang's obsession with the spiritual plantation. While they feasted, Zhang Yang had a leopard guide him to block their exit from the plantation. This was a true blockade. The leopard's spiritual plantation was located by the riverbank. with its entrance nestled between two adjacent cliffs. With the river at the back and cliffs on either side, escape seemed impossible. At Zhang Yang's howl, all the leopards within the plantation emerged one by one. Watching them emerge with juicy mouths filled with food, Zhang Yang's heart ached. This was all his evolution value. Wolf King, I realize my mistakes. I have crucial information to share. Please do not kill me. Some cowardly leopards cried out upon appearing before Zhang Yang. Crucial information? What is it? Zhang Yang, ready to unleash his wrath, halted upon hearing the shout. He genuinely wanted to know what this creature had to say for its life. I know why the leopard kings were able to launch an attack on you so swiftly. Oh, pray tell. Zhang Yang was intrigued. The slaughter of all the wolf kings had occurred just yesterday. Such a matter could not remain concealed, yet it would not reach the leopard clan so swiftly. Even if the news did circulate, surely the leopards would question its authenticity. It was the bald eagles from the Yanggu mountain range who informed our leopard king about the events occurring within the wolf territory. At the mention of the bald eagles, the leopards grimaced with hatred. They despised them. Had it not been for the bald eagles' instigation, the leopard kings would not have dared to encroach upon the wolf territory. Zhang Yang had almost forgotten about the bald eagles. Before activating level 4 in the system shop, he had been mindful of them, but post-activation, they slipped from his thoughts. Spending a hefty sum of evolution value to transform into something unrecognizable was not Zhang Yang's ambition. He had not anticipated that these bald eagles would bear a grudge and secretly plot against him. Contemplating this, Zhang Yang gazed skyward. Despite his enhanced vision, he failed to spot the bald eagles. It seemed that slaying a single bald eagle would not instill a sense of caution in them. Zhang Yang pondered how to impart a more significant lesson to these creatures. Should he ascend the mountain and destroy their nest? That seemed implausible. The bald eagles were not foolish. They could fly, and if Zhang Yang dared to climb, they would promptly relocate their nest with their fledglings. Bald eagles, come down here, or relinquish your nest. Chapter 83. The Wolf King's decision is correct since the bald eagles harbored such a grudge and were well aware of his movements. They must be lurking in some shadowy corner, observing. These dark-hearted beings, having recognized the might of the Wolf King, would surely be hesitant to show themselves. Given his blatant threat, Zhang Yang believed his suspicions were indeed correct. His intellect served him well. The bald eagles were indeed secretly monitoring him. Relying on their ability to fly and keen eyesight, they had taken to observing Zhang Yang, noting each of his actions, even his capacity to consume the Wolf King's corpse. Naturally, they could hear his howl, yet whether to emerge was a decision left to them. After a while, seeing no sign of the bald eagles, Zhang Yang frowned. Not coming out. I thought my shout would be effective. This was rather embarrassing. He could feel the gazes of the young leopards upon him, as if they were looking at a fool. Are you deceiving me? To mask his embarrassment, Zhang Yang resolved to resort to violence. Before the leopards could respond, he launched an attack. The speed of his slaughter was truly terrifying. By the time the leopards contemplated a response, it was already too late. Their numbers were few, just a handful, serving as mere appetizers, consumed in a few bites. This is the cost of deceiving your Wolf King, collecting around 10 intermediate swift shards. Zhang Yang felt a surge of delight. The bald eagles, hidden in the dark cliffs above, witnessed his ruthless demeanor. We must unite with other beast kings to eliminate this vile wolf. Otherwise, we shall never know peace. The bald eagles felt a twinge of anxiety. In truth, they were deceiving themselves. If they had remained silent, Zhang Yang would have likely forgotten about them. However, by revealing themselves, they successfully drew Zhang Yang's attention. The bald eagles retreated, not to abandon Zhang Yang, but to rally other beast kings. Alone, the leopard clan could not withstand Zhang Yang, but perhaps a coalition of other powerful beast kings could handle him. They had witnessed the grievous state of Zhang Yang during his battle with the leopard kings. Although they had observed from a distance, they were not privy to the entire truth. They still believed Zhang Yang was on the brink of defeat. Thus, they felt a sense of confidence. Had Zhang Yang been aware of the bald eagle's thoughts, he would have certainly commended them. Their strategy was indeed clever. Zhang Yang had initially intended for them to incite other ferocious beasts to confront him, facilitating a swift resolution to the matter and preventing desperate actions that might lead to the destruction of the plantation before his arrival. System merge. When the wolf pack truly took over the territory of the leopard clan, they also presented Zhang Yang with the corpses of 5 leopard kings. These creatures were not significantly different in size from the ferocious wolves, indicating a high probability of successful fusion. Furthermore, even in the event of failure, Zhang Yang would incur minimal loss, merely a small amount of evolution value. Zhang Yang expressed that he was currently affluent in evolution value. Although some spiritual fruits from the spirit plantation had been consumed by a few leopards, a substantial quantity remained. How much could the ordinary leopards consume? They were vastly inferior compared to Zhang Yang, the glutton. Ding. This fusion will cost 10,000 evolution value, with a success rate of 65%. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The success rate had diminished, but this was anticipated by Zhang Yang. Fusion. Zhang Yang decided against using evolution value to enhance the success rate, as the difference between 65 and 70 was marginal. Ding. Fusion failed. Darn. The initial attempt was not fruitful. Continue with the fusion. Ding. This fusion will cost 10,000 evolution value, with a success rate of 65%. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Fusion. There was nothing more to say. He simply continued. Ding. Fusion successful. Options appeared before Zhang Yang. Indeed, since they belonged to different species, he could not reap the full rewards of fusion. Now the choice lay between enhancing potential or increasing the evolution value storage limit. He opted for the latter, wishing to elevate the storage limit to 400,000 as swiftly as possible, to then exchange for the bloodline of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. As for potential, it was not of immediate concern. Truthfully, in this realm of mundane beasts, there were few beings that could threaten Zhang Yang's existence. Even if such threats existed, he could augment his attributes. Presently, his attribute limit stood at 160, while his actual attributes were merely 110. This represented a substantial enhancement, sufficient to confront any arising dangers. Zhang Yang successfully fused with 4 of the 5 Leopard Kings, reinforcing his belief in the efficacy of his protagonist Halo, which brought him great satisfaction. In the following days, Zhang Yang refrained from leading the wolf pack back to the ferocious wolf palace, opting instead to remain in the leopard territory to strategize which clan to challenge next. According to intelligence gathered from his subordinates, the Tiger clan was a favorable target for Zhang Yang, primarily due to his fondness for tiger bones. Currently, he was still utilizing ordinary tiger bones. If he could acquire the bones of ferocious beasts, they would undoubtedly prove more formidable. My king, should we return to gather more of our warriors? After Zhang Yang voiced his intention to confront the Tiger clan, the next caretaker of the spirit plantation spoke up. This was particularly relevant as 2,000 wolves were to remain behind to guard the leopard territory, leaving only 3,000 to charge into the Tiger clan's domain, which seemed somewhat audacious. No need. Send out some scouts to ascertain the Tiger clan's movements and locate their spirit plantation to prevent any destruction. Zhang Yang dismissed the need for unnecessary precautions, asserting that leading a pack of wolves into the Tiger territory was merely a display of the Wolf King's might. With no expectation for them to engage in combat, it would be somewhat embarrassing for him to venture into the Tiger territory alone. Yes, my king. The Wolf clan had developed a custom of unquestioningly accepting Zhang Yang's decisions, recognizing that whatever he decreed was inherently correct. The scouts were dispatched, yet before half a day had passed, they returned with startling news. My king, the Tiger clan is advancing upon us in full force. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's mind was momentarily bewildered. He could not comprehend why the Tiger clan would undertake such an action. Was it foolishness? Were they truly repeating the Leopard clan's blunder? Chapter 84. This fellow is quite fierce suddenly. 3 words emerged in Zhang Yang's mind. Bald eagle. Excitedly, he thought. Indeed, those bald eagles have struck again. This was splendid news. However, his elation was short-lived as another wolf scout hurried back. My king, the Lion clan and Bear clan are also coming. It's almost an all-out assault. The messenger was visibly anxious. He had never witnessed such a grand display before. It was truly intimidating. Those eagles are impressive. Zhang Yang felt no trepidation. With his current strength, as long as no individual capable of turning the tide appeared, even the ferocious beasts posed little threat to him. Gather the wolf pups and bring them all into the spirit plantation. No one is to step outside. Block the entrance, and any other creatures attempting to enter shall be killed. My king, what about you? The head wolves grew anxious at Zhang Yang's orders. Although they had witnessed his might, the sheer number of adversaries, nearly 20 ferocious beast kings, not to mention other head wolves, was daunting. Even if Zhang Yang was powerful, he was still mortal. Could he possibly vanquish them all? The wolves underestimated Zhang Yang's capabilities, believing he would eventually tire. Yet, he harbored no such concerns. This situation had never occurred before, and even if it did, he could temporarily enhance his physical attributes. Of course, I shall venture out to hunt. Zhang Yang licked his lips, a wicked glint in his eye. Without waiting for the other head wolves to respond, he strode out of the spirit plantation. The head wolves gazed after him, their hearts heavy with unease. What should they do? Follow the king's orders. But there are no buts. The king's decision is always correct. We must defend this place and prevent any creature from entering. The head wolves learned from their previous mistakes during the conflict with the leopard clan. Had they not contained the leopards, those creatures might have escaped and thwarted their plans. This time, the head wolves resolved to heed Zhang Yang's commands. Having departed the spirit plantation, Zhang Yang found a vast open space. He was confident that the eagles would lead the beast kings to him. Sure enough, he had not lingered long before the ground began to tremble beneath him, a significant commotion. The exhilaration of opposing the world stirred within him, quickening his heartbeat. As the sounds drew nearer, dust clouds billowed along the horizon. Were they surrounding him? Zhang Yang discerned their intentions. Truly, they regarded him with respect. He was curious how those eagles had summoned such a formidable gathering. Their ability to attract attention was remarkable. Zhang Yang felt a surge of ambition. He wished to recruit the bald eagles as allies, recognizing their exceptional capabilities. As Zhang Yang contemplated how to win over the bald eagle, a cloud of dust approached, revealing a formidable group of beasts before him. The fearsome tiger, bear, and lion stood with an imposing presence. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In comparison, the ferocious wolves seemed rather insignificant, relying solely on their numbers and the dominance of their wolf kings to carve out a place on this mundane beast continent. In a one-on-one confrontation, the savage wolves would undoubtedly be subdued by these formidable creatures. Are you the new wolf king, Zhang Yang? The proud tiger king inquired as he approached, regarding Zhang Yang with the predatory gaze of a hunter assessing its prey. Indeed, if pride were the measure of worth, Zhang Yang would not concede to anyone. He regarded them all as beneath him, mere pretenders. Are you here to meet your demise? He retorted, refusing to answer the Tiger King's question while posing one of his own. You are quite arrogant, believing that slaying those foolish leopards grants you the right to boast. If I am unworthy, then come and challenge me directly. Zhang Yang looked down upon the speaking Tiger King with disdain, striking a nerve with his words. If the Tiger King truly believed he possessed the prowess to face Zhang Yang alone, he would not have allied with other factions to seek his downfall. As the bald eagle had mentioned, without their alliance, Zhang Yang would systematically invade their territories. Most frightening of all was the revelation that Zhang Yang could consume the corpses of other kings, enhancing his strength with each conquest. This was indeed a terrifying prospect. Seeing Zhang Yang in person, it was evident that his arrogance was palpable, as he dismissed them entirely. Are you afraid? Then come at me together, Zhang Yang provocatively beckoned, raising his paw to the fierce beasts. This gesture bore a hint of insult. The lion and tiger kings exchanged glances. Should they truly charge at Zhang Yang? Such an act would compromise their dignity as kings. Why should we dirty our hands? Let's send our minions to tear him apart, the Tiger King declared, directing his subordinates to engage. The sight of 1,000 tigers charging towards him was indeed overwhelming, but to Zhang Yang, it felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. He was no longer the vulnerable ant blown away by the tiger's breath. He was the wolf king, embodying the very essence of his kind. With a defiant roar, Zhang Yang launched a counter-offensive against the tiger horde. Today's events could not be resolved peacefully, and he had no intention of doing so. While ordinary lions and tigers did not concern him, these savage beast kings would not escape his wrath. Ding. Task activated. Exterminate the beast kings. Task requirement. Eliminate all incoming savage beast kings. Task reward. Unknown. Zhang Yang silently mocked the system, relishing the thrill of this impromptu challenge as he surged into the ranks of the tigers. Despite their imposing size and fearsome appearance, Zhang Yang understood that the true threat lay in the few who stood directly before him. The numerical advantage would prove useless against his might. He activated his bulldozer mode once more, sending the obstructing tigers flying without a hint of hesitation. As he watched his adversaries being tossed aside, the Tiger Kings grew increasingly unsettled. This fellow is quite ferocious. Does he intend to kill us? Do we appear so easy to slay? Their annoyance grew, questioning why Zhang Yang had chosen to charge at them amidst a sea of beast kings, implying that he considered them the weakest. Chapter 85. The betrayed lions and tigers. Realizing this, the Tiger Kings resolved to eliminate Zhang Yang. If they succeeded, they would claim the largest share of the territories belonging to the leopard and wolf tribes. With all 7 of the savage Tiger Kings present, each powerful in their own right, they believed that together they could easily vanquish Zhang Yang. Charge! They commanded, and as their roars echoed, the other tigers parted to create a path. Whoever runs is a coward. Zhang Yang howled as he approached the Tiger Kings, inciting their ire. Who do you think you are? You believe we'll flee before the battle has even begun? Do you not fear the repercussions of your taunts? In terms of size, Zhang Yang was notably smaller than the Tiger Kings. He stood at a mere 1.6 meters compared to their imposing 1.8 meters. Thus they held a significant advantage in stature. Yet Zhang Yang's smaller frame granted him agility. He did not foolishly engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he deftly slipped through the gaps between the Tiger Kings, disrupting their formation like a tadpole in a bowl of mud, making it difficult to catch him. As the Tiger Kings turned and lunged, some attempted to pin Zhang Yang down, revealing the flaws of their lack of coordination. Unaccustomed to hunting in concert, their disarray allowed Zhang Yang to flourish. He cared not for the identity of the Tiger Kings before him. He only sought flesh to claw at. With each swipe, blood flowed freely, saturating his fur in the crimson essence of the Tiger Kings. In mere minutes, his coat was stained red with their blood, yet not a single hair of his was harmed. The Tiger Kings grew increasingly agitated, cursing the bald eagles for their misleading intelligence. What kind of information did you provide? Weren't we told Zhang Yang wasn't that formidable? How did those leopards almost defeat him? Frustration mounted as the Tiger Kings sought answers from the bald eagles. Their allies nowhere to be found. This cannot continue. We must confront him. The Lion Kings, witnessing the chaos, realized the situation was untenable. If the Tiger Kings were being toyed with, the lions would soon follow suit if they did not intervene. With a fierce roar, the Lion Kings charged forward. Tiger Kings, retreat. Leave this to us. Their arrival was music to the ears of the beleaguered Tiger Kings, their salvation at hand. You wish to engage in a war of attrition? That depends on whether Zhang Yang consents to it. Zhang Yang was unwilling to let go of the easy prey within his grasp. System, exchange for intermediate poison. Having previously utilized a basic poison to great effect, he now sought a more potent means to ensure the savage beast kings could not escape. Ding 10,000 evolution points consumed. Intermediate poison successfully exchanged. Using intermediate poison, Zhang Yang issued a command, causing his originally sharp and glinting claws to transform into a verdant hue. Yet, such details went unnoticed amidst the chaos of battle. The Tiger Kings began their retreat, with Zhang Yang pursuing them relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of basic attacks upon each one. A particularly unfortunate individual fell on the path of retreat, while the remaining Tiger Kings fled, albeit wounded. Zhang Yang heard the system notification and beheld the fallen Tiger King. Silently muttering, "Tough luck for you." He then plunged into the midst of the Lion Kings. "Fools, you appear to be clever, yet your actions betray your foolishness." Zhang Yang offered this candid critique before charging into the lion's den. The Tiger Kings paid no heed to Zhang Yang's skirmish with the Lion Kings. Their minds were consumed by the sight of their fallen comrade. Is he really dead? The Tiger Kings exchanged astonished glances. A fierce Tiger King had perished in such a brief span of time, an occurrence previously deemed impossible. Even those fortunate enough to inherit the bloodline of ferocious beasts could not have dispatched a beast king so swiftly. Yet, the evidence lay before them, compelling them to accept the terrifying reality. This individual was indeed formidable, and the considerable commotion he had stirred was not mere overreaction. However, while the Tiger Kings were momentarily stunned, the Lion Kings were in full retreat. Indeed, they had suffered a far worse fate than the Tiger Kings. While the latter had merely sustained minor doses of poison during their flight, the Lion Kings had been thoroughly afflicted from the beginning to the end of the confrontation. They abandoned 3 Lion King corpses as they extricated themselves from the clash. Crucially, there were no reinforcements to take their place. The Bear Clan, initially contemplating a bold advance, recoiled in fear upon witnessing the dismal state of the Lion Clan. Their Beast King dared not engage. They were indeed the most naive, yet not entirely foolish. What a scene this was. In less than 10 minutes of combat, 1 Tiger King had perished, and 3 Lion Kings lay dead. At this rate, would any of the Bear Kings return unscathed? As Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings, the Tiger Kings he targeted were nearly paralyzed with fear. Their previous arrogance had evaporated. Observing their cowardice, Zhang Yang chose not to confront them. He was acutely aware that they could not escape. The longer they remained poisoned, the deeper their affliction would become. Only those with exceptional vitality could hope to purge the toxin from their systems, and even that required time for recovery, something the Tiger Kings clearly lacked. The severely wounded Lion Kings were also dismissed from Zhang Yang's considerations. Thus, the only ones left to bear the brunt of Zhang Yang's wrath were the Bear Clan's Beast Kings. When the Bear Kings realized Zhang Yang was charging towards them, they attempted to flee. Alas, they severely overestimated their speed. Renowned for their strength, the Bear Clan was notoriously slow. When the Bear Kings lamentably discovered their inability to escape, they were left with no choice but to confront Zhang Yang head-on. They hoped to demonstrate their might, asserting that they were not easily intimidated and that Zhang Yang should rather seek trouble with the Tiger or Lion Kings. Yet, upon engaging with Zhang Yang, the Bear Kings were taken aback to discover that it was not the Tiger or Lion Kings who were weak, but rather Zhang Yang who was overwhelmingly powerful. The Bear Kings could not comprehend how such strength could reside within his seemingly diminutive form. In their clash, Zhang Yang remarkably matched the Bear Kings in strength. For the Bear Kings, achieving parity was tantamount to defeat. "Oh, not lacking in power, are we?" Zhang Yang mused, feeling momentarily pressured as he was pushed back a few steps. This marked the first occasion he had been forced to retreat in battle against a Beast King. The Bear Kings, embarrassed by this revelation, interpreted Zhang Yang's words not as praise, but as blatant insult. They felt their tempers rising. Yet they soon realized that Zhang Yang had opted to abandon a contest of strength in favor of speed. Zhang Yang was no fool. He understood that challenging the Bear Kings directly would be unwise. His objective was to ensure none of the kings escaped. The Bear Kings found themselves helpless against Zhang Yang's agile maneuvers, their strength rendered ineffectual against his swiftness. After merely a few minutes, the Bear Kings faced their grim fate. They, the last to enter the fray, were indeed the worst off. The Lion Kings had left behind 3 corpses, whereas all the Bear Kings met their demise. The final Bear King to arrive became the first to fall. This underscores the paramount importance of speed in combat. In the realm of martial arts, only swiftness remains unbroken. A profound truth indeed. When Zhang Yang eliminated all the Bear Kings and sought out the Tiger and Lion Kings, he was astonished to find, what? They fled? These treacherous beings displayed a shocking lack of loyalty. This infuriated Zhang Yang. Their escape jeopardized his mission. He had no choice but to pursue them. Yet the Tiger and Lion groups,